Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
The employees in the conference room exchanged glances, attempting to discern the meaning behind Honda's words. However, it seemed no one grasped his intentions, and a silence lingered in the room. Vice President. One employee, relatively closer to Honda, gathered the courage to speak. Having heard Honda's murmurs a while ago, there was no one else to turn to but him. What exactly does it mean to spoon-feed? The employee asked cautiously. Literally, it means spoon-feeding, Honda replied. So, that means. Ugh, fine. Do I have to spell it out for you? Honda sighed in frustration before starting his explanation. As you all know, no matter how much money we have, it's never enough when it comes to creating a piece of art. So, let's invest a reasonable amount in the project, add some color to it, and secure some shares for ourselves. And considering the auditions happening in Japan, it seems the casting isn't finalized yet. With connections like Kang Jin-seok, even if it's challenging for a male lead, securing a female lead or supporting roles should be a piece of cake, right? The employees diligently jotted down Honda's words as if determined not to miss a single detail. Whoever ended up handling this task wanted to ensure it was done without any mistakes. Seemingly satisfied with the sight of employees busily taking notes, Honda's irritation eased, and he spoke in a calm voice. First, find out the contact information for the person handling the investment or project at OS International. Since they've come to Japan, set up a meeting separately. No need to go through the hassle of finding the contact information of the person in charge. Yes, understood. At them.Every. It's not that difficult, so don't mess it up like an amateur. Got it. Honda spoke casually and then stood up, heading towards the door. Other employees followed suit, watching him leave. Vice President, there's something I'd like to ask. At that moment, a cautious employee raised his hand and called out to Honda. What is it? Earlier, you mentioned securing shares either by investing in Katahiro's film or assisting with contacts on the actor's side. Yes. But what if Katahiro or the investors reject the idea? What do we do then? It seemed to be a question on everyone's mind, as they all looked at Honda with curious eyes. Seeing their anticipation, Honda shrugged. Surely, that won't happen, right? I've never seen anyone refuse money in my life. Let's contact them now. It should work out well. We don't need money. Katahiro's resolute voice echoed through the speakerphone. The employees in the conference room looked at Honda with puzzled expressions. Honda took a deep breath and said, No, he says they don't need money. Honda hadn't explicitly said, does that make sense, but his tone carried a distinct nuance. If this is because of something our employees did previously, and it's affecting your mood, director, that's not appropriate. I thought Katahiro was a professional. It's not about that. I genuinely don't need the money. So, that makes sense. 1 billion yen. OS International, or rather, OS Entertainment, has agreed to invest 1 billion yen in my project this time. With that level of investment, why would I need more money? A hush fell over the conference room at the mention of 1 billion yen. If that amount was indeed being invested, then it made sense to say he didn't need more money. Moreover, my work is the first original project for OS Entertainment, and they probably won't even allow external investment. Since it seems like you have nothing more to say, I'll end it here. Director, just a moment. There are still things to discuss. Click. Before Honda could speak, Katahiro ended the call. Only a moment ago, Honda seemed confident when speaking with Katahiro on the phone, but things didn't turn out as expected. Employees started avoiding eye contact with Honda. They hoped to avoid any sparks that might fly if they accidentally met his gaze. After silently staring at the table for a while, Honda muttered. Who was the person we discussed casting with Katahiro before? Am I talking to myself here? Why is no one answering? As Honda raised his voice, a startled employee beside him replied. Yes, I was in charge of casting. Do you have the list of actors Katahiro said would audition? The one we discussed before. If you mean their profiles, I probably have it. I need to check, though. Hurry up and check. The employee quickly turned on their laptop and started searching for the file. Here it is. The employee presented their laptop to Honda as if offering a gift. Honda snatched the laptop abruptly and scrutinized the profiles. Tap, 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 tap. Honda drummed his fingers on the table as he pondered for a while before exhaling and speaking. Contact the agencies of these actors and inquire whether Katahiro received audition offers for his project. If he did, advise them to decline. If they audition, make it clear that they won't be able to participate in any future films produced or invested in by our company. Yes, understood. This applies not only to the actors but also to the production company. Inform the staff of the most painful predestined relationship in the world that they won't be able to work with us in the future. Honda's firm instructions made the employees exchange uneasy glances. Although Honda hadn't explicitly stated it earlier, he now seemed to sense the employees' confusion and began to explain the reasons behind his actions. As I mentioned earlier, if this project succeeds and gains recognition, our situation will look bad. Yes. To be honest, I wasn't confident when I said that. It felt more like, what if it succeeds? But hearing about a 1 billion yen investment makes me believe it might not just end as a what if. If it turns out to be my misjudgment, that would be great. but we need to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. So, even if it means resorting to somewhat dirty methods, make sure this project doesn't happen. The employees, now understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Spoon-feeding failed, so now we have to overturn the table. 2 days later, in Katahiro's directorial office. In this ordinary space filled with a desk, sofa, and shelves stacked with books and scripts, Katahiro spoke on the phone with a bewildered tone. No, look here, Shindo-kun. What does that mean? Suddenly saying we can't work together. Sorry, Director Katahiro. I wanted to create a piece of work happily with you since you mentioned getting an investment. But then they threatened that if Toho collaborates with me, I should be prepared to leave the industry. I have my employees and a family to support. If it were another company, I might have ignored it and worked with you happily. But you know, Toho isn't just any company, right? I'm really sorry. I'll end the call now. After apologizing and hanging up, Katahiro sighed. It seemed like he wouldn't call back, realizing there was no room for persuasion. These Toho guys. Why are they so desperately trying to meddle like this? Perhaps, when he spoke with Toho's vice president a few days ago, he had offended them with his lack of manners. Maybe it's revenge for my rudeness. But even if that's the case, it can't be just for such childish reasons. There must be another motive. However, regardless of the reason, it was clear that Toho was going to great lengths to sabotage his work. Katahiro ran his hand through his hair. Having secured a substantial investment after being rejected for his previous work, it felt like experiencing a nightmare within a nightmare. Ah, Director, it's Kojo Uchida. I'm sorry to contact you like this suddenly, but it seems challenging for me to participate in the audition for your upcoming project. At that moment, a message arrived. Upon checking, it was one of the actors who had eagerly agreed to audition. Actors too. He had been pleased when these actors accepted his audition proposal. However, hearing that they now couldn't audition was a shock. The actor didn't provide detailed reasons, but Katahiro could guess. Probably for the same reasons as Shindo. Exhaling heavily, Katahiro furrowed his brow deeply. The messages continued to flood in, each expressing an inability to audition. What should I do? No matter how much money there is, a director can't make a film alone. Even with a remarkable actor like Kang Jin-seok, it's impossible to create a film with just one actor. Fortunately, there has been no contact from Inu, the one they are somewhat relying on after Kang Jin-seok. It's a fortunate situation, but only to a certain extent. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Since they weren't expecting anyone today, Katahiro opened the door, curious. Who? Oh, team leader Jang Sun-ho. Sorry for coming unannounced, Director. I was planning to contact you. It's okay. Please, come in. Guiding Jang Sun-ho inside, Katahiro tidied up his disheveled hair. As Jang Sun-ho sat on the sofa, Katahiro asked, but what brings you here? I wanted to inquire about the audition preparations and if there's anything I can help with. Also, I heard some strange rumors before coming. Strange rumors? Yes. Rumors that there's someone meddling with our project. How? I know everything about Kang Jin-seok and the project because it's my job. Though Jang Sun-ho spoke nonchalantly, Katahiro nodded with a sigh, indicating that the situation was troublesome. It's the work of the Toho guys. They control over 40% of the Japanese film distribution, a major player in the Japanese film industry. Yes. So, how is Toho interfering with us? Katahiro explained the current situation, where Toho's control over Japanese production companies and pressure on actors had halted auditions. Listening silently to Katahiro's explanation, Jang Sun-ho clenched his fist. His suit seemed uncomfortable as it swelled up in anger. It's a difficult situation. Have you had any trouble with Toho before this incident? While it wasn't trouble per se, Toho did contact me about investing in the project. Investment? Yes. Naturally, I refused. We have enough money, and honestly, I didn't want to give Toho any stake in this project. I don't know the exact reason, but that seems to be the cause. I apologize. Lowering his head in apology, Katahiro was met with a reassuring gesture from Jang Sun-ho. You have nothing to apologize for, Director. If anything, you did well. More importantly, how are we going to resolve this? I'll visit Toho once. If I need to apologize, I'll apologize and we'll seek an amicable solution. No. Why should we apologize when we've done nothing wrong? Jang Sun-ho interrupted Katahiro, preventing him from continuing. Afterward, he fell into silence, lost in thought. Katahiro observed Jang Sun-ho silently. Since their first meeting, he had suspected that Jang Sun-ho was not an ordinary manager. Director, if it's challenging to find a production team and actors in Japan. Yes. After a moment of silence, Jang Sun-ho spoke. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Katahiro responded with seriousness. If it's difficult to secure them in Japan, what about importing the production team and actors from Korea? Katahiro blinked rapidly in response to Jang Sun-ho's unexpected suggestion. If we import from Korea, are you suggesting we work with a Korean production company? Yes. Even though Toho has a significant influence in the Japanese film industry, they might not have control over Korean production companies. At novel bin at. That makes sense. Katahiro nodded thoughtfully as if considering this proposal. However, there was a fundamental obstacle to Jang Sun-ho's suggested solution. But, team leader, it's a good idea, but there's a problem. Is it about communication? Yes. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I don't speak Korean at all. It might be a bit challenging for me to work with people from Korea. Katahiro sighed as he expressed his concern. However, Jang Sun-ho seemed to find the language barrier not as significant. He smiled and responded, "You can find a Korean production company that speaks Japanese. We can also hire a few interpreters. Considering our ample budget, that should not be a problem. Moreover, if we offer support for accommodation and daily life during the shooting period in Japan, many production companies will be willing to participate. They will likely be of high quality. If needed, we could even rent an entire floor of the OS Hotel Tokyo, where we are currently staying. Money could indeed solve any problem." With the discovery of a clue to the major obstacle, Katahiro's expression brightened. However, the joy was short-lived, as there were still issues that needed to be addressed. Even if we bring in a production company from Korea, what about the actors? I'm not sure if there are many actors in Korea who can fluently handle Japanese. There are more actors in Korea who speak Japanese well than you think. I know some agencies that specialize in such actors. Really? Yes. Also, even if they don't speak Japanese fluently, there are many actors who can act in Japanese. Katahiro seemed to have difficulty grasping Jang Sun-ho's words, and in response, Jang Sun-ho subtly smiled. "Don't worry too much. I have a plan. I understand. But more importantly, it hasn't been long since you came to Japan, and now you have to go back to Korea. What should I say to the actors?" Late at night, lying in the hotel room and staring at the ceiling, Kang Jin-sok recalled what Jang Sun-ho said during the dinner gathering. To go back to Korea tomorrow. There's a company called Toho, and that company is interfering with the movie production. And because of that, he has to go back to Korea to prepare for filming. It's a bit disappointing. After sighing once again, he closed his eyes tightly. Thinking that it was the last night in Japan, the regret became even greater. It felt like the feeling of a worker who regrets the passing holiday. You have to sleep for tomorrow, but it feels like you don't want to sleep. Well, this won't do. Instead of rolling up the blanket like a gymbap, he suddenly got up. Yeah, let's not sleep. I can't spend the last night of my first overseas trip like this. Let's make this night memorable. He opened his eyes wide. To spend tonight splendidly, he was going to boil the snacks and cup of ramen secretly bought from the convenience store in front of the hotel, hidden under the bed. Tomorrow morning, even if his face is swollen, he might get scolded by Jang Sun-ho, but it should be fine for once. But then, sigh. As if mocking my thoughts a while ago, sleep suddenly came. Where is this? When I came to my senses, I opened my eyes in a white space. Although this place should have become familiar by now, it felt strange because it had been a while, and my body felt light and buoyant. Who called me? But even when I looked around, I couldn't see the smoke that usually appears when a ghost comes. Usually, it would appear as the ghost appears. Hello. At that moment, someone greeted me by tapping my shoulder from behind. Since there was no sign of the presence, I was surprised, too. Like when a bug passes in front of your face. Haha, sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. The man smiled confidently and extended his hand. I'm Tadano Kenjiro. Ah yes, I'm Kang Jin-sok. Tadano, the ghost suddenly appeared. His first impression was that of a confident new employee. When I first met Kim Faith, it had the enchanted smile that I admired, nor did it radiate the aura of someone who had reached the pinnacle of their field. However, Tadano had his own confidence. As I slowly nodded in greeting, Tadano continued with a smile. Originally, I planned to meet you after the audition for this project. However, considering both my schedule and yours, I decided to bring you here hastily. Am you in a hurry? It's related to my request. Well, it might be a bit of a long story. Shall we sit down and talk? Tadano gestured to the side. When I turned my head, a soft sofa was suddenly there, as if it had always been there. While I was bewildered by the sudden appearance of the sofa, Tadano casually took a seat and motioned for me to do the same. Seated on the sofa opposite Tadano, he began his story with a playful expression, like a storyteller recounting tales of the past. I was born into a wealthy family. Not exactly a chaebol, but well off enough to live without financial worries for a lifetime. Moreover, I was smart, not as much as you, and my looks were decent, if not as good as yours. Haha. So, my life was smooth, and people around me treated me very well. It was as if I were genuinely precious to them. With a faint smile, Tadano continued, but everything changed when my parents passed away. I inherited a tremendous fortune at a relatively young age, and the people around me turned into hyenas, trying to fleece me, a clueless youngster, for everything I had. Whether he had awakened from the splendid glory of the past or not, Tadano continued with a stern face. Even a lawyer who had known my parents for decades tried to take advantage of me. Fortunately, I was young at the time, but I didn't easily succumb to them. I got rid of everyone who targeted my money and my parents' honor. Oh, got rid of them. Yes. Oh, I didn't kill them. It would be more accurate to say I severed ties with them. Haha. Tadano laughed, clapped his hands, took a breath, and then resumed his story. After cleaning up for about 2 or 3 years, there was no one around me. Not a single person. The sense of loss was indescribable. I don't know if I had the misfortune of being surrounded only by such people, but in any case, that was my reality. I lived my life receiving fake love for a lifetime. Listening seriously to his story, Tadano smiled as if to assure me. The smile on his face was not the rehearsed one from before, it was a genuine emotion from Tadano. Haha, I've made my boring story too long. Anyway, I lived that kind of life. Then, by chance, I met my first love. She was the first person who liked Tadano instead of my wealth. You're talking about the person from the ramen shop. Yes, exactly. And my request is related to that ramen shop. The ramen shop. Yes. Tadano, who answered briefly, seemed to be thinking about her, as his eyes trembled at the corners. After suppressing the trembling of passionate emotions, he spoke with a voice mixed with concern. The ramen shop where I met her and grew in love together. It was a place with really good taste. However, the shop may be facing difficulties and might close. I see. As you can see, although I'm dead, my love is still in the afterlife. She's not doing well health-wise, currently in the hospital. But when she gets better someday, she will definitely visit that ramen shop. I don't want to show her that the ramen shop has closed. Tadano, wanting to preserve the space of memories they shared for the one left behind, began to disappear gradually from his tiptoes, perhaps signaling that his time to enter my dream was up. So, I ask for your help. Please, somehow, protect that ramen shop. Time is running out, so please do it quickly. Watching his desperate expression, I asked, if time is running out, how much time is left? 3 days. 3 days. Yes. The shop owner was planning to try running the business until the end of this week, and if it doesn't work out, they will try to find another job. Originally, there was a bit more time, but the situation suddenly changed. As Tadano spoke, he began to disappear in the dust and mist from his waist down. As the acceleration increased, my heart became more urgent. Well, wait a moment. I have something to do tomorrow. I know. You're going back to Korea tomorrow. As I mentioned before, both I and you have urgent matters. Now disappearing up to around his chest, Tadano smiled and said, I heard that this person named Kim Faith did something transaction-like with you, suggesting that if you don't fulfill his request, he won't help you. Because Kim Faith was so desperate, he took advantage of your desperation. Yes, that's what happened. I have a request as desperate as that friend, but I won't do it like that. Just having such a kind and wonderful person like you portray my life is reward enough for me. Given the circumstances, even if you can't fulfill my request, I will still help you, but I hope you can fulfill my request if possible. I want to see her, who has recovered, eating ramen at that ramen shop. As Tadano's form finally disappeared, his voice brushed past my ears. And if you're willing to fulfill my request, be sure to try miso ramen, rich taste. Ask for all the toppings, and boil the noodles very firm. It was our favorite ramen. Since you also like garlic, feel free to add garlic after putting all the toppings. The ramen shop's location will become clear once you wake up. I hope you will be able to fulfill my request. Ding dong. The hotel room bell rang. With that sound, the door opened, and a familiar voice called out. Good morning, Actor Nim. It's time to get up. You don't have much time left before heading to the airport. It was Jang Sunho, ready for the return trip. Jang Sunho's call woke me up. In a moment, I was back in the hotel room I had just dreamed of. As I opened my eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, Jang Sunho asked cautiously, did you have a bad dream? Yes? Oh, no. It wasn't bad, but if that's the case, I'm relieved. Your expression seemed a bit off, so I asked. Listening to Jang Sunho, I got up from the bed. As always, after encountering a ghost, my body felt remarkably refreshed. However, Tadano's request continued to weigh on my mind, creating a sense of unease. Protect the ramen shop where I met my first love or something like that. Perhaps due to the expression protect, the request felt quite challenging. It wasn't as clear-cut as the requests from other ghosts so far. Not only was it not an easy request, but Tadano also mentioned that I didn't have to fulfill it. However, the last words Tadano said continued to shake my heart. Given the circumstances, even if you can't grant my request, I will help you regardless. Still, if possible, I really hope you can grant my request. I want to see her, who has recovered, eating ramen at that ramen shop. When he said those words, Tadano's eyes were incredibly sincere. Although he said I didn't have to fulfill his request, his eyes were very earnest. He genuinely wanted to see his first love enjoying ramen at that shop again. I couldn't refuse such a heartfelt request. Jinsook. As I stared into space, contemplating, Jang Sunho called me again. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I need a moment to think. Are you really okay? If you're not feeling well, please let me know. My condition is really good. It's just that. I hesitated. I had decided to return to Korea today, but suddenly considering staying in Japan made me feel guilty. But still, if I went back to Korea, I felt I would be uncomfortable throughout the filming of this project. Every time I looked at his memories, I would think of the precious ramen shop that had closed down. Manager. After making my decision, I spoke to Jang Sunho. Yes. I'm sorry, but can I stay in Japan for a bit longer? There are some things I need to do, not that I have to do, but want to. Jang Sunho tilted his head in confusion. Early morning at the first floor in-house cafe of OS Entertainment. This well-known foreign franchise offered free coffee to employees of OS Entertainment for their welfare. Good morning, Vice President. Yes, good morning. Yoon Gaeun cheerfully responded to the employee greeting her as she entered the cafe. The cafe was always busy with employees wanting coffee to wake them up in the morning. Non-fat milk, pistachio deep mocha, deep cream, paraffinacino, lots of chocolate sauce, please. Oh, and just a little whipped cream, please. After placing her order like a wrap, Yoon Gaeun sat down and waited for her coffee. At that moment, she noticed Go Soyoung, who seemed to have put extra effort into her makeup and outfit today. Smiling like a child who discovered a new toy, Yoon Gaeun called out to Go Soyoung. "Good morning, assistant manager. But your outfit seems unusually stylish today. Planning to go somewhere after work?" Go Soyoung was taken aback by Yoon Gaeun's sudden question. "What? Stylish? Well, it's the same as usual. Same as usual, it's been a few days with simple outfits." "Oh, right. I heard manager Jang Sun-ho is coming back today, is that why?" "Oh, no. Really? It feels like you put in a lot of effort, as if welcoming a returning prince from a distant land. It's quite noticeable." "It's really not like that. I just heard that manager Jang Sun-ho has to work overtime today, so I wanted to change my mood and do something different. Working overtime and you dress up for that. Despite Go Soyoung's strong denial, to others, her strong denial seemed more like a strong affirmation. Yoon Gaeun looked at Go Soyoung meaningfully. "It feels like welcoming a returning prince. You can't fool me, even if you can fool others." At novel bin at. With Go Soyoung unable to provide any further response, Yoon Gaeun chuckled. Go Soyoung, who usually didn't engage in verbal sparring or maintain a conversation flow with others, seemed strangely powerless in front of Yoon Gaeun. "It's been a while. Vice President." At that moment, the seemingly most formal voice in OS Entertainment was heard. Upon hearing the voice calling her name, Yoon Gaeun turned her head to see a large man striding toward her. "Oh, team leader Jang Sun-ho, it's been a while. Did your business trip to Japan go well? But it seems like you returned earlier than planned. Was there an issue there?" "There were some issues. I'll report the details later." Jang Sun-ho briefly spoke and then looked toward Go Soyoung. "You mentioned ordering my coffee. Has it not arrived yet?" "Yes. There are many orders in front, so it should be out soon." What? Assistant manager Go Soyoung is getting team leader Jang's coffee. Well, seems like even my support is needed." Interrupting Yoon Gaeun, who was about to bring up an embarrassing topic again, Go Soyoung quickly spoke. "I've organized the materials you asked for, team leader. Profiles of actors who auditioned for OS Entertainment in the past and can speak Japanese. There must have been quite a few. Thank you for your hard work. It wasn't that difficult. But why are you suddenly gathering actors who can speak Japanese?" "I'll explain that gradually." During their conversation, the coffee arrived. The three of them took their ordered coffees and headed to their respective offices. In the end, Yoon Gaeun encouraged Go Soyoung, saying, "I support you, assistant manager Go Soyoung. But team leader Jang Sun-ho has many admirers. Even new employees follow him very well." Fighting. Jang Sun-ho took the lead and entered the office of the Kongjin-sok team. "Team leader, are you here?" "Yes. It's been a while." After responding to the greetings from the office staff, Jang Sun-ho, after throwing his bag carelessly onto his seat, spoke aloud for everyone to hear. "Please pay attention for a moment. There's been a bit of an issue with our first original production at OS Entertainment, the most painful predestined relationship in the world. Originally, director Katahiro was planning to control the entire production, but due to some troublemakers, we couldn't use most of the Japanese production company and Japanese actors." As Jang Sun-ho spoke, the employees exchanged puzzled glances. They didn't know the details, but the fact that there was a problem with the production was a cause for concern. "As an alternative, I suggested to director Katahiro that we use Korean staff and actors. So, I asked assistant manager Go Soyoung to organize actors who can speak Japanese." Go Soyoung nodded, and Jang Sun-ho continued. "First, what you all need to do is find a film production company with staff who can speak Japanese. It shouldn't be too difficult, but time is money, so please find one as quickly as possible." "Yes. Also, those of you who have evaluated audition profiles for OS Entertainment in the past will have to work overtime with me starting today. We need to select actors who can be proposed for this project. We also need to collect profiles from Japanese actor agencies, so there's a lot to do." At the declaration of overtime by the team leader, some employees covered their faces with their hands. From one corner, a voice was heard saying, "Ugh, overtime and I have to do overtime." It didn't sound like a complaint or irritation but more like someone joking. Of course, everyone disliked overtime, but since Jang Sun-ho was a person who always compensated for overtime, the morale of the employees was high. The only one feeling down was Go Soyoung. She thought she would be working overtime alone with Jang Sun-ho. Go Soyoung sighed inwardly. "Ugh, if I had known, I wouldn't have worn this uncomfortable semi-formal suit." With such thoughts and a slightly resentful look at Jang Sun-ho, he seemed completely unfazed. "Well, then, let's each do our best with our respective tasks. I apologize for taking your time since this morning." After finishing his words, Jang Sun-ho headed to his seat. Due to the backlog of work caused by his recent business trip, there was not much time to delay. Maserati ad extension. Nothing separate for shooting, just an extension of the period, so let's go with it. Pizza King also an extension. 2 marts are okay. Then, let's decline any TV appearances for the time being. Jang Sun-ho quickly schemed through various reports neatly organized by the employees. Sorting out Jinzok's schedule like solving a puzzle, Jang Sun-ho concentrated. Before he knew it, it was well past 12 o'clock, and while the employees went to have lunch on their own, in the office, only Jang Sun-ho and Go Soyoung remained. Haha, team leader, aren't you having lunch? Go Soyoung asked, stretching widely. Oh, I should. I saw in the group chat that the president came to the cafeteria today. Employees were taking pictures and all that. I wonder if he's still there. Jang Sun-ho remembered the image of Oh Hae-nyul happily taking pictures with employees while holding a tray. Thinking about it, Jang Sun-ho chuckled. I tried to fill it with bread, but since the president came, I should go and greet him. He might have already left, though. Jang Sun-ho stood up and said, I'm going to have lunch now. When are you going, assistant manager? Oh, I'll go with you. I just finished up. Thud. Go Soyoung quickly closed her laptop. Even though it didn't look like she was done with her work at all, there didn't seem to be an option to leave Jang Sun-ho alone. A little later, without saying anything, the two left the office and headed to the cafeteria. Suddenly, Go Soyoung thought of Jin-seok. So, did actor Kang Jin-seok come back to Korea right away? He was planning to, but I gave him some time off. Since he went all the way to Japan, it's also an opportunity for him to take a break. It's hard to explain in detail. On vacation. Is actor Kang Jin-seok alone? Yes. Hehe. Leaving Jin-seok alone in Japan. As Jang Sun-ho, who had always stuck with Jin-seok, whether it was for shooting a drama or an ad, it was something Go Soyoung found hard to believe. Lately, actor Kang Jin-seok has been incredibly popular even in Japan. If any issues arise, actor Kang Jin-seok is not a 5-year-old child, there shouldn't be any significant problems. You say that just before some issue pops up. In that case, I'll cancel it. When Go Soyoung expressed her concerns, Jang Sun-ho responded with a meaningful smile. Don't worry too much. I've taken out insurance in my own way before coming. Insurance? Go Soyoung asked, tapping Jang Sun-ho on the back of his head. Without looking at her, Jang Sun-ho casually replied. Yes, it's a kind of spino, it's more like a bodyguard. You hired a bodyguard? Not exactly. I've assigned someone to follow actor Kang Jin-seok. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and cautiously said, You ordered stalking? If actor Kang Jin-seok finds out. Stalking? I didn't send someone with bad intentions. I informed actor Kang Jin-seok as well. I told him that it would be another manager following him, not me. If it's not team leader, then another manager. Go Soyoung seemed to have figured something out. The new employee who recently joined, Ha-jun, right? Yes. He's a complete newbie. You assigned actor Kang Jin-seok to him. Yes. Go Soyoung felt a bit disappointed with Jang Sun-ho's brief answers. However, at the moment, she was more curious about the intention behind assigning Jin-seok to a newcomer. CEO? Could you take a photo with me too? As Go Soyoung was about to ask about it. Sure. Come in. CEO, me too. Come in. Let's take a photo together. CEO, can I post this on my SNS? Of course. But you need to post the one where I look good. At the entrance of the restaurant, Oh Hae-nyul, who was as popular as most celebrities, was visible. Jang Sun-ho pointed to Oh Hae-nyul and said, Deputy, won't you take a photo with the CEO? Well, I don't really haha. Go Soyoung smiled charmingly as she looked at the crowd gathered around Oh Hae-nyul. More importantly, leaving Kang Jin-seok to the new guy. It's not like team leader Jang Sun-ho to make such a decision. Why? Because the team leader always emphasizes that Kang Jin-seok should receive the best treatment, almost to the point of obsessively repeating it. So, it's surprising that team leader left Kang Jin-seok to a newbie. Listening to Go Soyoung's words, Jang Sun-ho nodded slowly. Rather than expressing agreement, it seemed more like he was thinking, I guess people could see it that way. At least in Japan, that guy will probably do better than me. Especially in supporting Kang Jin-seok's personal vacation like this. Jang Sun-ho glanced at Go Soyoung and spoke. As Jang Sun-ho had always been someone who relished in his own excellence, it was quite rare for him to admit that someone else might be better. Instead of conveying a sense of agreement with her words, it felt more like a thought of I suppose one could think that. Let's have lunch. Today, they have sausage and vegetable stir-fry. It's a menu you like, deputy. At novel.At. Hokkaido, Sapporo. While Jang Sun-ho and other employees returned to Korea, Jin-seok came to Sapporo to fulfill Tadano's request by finding a ramen restaurant. As Jin-seok walked towards the Sapporo station exit, he spoke to the man next to him. I apologize if you couldn't go back to Korea because of me. There was no hierarchical relationship between celebrities and managers. However, when Jin-seok bowed his head and apologized, feeling overwhelmed to apologize to himself, whom everyone else recognized as a top star, Ha-jun awkwardly extended his hand. No, I'm truly honored. It's only been 3 months since I joined, and now I get to accompany a star like you all by myself. Haha, accompany? Please don't say that. Just treat it like we're traveling together and feel free to be comfortable. While Jin-seok was trying to make Ha-jun comfortable, Ha-jun naturally couldn't treat Jin-seok casually. Even though we got a bit closer while taking the Shinkansen from Tokyo to Sapporo, he's still nervous. Although Ha-jun was modest in his words, he was quite, or rather significantly, a high-spec man. He had successfully passed the competition with a competition rate of over 100 to become a manager at OS Entertainment. Being such a high-spec person, when Ha-jun told his parents that he had joined an entertainment company as a manager, they were extremely disappointed. They had pressured him, saying, Did I send you to Japan to study abroad so that you could work behind celebrities? However, as soon as they heard his salary, they said, You had a plan all along. Mom and Dad are proud of you. Glancing at Jinseok, who was heading toward the exit, Ha-jun made up his mind. Anyway, this is my first solo assignment. I have to do well no matter what. To do that, he needed to eliminate the slight awkwardness between him and Jinseok. Ha-jun gathered his courage, smiled, and spoke to Jinseok. We finally arrived, actor. The time it's past 6 p.m. It's quite late. How about having dinner first? Yes. I'll pay for the meal. That's what I thought. Team leader Jang Sun-ho gave me a black card and told me to use it no matter what. Ha-jun showed a black card from his wallet and smiled. But, actor, I still don't know why you came here. Could you tell me? Oh, manager, he didn't tell you? Team leader said to support whatever you do with all our might and to handle any problems that might arise. I see. Somehow, Jinseok's voice felt like it was providing reassurance. Jinseok smiled appreciatively and said, I have a ramen place recommended by my acquaintance. Let's go there. Ramen. I must have seemed perplexed. Ha-jun blinked and asked, Our ramen? Did you come all the way to Sapporo to have ramen? From Tokyo? Haha, yes. Wow, is it a really famous place? Not really. It's an old place, but it has a local gem vibe. It's not far from the station. This way? As I led the way, Ha-jun followed closely behind me. Anyway, what should I do? Although I was heading to a ramen shop in Sapporo to fulfill Tadano's request, I didn't have a clear solution for how to revive a failing restaurant. If I were with Jang Sun-ho, he might casually ask and provide a good solution. However, in reality, I didn't have a concrete way to help a struggling restaurant. While walking, I pondered various thoughts, but I didn't have a good solution. If Jang Sun-ho were here, he might ask subtly and offer a helpful solution. Jang Sun-ho manager recommended Ha-jun, right? The employee recommended by Jang Sun-ho, who stuck with Jinseok, would undoubtedly be a capable person. Although he was currently nervously saying, I'm a newbie, with an anxious expression beside me. Even so, maybe I should ask once. Rather than having an uncomfortable journey with awkward glances, it might be less awkward to put our heads together and think about how to save the ramen shop. As I glanced at Ha-jun, who was nervously glancing at me, I made up my mind. Let's ask once. Ha-jun, showing an awkward smile, asked, Did I make a mistake or something? No, it's not that. There's something I'd like to ask. With a slightly tense expression, Ha-jun leaned toward me and asked, Please, ask me anything. Thinking about how to phrase it, I decided to be straightforward. Instead of beating around the bush, it seemed better not to hesitate. I didn't even know how to phrase it differently. How can you revive a failing restaurant? Yes. Ha-jun's expression crumbled. It seemed that suddenly bringing up the topic of a restaurant had thrown him off guard. Even I felt my explanation was insufficient, and perhaps it was natural that Ha-jun's expression changed due to the sudden shift to a discussion about a restaurant. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, and Ha-jun looked at me again with a serious gaze. I don't know why you're asking about this, but it might be a bit challenging. Are you okay with that? Yes. I'll listen first. First, you need to determine whether the restaurant is a franchise or an independent one. Most franchises have operational guidelines, so even if you know what the problem is, you can't make significant changes. The person who was anxious just a while ago spoke in a surprisingly knowledgeable manner, sharing his experiences with a prominent owner in the food industry and even referencing a well-known paper. It felt like I was attending one of Jang Sun-ho's lectures after a long time. So, you need to comprehensively understand these factors first. I don't know if this was helpful. Haha, yes, thank you. It was a big help. To be honest, I didn't understand anything as much as when Jang Sun-ho gave difficult and professional advice. Ha-jun hesitated and said, seemingly aware of my bewildered voice. The theory might be difficult, but applying it in reality is simpler than you think. Just like an actor shining when they act well, if the food at a restaurant is good, customers will recognize it. Such restaurants only need promotion. On the contrary, if the food isn't good no matter what methods you use, it's inevitable that it will fail. In the end, taste is the most important factor. Ha-jun, who seemed embarrassed to talk about something trivial, provided me with the most realistic advice. The ramen shop that Tadano mentioned. He said the taste is good. In that case, I thought about promoting the ramen shop on SNS so that others could discover its taste. The problem was that Jang Sohan had been in charge of managing SNS until now. I had never posted a photo I took myself, and I didn't know how to write a good caption. Looking at the delicious-looking photos of food on SNS, anyone could become hungry. At that moment, someone came to mind. Should I ask for help from author Yang Shihun? Manager, I've compiled the list of production companies that can handle Japanese, as you requested. Also, here's a list of agencies with Japanese-speaking actors or actors from Japan. I've sent the files separately via messenger. Go Soyoung handed several documents to Jang Sun-ho. Thank you. By the way, when will the list of actors who applied for our auditions and can speak Japanese be ready? I'll check right away. While they bantered and exchanged words when it was just the two of them, Go Soyoung was serious when it came to work. Seeing Go Soyoung return to her seat, Jang Sun-ho stretched. I wonder what Kang Jin-seok is doing now. I heard he arrived in Sapporo a while ago. He had heard that report from Ha-jun about an hour ago. As long as there's nothing special, he said there's no need to report. No news is good news. Yay, let's just hope there's no contact. Woong. At that moment, Jang Sun-ho's phone buzzed. Check Kang Grillstones in Buellgram post. A notification arrived, completely ignoring Jang Sunho's intentions a while ago. Since Jang Sunho only followed Jinsook, this was a rare sight of a social media notification, who usually had little interest in it. Even more unusual was the fact that Jinsook rarely used social media, and whenever he needed to post something, Jang Sunho usually helped him organize the photos and captions. In a hurry, I checked the post. Is Kang Jinsook, the actor, uploading to SNS. Currently enjoying miso ramen in Sapporo. It's really delicious. Photo, Kang Jinsook eating ramen. As expected, Jang Sunho, who had not used SNS much, was at a loss for words at the description and the hastily taken photo of his face. It seemed like there was a need for quick editing, but there were already constant likes and comments accumulating, so it seemed too late. However, there was a bigger problem than that. At YANGISHPHOTO. The shooting technique I mentioned is not like this, but still, a perfect picture came out thanks to your shining appearance. The familiar nickname, a comment from the photographer Yang Shihun. I didn't know what he meant by the mentioned shooting technique, but Jang Sunho first checked other comments. Wow, I'm in Sapporo right now. Is anyone familiar with this place? Wow, amazing. I'm in Sapporo right now too. Anyone who knows, quickly, before Jinsook disappears after eating. Hurry, 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 hurry. People began to locate Jinsook, and with fierce determination. Among the numerous comments, the most problematic one emerged. Oh, this is a ramen shop deep in the alley near Sapporo station. Photo, ramen shop map. Someone had figured out Jinsook's location. Jang Sunho immediately checked the comments section to verify the location. There was a red mark deep in an alley near Sapporo station. Where is this? No matter how well Jang Sunho knew his way around, he couldn't be familiar with every corner of Japan. As he studied the map, Jang Sunho raised his head slightly in thought. Well, it shouldn't be a major issue. Just because they knew Jinsook's location didn't mean there was a high chance of fans swarming at the airport. While there was a bit of concern about being near the station, Jang Sunho wasn't overly worried since Hajun was accompanying him. Yes, team leader? I got a call from Hajun. Still, just to be sure, Jang Sunho dialed Hajun. Hello, Mr. Hajun. Where are you now? Everything okay? Yes? No issues. We're at a ramen shop where actor Kang Jinsook brought us. I see. Is the ramen shop crowded? No, not at all. Right now, it's just me and Mr. Jinsook in the ramen shop. It was as Jang Sunho expected. All right. I just called out of curiosity. Take care. Yes. After the lively voice of Hajun, the call ended. Jang Sunho returned his focus to the computer and various documents. Now that he knew Jinsook's situation, it was time to concentrate on work. Ring, ring. Jang Sunho's phone rang again. Checking, it was Hajun, the person he had just spoken to. Why did he call right after our previous conversation? Answering the phone, Jang Sunho heard the urgent voice of Hajun. Yes, Mr. Hajun. Team leader, I'm sorry. We left the ramen shop, but we got caught. Caught? By whom? Fans of actor Kang Jinsook. At first, 1 or 2 people were taking pictures with the actor, but suddenly the ramen shop was packed. After a moment of hesitation, Hajun asked, what should we do? The ramen shop, Rockle. More customers had gathered in this shop near Sapporo station in the past few months than in all the previous months combined. Who is this young friend that has attracted so many people? The elderly owner, whose hair had turned white with the passage of time, looked at Jinsook with a bewildered expression. In his shop, where even regulars seldom visited now, a Korean man entered and said, miso ramen, thick, all toppings, and make the noodles very firm. Until then, the owner hadn't thought much about it. Occasionally, tourists explored the old shops in search of local flavors. But as soon as that guy came in, customers started pouring in. It's not like he's a maneki Nico or anything. At first, there weren't many. But as the numbers increased one by one, there was no room to step inside the shop. Some even stood outside, waiting in line just to get a glimpse inside. Wow, is that really Kang Jinsook? He looks even better in person. Most of the customers had come to see the actor. However, the owner didn't mind. His shop being filled with customers like this was truly a rare sight. Sir, give me the same thing as Kang Jinsook. Me too. 4 servings here. Should we try it too? It looks incredibly delicious. Moreover, each customer ordered a bowl of ramen. Now, there weren't enough bowls to serve the ramen. Wow, this is really delicious. As expected, hidden gems are hard to find. But surprisingly, it's not that far. About 20 minutes from the station. We just need to walk a bit more than we used to after work. We should bring our girlfriends here on the weekend. There were also Japanese customers expressing their thoughts like this. Hey, this place is way better than the ramen shop introduced by that YouTuber. Agreed. Why hasn't this place gained any fame? Local gems usually don't get much attention. Want another bowl? I've already ordered. Likely, words of praise from Korean tourists were also heard. The owner couldn't understand the meaning, but by looking at their expressions, he could tell they were enjoying the food. The rare compliment made the tip of the owner's nose tingle with emotion. With countless customers coming and going, tirelessly boiling noodles without a break, it had become late at night. Now, inside the shop, only the man and his companion, probably a manager, remained. I'm sorry. I thoughtlessly posted a picture on social media, and after people saw it, they crowded in. I apologize for not seeking your understanding earlier. The man scratched the back of his head and apologized to the owner. And no, not at all. I'm grateful, actually. But, glancing at Jinseok's face, the owner cautiously asked, "Who are you? From what the customers were saying earlier, you seem to be an actor." "Oh, yes. I'm Kang Jinseok. I'm shooting dramas and movies in Korea." "Ah, I see. If he's Kang Jinseok, is he Korean?" A Korean actor being this famous in Japan is surprising. A little surprised, but as the owner, it didn't matter at all. Thanks to Jinseok, numerous customers visited his shop today, and it seemed like these customers would bring in even more. After organizing his thoughts, the owner deeply bowed in gratitude to Jinseok. "Thank you so much for coming to this humble place. In truth, I was thinking of closing the shop soon, but thanks to you, I believe I can somehow keep it running." Jinseok looked puzzled at the elderly man's greeting. Then, with a proud expression as if he had achieved something, he spoke. "Please keep running your business. If I come to Japan again, I'll definitely stop by. Will you? Haha." Coming out of the ramen shop, Jinseok stretched widely. Relaxing his tense body, he turned to Ha-Jun. Seeming tired from restraining fervent fans as a manager, Ha-Jun was loosening up. "Actor, do you have any other plans after this?" "No, this is it. We can return to Korea now." "Oh, okay. So, first to the hotel what? You mean we can go back to Korea now?" "Yes. The only purpose left in Japan was to visit this ramen shop. I think I mentioned it before." "Well, you did mention it, but are you really staying in Japan just to have ramen?" "Yes." At my brief response, Ha-Jun looked at me with a bewildered expression. Then, nodding with a somewhat awkward smile, he said, "Got it. Let's go back to the hotel first, and tomorrow, I'll check the flights back to Korea." For some reason, maybe due to my mood, Ha-Jun's voice seemed powerless. It didn't seem like it was because he was tired from guiding and controlling the enthusiastic fans. Just a short while ago, his voice had strength. When I stared at Ha-Jun silently, he spoke with a charming smile. "Actually, team leader Jang Sun-ho suggested that Kang Jinseok take about a week-long trip to Japan. Lately, the actor has been working non-stop, so the team leader thought about giving him a break. And, it turned out to be a good opportunity." Oh, so, the team leader had looked into various places for the actor to visit, but I might have been a bit too quick. Haha. An awkward laugh from Ha-Jun. Though not certain, it seemed like he regretted not being able to present what he had prepared. Honestly, deep down, I wanted to visit tourist spots like Universal Studios or Tokyo Tower since I was in Japan. However, feeling sorry for Ha-Jun, who had to accompany me, I couldn't say that. But if he's telling me this much, I probably shouldn't decline. Like a dog eager for a walk, unable to contain my excitement, I said with a bright smile, "Then, I'd like to go to an onsen." Huh. When you think of Japan, onsen is a must, right? It appears a lot in movies and comics. Since team leader Jang Sun-ho suggested staying for about a week, how about staying for 10 days? Oh, and on the last day, let's come to this ramen shop again. Sure. I've already researched onsen. The efficacy varies depending on the mineral content in the water. Incheon International Airport. Today, like clockwork, numerous people are going their separate ways. Among them was Jang Sun-ho, who wore a particularly solemn expression as he came to greet Jinseok returning from Japan at novel bin at. Jang Sun-ho looked at the pictures of Jinseok posted on social media, thinking, when the actor first mentioned staying in Japan, I was a bit worried, but looking at these pictures, it seems like my concerns were unfounded. Over the past week, certification photos taken by fans who met Jinseok kept appearing on social media. Even when wearing a hat and mask, it seemed that the star's aura was unmistakable, and the fans were able to recognize him. It seems like he took pictures with anyone who asked. Considering Jinseok's personality, providing this kind of service to fans was natural, but Jang Sun-ho felt a bit uneasy. Even though he was an entertainer living off the love of fans, there were times when one should know how to refuse. Team leader Jang Sun-ho. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Looking in that direction, he saw Ha-Jun, Jinseok, who had his face covered with a hat, mask, and sunglasses, and a sign that read, "I'm a suspicious person." The sunglasses were like those worn by aliens in movies. Where did he find something like that? More importantly, why is he wearing it? Did he receive it as a gift from a fan, like a rabbit hat? Although it suited him well, Jinseok's fashion, trying to stand out in various ways compared to other celebrities, was in many ways unique. "Welcome back, team leader Jang Sun-ho." Jang Sun-ho approached Ha-Jun and Jinseok, who was wearing a hat, mask, and sunglasses, and greeted them. Before hearing Jinseok's response, he took the luggage Jinseok was carrying. At a glance, it looked like souvenirs from the duty-free shop and items bought during the trip to Japan. "Yes, thanks to Ha-Jun, I had a really enjoyable time. Ate a lot of delicious food too." "If that's the case, I'm glad. Ha-Jun, you did well." "Oh, no, I had so much fun." To the bright Ha-Jun, Jang Sun-ho said, "Ha-Jun, you might be tired. Take a break until the day after tomorrow." "Oh, no, I'm not tired at all." "When you can take a break, do take one. You'll be busy soon. Go home right away today. I'll take care of the actor now." Despite Ha-Jun's repeated attempts to decline, he eventually yielded to Jang Sun-ho's words. After Ha-Jun went home, Jang Sun-ho and Jinseok headed towards the van. "Wow, it's been a while since I've been in this van. Feels really good." But manager, it looks like you've lost some weight recently. Is something going on? I've been quite busy lately, selecting a production company and listing actors, you know. Ah, I see. Jinsook scratched the back of his head, clouding his words. I feel a bit sorry. I had so much fun. You don't need to feel sorry at all. This is my job. But speaking of which, tomorrow you have a schedule. Are you feeling okay about that? Yes, of course. But what's the schedule? A meeting with the production team of the most painful predestined relationship in the world. Oh, it's decided already? Where? After asking Jang Sun-ho, Jinsook laughed innocently, saying, actually, I don't really know much about the production company. Hehe. The staff coming in for this project might be the most luxurious team in Korea, or perhaps even in the world. It's like an all-star team. All-star? Ah, not the production company but the production team. Yes. Since I couldn't find a production company that I really liked, I gathered talented individuals from various places. People you might know as well. Jang Sun-ho said with a slight smile and a confident tone. Where on earth did such an actor come from? Park Jin-mo marveled as he watched Jinsook's acting from the corner of the alley. Whatever it may be, there's always a limit to everything. No matter how perfectly an actor immerses themselves in a role, there is a certain awkwardness inherent in their performance due to the habits they've developed throughout their life. For instance, the actor's pronunciation or actions might reveal a familiarity with their previous roles. However, in Jinsook's acting right now, there was not a hint of awkwardness. It felt as if he had extracted from the script the scenario of a perfect con artist, thrown off balance by the deviation of his plan, accidentally confessing and brought it to life. Such admiration wasn't limited to Park Jin-mo alone. Hehe. A small laugh escaped from Yeo Jae-yoon's lips. During the shoot, Yeo Jae-yoon had been strict and somewhat cantankerous, but Jinsook's acting undeniably caused the muscles in his face to loosen. During the first audition, he couldn't find the direction, and now, on the screen capturing Jinsook's face were dilated pupils expressing bewilderment, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and a lower lip uncertain of how to deal with shyness. And, in an awkward yet harmonious manner, the fingertips directed towards a flustered Lee Hye-min were captured, completing the ensemble. Surely, there's something different about actor Kang Jinsook's performance. It's something that can't be explained simply by excellent script analysis. At that moment, Jinsook's face, which had been facing the floor, subtly turned towards the camera. Following his gaze, the camera slowly shifted to a frontal view. It was a first-person perspective aligned with his eye level. As scripted, the face of Lee Hye-min, blushing and displaying signs of embarrassment, entered the frame. However, for some reason, there was a feeling slightly different from those emotions. Is this a sense of being moved? More precisely, it was an expression that seemed to be inspired by something rather than just being moved. My intention was a bit different. Since there was no intention to cut slack just because she was his daughter, if the acting had been subpar, Yeo Jae-yoon would have called for retakes without hesitation. However, the current feeling wasn't bad, so he decided to let it pass. Just insisting on reshooting might have been a huge setback if Jinsook's acting wavered. Lee Hye-min wrote a note with trembling hands and showed it to Jinsook. Is it true? Really? Of course. It was an unexpected note, and Jinsook's eyes widened in surprise. That too was brief. Jinsook somehow managed to speak in a nonchalant tone, but he still trembled visibly, unable to conceal his hesitation. Well food. Food? Shall we eat? There's a delicious pig's trotters place nearby, and a pork bone soup place, also a fried chicken place. Or there's Bossum. The menus suggested by the man who had just confessed weren't exactly suitable for a date. That's why Lee Hye-min found it even more endearing. Jinsook, or rather, the man who had just confessed, was making his embarrassment even more apparent. The two of them, caught on screen, looked incredibly awkward. Lee Hye-min shyly nodded her head. The screen displayed a charming awkwardness, reminiscent of a couple attempting to take their first steps in a relationship. 1, 2, 3. Watching their interactions, Yeo Jae-yoon silently counted in his mind. Cut. Yeo Jae-yoon tossed aside the headset connected to the microphone and let out a hearty laugh. Wow, this is no joke. But I feel embarrassed just watching. Amazing. What's the title of this movie? Hey, when is this movie coming out? I forgot to breathe. This is real acting. Whether it was the trigger for the applause or the citizens who were watching the shoot, they all collectively marveled. Among them were, of course, students from Sokoke University. You have to do that to make a movie. But the two of them in a two-shot, they really match well. Like beginners admiring a veteran, the students were impressed by Jinsook's acting. Of course, Seo Yinsu felt the same way. As the citizens and students marveled, the staff members moved the lights for the next shoot and Jinsook and Lee Hye-min walked out of the alley, chatting with each other. Seeing this, most of the citizens took pictures, and Jinsook, with a stylish smile, shook hands with people. Wow, as expected of Jinsook. That was great. It was worth coming to see the acting. Is this a drama? Oh, was it a movie? At that moment, breaking through everyone's voices, the loud voices of the workers from Songsa warehouse echoed. They seemed relaxed and carefree. The considerably robust voices drew the attention of both the citizens and the staff members. Of course, Jinsook's gaze naturally turned in their direction. Oh, gentlemen, how did you end up here? Jinsook greeted them warmly as he approached. However, their bright smiles suddenly turned blank. Us? We just... why did we come here? Did we come to eat something? Park Shunsum, the team leader, and Mr. Kim, who were at the forefront, gave vague answers. We brought them here. Since there's filming nearby, I thought you all might want to see it. Then, unexpectedly, Jang Sunho, who was standing by Jinseok, took over from Park Shunsum. In response, Park Shunsum and the other employees awkwardly laughed, saying, "Oh, right. We just came to see it. It's nearby. Haha. Examining them curiously, Jinseok spoke as if sensing something odd. Is that so? But everyone seems relieved, like after finishing work on Chuseok or New Year. At novel bin at. Did something happen for you all to come here? Jinseok asked without much thought, but the moment he spoke, the men and Jang Sunho hesitated. Then, Park Shunsum clenched his fist and spoke with a solemn voice. Nothing at all happened. It seemed a bit strange, but since they were insisting like this, Jinseok couldn't press further and just shrugged, nodding his head. Oh, actress Lee Hyemin. These gentlemen are? Then, he noticed Lee Hyemin standing behind him, observing him and the men with a curious expression. They're like my father. Jinseok didn't want to simply define them as co-workers. So, he expressed them as family, using the term father. Whether they were surprised or moved by his words, the Songsa warehouse workers seemed to be touched, their noses twitching. Lee Hyemin politely greeted the Songsa warehouse workers. Whether it was because of Jinseok's reference to them as like his father or perhaps due to their intimidating stature, they were being quite cautious. Are they intimidated? Lee Hyemin wasn't usually the most outgoing, but at this moment, she seemed particularly tense, almost frozen. It was understandable, given the somewhat intimidating appearance of the men. I wonder if a cheerful greeting would help. To ease Lee Hyemin's tension, Jinseok introduced her to the men. This is Lee Hyemin, the actress who plays the female lead in this project. You saw her a little while ago, right? She's really good at acting. The female lead. Yes. Oh, I see. At the mention of the female lead, the men exchanged knowing glances. Jinseok is filming a romantic comedy this time, right? Not exactly a romantic comedy, but well, that's close enough. I see. So, are they going to hold hands and act all lovey-dovey? Probably. These days, that's a trend. That's the trend of trends. But what is the trend, exactly? Normally, those who would scold each other without hesitation were strangely in sync during moments like these. It was a conversation very familiar to Jinseok. In response, he raised his head with a somewhat embarrassed smile, as if saying he couldn't help it. However, for Lee Hyemin, the somewhat heated conversation seemed a bit unfamiliar, and her face flushed. The men found her reaction cute and burst into laughter. You said Hyemin, right? Nice to meet you, Hyemin. At that moment, Kwok Dupal, the team leader, nodded slightly and greeted her. Startled by his unexpected greeting, Lee Hyemin quickly blinked her large eyes. Then, with her long hair falling to her waist, she gracefully bowed to Kwok Dupal. At Pizza King, they want to use Kang Jinseok as their exclusive model. In the conference room of the advertising agency Dolphin Excursion. Like a calm pond disturbed by a thrown stone, the tranquil atmosphere was disrupted by the team leader's casual remark. If it's Pizza King KL Entertainment's Kwon Sok-hoon, right? KL Entertainment must be aware that the contract is likely to be extended. Besides, Pizza King should know that KL Entertainment doesn't like Kang Jinseok. Why would they want to use him? It's going to be noisy again. Actor Kwon Sok-hoon didn't react badly either. Why would they want to change? In response to the team members' questions and reactions, the team leader placed documents on the table and spoke. The person in charge said they want to change Pizza King's image, and Kang Jinseok is quite popular these days, right? His recent work with director Yeo Jae-yoon? Even though the movie won't be released for a while, there are photos popping up on social media and news portals. You know, right? That's true. And if the movie becomes a hit after it's released, his appearance fee will go up. They might be trying to secure him in advance. What if the movie flops? Still, even if it's a contract with a rookie guarantee, it wouldn't be bad. Besides, Kwon Sok-hoon doesn't really have much activity going on, right? As the team leader explained in a weary voice, the team members nodded in agreement. Looking at his team members, the team leader added one more thing. And this upcoming project is expected to hit at least a mid-range. I have a friend in the film industry, and it seems like other directors are all trying to delay the release dates for their films. Why? They think they'll lose all the audience if they release around the same time. I don't know the details, but it seems like rumors are already spreading over there. This next project is no joke. Surprised by the team leader's words, the team members nodded, saying, if it's the combination of director Yeo Jae-yoon and Kang Jinseok, it's sure to be at least a mid-range hit. Sipping on his lukewarm coffee, the team leader continued. But there's a problem. The advertiser wants to grab Kang Jinseok specifically for the model, so we have to adjust to that. But suddenly rejecting Kwon Sok-hoon seems like KL Entertainment would catch on. Oh, that's true. That director really has a dirty personality. That's right. Also, besides our Pizza King project, there are a few more ad shoots lined up with KL Entertainment actors. We need to extend contracts for some of them. If our relationship sours because of this, it's really going to be a headache. Do you understand what I mean? The team members nodded in understanding. Although the advertising agency and the entertainment planning agency weren't in a direct hierarchical relationship, they often collided with each other, so maintaining a good relationship was preferable. After a moment of silence, one of the employees asked the team leader, But, team leader, isn't KL Entertainment a bunch of money-crazed people? They won't care much, right? They'll do anything that makes money. Well, that's true, but when you actually go to the shooting site, they can be quite picky. This one has too much exposure, so it's a no-go. This one doesn't match the image, so it's a no-go. This one doesn't align with the planning and feels different, so it's a no-go. They'll go on about that kind of stuff. The team member nodded, seeming to understand. It was a challenging situation where the desired actor for the advertiser could potentially have a negative impact on another advertisement. The conference room fell silent in the face of the difficult circumstances. Now, let's tell KL Entertainment that Kwon Sok-hoon is done as a model, and we need to successfully wrap up this project. In that atmosphere, the team leader threw another question into the mix. Anyone confident? How extraordinary must the production team be for him to speak so highly of them? Jang Sun-ho, always careful with his words, found his newfound confidence in speech somewhat unfamiliar. He glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, just as he was about to inquire who those production team members were. But, actor, Jang Sun-ho spoke first. You seem to have bought a lot. What did you get? Oh, this. I pointed to the various shopping bags piled next to me. I bought some gifts while I was in Japan. I bought some for the manager too. After a quick explanation, he rummaged through the bags. Here it is. Did you buy mine as well? Of course. Jang Sun-ho alternately looked at the traffic lights and the shopping bags as if anticipating gifts. As soon as the signal changed, he stopped the car. I was unsure of what you might need, so I asked manager Go Soyoung. She suggested that a watch might be a good choice. As he handed over the gift, he alternated his gaze between the shopping bag and my face with a complex expression. When his normally stern face became even more rigid, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Oh, but I personally chose the model. I thought this would suit you better. Haha, I don't really know about watches, so I got help from manager Ha-jun, who knows more about them. Jang Sun-ho opened the elegantly packaged watch case. What if he doesn't like it? Even though I had been extremely careful in selecting the gift, I couldn't shake off the worry. Thank you. It feels like I received a gift that's too much, but I'll use it well. Gently looking at the watch, Jang Sun-ho put it back into the shopping bag as if handling a delicate heirloom. After a while, he discovered another box inside and asked, "Did you buy too?" "Oh, that's a gift for manager Go Soyoung." Other team members bought things they thought of, but since I didn't know what to get for manager Go Soyoung, I bought a watch. It has a similar design to the one the manager has. A design similar to mine. Yes, it's the trendiest one in the store these days. I see. Got it. There seemed to be a lot on his mind, but before he could say anything, the traffic light changed, and Jang Sun-ho focused on driving again. Oh, by the way, Manager Nim. Can you tell me who the production team for this project is that you mentioned earlier? We've gathered the best in each field. At OS Entertainment, in the conference room, Director Katahiro, sitting at the head of the table, looked at the other people assembled in the room and swallowed dry saliva. These staff members are too much. Am I really fit to represent them? Katahiro scanned the staff one by one. Director Yeo Jae-yoon, producer Ha Sarung, cinematographer Eom Hyeryong, and the leader of the translation team, Takafumi. Not to mention other experts who were equally impressive. At first, he didn't know who the Korean production staff were, but after hearing about the work they had created, Katahiro couldn't hide his surprise. Each of them had the experience to take on the role of a director or an equivalent position in any production. In a way, they could be considered more remarkable than himself. I was curious about the people Jang Sun-ho team leader gathered as the best members, and they're really something. Although he thought so, Katahiro didn't show this externally. That's because he was the director of this project, and a director like Katahiro wouldn't let the staff outshine him. The only concern is whether this ship with many sailors will sail smoothly. Well, with sailors like these, I'm sure it'll be fine. Meanwhile, Katahiro wasn't the only one astonished by the team members. Eom Hyeryong, sipping her favorite drink, observed the people in the conference room with a sidelong glance. They were recruiting staff for Kang Jin-sok's film, and I asked the director for a favor to get in. I never thought it would be a place like this. Eom Hyeryong, being affiliated with BDD Broadcasting, wasn't originally supposed to be here. However, due to the past debts BDD drama division owed to OS Entertainment, and Eom Hyeryong's strong stance, if you don't let me go, I'll just resign. There are plenty of places willing to take me. Director Na Jinho had no choice but to assign Eom Hyeryong to the most painful predestined relationship in the world team. It wasn't a big deal for the broadcasting station to run without Eom Hyeryong. Instead, BDD Broadcasting had received something from OS Entertainment, but Eom Hyeryong wasn't aware of it. Eom Hyeryong clenched her fist in thought. I came here in a hurry because I wanted to work with Kang Jin-sok again, but anyway, it was a good decision. With people like this, the outcome will surely be the best. However, due to her colleagues being exceptionally talented, there were concerns. She worried that she might be overshadowed, or worse, not able to handle the camera. While acknowledging their skills, Eom Hyeryong, with her pride and confidence in her abilities, had her reservations. At that moment, is it good? In this place where everyone was sizing up each other's skills and momentum, the only man who seemed indifferent to everything, Takafumi, spoke to Eom Hyeryong. Yes, I like it. It's a drink that can be divisive in terms of taste, though. I see. I've been in Korea for a long time, but it's the first time I've seen this drink. Is it available at the nearby convenience store? It's in the conference room fridge. Team leader Jang Sun-ho researched the drinks the staff likes and stocked them there. Hehe. That person doesn't seem like an ordinary person to go to the trouble of preparing like this. Come to think of it, when we met, he asked about my favorite drink. I think I said beer at the time. After leaving a meaningless comment, Takafumi walked toward the fridge with a light step. Meanwhile, he exchanged a few words with others. Hey, there's a drink over there, but no one's having it. Or oh, hello. Nice to meet you. It's my first time seeing you. Even Yeo Jae-yoon, who emitted an atmosphere of being the oldest and had a difficult-to-approach aura, Takafumi showed no hesitation. To this, Yeo Jae-yoon initially had a perplexed and awkward expression, but not long after, he naturally engaged in conversation with him. He's quite the talkative person. However, that didn't seem to be a bad thing. Though they had only known each other for a short time, it felt strangely friendly. Perhaps because of this, the subtle tension in the meeting room gradually eased. At that moment, a knock echoed in the room. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere, the sound of a knock spread through the room, and everyone waited for the door to open with a mixture of anticipation and concern, wondering, who could it be this time? You've arrived first. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-seok. Jang Sun-ho entered first, followed by Jin-seok. As Jin-seok entered the meeting room, he widened his eyes like a surprised rabbit. Wow, it's really a dream team. Jin-seok, who wasn't informed about the production team until just before entering the meeting room, was quite surprised. After gathering his thoughts, he awkwardly greeted each staff member. Once Jin-seok finished his greetings, Jang Sun-ho stood at the podium and spoke, since everyone is busy, I'll skip my introduction. Now, let me introduce the director of this project. At novel bin at. Jang Sun-ho pointed to Katahiro Takeshi, who was sitting at the head of the table. The director of the OS Entertainment original production, the most painful predestined relationship in the world, Katahiro Takeshi. Nice to meet you. I'm Katahiro. Katahiro greeted with a slight bow, looking at people's eyes. Contrary to his concerns, no one doubted Katahiro's skills. It seems like I worried for nothing. Thinking about it, it was natural. Professionals among professionals had no reason to doubt the director. Such doubts were more likely to arise from those with ambiguous skills and only soaring self-esteem. After confirming the staff's sentiments, Katahiro spoke with strength in his voice. Originally, this project was supposed to be a Japanese production. However, due to various issues, it was rejected. Fortunately, I met team leader Jang Sun-ho and was able to work on this project with such talented individuals. I want to raise awareness in the Japanese film industry through this work. I also want to prove my skills. So, for the next few months, it might be a tough schedule, but I hope you all give your best. In the KL Entertainment Representative Office, where an oppressive atmosphere always prevailed, Representative Lee Young-kyung said, until when do I have to endure seeing this? The managers standing in front of Lee Young-kyung swallowed their saliva quietly at his words. He even held a fan meeting at a ramen shop in Japan and still had the leisure to enjoy a trip there. As Kang Jin-seok gained attention, the name of KL Entertainment, which he and KL Entertainment had built, was falling to the ground. Lee Young-kyung didn't want a single minnow to muddy the water. I must have gathered you guys several times and said it. That son of bitch, Kang Jin-seok, get rid of him without me noticing. Is it so difficult? No, even if it is, you have to manage it. It's not OS Entertainment, it's just handling one actor, isn't it? The managers nodded heavily. Lee Young-kyung's gaze, which had been staring at each of them as if to kill, stopped in front of the second manager. Second manager, do you know a Japanese actress named Inu? The second manager answered seriously without his usual cheerful expression and exaggerated gestures. Yes, I know. As far as I know, she auditioned in the second division. Is that correct? Yes. But how did she end up taken by OS Entertainment? The second manager trembled her hands discreetly enough not to be noticed by others. Inside, she only had questions like, how does Lee Young-kyung even know such an unknown actress? But now wasn't the time to resolve her questions. She had to somehow divert the uncomfortable gaze of the CEO away from her. It wasn't taken. We let her go. Let her go? Second manager. Did you lose your mind? You made an uncharacteristic mistake. You, another incompetent parasite. Before Lee Young-kyung's words could become sharper again, she interjected as if rebelling against his criticism. CEO? So, I have something I'm preparing for this. Preparing? Yes. Hiding her trembling hands, the second manager spoke as confidently as possible. The higher you climb, the more painful the fall, right? When that guy is flying highest, at that moment, I will break his wings. Until now, other directors have said the same thing in front of me. They all claimed they would definitely bring Kang Jin-seok down. But the results were terrible. They all just made loud promises, but in reality, they just gave that guy wings on his back. The CEO spoke sarcastically and then glanced at Director 2. Can I trust you this time? Do you have a real, solid plan? If not, just forget it. I'll ask Director 1 to take care of it. Director 1 won't disappoint my expectations. In response to the CEO subtly mentioning himself, Director 1 nodded. However, he didn't explicitly volunteer for the task. CEO, even though Director 2 seems confident in what she's saying, it seems like she has something in mind. How about giving it a try? Instead, Director 1, alternating between glances at Director 2 and the CEO, expressed his position. Director 2, surprised by the unexpected praise from Director 1, looked at him with bewildered eyes. Did that guy suddenly take my side? Director 1 was always a figure pressuring directors as the CEO's representative. He wasn't the type to make warm remarks like that. It was unclear what his motive was, but in the current situation, it wasn't a bad thing. Director 2 maintained a composed expression, not relaxing her tension. After Director 1 spoke, the CEO stared at Director 2 for a while. Then, as if understanding, he nodded and said, Director 1, if you say so, I'll give it another shot, pretending I'm being deceived. Director 2, yes, I'll give you the opportunity, so do it right. If you need anything, ask Director 1. Don't mess it up like those fools without a purpose. The CEO extended his hand as if to signal that he had nothing more to say. It was a clear dismissal. Sigh. Exiting the CEO's office, without anyone saying anything, a collective sigh escaped. Taking it as a cue, the directors headed for the elevator to carry out their respective duties. Wait a moment. At that moment, Director 2 called the other directors. In contrast to her usual light tone and gestures that seemed to alleviate psychological pressure, she now spoke with a firm tone, unlike the CEO's office. I have something to discuss. I know you're all busy, but let's talk. What is it? It's about the plan I mentioned to the CEO earlier. I need your help. At the mention of help, the directors exchanged glances, sensing the unspoken tension. Honestly, except for Director 1, the other directors, more competitors than colleagues, were not inclined to help others. Knowing this, Director 2, in the same tone used in the CEO's office, began to coax and persuade the directors. I know what you all must be thinking, but isn't now the time for us to join forces? At least until the CEO's anger subsides, if nothing else. Secretly hoping for Director 2's downfall, the other directors remained uncooperative. Their reluctance was evident. I'm offering you a chance right now. Honestly, I could succeed on my own somehow, but if I do that, it's going to put you all in a difficult spot, isn't it? Don't you think so? The directors exchanged signals with their eyes. It was a calculation of whether assisting Director 2 would be advantageous or not. But the answer is already clear. Director 1 observed the directors, forming a peculiar standoff. Even if we fail, the risk to be shouldered will decrease if we all face it together. At the end of that deliberation, the first to shake hands with Director 2 was Director 6. Director 6 smiled subtly and said, let's do this together. But, can you spare us the boredom of hearing you brag when it goes well later? Don't worry about that. I consider myself an honest person, in my own way. All right then. But it's amusing to hear Director 2 call herself honest. As Director 6 joined Director 2, the remaining directors, one by one, expressed their willingness to participate, throwing in a word or two. The only one detached from the situation, silently observing, was Director 1. If Director 1 lends a hand, it would certainly be more secure. Director 2 glanced at Director 1 discreetly but didn't directly ask for help. This was because Director 1's working style and the atmosphere he exuded were strikingly similar to that of the CEO. Perhaps that's why Director 2 had felt uneasy around Director 1 for a long time, not to mention that Director 1 was the representative of the CEO. That person somehow makes me uncomfortable. Let's not approach until he takes the initiative. While Director 2 was having such thoughts, Director 1 spoke up. I'll help too. What? Other directors are stepping forward, and I can't just sit here doing nothing alone. Director 1 walked toward the group of directors and continued, I can't let others do all the work when I can contribute. 1. Director 1 is helping too. Yes. Is there a problem? At novel bin at. No, it's not that. Although it was a relief that Director 1 was willing to help, the burden felt overwhelming when he actually offered assistance. But Director 2 couldn't show that. Making him an ally rather than an enemy was more advantageous than turning him into an opponent. Thank you. I feel more confident with Director 1 by our side. Director 2 composed herself and smiled. Well then, can we hear what plan you've come up with? Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. The most painful predestined relationship in the world audition room. When Yeo Jae-yoon spoke with a dry voice to the audition participant, the participant awkwardly greeted, yes. Thank you for watching. Yes. In response to Yeo Jae-yoon's consistently cold words, the participant made an embarrassed expression, thinking, I must have failed. While doing so, the participant glanced at the reactions of the other judges, and the members of the judging panel. Everyone's expression was heavy. Despite expecting the auditions to be challenging with the high-profile actors, it was even more difficult than anticipated. I've been Arimura Suzu. Thank you so much for watching my performance. Even with the hope of another opportunity lingering, Arimura Suzu appealed her name with a bright voice before leaving the audition room. As she left, Ha Sarung shrugged her shoulders and said, too bad. The mask is fine, and the acting isn't bad either, but there's nothing outstanding. I felt the same way. It can't be helped. Listening to their brief conversation while hearing the evaluations, Katahiro, who was sitting in the center, sighed almost inaudibly. Even after seeing that level of acting very composed. Throughout the audition, Katahiro had been quite impressed by the skills of the audition participants. Whether Japanese or Korean actors, they all demonstrated exceptional acting abilities. As a director, he felt pleased, but at the same time, something felt uneasy. The actors from Korea seem to have, on average, better skills than the actors currently in Japan. Most of them seem to have given up acting in Japan and come to Korea. It's a shame. If such talented actors worked on Japanese films, the industry would thrive. While Katahiro was contemplating the future of the Japanese film industry, them.Every, who was sitting on the left, looked at the profiles and asked, "The next applicant is Inu, right? The one you recommended, director?" "Yes. I happened to come across this actress, and her image, appearance, and personality seemed similar to what I had in mind. Still, if any of you feel she is lacking, please let me know." Considering that his recommendation might bias the judgment, Katahiro preemptively stated his position. Although he had the final decision as the director, Katahiro wanted to hear the opinions of many people. However, the judging panel, seemingly oblivious to the director's intentions, all nodded immediately. At that moment, a staff member's voice was heard from outside the door. "We'll send in the applicant Inu." "Yes, come in." Representing everyone, Hasarang, who was closest to the entrance, spoke, and the door opened, revealing Inu. "Oh, hello. I'm Inu Masaki." Trying to greet cheerfully, Inu's voice trembled. It was because she got nervous after witnessing an actor leaving the audition room in tears just a while ago. Even with the recommendation from director Katahiro, getting an audition opportunity, but perhaps it's impossible for someone like me. While Inu was worried about such things, the judging panel began to understand why director Katahiro recommended this actress. That's exactly the feeling from the script. Them.Every touched her chin, quickly scanning Inu from head to toe. Ordinary, someone you could see anywhere. To speak unfavorably, a face too common to become an actress. The appearance of a young office worker or college student you might see on the subway to work. Charming. Inu had her own unique charm. It was a feeling completely opposite to the female protagonist of absolute unlicensed counseling, Yeo Hyemin. While Yeo Hyemin was like a dazzling flower that caught your attention at a glance, Inu owned a charm that wouldn't lose its luster no matter where you placed her. I bet she'd look good standing next to anyone. That's not easy. While Them.Every and others were organizing their first impressions of Inu, Katahiro spoke. "Alright, let's start with the free acting you prepared." Jang Sun-ho looked at the watch. Kang Jin-sok, the auditions must be coming to an end. While the audition for the most painful predestined relationship in the world was in full swing, Jang Sun-ho was at Incheon International Airport, not the audition room. Unless it was something significant, Jang Sun-ho wouldn't be accompanying Kang Jin-sok everywhere. The reason he was at the airport was for the staff. Toho, I didn't have any grudges, but he made things difficult. I should visit him later. When preparing for the most painful predestined relationship in the world for the first time, Jang Sun-ho tried to handle everything related to the film in Japan. The director, actors, staff, and even equipment. His initial plan was to manage everything in Japan. However, due to the interference from Toho Corporation, it became challenging to find actors or staff in Japan. Eventually, Jang Sun-ho had to recruit personnel from Korea. Of course, recruiting personnel wasn't a difficult task for Jang Sun-ho, but he couldn't help but feel various discomforts due to his plans going awry. It has become a bit troublesome, but oddly enough, it feels like my energy is rising. I want to show those guys that I can handle it well. As Jang Sun-ho gathered his thoughts with such feelings, a message arrived. Buzzing sound. KL Entertainment, Director 1. Team Leader Jang, if you're not busy now, we need to have a call. It's regarding actor Kang Jin-sok. The urgency in Director 1's message was palpable. TN, guys, the KL Entertainment directors/managers from 1 to 6, I don't know if I should use directors or managers. I hope you guys are not confused. From now on I'll be using directors. Thank you. Regarding actor Kang Jin-sok. It was a somewhat vague expression. Whenever Director 1 contacted him until now, he always clearly stated what the matter was. Jang Sun-ho, after some contemplation, decided to call Director 1. Before the signal could pass a few times, Director 1's voice came from the mobile phone. Director 1. Yes. This is Jang Sun-ho. I saw the message. What's going on? After a short contemplative sound from Director 1, he spoke. Is there any incident related to school violence with actor Kang Jin-sok during high school? School violence? Yes. Jang Sun-ho made a bewildered expression. What nonsense is this? Are you talking about something he did or something done to him? Of course, I'm talking about actor Kang Jin-sok hitting someone. If he did hit someone, it wouldn't be a big issue for actor Kang Jin-sok, would it? As far as I know, the actor has never hit anyone. If such an incident had occurred, it would have already been widely known in today's world. Besides, actor Kang Jin-sok didn't spend much time in high school. He dropped out and took the GED. Are you sure about that? Director 1 spoke as if he knew something. Jang Sun-ho cautiously inquired in response to the insinuating tone. Do you have any information you'd like to share? Yes, second director got information from somewhere. They claim that Kang Jin-sok, during his high school days, broke another student's nose. Oh, we have witnesses and evidence. That's why the second director is trying to gather other directors for some action. At the mention of evidence and witnesses, Jang Sun-ho furrowed his brow. Is there something I don't know? For a moment, that thought crossed his mind, but Jang Sun-ho quickly raised his head. When Jin-sok was first assigned to him, Jang Sun-ho checked everything about him. It was more for the prevention of potential issues with the entertainer he was going to handle rather than background investigation. But he couldn't find anything. Jin-seok had lived his life as innocently and diligently as a fool. From my point of view, I don't think actor Kang Jin-seok would hit someone. Although violence cannot be justified, Jang Sun-ho thought that if Jin-seok had hit someone who deserved it, it would have been a proportional response. After concluding his thoughts, Jang Sun-ho calmly addressed Director 1. Well, I don't think actor Kang Jin-seok did anything problematic during his school years. He's not that kind of person. I also think so. It could be true or not. However, in a situation with evidence and witnesses, if controversy arises, only actor Kang Jin-seok will be at a disadvantage. It was a valid point. Whether it was true or not, just the rumor of Jin-seok having caused trouble with another student during his school days would inevitably harm him. Though it was a concern, Jang Sun-ho wasn't anxious. As long as he trusted Jin-seok, he believed they could handle any situation. But what bothers me more is why Director 1 is helping Jin-seok. Jang Sun-ho had always been curious about why Director 1 was supporting Jin-seok. No matter how many times he asked, he only received ambiguous responses. Even when Jang Sun-ho investigated it himself, the same result occurred. So, I don't completely trust this person. People with many secrets can strike unexpectedly. At that moment, Director 1 spoke with a significant tone. As long as you don't know what evidence KL Entertainment has, you're bound to suffer. And if you truly believe in actor Kang Jin-seok's innocence, he must have this evidence. That's the only way to deal with it. Do you mean there is such clear evidence? Second director is considered competent by the CEO, unlike other directors. If this information leaks, we'll know there's a traitor within. I'll probably be the first one accused. Then it seems difficult for you to help this time. Even so, it was enough for Jang Sun-ho. He could handle the rest. By the way, no, that's not it. I will provide the evidence that the second director holds. Are you giving it to me? Yes. It's time for me to leave KL Entertainment. Jang Sun-ho gasped at Director 1's unexpected words. Seizing the moment of shock, Director 1 added. And one more thing. Why I am helping actor Kang Jin-seok, I will now explain properly. This way, team leader Jang Sun-ho can work with me without worries. Click, click. I'll do my best in filming. Thank you so much for coming. On the day of departure for the shooting of the most painful predestined relationship in the world, Jang Jin-seok entered the gate, facing numerous camera flashes from reporters and fans. He sighed as he heard the voices of fans cheering and encouraging him until the last moment. Phew. Although he was getting used to such receptions, it still felt unfamiliar. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he sighed, and Ha-jun, noticing that, spoke with a concerned voice. Was the interview too long? You seem tired. No, it's not that. I'm just a bit nervous, you know? I actually prefer longer interviews or events. It feels like I'm recharging with energy during those moments. Haha. Watching me speak with clenched fists, Ha-jun chuckled lightly. The reason why Ha-jun was with me on the day of departure to Japan, not Jang Sun-ho, was that Jang Sun-ho suddenly got busy. Jang Sun-ho always tried to accompany me unless it was something really important or urgent, so it seemed like quite an urgent matter. I'm not as close to Mr. Ha-jun, but still, it's more comfortable with the manager. But I couldn't cling to Jang Sun-ho when he was so busy. Besides, Ha-jun was capable and a good person. Actor, it's time to board the plane now, shall we? At novel bin at. Yes. I followed Ha-jun to the chartered flight gate. They chartered the plane today because the staff and cast who went to Japan in advance decided to move together in one go. Perhaps because I had already taken a plane to Japan before, I found my seat naturally today. Yusa. I put my bag in the overhead compartment and looked around at the staff and other actors. There was an atmosphere mixed with excitement and anticipation for overseas shooting. Among them, the person who stood out was none other than Inu Masaki, my co-star in this project. The film itself wasn't that impressive, but she did really well in the audition. She beat all the other competitors and got cast unanimously. Above all, Inu had a distinctively similar feeling to the female protagonist in the script. Perhaps the character in the script resembled Inu's personality in real life. Whether she resembled Tadano's lover or not, it was impossible to tell, but considering the work alone, she seemed like a perfect fit. While pondering various thoughts, I happened to meet Inu's eyes. Inu widened her eyes, cautiously observing me. It felt like the way I used to scrutinize senior actors when I first entered the filming scene. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, and laughter escaped from my mouth. Inu, who had no idea about the meaning behind my laughter, looked even more bewildered when I started laughing while looking at her. Before any misunderstanding could arise, I approached and greeted her. Unsure of what to say, I decided to keep it simple. I didn't want to make her feel more uncomfortable with a lengthy conversation. Inu, hello. I wanted to greet you earlier, but it's been a hectic day. I thought I'd properly say hello now. Oh, yes. Hello. Inu straightened up and greeted me with a voice that sounded both tense and firm. To an outsider, it might have seemed like I was pressuring her with authority. Haha, was I too sudden? I thought I should greet you before going into the shoot. Inu still seemed tense, or rather, a bit flustered. Is there any problem? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, it's not that. Actually, today, the people from my hometown came to the airport in a group to cheer for me. I only told my younger brother about being cast in this project, but that foolish brother seems to have spread the news throughout the whole town. Spread the news in the town? Tokyo, Haneda Airport. Reporters and fans, having heard the news of Jinsook's arrival for his next project, were waiting eagerly in front of the gate. Among them, there were individuals exuding a particularly ominous atmosphere. The vice president and employees of Toho, who had been trying to disrupt the most painful predestined relationship in the world by any means necessary. There are so many people. Even if they are reporters, there isn't even an official schedule, yet this many fans gathered. The vice president spoke with a feeble voice. Yes. It seems like it's because Kang Jinsook, the actor, had good interactions with fans during his previous trips to Japan. The vice president sighed, scanning the crowd with a disgruntled expression. Among them, a banner read, Pride of Tsurui Village, Inu Masaki. Well, it seems there's no other option now. They had mobilized every possible means, even resorting to methods that others might find petty, to ruin the project. However, their opponent easily overcame their opposition. So, what should we do now? Well, there's no other way. We'll have to apologize and beg for forgiveness. And, we need to coordinate our story with director Katahiro. Before the film's release, they had to seek forgiveness from director Katahiro, who acknowledged, originally, this project was supposed to be created with Toho, but it was discarded like a piece of trash. If not, Toho would face severe backlash from the media and the public. Sigh well. Certainly, their pride was hurt. But business wasn't conducted based on pride. The vice president took a bitter breath and, addressing the secretary, said, contact director Katahiro and express our apologies. Also, tell him I'd like to meet him in person. You want to meet him in person, vice president? Yes. If he's busy, I'll go myself and make sure to convey our apologies. The secretary was taken aback. Throughout the time serving the vice president, the secretary had never seen the vice president bowing to anyone. Moreover, to personally go and apologize to someone. It was indeed surprising. This must mean that the situation is more serious than it seems. Having come to this conclusion, the secretary nodded. Understood. Is there anything else I should prepare? Well, no, I'll handle everything else. Please make sure the journalists don't hear anything other than that I went to apologize to director Katahiro. There's nothing good for them to pick up on from the situation. Yes. The secretary nodded, understanding the instructions. At that moment, the gate for arrivals opened. The first day of filming for the most painful predestined relationship in the world. As if they had been coordinating for a long time, the staff efficiently moved around the set, creating a bustling atmosphere. Even though this was a project being filmed in Japan, most of the staff were Korean, and some were familiar faces from previous projects, making the adjustment quite smooth. I wonder if those rumors are true. Among the staff preparing for the shoot, I overheard a conversation. Vice President Toho came to the director's hotel yesterday and apologized, didn't he? I was curious to know more details, but considering it was right before the shoot and not directly related to my concerns, I chose not to ask Hajun about it. Actors have their own matters, and staff have theirs. Well, judging by the fact that there was an apology, it seems to have been resolved. Setting aside miscellaneous thoughts, I opened the script. Just like how flipping through a book before an exam brings peace of mind, reading the script before shooting helped calm my nerves. 5 minutes until the shoot. A staff member shouted. Looking at their face, I recognized them as the same staff member who called the shooting time during. Maybe it's time to start getting ready. As I stood up from the folding chair, Hajun, who had been watching me from behind, spoke. AC, actor. Yes. D, don't be nervous, just do what you always do. Even though I wasn't particularly nervous about acting, Jun seemed so tense that his words were shaky. His demeanor was like that of a rookie manager, and I couldn't help but smile unintentionally. Haha, yes. I'll do my best as usual. Yes, that's all you need to do. Fighting. With a different kind of encouragement from manager Jang Sunho, I headed towards the center of the studio. Today, we're shooting the scene of the protagonist, Yushirozaki, attending his parents' funeral. The family and relatives console Yu, who is struggling with the sudden death of his parents. Up to this point, it's a common and gentle scene that can be seen anywhere. The protagonist discovers that the people he trusted the most planned to take advantage of his parents' wealth. Soon, he finds out that the accident involving his parents was a scheme orchestrated by those culprits. Shocked by this revelation, the protagonist. As I was recalling the overall scene, something happened. 1 minute before shooting. With a louder voice than before, the staff announced. The movements of the staff became even faster at the sound. A moment later, a studio with an atmosphere believable for an actual funeral was created. Behind the camera and monitor, Katahiro looked at me with a serious gaze. Even for someone with experience, the first shoot seemed to be a nerve-wracking experience for him. On the other hand, other staff members seemed quite expectant, sparkling eyes fixed on me. In the midst of the scene, Inu, who doesn't appear in this particular scene, subtly peeked out among the staff, her eyes gleaming. Ready, action. The first cue from director Katahiro resonated. As the actors, who had been frozen, began to move in unison according to the script, the perspective changed. It was a funeral home similar to the one I saw in the studio a while ago, shockingly similar. The only difference was that people's attire was slightly more formal. In the foreground, Tadano could be seen. Looking blankly at the bright smiles of his parents in the photo, Tadano seemed frozen in shock from the sudden loss of his parents. Someone approached Tadano and asked, "Are you okay?" Tadano slowly raised his head to look at the person who spoke to him. Then, he stood up and politely greeted me. Uncle, have you arrived? I'm sorry, I should have gone out. Never mind that. First, let's greet my brother and then have a conversation. Sure. After offering chrysanthemums in front of the deceased's portrait, the uncle sat down next to Tadano. Tadano still seemed to have no focus in his eyes. I was going to come yesterday, but I got caught up. Did you manage to get some sleep? Yes. I managed to close my eyes for a moment. All right. I don't know if these words will help, but the one who's alive has to keep on living. Even if it's just thinking about your parents who went first. I'm sorry to say this, but a lawyer wanted to meet briefly. He said your father was in the middle of a project, and you're designated as the proxy. Your signature is needed. Even as he spoke, the uncle wore an embarrassed expression. Despite that, Tadano forced a smile and said, "It's okay. There are things that need to be done. Originally, I was supposed to be the proxy, but your father elevated you, so that's how it is." Yeah. Is the lawyer outside now? Yeah. He came in with me earlier, so he should be outside. He said he couldn't bring himself to work in front of my deceased brother. I understand. Please wait for a moment. Sure. Tadano weakly rose from his seat and went outside. As he did, mourners gazed at him, each uttering a few words. Suddenly losing parents like this. The boss was truly a great person. Even so, Tadano will manage to overcome this. He was a top student at Dongyang University Law School. A genius since childhood. Passed the preliminary exam for the judicial examination in his first year of enrollment. I heard he plans to take the judicial exam next year. If he passes, he'll inherit the entire estate. Today will be sad, but his life will be happy from now on. What about the person who caused the accident? Apparently, they're missing. It was a hit and run, so it's probably difficult to catch them. Words of sympathy, envy, and occasionally mixed emotions. Among them, there were even some words that should not have been spoken at a funeral, but Tadano didn't pay them any mind. He simply hoped for this moment to pass. Asterisk, where is attorney Katsuke? Asterisk. As Tadano sighed and looked around, someone at the entrance waved slightly. It was attorney Katsuke. Katsuke bowed deeply to Tadano as he approached. I should apologize for discussing business right in front of your parents' final journey. I'm sorry, young master. No, attorney. So, what kind of documents do I need to sign? This. Handing over what seemed to be a considerably thick stack of documents, Katsuke explained. It's nothing special, just dealing with overdue payments from the opposing party. Also, various contract documents regarding minor details. Adat novel bin adat. Yes. Tadano, physically and mentally exhausted, unhesitatingly brought the pen to the signature line. Asterisk wait. Overdue payments. Asterisk. Asterisk my father, who repeatedly emphasized the importance of money in any situation, could he have fallen behind on payments? Asterisk. When Tadano was young, he learned about work beside his father. Since entering university, he even went out alone for business as a part-time employee. His father imparted various wisdom about business, with the most frequent being about money. Tadano, no matter the situation, you must never delay in receiving money. Money must always be handled as promised. Understood? Yes. And remember one more thing. Relationships, whether family, friends, or any connection, can crumble in the face of money. Then, shouldn't I avoid making deals with anyone? If any relationship can crumble in the face of money, that would be the most comfortable way. But you can't live like that, can you? So, never let anyone feel bitter about money from the start. Not even a single yen. No matter how close the relationship, it fades in the face of money. So, don't make anyone unhappy with money, is that right? Yes. Never forget. Asterisk, could my father, who repeated this advice hundreds, even thousands of times, have fallen behind on payments? Asterisk. It couldn't be. In the past few years of working with his father, there had never been a single argument over money with business partners. It felt uneasy. Somewhere, he could almost hear his departed father's shout, "Wake up, you scoundrel." But, Tadano glanced subtly at Katsuke, a family-like lawyer known since childhood. They were genuinely close, and he couldn't imagine such a person doing something bad to him. As Tadano hesitated to sign with the pen in hand, Katsuke cautiously asked, "Is there a problem? The contract has been double-checked by me several times, so there should be no problem. I understand you are going through a difficult time, and I don't want to bother you further." A friendly and concerned voice, a voice that raised no suspicion. But, asterisk, wouldn't it be okay to check just once? Asterisk. If there was any doubt, even the slightest, it had to be checked. Tadano began reading the first page of the contract. Despite the overwhelming grief from losing his mother and father, he was so tired and exhausted that he could barely drink water. Still, this seemed like something he had to do. "Young master, you don't need to check it so thoroughly." With a slightly trembling voice and a graceful smile, Katsuke spoke to Tadano. Tadano, without responding, silently continued to read through the contract. After a while of scrutinizing the contract, phew, he let out a sigh of relief. Asterisk, seems like there's no issue. Maybe I misunderstood things needlessly. Asterisk. But then, at that moment, around the last page of the contract, Tadano's hand stopped. After carefully reading each character of the same clause, he couldn't look at Katsuke, and with a trembling voice, he spoke. "Attorney, has my father ever caused any dissatisfaction with you and my uncle involving money?" It was a momentary reaction of less than a second, but Tadano could tell he had hit Katsuke right on the mark. A brief silence flowed between them. Tadano spoke with a heavy voice. This contract, the last clause. It seems like a provision cleverly giving all of my father's assets to you and my uncle. Why would you include such a clause? Why would you put such a provision in this contract? His voice was filled with betrayal, disbelief in the harsh reality, and anger. Tadano shifted his gaze from the contract to the lawyer. It was a look demanding an explanation. Under the weight of that intense gaze, the lawyer hesitated, then awkwardly spoke. That is, At that moment, several police officers and individuals who appeared to be detectives stormed into the funeral home. The unexpected intrusion turned the previously hushed atmosphere into chaos. Katsuke-moi, is it? The detective who entered first called out to the lawyer with a solemn voice. The lawyer, glancing at the detective, let out a bitter laugh mixed with a sigh. Well, look at that. They've come chasing already. I suppose the police have already found evidence in my case. These idiots move surprisingly fast in situations like this. Katsuke-moi, you have the right to retain an attorney. Forget it. Just go. What's the point of Miranda rights in a situation like this? The lawyer's voice and attitude, distinct from a moment ago, left Tadano bewildered. The lawyer chuckled, glancing at Tadano. Sharp senses you've got there. Managed to protect the money without signing in that short time. What is going on? Talking now will only make my mouth hurt. Let's discuss it in court, Mr. Tadano. Leaving words unknown to the lawyer, he extended his hand to the police, as if instructing them to handcuff him. The lawyer, caught without any significant resistance, surprised the detective a little, but as a matter of course, they cuffed him. As the police took the lawyer away, the detective spoke to Tadano. It seems you're a resident here. Did Mr. Tadano also happen to come? Uncle. Yes, Mr. Mizuai Tadano. Yes, he did come. He's inside at the memorial altar. But what's going on? Inside the altar. Bring him. Yes. As soon as they heard Tadano's words, several police officers rushed to the memorial altar. From inside, rough swearing and intense scuffling sounds could be heard, with someone shouting, "What the hell are you guys doing? Do you have a warrant? What is this?" As the sounds of the fight subsided, the detective handed Tadano a piece of paper. "Do you have a friend named Utariakai?" "Utariakai, yes, he's a friend I've known since elementary school." "All right. That man attempted suicide this morning." "Suicide?" "Yes. He claims to be the one responsible for the accident that took your parents' lives yesterday. The reason is written in this letter. Yuta called the police, confessed over the phone, and took his own life. The details are in the letter, so read it later when you've composed yourself." The detective looked at Tadano with infinite pity. Under that gaze, Tadano blinked his eyes blankly. The lawyer and uncle were trying to take the parents' estate, and a friend was the one who killed them. What is going on? Tadano stared at the letter from his friend with vacant eyes as if he had become a fool. In the meantime, the uncle was dragged out by the police, shouting at Tadano. But Tadano couldn't hear. Amidst the chaos, the funeral became a mess, and guests began to leave one by one. Alone, holding his friend's letter like a stone, Tadano stood still. After all the guests had left, Tadano left alone in the funeral home, unfolded the letter. It was a messy handwriting. Even considering that he wasn't good at writing, it was still challenging to read. Tadano, Nada, Yuta. 2 weeks ago, a lawyer named Katsuke and your uncle visited me out of the blue. The first thing they said was, "Do you hate yourself?" I immediately dismissed it as nonsense. But those bastards knew me better than I knew myself. You were born rich, smart, and had everything since birth. But my parents were idiots, and I was an idiot too. I didn't know, but hearing those words, I realized I hated you too much. I envied you. And I resented you. The lawyer said he was the same. He studied for over 10 years to barely become a lawyer. But you, a genius, passed the bar exam after just 1 year. If you pass the bar exam next year, you'll become a lawyer. The lawyer envied your talent. Envied you. Resented you. Your uncle hated you too. Your father's business was originally supposed to be inherited by him. But your father took it because of the elder brother. And he was going to pass it on to you. Your uncle despised you. So he tried to take all the property. He claimed it was originally his. The lawyer and your uncle made me an offer. If I kill your father and mother, they'll take the property from you and give it to me. Then I can live like a normal person instead of a loser. I agreed. And I did it. But after doing it, I regretted it too much. I didn't want to do this to you, the only friend who treated me like a friend even on the day I was treated like an idiot by my parents. I can't undo what I did. Still, I want to apologize to you like this. Finally, I resent you. I'm sorry, but many people around you hate you, envy you. Many harbor ill feelings like mine. Be careful. Having read the letter, Tadano grasped the full story of the incident. However, his mind felt empty, unable to process any thoughts. The scent of incense spread in the hollow funeral home. Thunk. His vision returned. I knew he was good at acting, but is that really an emotion a young friend like him can express? A gulp. Watching Jinzoke within the camera and lights, Kadahiro had this thought first. Even though he had felt it when watching movies or dramas, witnessing Jinzoke's acting in person conveyed a true experience of his skills. And unequivocally, experience cannot be gained through talent and effort alone. It is only achievable through time and exposure. But if he keeps acting as if every day is his last from the first scene, he might eventually tire. If a drama is a marathon, a movie is a half marathon. The running time may be shorter, but it requires even more effort. Some may argue which is more challenging, but both are undeniably difficult. Actor Kang Jin-seok has been in several works, so he probably knows how to manage his condition. At that moment, Katahiro was admiring and worrying simultaneously. Jin-seok unfolded his friend's letter. Rather than muttering with uncontrolled anger, he subtly shook his hands, as if deeply shocked. So, silence flowed through the studio. Deciding that the scene had roughly concluded, Katahiro quietly said, "Okay, let's move on." After the first shoot, without much rest, they moved to the next filming location. Since the first scene didn't take much time to shoot, it was a natural procedure, but is it because it's been a while since I was possessed by someone, or maybe because it's such a serious experience? I'm quite tired. He sighed briefly, rubbing his forehead. At that moment, the driver, Ha-jun, who was driving in front, asked with a concerned voice. "Who? Actor Nim, are you feeling okay? Did you perhaps have trouble sleeping last night?" "Oh, no. I slept well. I just feel a bit oddly tired." "Don't worry, it won't affect my acting." To reassure him, he deliberately smiled brightly. "If that's the case, I'm relieved. However, if there's anything uncomfortable or if you feel unwell, please let me know. Your well-being is a priority over the shooting schedule." "Haha, sure." It was a conversation without much significance, but still, talking to someone made him feel a bit more relaxed. After taking a deep breath or two, he glanced through the script for the next scene. Betrayed by family, friends, and loved ones, the protagonist, Shirosaki, begins to feel disillusioned with his life. He starts sorting through the traces of his life one by one, with the first being dropping out of university. Shirosaki meets with the dean to discuss his decision to drop out. As per the script, the next scene is where the protagonist, having decided to drop out, meets with the dean for a final consultation. Although it was a dialogue-heavy and straightforward scene, it wasn't without significance. In this work, the protagonist encounters the catalyst that leads him to meet his first love. As he was going through the script for a while, the van stopped, and Ha-jun spoke. "Actor Nim, we've arrived." They had arrived at the second filming location, Tokyo University. "Is this the place?" Jang Sun-ho, who was driving, parked the car, observing the quaint building in the distance. Seeing a sign nearby saying 10 million daycare, it seemed they had found the correct place. So this is where the actor comes to volunteer when he has no schedule. Quite far. I should have offered to pick him up if I had known. Jang Sun-ho parked the car closer. With bags full of snacks and gifts for the teacher and kids, they got out of the car. At that moment, as if on cue, the daycare door opened, and several teachers came out. "Oh, are you the manager of Jin-seok by any chance?" The middle-aged woman with a warm demeanor, standing at the forefront, said. "Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Sun-ho." Yes. Jin-seok told us a lot about you." "Ah, you brought so many things." "Just a little something." "It's nothing. Thank you. Come inside instead of standing there." "Ah yes." Jang Sun-ho hesitated a bit unexpectedly. It was the first time someone he met for the first time treated him so warmly since Jin-seok. Jang Sun-ho was aware that his appearance could be somewhat intimidating. Seems like a nice person. Jang Sun-ho entered the daycare slowly. Inside, there were numerous posters with Jin-seok's autograph. Some posters also featured the autographs of other actors. For some reason, there were even bromides and autographs of the red leads Park Hae-in. As Jang Sun-ho's gaze was captured by the posters, the teacher smiled and spoke at them.Every. "Everyone here is a fan of Jin-seok. Among the girls, there are many who say they will marry Jin-seok. Some are quite serious about it." "Haha, that's cute." "Well, it might not be cute for Manager Nim. There are even some who are seriously preparing to propose to Jin-seok. It seems like the actor is really well loved. It's inevitable. Even before, he was popular, but after Jin-seok's success, he really helped our facility a lot. He taught the kids and sponsored them a lot. The kids he sent to college had their tuition covered." Jin-seok's substantial financial support to the daycare was something Jang Sun-ho was aware of. However, so, the actor teaches the kids as well. "Yes. Didn't you know? Jin-seok is really good at studying. He never missed being at the top of the class, although he dropped out of high school." Oh, knowing that Jin-seok was good at studying was something Jang Sun-ho was aware of. He had read Jin-seok's student records to the point of memorizing them. However, he didn't know that Jin-seok also taught the kids. While the teacher looked at the posters with a proud gaze, she asked Jang Sun-ho, "By the way, why did you come here today?" "Oh, that I came because there's something I wanted to ask about the actor." "Me? Yes. Jang Sun-ho hesitated with his follow-up. It was a small dilemma, wondering if it was appropriate to ask such a question to a teacher who had raised Jin-seok since their first meeting. However, having come this far, he couldn't refrain from asking. "Teacher, did Kang Jin-seok, the actor, happen to be involved in fights during his school days? I mean, if there were any stories about him being involved in school violence? Do you happen to know anything?" Jang Sun-ho finally opened his mouth after some hesitation. I asked, hoping the teacher would respond with something like, "No, Jin-seok involved in fights? That's absurd." However, yes, when Jin-seok attended school, he often had conflicts with other kids. Suddenly, Jang Sun-ho felt choked up, as if his throat tightened. The teacher said that Jin-seok frequently got into fights with other students. Jang Sun-ho's expression hardened at those words. Judging by the way the teacher spoke, as if it were entirely expected, it suggested that perhaps the concern was a reality. However, at that moment, the teacher, reminiscing about the past, added with a nostalgic smile. In the past, children living in facilities were often teased a lot at school. It's not drastically different now, but anyway, that's why there were a lot of fights. Did he experience bullying during his school days, teacher? No, not at all. Jinsook was incredibly popular. Whether it was academics or sports, he excelled at everything. Teachers liked him a lot, too. He was even a class president many times. Then why did he get into fights? Unlike Jinsook, many other kids were teased a lot, just because they grew up in a facility, as I mentioned earlier. The teacher shrugged and continued speaking. He used to go after those kids and stand up for them, getting angry and fighting on their behalf. Once, he even went to the house of a kid who had teased his friend and gave a piece of his mind to the parents. Ah yes, I've met many children, but Jinsook was the first of his kind. Thanks to him, the atmosphere in the facility improved a lot, and the kids gained confidence. Did he ever get into fights trying to protect other kids? Yes. It seemed like typical fights that boys get into as they grow up. However, it probably wasn't a big issue. Jang Sun-ho let out a sigh of relief at the teacher's additional explanation, gently rubbing his forehead. Well, then, what was I even thinking? Jang Sun-ho blamed himself slightly for worrying unnecessarily. However, there was still something that bothered him. But, according to the documents Director 1 gave me, there was a mention of him being hospitalized after an altercation, not just once, but several times. Can a fight between kids lead to someone being hospitalized? As Jang Sun-ho was cautiously pondering this alone. Oh, come to think of it, Jinsook had a pretty big fight once. Surprisingly rough for him. The teacher's words added another layer of complexity to Jang Sun-ho's thoughts. Perhaps this was the concern he had feared. When you say rough, do you mean he was trying to protect the kids from the facility, as you mentioned earlier? If this were the case, it could even be spun as a heroic tale. Jang Sun-ho secretly hoped that this was the reason. No, Jinsook had a group of friends he hung out with in high school. They got into a fight with another group, and that's when it happened. The second filming location is Donggyeong University. In the lecture room, which also served as a waiting room, while reading the script, Ha-jun handed something to Jang Sun-ho. Sir, you look tired, so I bought you some coffee. Would you like to have it? Oh, yes. Thank you. As I took the coffee, Ha-jun sat down next to me and spoke. I went to buy coffee, and there were quite a few students outside. Since it's the weekend and there are no classes, they probably heard a rumor about filming today and came to see. Oh, so the rumor has spread. No matter how much you try to hide it, fans always find out somehow. Ha-jun continued to speak with a slight smile. Oh, and many people were wearing the rabbit hat you wore when you first came to Japan. You might see it outside as well. Sipping the coffee, I looked out the window. As Ha-jun mentioned, there were indeed quite a few people gathered in front of the building, and on one side, there was a group of people wearing rabbit hats. Click. Finding it somewhat cute, I took a picture. I would have to get permission from manager Jang Sun-ho later and then post it on social media. At that moment, the lecture room door opened, and a staff member entered. Actor Kang Jinsook, it's time for you to come now. The set is ready. Yes. The staff guided me to the office. In the modest room, there were bookshelves filled with what seemed like hundreds of books, along with a simple desk and chair. As I entered the office, Katahiro spoke. Oh, you're here. Setting up took a bit longer than expected, but can we start filming right away, or do you need some time for preparation? It's okay, director. I'm ready. Great. Let's get started then. With Katahiro's words, the office quickly fell silent. I handed the coffee I brought to Ha-jun and took a seat at the desk. A moment later, even the faint rustling sounds disappeared. Ready action. In the quiet office, Katahiro's subdued cue signaled the beginning. As the actor playing the headmaster slowly spoke, the scene unfolded before me. Here is a room with a somewhat similar atmosphere as before. The air was filled with the musty, old book scent of an aging library. In that room, an elderly man with white hair and Tadano sat facing each other. The old man looked at Tadano in silence before speaking. Tadano-kun. You want to drop out? Yes, headmaster. The headmaster let out a deep sigh at Tadano's dry and emotionless voice. I roughly know about the things you've been through. The news has been making a fuss about the case involving lawyer Katsuke and your uncle for a while now, so it wouldn't be strange if I didn't know. I don't have any intention of consoling you for what you've been through. I can't do anything about it, and even if I tried, it probably wouldn't reach you. Tadano remained silent, offering no response. In the face of such silence, the headmaster's expression grew heavier and more severe. He let out a long sigh and pointed to the withdrawal confirmation form lying on the desk. Usually, when a student comes to me saying they want to drop out, I tend to dissuade them. The reasons students want to withdraw are diverse, but most of the time, it's something I can help with or resolve. However, he paused. It seems your reasons are something I might find difficult to assist with. You were a student I had high expectations for. Smarter than anyone else, with a clear belief in law and justice. Yet, you had the qualities of a leader who could guide others, and you were a cheerful young person who could be friends with anyone. So, I believe you would undoubtedly become something remarkable. Honestly, I saw you as a hope that could rebuild the crumbling Japanese economy and society. At novel bin at. Because you were that kind of person, let me ask you once more. Instead of dropping out, how about taking a leave of absence, calming your mind, and then coming back? Throughout the headmaster's words, Tadano looked at him with an emotionless expression. In response to Tadano's reaction, the headmaster nodded solemnly. Well, if that's your decision, there's not much I can do. However, as the headmaster, I have a few things I need to ask students before they leave school. May I ask you some questions? Yes. Thank you. So, what do you plan to do after dropping out? I don't have any specific plans. No plans? Then, is there something you want to do or have wanted to do? That, too, I don't have. If you don't have any plans and there's nothing you want to do, the headmaster mumbled for a moment before asking in a meaningful tone. So, what you should do? What should I do are you asking about? Yes. Everyone should have one of the three: future plans, things they want to do, or things they must do. Without much hesitation, Tadano responded promptly. Neither of those. I don't have plans, things I want to do, or things I must do. Then why did you bother coming to formally withdraw from school? You didn't have to come just for that. I wanted to tidy things up. Tidying up. Yes. I wanted to erase the footprints of my life so far. It's not that I want to die. I have to live until I die. After all. Upon hearing Tadano's words, the headmaster took a deep breath. After pondering something deeply, he placed his fingers together and spoke with a heavy voice. Since you say you have nothing you must do, how about I give you an assignment? An assignment for a student withdrawing from school. Even if you're withdrawing, you were my student. If you agree to do the assignment, I'll sign this withdrawal form right away. The headmaster's words seemed odd, but for Tadano, it didn't matter much. Once he got confirmation on the withdrawal form, he wouldn't have any more business with this old man. As Tadano nodded, the headmaster spoke as if waiting for that. I hope you can forgive yourself. I'm not sure what you mean. Forgive myself. I read the reason for withdrawal you wrote on the withdrawal form. It seems like you hate yourself more than anyone else. You mentioned that your parents were murdered because of the many blessings and grace you had since birth, and that's why you find yourself in this situation now. You didn't write those exact words, but you implied something similar, didn't you? Faced with the sharp words of the headmaster, Tadano neither affirmed nor denied. He simply continued to gaze indifferently at the headmaster. The headmaster continued speaking. People can live without forming connections with others, but they can't distance themselves from their own selves, even if they want to. It's an obvious statement, isn't it? So, forgive yourself for the sake of your future life. That's the only way you can live. I don't particularly hate myself. That's your perspective. From what you've written and said, I can be sure that you truly hate yourself. After the headmaster spoke firmly, he handed Tadano a notebook. To forgive oneself, a person must first look at the past objectively. The best way to do that is by writing a diary. Start writing a diary every day. The content can be anything. If you can't think of anything, you can even write about something that happened in the past. And go on a journey to somewhere where no one knows you. There, as you make new connections, you'll realize that the world isn't filled only with bad people. The headmaster continued to speak with a lot of emotion. However, Tadano's expression remained unchanged. Regardless of what the old man in front of him said, he showed no interest or thought. He just wanted to get the signature on the withdrawal form as quickly as possible. I understand. I'll do as you suggested, headmaster. Good thinking. But for some reason, if I let you go like this, it seems like you won't write a diary or go on a journey. You might just end up holed up at home. We can't leave it like that. There's a saying that you should seize the opportunity when it arises, so I think I should send you somewhere right away. What do you mean by that? Before Tadano could say anything more, the headmaster stood up, grabbed his bag, and prepared to leave. Coincidentally, I'm done with classes today, and there's no class tomorrow, so we can go on a trip together. Oh, we'll only travel together until we reach our destination, and once we arrive, you're free to go as you please, so don't worry. A sudden trip? If we're going on a trip, we should prepare dash. A trip that's prepared isn't a real trip. A proper journey is one embarked on without proper preparation. I've got the money ready for now. When it's time to pay it back, I'll check if you've been writing your diary and completing the assignment properly. As if Tadano's opinion didn't matter much, the headmaster spoke quite decisively. However, as a third party, I could understand. The reason the headmaster was going to such lengths was because he genuinely felt sorry for and cared about Tadano. Of course, Tadano probably just wanted to go home. But if I resist, the headmaster will probably try to convince me one way or another. It might be better to just go along and come back home right away. I can figure out how to repay the borrowed money later, maybe through the mail. Having finished his thoughts, Tadano followed the headmaster outside. Taking a bus, and then a train, they arrived at their destination around sunset when the moon was rising. The place they reached was Sapporo Station. It was the Sapporo Station with the ramen shop that Tadano had asked me to watch out for him. Then let's part ways here as promised. I hope you have a great trip. As the headmaster and Tadano got off the train, the headmaster lightly tapped Tadano's shoulder and spoke. After leaving a brief farewell, the headmaster truly left Tadano alone at the station, heading somewhere else. It was a somewhat odd situation, but Tadano didn't seem to mind at all. Once the headmaster was far enough, Tadano headed towards the ticket counter. His intention was to board the next train back to Tokyo. I'm sorry. The trains to Tokyo are all sold out today. Even the standing tickets are sold out. The last train has just left. Sold out. Tadano sighed at the ticket counter employee's words and asked, then when is the next train? There aren't many trains from Sapporo to Tokyo. It should be tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. That's too late. Is there any way to go back by bus? I don't know about that either. I guess I'm stuck here for now, at least until tomorrow afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, Tadano spoke to the station attendant. Then, please arrange the fastest train back to Tokyo for tomorrow. Understood. Oh, and please be aware that the station will be closing soon, so make your way out in time. Tadano walked out of the station into the crowd. Inside the station, there weren't many people, but as he stepped outside, he found quite a crowd. As he absent-mindedly observed the people, a loud voice echoed, audible enough for others nearby to hear. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything since lunch yesterday. I should grab something to eat. Near the station, even at a late hour, there were many restaurants still open. However, most of them seemed too crowded, making it too noisy. Tadano didn't mind the taste much at the moment, he just wanted to go to a quiet restaurant. Then, Tadano's eyes caught a group of people entering an alley behind the station. Now that our stomachs are full, how about having a light drink and heading back? That sounds good. I know a decent street stall. A street stall? I'm not a fan of noisy places. The restaurant we just visited was too loud, it gave me a headache. There are not many customers in the restaurants inside the alley. Well, except for the ramen shop. That place is always busy. Then it's fine. Shall we check over there? It seemed like he knew the restaurant he wanted. Tadano kept a reasonable distance and followed the people entering the alley. In the dark alley, there were various street food stalls and shabby shops scattered around. He saw a rundown place nearby and decided to enter, not wanting to look strange by going into the same place as the others. Clang? Welcome? It's Rockle. From the outside, it looked like a shabby place with no customers, but once he stepped inside, it was bustling with so many customers that there were no available seats. Looking at the menu, it turned out to be a ramen restaurant. It seemed like this was the busy ramen place that people mentioned earlier. Of all places, I had to walk into a crowded one. Considering the rather noisy atmosphere, Tadano briefly contemplated leaving, but since he had already entered, he decided to just go with whatever was available. As Tadano was scanning the menu, a waiter approached him and asked, "Nice to meet you. What can I get for you?" "Oh, yes. Just give me the regular, please." "Sure? You mean the rakuil set? Excellent choice. And what type of ramen would you like?" "Just anything, please." "Anything? Okay, I'll bring you the miso ramen. Please wait a moment." Not long after, the food arrived. Despite the term set menu, the offerings were quite simple. Ramen, rice, a fried egg, accompanied by what seemed to be a rather strong alcoholic beverage and mozzarella. I have no idea why mozzarella is served in a ramen shop. Just as Tadano made a nonchalant gesture to start with the rice. Excuse me. The seats are all taken right now. Would it be possible for me to join you?" The waiter who had brought the meal a little while ago approached and asked. While it was naturally uncomfortable to share a table with a stranger, Tadano didn't pay much attention to it, so he nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's fine. Phew, thank you. As a gesture of service, let me bring one more plate of our house specialty, mozzarella." "That's not necessary." In response to Tadano's cool words, the waiter flashed a faint smile. It was a brief moment before they turned to someone standing near the door and spoke. "Yomi, come here." This person said it's okay to join. "Wow, really? Thank you so much." The waiter, already quite energetic, seemed to be overshadowed by the even more spirited voice of the woman. Tadano furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to quietly enjoy his meal, never expecting to end up sharing a table with someone like her. "I guess I should eat quickly and leave," Tadano thought to himself. With that thought in mind, Tadano picked up his spoon again. "Thank you for letting me join. I eat here every day before going to work." But you're someone I haven't seen before, right? It's strange. Usually, only regulars come here." As soon as she sat down, the woman extended her hand and spoke with a lively voice. It seemed she was quite talkative. Anticipating that she might continue chatting endlessly, Tadano put down his spoon and spoke coldly and firmly. "Let's eat in silence. I'm not in the mood for small talk with you," Tadano said, coldly and with determination. Tadano, thinking his somewhat impolite remark would quiet her down, was surprised when the woman bent slightly, looked up at him, and spoke in a friendly tone. "Hehe. Seems like you've had a rough day. Well, you're here at this place, after all. Oh, if I put it that way, you probably won't understand. Then, what should I say?" The woman continued with a thoughtful as if to convey that she understood. "This place attracts a lot of people who are going through tough times, like you and me. Other customers are the same. Isn't that interesting?" "Nonsense. I thought the same when I first heard it. But it's true. Only people with stories come to this place. How do you know whether I have a story or not, and why would you say such things? Hey, you can tell by looking, right? I had that exact expression too. Even that old guy next to you, chuckling away like a mountain bandit with a hairy face. Hey, Yomi? Calling me a mountain bandit with a hairy face? Isn't that too much? I'm still in my 30s. Not an old guy. Ha ha ha." Tadano had remained emotionally unchanged throughout the day. However, the audacity of the unfamiliar woman claiming to know his story irritated him. For the first time, Tadano spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. I have no idea why you keep talking to me, but just have your meal. And, seriously? People with stories come to this place. Why did you come here, then? Just by just by chance. Yes, there you go. Everyone says they came here by chance. I did too. Seems like there's something about this place. As they continued their conversation, the woman's meal also arrived. The menu was the same as what Tadano had ordered, the Rak'il set. Pouring drinks into her glass and Tadano's, she spoke. Since we've met like this, let's exchange names. I'm Yomi, Haruna Yomi. With a cheerful smile, Yomi's words marked the return of the scene. Once again, they were in the principal's office at Tokyo University. Okay, cut. Great. With Katahiro's distinctive low voice, the second shoot concluded. Once again, Katahiro couldn't wipe off the satisfied smile on his face, thanks to Jinzook's sincere performance that lived up to expectations. This project I can afford to be a bit ambitious this time. As Katahiro was deep in thought, a staff member approached and spoke. Director, we just got a call from Toho. The vice president wants to join the celebration dinner for the first day of shooting. What should we do? Toho's vice president? Why would that guy? I'm not sure. I didn't ask for the reason. I just told them I would check with you. Katahiro's expression turned slightly annoyed. Why would he come? While they had reconciled with Toho, their relationship hadn't reached the point of sharing laughs and meals. Moreover, with the actors attending tonight's dinner, he wasn't keen on bringing in outsiders without good reason. But it's kind of ambiguous to refuse when the vice president is coming. He was confident he could complete this project well even without Toho's assistance. However, acknowledging Toho's help could bring about greater success not only in distribution but in various aspects. There was no need to be overly picky about it. I'll give the vice president a call. After a brief moment of contemplation, Katahiro spoke. All right. Katahiro reached into his pocket, stepped out of the office, and called Toho's vice president. After a few beeps, the vice president's voice came through. Oh, yes. Director Katahiro. What's up? Yes, Vice President Honda. I heard you might attend our celebration dinner today. I know you're busy, so I was wondering if it's necessary. Although Katahiro tried to phrase it politely, his words carried a subtle nuance of it's better if you don't come unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, the vice president seemed unyielding. Even if I'm busy, I should attend. It's an opportunity to apologize and greet the other staff and actors. Well, you don't have to go that far. I've already spoken. That's even more reason to go. If the person involved doesn't apologize, it might lack sincerity. He's clueless. Was he always this oblivious? It doesn't seem like it. Eventually, Katahiro had no choice but to be straightforward. Vice President, to be honest, it's a bit inconvenient for you to come to the celebration dinner. I feel that way, and I'm sure other staff and actors do too. After saying this much, Katahiro expected the Vice President to step back. However, is that so? Still, I feel like I really should go. There's someone it would be good for the Katahiro director to meet. Other actors, especially actor Kang Jinzook, too. Katahiro, who had been silently expressing annoyance, quickly turned his attention, asking with interest. And who is this guest that you're so insistent on me meeting? Thank you for coming to Japan so quickly at my request, even though I'm sure you're busy, Mr. James. Vice President Honda, after ending the call with Katahiro, spoke to the man beside him. The man had slightly tousled blonde hair and blue eyes. Don't worry about it. We're good between us. The man shrugged, and the vice president nodded slightly. So, the actor is coming too? Yes. However, the director mentioned that since today's gathering is for a dinner party, he'd prefer not to delve into complex business discussions. Anyway, today is just about exchanging greetings, so it's fine. More importantly at them.Every. James trailed off, then asked Honda with a long-winded follow-up. Mr. Honda, are you sure about this? I worked really hard to include Japanese auditions for my project, and now you're giving that opportunity to another actor. Not just any actor, but a Korean one. I know relations between Japan and Korea aren't great. It's not as bad as it used to be these days. And it's a matter of conscience, I suppose. I caused a lot of trouble for that actor's project, so I feel like I should make it up in some way. Also, the Japanese actor I was considering suddenly became involved in some issues. Well, I did want to meet that actor at least once, so I thought it worked out well. I really enjoyed the way they chose. In that case, I'm glad. At James' words, the vice president smiled faintly. However, at that moment, James spoke sharply. But here's the thing. Is that actor really remarkable enough to cross the threshold of Hollywood? With a profound tone, James received Honda's words with a faint smile. I believe actor Kang Jinzook's acting is on par with other actors. Mr. James, you also acknowledged his high-level performance. He's good-looking too. I didn't say he was good-looking. My daughter, a K-pop fan, mentioned, actor Kang Jinzook seems to be the most handsome among Korean entertainers. Honda, inwardly thinking, did his daughter say that, chuckled to himself, then continued as if it were nothing. Well, anyway, if the director thinks he's good enough, he should do well in Hollywood, don't you think? James pondered for a moment in response to Honda's words. Then, clenching his fist, he spoke with a serious tone. Success in Hollywood doesn't necessarily require acting skills or looks. It's about star quality. If you say star quality, Could you specify exactly what you mean? Well, it's a bit challenging to explain, but if I were to express it, it's the ability to turn an ordinary work into an outstanding one. James took a moment to breathe after his statement. Sensing the delicate nature of the topic, Honda cautiously inquired. So, when the director sees him, does he perceive Kang Jin-seok as an actor with star quality? Well, in Asia, he's considered a tremendous star. Thanks to the way they chose, he's somewhat known in the United States and Europe too. However, it's challenging to label him as a star. Personally, I'm a fan, though. Honda's expression subtly stiffened at James's words. The fact that Jin-seok didn't fit James's criteria meant, in other words, that he wouldn't be cast. In truth, Honda didn't particularly care whether James chose to cast Jin-seok or not. However, the reason he was concerned about Jin-seok was his personal ambition. He wished for the actor he recommended to be cast in James's project. But judging from the way he's talking, there might be a candidate in mind. At that moment, as Honda entertained such thoughts inwardly. But, James spoke with a meaningful tone. No one knows when or how a star is born. Just like I once said. First shoot celebration dinner. They rented out a Korean barbecue restaurant near the accommodation. Surprisingly, we were the only ones there. Perhaps because of that, although it was a celebration dinner in Japan, it felt like the typical gatherings we had in Korea. Come on. Has everyone filled their glasses? Among the staff, Director Park, who took on the role of the drinking party leader, raised his glass energetically and shouted. Originally, the first toast should be given by the director, but since the directors have their own space, I, the drinking party leader, Director Park, will give the first toast. As expected, when we toast, it should be refreshing. At that moment, as Director Park was about to give a typical toast, Manager, you keep saying cheers. I'll tell the director, and you'll be sent back to Korea. The senior staff next to Director Park spoke in a playful tone. Although it was likely a joke, the senior staff was the type of person who could actually do it, so Director Park was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, Director Park quickly finished the toast with a forced smile. Haha, well, everyone, thank you for your hard work on the first shoot. We still have a long way to go, so don't tire yourselves out too much. Hey, stop with the unnecessary talk and just sit down. Let's just grill some meat. Yeah. The somewhat robust Mr. Park getting scolded by a senior with an even higher position seemed amusing to some of the staff. Upon hearing this, Mr. Park squinted his eyes and menacingly asked, "Hey, find this funny," causing the surrounding staff to awkwardly cough and avoid eye contact. Alright, everyone, just eat as you please. Don't use the excuse of no shoot tomorrow, so drink excessively. Keep your alcohol intake in check, in moderation, the senior officer declared loudly, scanning the group. Yes, that's right. Oh, and actors, please enjoy the meal too. The senior officer waved his hand toward the table where I was sitting, and some of the actors responded by shaking hands with him at them.Every. Wow, having a company dinner here. I really feel like I've made it, one of the actors exclaimed. This place is famous, isn't it? I heard it's hard to get a reservation. How did they manage to book the whole place? Look at the marbling on this beef. It's a true work of art, a masterpiece. And so, the dinner began. Even though we had only started shooting a day ago, we had become quite friendly with each other through script readings and various meetings, making the atmosphere comfortable and relaxed. After about an hour into the dinner, some of the actors began to stand up from their seats. Unlike the staff, it seemed like the actors didn't want to overeat and were content with eating a moderate amount. Should I leave too? Since the hotel was right in front of us, and staying here any longer might lead to endlessly indulging in the all-you-can-eat restaurant, it seemed like a good idea to leave as soon as possible. Sigh. It's a shame to leave this meat behind though. Muttering with a hint of regret, I stood up from the table. At that moment, Ha-jun, who was dining nearby with other managers, quickly rushed over and asked, "Where are you going, sir?" I was thinking of getting up. If I stay any longer, I might end up eating too much. Oh, if that's the case, I'll come with you. No, it's okay. I can go alone. You stay and enjoy, Ha-jun. The hotel isn't far dash. Just as I was saying this. Excuse me for a moment. Katahiro clapped his hands, bringing a sudden hush to the bustling restaurant. I apologize for interrupting your enjoyable time. I have someone I'd like to introduce. Allow me to introduce Vice President Honda from Toho. Katahiro gestured towards the man standing beside him. Many of you may already know, but during the early stages of production for the most painful predestined relationship in the world, there was a slight misunderstanding between Toho and us, causing some trouble. Although it has been resolved now, Vice President Honda from Toho would like to personally apologize to all of you for that incident, so he's here with us today. Hello, everyone. I'm Honda Maru from Toho. The sudden appearance of Honda caused a buzz among the staff. Toho's vice president came to apologize. The whispers and questions spread among the staff. I heard the director went through a lot because of Toho. We suffered too. Honda glanced around for a moment before lowering his head and speaking. As Director Katahiro mentioned just now, there was a bit of a misunderstanding. It was entirely our fault, and I've come here to meet you all and apologize. I hope the rest of the shoot goes smoothly without any incidents. Whether it was because the interruption during the dinner dampened the mood or simply because Honda wasn't welcome, the staff didn't show much of a reaction. In response to the staff's indifference, Katahiro spoke with a composed smile. Come on, everyone, don't be like that. It's not just Vice President Honda who came to encourage you. Do you all know? Director James 1 is here. Director James, say hello. Good evening. I'm James 1. A man from behind Katahiro stepped forward, wearing a cap with 3 stripes, a logo of a sports brand. Wait, James 1? The Hollywood director. It was a name that anyone with even a slight interest in movies, let alone actors, might have heard of. In his younger days, he was known for making horror films, but in recent years, he has been creating one successful thriller after another. The unexpected appearance of such a figure caught everyone by surprise, and my eyes widened in astonishment. And I wasn't the only one. James 1? The James 1? Why is he here? Hey, Sang-Mew. Get an autograph later. I can't speak English. Just say James please, sign. I'm Sang-Mew. That's all you need. The reactions were markedly different from when Honda appeared. Not only the staff but also the actors sparkled with interest as they looked at James. With a faint smile, James spoke, "You might think I'm just saying this, but I really love Asian films. Especially the charming and delightful feel unique to Korean works and the beautiful sensibility that Japan has in its works. And I believe that the work you're creating this time combines those 2 emotions I love. I'm grateful to all of you who are creating such a piece, and meeting you is truly an honor." At James' words, the staff exchanged subtle smiles. Of course, there was no reason to dislike the atmosphere. Being praised by a master in the US film industry was something to be proud of. Well then, please enjoy your meal. I'll always be rooting for your creative endeavors and wishing you good luck in your work. Clap, 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 clap. In response to James' words, the staff began to applaud in unison. I also joined in, applauding enthusiastically while gazing intently at James. After a while, the applause gradually subsided. However, everyone's attention still lingered on James. However, at that moment, "Oh, you were there." James glanced around and then pointed at me with a bright smile. "Actor Kang Jin-seok, could you please sign this? I'm a huge fan. If it's okay, can we sit together and have a meal? I have something to discuss." James 1 is my fan? Everyone in the restaurant turned to look at me simultaneously. 2 days later, filming resumed. Today, the staff were bustling around, and I was going through the script. However, the atmosphere feels a bit different. Whenever the staff passed by me, they glanced at me curiously. We had shared a meal together, and most of the staff had worked together on the previous film, Absolute Unlicensed Counseling, so it wasn't like I was a stranger. Yet, the way they were looking at me was probably because of. It must be because of director James 1, an actor whom a successful Hollywood director called his fan. It was only natural that the staff would find it intriguing. Trying my best not to show any sign of discomfort from the staff's curious gazes, I continued reading the script. "Actor Kang, how's your condition today?" Director Katahiro approached and said, "Oh, hello, director. I'm feeling good. That's good to hear. Today's shoot might be a bit long, and it might get tiring, but let's do our best. I trust you since you're an actor to the extent that director calls you his fan." Haha. As I responded with a bashful smile, Katahiro patted my shoulder. "I'm not trying to pressure you, but it's an important scene. You've done well so far, but today, I'll rely on you a bit more. It is an important scene indeed. Today's shoot involves the protagonist being somewhat reluctantly taken on a journey by the school headmaster. It's a scene where the protagonist meets the female lead for the first time, a part I had seen in the previous possession. As is typical in many works, the scene where the main characters first meet is crucial. It practically marks the beginning of the movie in earnest. And I'm curious too. I couldn't help but wonder how Tadano, who is extremely guarded and wary of people, ended up liking the woman he met at a ramen shop. It continued to occupy my thoughts. I'll do my best. I've been looking forward to this scene as well. Okay, cut. Let's take a break. With Katahiro's words, the previously quiet set became lively. Staff members received various instructions from the director and went about their tasks. The atmosphere on set was bright, much like the first shoot, as the filming went smoothly. However, except for one person. Watching Jin-seok walking towards the staff after the shoot. Does he not like me much? Inu's thoughts were triggered by today's acting. The scene she had just filmed with Jin-seok was the first encounter between the male and female leads at a ramen shop. The female lead approached the melancholic male lead warmly, while the male lead strongly disliked and avoided her. Given the nature of the scene, it was natural for Jin-seok to portray an aversion towards himself. Somehow, it felt more like sincerity than acting. Having been to various sets and witnessed the performances of many actors, Jin-seok's acting was different. His acting genuinely seemed like he disliked himself. Now that I think about it, he seemed to keep his distance subtly even during the dinner. At that moment when Inu was looking at Jin-seok's back with a slight concern. "Inu, I'll fix your makeup a bit." "Oh, yes." A staff member who had been in charge of Inu's makeup since the shoot approached. As Inu stood there, looking at herself with a puzzled expression, the staff member smiled and offered her a makeshift chair. "Please have a seat. Don't stand uncomfortably." "Oh, thank you. This is the first time I've been treated like this in a project, so I still haven't gotten used to it. Hehe." As Inu sat on the makeshift chair, the staff member spoke with a voice mixed with laughter. "You did a great job in your performance, so why are you making such a sad face?" "Huh? Me? Yes. You have a look on your face like a puppy that knocked over its food bowl." Inu glanced at her reflection in the mirror. It truly was the expression the staff member described. That. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but it seems like actor Kang Jin-seok doesn't really like me. Really? Why? Well, to explain, it's a bit of a long story. Inu scratched the back of her head and awkwardly explained. She mentioned how Jin-seok seemed to keep his distance during the previous dinner, and today during the acting, it felt like he genuinely disliked her. In response to Inu's rather serious explanation, the staff member shrugged, as if to say it was nothing. That's just how actor Kang Jin-seok is. Is he always like that? Actor Kang rarely talks to women during dinners. I first saw him in The Way They Chose, and even during the dinner, he kept his distance from the female actors. Except for Seo Yun-soo, if I remember correctly. Really? Yes. Even though he usually treats people warmly, he becomes very cautious during dinners. It seems like it's something the agency advised him to do. Oh, so, don't worry too much. Actor Kang Jin-seok is a really kind person. And his acting is so realistic. Well, how should I put it? The staff member changed the brush, smiling subtly. We've just started shooting. You shouldn't be so surprised already. Actor Kang Jin-seok is really good at acting, you know. After the first shoot of the day ended, there was a brief break. We'll resume shooting in 5 minutes. The staff announced. Should I go check it out now? I took a sip of water, letting it linger in my mouth before swallowing. Thanks to that, my slightly dry mouth became moist. Ha-jun, I'll be back after the shoot. Yes? Fighting? Actor. Although we had been together for quite some time, there was still a strong sense of formality in Ha-jun's cheers. With Ha-jun's encouragement, I entered the ramen shop to shoot the next scene. The other extras were already seated, and Inu, like a diligent student cramming for an exam, had her head buried in the script, quickly scanning through it. For some reason, her scene preparation reminded me of myself, and a smile formed on my face. Inu, actress, please take good care of this scene too. I was about to speak casually, but I held back. She seemed so focused on the script, and I didn't want to interrupt her flow with unnecessary conversation. Trying to be discreet, I sat across from Inu, but then, the chair hit something on the floor, and at the sound, Inu looked up. Oh, actor Kang Jin-seok is here. Haha, yes. I tried to sit quietly to avoid disturbing you while you were reading the script, but I ended up making a sound. I apologize. Sorry. Inu mumbled in response to my words. She seemed to have something to say, but in the end, she just gave an awkward smile without saying anything. I was going to tell her to speak freely if she had something on her mind, but I decided against it. It might actually make her uncomfortable. As a somewhat awkward moment passed, actor Kang Jin-seok, actress Inu, are you ready? Director Katahiro's voice broke the silence. I turned towards the director with a smile and a nod, and Katahiro, acknowledging my readiness, raised his thumb. All right. Ready. Action. With his characteristic calm demeanor, Katahiro signaled for action. And at that moment, the scene unfolded before my eyes. Since we've met like this, let's exchange names. I'm Yomi. Haruna Yomi. With a cheerful smile, Yomi pours sake into Tadano's cup. Tadano looks at Yomi with a mixture of annoyance and incredulity, his expression subtly conveying a sense of inconvenience and disbelief. What is up with this woman? Ever since his parents passed away, he had never encountered anyone who spoke to him so naturally. Anyone else would hesitate to strike up a conversation with him, given the dark and heavy atmosphere surrounding him. However, Yomi treated him as if they were old friends, addressing him with unprecedented ease. As Tadano stared at her with an expression he couldn't quite decipher, Yomi met his gaze directly and spoke. Why? Have you suddenly felt the urge to talk now? As if. Huh? Then why are you staring at me like that? I thought you were falling for me. Humph. Tadano let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in response to Yomi. He wasn't sure who this woman named Yomi was or what she was up to, but she seemed not easily dismissible. Just leaving this ramen shop might be a way out. Tadano found Yomi irritating. Although he didn't know what kind of person she was, starting from claiming she had a story to the overly cheerful expression she wore, he wanted to hurt her enough for her to leave on her own. That was how twisted Tadano's sentiments were. How can I make this woman leave? After pondering for a moment, Tadano's eyes flashed. All right. Since you suggested we talk, let's do it. Wow, really? Awesome. Yes. First, let me ask you one thing. Earlier, you mentioned that everyone coming to this ramen shop has a story. So, what's your story for coming here? Tadano asked, focusing on Yomi's response. He didn't know what kind of story she had, but whatever it was, Tadano intended to mock it, saying, to call that a story is pathetic. I've been through far worse. What about my story? Yomi asked briefly, then began to reveal her story. My story is nothing special. My dad was terminally ill, and my mom did everything she could to save him, ending up drowning in debt. Well, it's a common story for 1 or 2 people around. Oh, and then my mom was murdered. Don't ask how. My dad couldn't afford the surgery and eventually passed away. That was when I was 17. Is this supposed to be ordinary? Tadano barely maintained an indifferent expression. Internally, he was extremely bewildered. Yomi casually sipped her drink. Observing her, she seemed completely unfazed. Tadano, watching Yomi in a daze, cautiously asked. So, what happened then? Not much. Both my parents were gone, and I had to raise my 2 younger siblings. Since we couldn't all die together, relatives, didn't you get any help? Our relatives cut ties long ago. When my dad got sick, they didn't care about our house. And the relatives who came demanding repayment for the money my dad borrowed? Eventually, they took everything, including my mom's heirlooms and clothes. Family doesn't mean much when it comes to money. Family means nothing when it comes to money. Hearing that, Tadano found himself nodding slightly, unintentionally. It was something he had keenly felt recently. A small trace of sympathy appeared in Tadano's eyes, though he hadn't been feeling anything for a while. Recognizing this, Yomi spoke with a light smile. It's not over yet. Now, the real story begins. More than this. Yes. Earlier, I mentioned my dad getting sick. What more could there be? Tadano thought, but Yomi continued as if discussing someone else's story, downing the ramen broth in one go. It's not over yet. Now, the real story begins. More than this. Yes. Earlier, I mentioned my dad getting sick. What more could there be? Tadano thought, but Yomi continued as if discussing someone else's story, downing the ramen broth in one go. Kaha, this ramen broth in this place is the best. She sounded truly happy. Unable to comprehend Yomi's feelings, Tadano showed a hint of empathy. Upon realizing this, Yomi spoke with a light smile. It's not over yet. Now, the real story begins. More than this. Yes. Earlier, I mentioned my dad getting sick. What more could there be? Tadano thought, but Yomi continued as if discussing someone else's story, downing the ramen broth in one go at novel.A. Kaha, this ramen broth in this place is the best. She sounded truly happy. Unable to comprehend Yomi's feelings, Tadano showed a hint of empathy. Upon realizing this, Yomi spoke with a light smile. Anyway, that's how it is. So, I'm barely scraping by, feeding my younger siblings on my own. I work as a station attendant during the day, and at night, well, I do odd jobs. But there's no way I could support my 3 siblings with just my station attendant salary if I wanted to keep them all together. And your siblings, don't they earn any money? Earning money is tough for my siblings. One just started elementary school, and the second one is in the second year of middle school. Oh, the second one is in the baseball club. They say if he goes pro, he'll make a lot of money and take care of me. I don't know if I can hold out until then, though. Hehe. Tadano, upon hearing Yomi's words, couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Perhaps because Yomi had experienced something as severe as, if not more so than himself. So, Tadano wondered. How could someone who had gone through such hardships as Yomi make such a cheerful expression? Staring at Yomi with eyes mixed with complex emotions, Tadano carefully asked in a measured voice. Can I ask you something? Of course. Even after going through such an ordeal, how can you make such a cheerful expression? At Tadano's question, Yomi tilted her head with a playful smile. After a moment of contemplation, as if wondering why he would ask such a thing, she answered with a smile. The reason for living happily is simple. It's just better to live brightly, laughing like this. Living happily is better. Yes. It's better to live joyfully and happily than to be sad about something bad that happened. Haven't you heard that saying? Smile, and the whole world will smile with you. Cry, and you'll cry alone. That's Ella Wheeler Wilcox's poem, The First Line of Solitude. Oh, it was a poem? I didn't know. You seem quite smart on that side. I thought you wouldn't read books at all, looking the way you do. Anyway, people die eventually. So, what's important is what you do while you're alive, right? Oh, I realized that while eating ramen here. Yomi spoke with a perpetual twinkle in her eye. Witnessing Yomi in this light, Tadano couldn't say anything. While he understood Yomi's words intellectually, he couldn't grasp them emotionally. So, the two sat in silence for a while, eating, until Yomi got up from her seat. Well, I'll be going now. It's time for me to go to work. Oh, okay. With a blank expression, Tadano listened as Yomi smiled at him again before leaving the restaurant. Watching her leave, Tadano suddenly snapped back to reality. Work, huh? What could she be doing at this hour? In truth, whatever Yomi did didn't concern Tadano. She was a woman he wouldn't have any business with once he returned to Tokyo tomorrow. But still, why? Tadano was curious about Yomi's life. How a woman who claimed it was better to live joyfully no matter what had gone through and experienced. Having finished his thoughts, Tadano seemed to make a decision and got up from his seat. Owner, I'll leave the money here. Thanks for the meal. Yes? See you again? After paying for the meal, Tadano hastily left the restaurant and followed Yomi. Her figure was visible as she entered an alley. Her steps are quite fast. Although Tadano had been following Yomi for quite some time through the alley she entered, the distance between them didn't seem too close. Eventually, Tadano increased his pace, almost running lightly. As he got closer to Yomi, just as he was about to call out to her. Yomi, is that you? You're early today. Ugh, you should have come a bit earlier yesterday. 2 customers left because you were late. Hehe. I'm sorry. Are there many customers today? Strangely, there aren't any customers looking for Yomi today. But since Yomi is popular, they'll come soon. For now, go in and do your makeup. Yes. Yomi entered a building where the bright pink light fluttered. That building was a place where women sold liquor and laughter. As if entranced, Tadano walked toward the building Yomi had entered. Then, at the door, a woman who seemed to be the madam, the one who had greeted Yomi earlier, called out to Tadano. Oh, a cute young man. What brings you here? Her words were friendly, but there was annoyance in her voice. It seemed like she was silently thinking, he doesn't seem to have enough money to come to our establishment. When Tadano didn't respond, the madam approached slowly. As she came close enough for the scent of heavy makeup to be noticeable, she spoke to Tadano in a subtly suggestive tone. Are you coming in? But our place is quite expensive. If you go inside that alley, there might be a place suitable for a young man. How about going there? I'm not here for that. No, I'll just go. Yeah, if you need anything, I can recommend other places. No need. Tadano glanced briefly at the building and turned away. He didn't have any particular thoughts or emotions. He had followed Yomi to understand his purpose, to learn what she did at night. As Tadano distanced himself a few steps from the madam. Oh, madam. It's been a while. Ah, Shino-san, it's been a while since you came. Why did you come so casually? I've been busy with work. By the way, did Yomi come to work? It hurts my heart when I see your face and you immediately look for another woman. Ha ha ha, sorry. It's okay. Yomi is much prettier than me anyway. Luckily, Yomi has a lot of free time today. Go on in. Oh, really? I picked a good day to come, considering I was just passing by. Haha. A pause. Tadano stopped at the name Yomi. Is he going to meet that woman? Suddenly, Tadano's footsteps didn't come to a halt. It wasn't that he felt bothered by Yomi meeting another man or harboring such innocent thoughts. In a place like this, meeting other men was a natural occurrence. But for some reason, it bothered him. Unusually so. After sighing, Tadano turned back towards the madam. As he approached, the madam squinted her eyes, then asked Tadano with an extended gaze. Why? Do you really want me to recommend another place? No. How much for one here is enough? While the confident Tadano spoke, the madam, intrigued, smiled slyly. Young man, this place is a bit expensive. It's not a place where someone like you can just come in. Don't take it the wrong way. Do you understand what I mean? It wasn't an explicit dismissal, but a clear warning. However, Tadano remained confident. I have the money. So, with the money you can afford to spend, huh? As the madam was about to dismiss Tadano again, she hesitated when she saw the bundle of money he pulled out of his bag. It was all the money the professor had given him for travel expenses. Young man, are you really going to spend all that money? Aren't you overdoing it? Is this not enough? No, it's not that, but looking at you, you seem like a student. Spending such a large sum might make your life difficult later. I don't want to see a young friend spend all his money on a night of fun. Don't worry about it. Besides, as Tadano was about to continue, he looked towards the door Yomi had entered. I want to see a woman named Yomi. Do you know Yomi? Have you been here before? It's my first time. Isn't that okay? That's not it. The customer who just went in seems like he's going to call Yomi. Then I'll wait. How many hours it'll take? I don't know how long that customer will keep Yomi. It doesn't matter. I have time. In that case, let's go in together. I'll arrange a room for you. Holding Tadano's arm, the madam led him into the building. From the outside, the building had colorful and provocative lights, but inside, it had a surprisingly calm atmosphere. As the madam guided Tadano to the counter, a counter employee greeted them. Madam personally bringing in a customer, that's a rare sight. Ho ho, it's because it's a cute young customer on his first visit. I brought him in, afraid he might get lost. Is room 1 available today? Book it for him. The reservation is under Yomi. Madam, Yomi just left with Shino-san. For how many hours? 5 hours. Madam glanced at Tadano. It seemed like she was asking if he could wait for 5 hours. Tadano nodded nonchalantly. It's okay. I can wait. All right. Then the next reservation after Yomi is for this young gentleman. Understood. But even if you're waiting, we can't have a customer sitting quietly in the room for 5 hours. Would you like to talk with the other girls while waiting? That's fine. Madam shrugged at Tadano's firm answer. Well, then take a deep breath. We'll bring you a customer. Yes, madam. As madam headed back outside, the counter employee guided Tadano inside. Ho ho ho. Ha ha ha. Inside, intermittent laughter mixed with the scent of women and the aura of men. Though Tadano had been to such places before and initially didn't pay much attention, for some reason, the laughter felt awkward and uncomfortable. Here we are. Tadano nodded slightly and entered the room. It was a typical tavern with tatami mats and paper sliding doors. The only difference was its remarkable sophistication. Inside the room, Tadano randomly found a place to sit and absent-mindedly stared into space. Why did I come here? No clear reason came to mind. Lying down on the soft futon spread across the floor, Tadano looked around. The fragrance, possibly from a sprayed perfume, emitted a nameless flower scent from the floral-patterned blanket. In a strangely suffocating state of mind, Tadano let out a long sigh. His thoughts were tangled with various things. His head hurt so much that he decided to sleep. However, sleep didn't come easily. With closed eyes, time passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, and several more hours after that. Knock, knock. A cautious knock sounded from outside. Tadano slowly rose from the futon and spoke a bit louder. Come in. Yes. As the counter employee responded, the door opened. A woman, dressed in a light kimono with gracefully tied-up hair adorned in white and pink makeup, entered. The woman, looking at the floor, spoke gently but with an appropriately lively voice. I'm Yomi. Thank you for calling me today. I heard you waited a long time. Whether it's a short or long time, I'll serve you wholeheartedly. After Yomi finished her greeting, several waitresses brought in various dishes and drinks. It wasn't an extravagant setup, but even if called a casual selection, it was more than enough. The waitresses bowed, greeted, and quickly left the room. Still bowing, Yomi approached Tadano. A similar scent to the madam he saw outside, but now coming from Yomi, wafted through the air. Now, let's start with pouring the drinks. Huh? You? No, why are you a customer here? Yomi, smoothly offering a glass to Tadano, finished her sentence with doubt. Yomi seemed flustered, but Tadano appeared even more so. What should I say? How did I end up following her and coming in here? No, that's too strange. I'm not a stalker. Then, as Tadano was quickly spinning his thoughts, did you happen to follow me? Yomi's words halted Tadano's thoughts. Tadano, unable to say anything and only looking at his own expression, saw Yomi smile wryly. Hehe, judging by your reaction, it seems you really did follow me. Why did you follow me? Worried that I'd go out alone at night. It's not that. Then why? Persistently asking, Yomi paused Tadano's thoughts again. Even Tadano seemed perplexed, not knowing why he came here. Once again, Tadano couldn't say anything. Yomi, finding amusement in Tadano's silence, continued to watch him with a teasing gaze. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Still, it's nice to see your face like this. For some reason, you look more handsome than when I saw you at the ramen shop, maybe because of the lighting. You too. Tadano was about to politely say, you look better too, but he swallowed his words. It could sound like a compliment on her heavy makeup. Tadano, in the midst of trying to speak, was interrupted by Yomi's laughter. How's this outfit? It's the first time I'm wearing it today. It suits you well. I mean, do you work here every day? As you can see, yes. Oh, except when I go to the hospital once a month. Yomi approached a bit more, casually speaking. However, Tadano distanced himself as Yomi approached. Seeing Tadano's action, Yomi raised an eyebrow and, with a blank expression, coughed lightly before asking, ahem. But really, what are you doing here? When you ask what I'm doing, it's simple. I'm here to bring laughter and joy to the customers. Be more specific. I don't know why you're asking me that, but it's a bit embarrassing. The word embarrassing froze Tadano's expression at them.At. Working in a place like this, he had expected it, but experiencing the unpleasant feeling for the first time, Tadano felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. Why am I thinking like this? Whatever this woman did, Tadano wasn't concerned. She was a woman he had just met yesterday, and soon, when he returned to Tokyo, there would be no reason to see her again. Still, Tadano felt strangely uneasy. Without saying anything, as Tadano looked down at the floor, Yomi asked cautiously, why are you so concerned about what I do here? Not particularly. Not particularly. Your face says I'm extremely concerned. Even so, telling you directly feels a bit awkward. How about trying it together? Smiling like a cat, Yomi leaned towards Tadano's side. Startled by Yomi's sudden movement, Tadano stopped her. Wait, just a moment. I came here to do that kind of thing. Huh? What kind of thing? So, Tadano couldn't continue his words, rolling his eyes around. When spoken aloud, it felt embarrassing, just as Yomi had mentioned before. Pfft. At that moment, Yomi couldn't hold back her laughter, bursting into laughter. Tadano, with a dazed expression, looked at Yomi. Why are you laughing? Why wouldn't I? Your expression right now is the most troubled one in the world. At the ramen shop, you had the most troubled expression, and now you're making such a cute face. How can I not laugh? Continuously laughing, Yomi looked at Tadano with a teasing smile. Huff. Huff. I'm sorry. I haven't seen something amusing in a while, so I laughed too much. Okay, let's get back to the main point. This isn't the kind of place where you think such things are happening. If it's not that kind of place, then, what kind of place is it? What kind of place is this? It's just a place for us to talk. Just talk? Then why is this futon here? Sometimes, guests like you who come late at night stay for a rest. Why? Were you expecting something mischievous? Not at all. Though the tone remained chilly, there was a clear sense of relief in Tadano's voice. Looking up at Tadano, Yomi asked, were you worried that I might have been in the arms of another man? Worried about what? Lies again. Your face clearly says, I was really concerned. In response to Yomi's words, Tadano subtly raised the corner of his mouth. Though initially irritated and uneasy when they first met, it wasn't so bad conversing with this woman after just one day. Perhaps, smile and the world smiles with you wasn't entirely false. As a faint smile appeared on Tadano's face, Yomi pointed at him and said, oh, you smiled just now? You did, right. As if, oh, another lie. How can someone keep lying with the same expression without changing at all? Once again, laughter almost burst out, but Tadano managed to maintain his composure. Yomi stared at him as if expecting another amusing response. But instead of laughter, Tadano asked Yomi, do you treat other customers the same way? Do I? Oh, do you mean being friendly like this? Yeah, of course. Considering how expensive this place is. You know it too. In a place like this, where you spend that much money for just drinking tea and chatting, you should be treated warmly. Yomi spoke dismissively as if asking such an obvious question was unnecessary. Tadano felt uncomfortable again. Whether Yomi sensed his unease or not, she promptly reassured him. But I won't play pranks like I do with you. And I'll just talk. Today, it's about what was tough for you, what you struggled with, words of encouragement, those kinds of things. With these words, the discomfort in Tadano's heart intensified. Perhaps realizing his feelings, Yomi immediately requested, However, I won't make jokes like I do with you, okay? Why? Just talking. We're not sitting close today. Our shop rule is to keep a minimum of 50 centimeters between us. While speaking, Yomi moved away from Tadano, as if asking, is this okay? As the distance increased, Tadano could regain his usual casualness. Then why do you play pranks on me? Because we're friends. Friends. Yes. Don't you know that phrase? Once you meet, it's a coincidence, twice is fate, 3 times is destiny. We've already met 3 times, so it's destiny. So, friends or maybe more than friends. Rubbing her chin, Yomi pretended to think deeply. Once you meet, it's a coincidence, twice is fate, 3 times is destiny, right? It's not destiny just meeting 3 times. Oh, no, just 3 times is dash dot. Well, then everyone in the world must be destined. Everyone meets 3 times at some point. Oh, now that you mention it, that makes sense. Destiny must involve meeting 3 times by chance. Yomi seemed to realize something important and lightly tapped her palm with a fist. Tadano, looking at Yomi with a blank expression, let out a sigh mixed with laughter. So, this is why this woman is popular. This woman, who made even himself, who hated the world and himself so much, smile a little. That's how much positive energy she emitted. Perhaps, that's why he found himself chasing after her because of this energy. Maybe I came after this woman because of this energy. While Tadano was seriously contemplating Yomi, Yomi was gesturing wildly and chattering happily all by herself. Surprisingly, there was not a single negative thing in her story. After listening to Yomi's story for a while, Tadano stood up and said, I guess I'll be going now. What? Already? I just came in. I've heard everything I wanted to. It was a much more enjoyable and informative time than I expected. Thanks. Speaking rapidly, Tadano headed towards the door. Yomi, taken aback, fluttered her hands as if trying to stop him. Seeing Yomi's reaction, Tadano, holding the doorknob, asked, would anything bad happen to you if I leave first? It's not like that. If you leave early, I might have to take more customers. It's not that I don't like it because I can earn money, but still. Since you've come all this way, it would be nice if you filled up the time. If that's the case, I'll tell the counter. I'll say you've worked hard today and ask for a break for you. Is that okay then? When Yomi didn't say anything, Tadano lowered the doorknob. At that moment. Wait, just a moment. I also have something I want to ask you. Curious about me? Yes, that. Yomi, stroking her finger, asked Tadano while glancing at his reaction. What happened to you that you had such a difficult expression at the ramen shop? I'm curious. It was a similar expression to how I used to be in my age group. I used to think I was the most troubled person among my peers. Tadano, holding the doorknob, stared into space. He had just been freed from some unpleasant memories, but now they were forced back into his mind. Naturally, Tadano didn't want to talk about his own story. Phew. Sighing, Tadano turned his head towards Yomi. Yomi's eyes revealed a truly innocent curiosity and a hint of concern. After gazing at those eyes for a while, he finally spoke. I won't share a light story with someone I just met today. The concept of having a friend is something I no longer possess, and even if I did, it would involve a difficult tale to tell. Why don't you have any friends? I thought we were friends. It's a bit disappointing. It's challenging to call someone a friend after meeting them only once. Tadano's tone was noticeably different from a little while ago, as cold as when they first met. In response, Yomi rose from her seat and approached Tadano. From a close distance, Yomi stared directly into Tadano's eyes and spoke. So, if we happen to meet twice by chance, will you call me a friend? You said that if it's twice by chance, it becomes fate. Her voice contained a mixture of emotions, though there was no trace of bitterness. It was more like she wanted to confirm something. Tadano nodded lightly as he momentarily locked eyes with Yomi. Sure. If we happen to meet twice by chance, I'll say it then. But that's unlikely to happen. Fate isn't created that easily. Tadano spoke firmly, and Yomi, who was scrutinizing him, remained silent. When a brief silence settled, Tadano continued. If there's nothing more to say, I'll be going. Then I guess I'll hear your story soon. What does that mean? You said you'd tell your story if we happen to meet twice by chance, right? With a light smile, Yomi's unique expression, she whispered something to Tadano, seemingly amused by his reaction. I have a good sense, so I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. It's a coincidence, and it might happen in a completely unexpected place. Incredibly stable. Perfect. Director Katahiro, watching the filming scene on the screen, wore a satisfied smile. The most painful predestined relationship in the world was such a crucial project that Katahiro paid attention not only to the filming but also to the actors' performances. Naturally, he didn't let any scene pass without scrutiny, leading to murmurs among the staff and some actors saying, Director Katahiro is too meticulous. However, even Katahiro couldn't find fault with Jinzook's acting. To be more precise, he couldn't criticize it. Felt this before, but Kang Jinzook's acting is different. It was challenging to pinpoint what that difference was. Still, Jinzook's acting undeniably possessed a charm not found in other actors, captivating both actors and staff alike. Thanks to Jinzook's performance, the actors who played alongside him also delivered a performance 1 or 2 steps higher. Especially Inu, who breathed in sync with Jinzook, appeared flawless from every angle as the female lead. I'm looking forward to the upcoming shoots even more. Katahiro spoke with a deeper smile, contrary to his inner thoughts, in a somewhat calm voice. Okay, cut. Great job. Take a 10-minute break, then let's do it again with a different angle. Upon hearing Katahiro's words, the surrounding staff expressed relief. We'll take a break. Inu, come this way. I'll fix your makeup. While the staff exchanged words, Katahiro couldn't understand their conversations. Seeing the interpreter standing next to him not saying anything, he seemed to be moving well in response to Katahiro's instructions. Moreover, Katahiro's attention was solely focused on Jinzoke. I'm not thinking about working together in the current shoot, but maybe it would be nice to work on the next project. It might be challenging for a while as the next project is likely Hollywood-bound. Katahiro was so immersed in Jinzoke's acting that such thoughts crossed his mind. Meanwhile, the 10-minute break passed, and one staff member approached Katahiro. Director, everything's ready. Yes. Let's get back to shooting, before the flow is lost. And the filming resumed. When Jinzoke was shooting in Japan for a while, Jang Sun-ho was in a constant state of anxiety due to the story about the orphanage director who raised Jinzoke. The actor got into a fight and hospitalized a student. When Jang Sun-ho was young, there were times when he gathered with others and got into fights. He couldn't remember the reasons well, but he fought with students from other schools, and once, while playing soccer with the next class, they ended up fighting for no apparent reason. In those days, such incidents were common. However, he had never fought to the extent of sending someone to the hospital. This is troublesome. Regardless of the reason, fighting alone was never good news for an entertainer. Moreover, the fact that Jinzoke, who already had a good image, hospitalized another student during his school days, was even more fatal. The best solution would be to silence everyone who knows about this. But practically, that would be difficult. Now, it wasn't someone else but KL Entertainment trying to put Jinzoke in danger with this information. Resolving it amicably seemed challenging as the relationship between them was not good. Jang Sun-ho, sitting in the office, sighed looking up at the ceiling. At that moment, someone walked in. Oh, team leader, haven't you left yet? It was Go Soyoung, holding a convenience store plastic bag in one hand. What's going on these days? You seemed really busy. You look busier than usual, and you seem to have less free time. Nothing special. Actually, there was something special, but Jang Sun-ho didn't bother to tell Go Soyoung. He thought it would be better if as few people as possible knew about this matter. While putting the plastic bag down at his desk, Go Soyoung glanced at Jang Sun-ho. You seem to have something on your mind. Do you know how scary the team leader looks these days? It's getting to the point where even the usual scary person is frightening now. Scary. Yes. So, the team members are having a hard time approaching you these days. Did I unintentionally let it show? Jang Sun-ho sighed slightly, giving a bitter smile. At that moment, Go Soyoung, with a concerned tone, asked, Is there really something troubling you? I don't know what it is, but just tell me. Sometimes, talking about your worries can be a solution. Is it okay to tell assistant manager Go? Jang Sun-ho considered for a moment then exhaled slightly and smiled wryly. When he did, Go Soyoung asked with a worried voice, Do you really have something not good going on? I don't know what it is, but tell me first. Discussing your worries can be a solution, you know. Go Soyoung has been a reliable person to work with for a long time. Except for the times when she drank and caused a scene, she was an excellent colleague. Soon, Jang Sun-ho opened his mouth with a serious expression. I heard a story that actor Kang Jinzoke was involved in school violence during his school days. Actor Kang Jinzoke involved in school violence? Was Kang a bully? Not exactly. It's not about bullying someone or taking money. It's about hitting other students hard enough to send them to the hospital. There's quite a bit of evidence. Surprising. Kang doesn't seem like the type to hit others. But what about the evidence? Medical records and handwritten reflection letters by Kang Jinzoke. The director of the orphanage where Kang was raised confirmed the authenticity, even though these details weren't in his student record. Sun-ho showed the documents given by the director. Copies of hospital records with the names erased and a duplicate of Jinzoke's handwritten reflection letter. As Go Soyoung examined the documents closely, she raised her eyebrows and said to Sun-ho, Isn't this just kids fighting and getting hurt? My younger brother used to get into fights and come home with injuries all the time when he was young. I wish it were that simple. The student who claimed to have been beaten by Kang Jinzoke ended up in the hospital. There were about 4 students who said they were hospitalized after being hit by him. And there's another, bigger problem. Another problem. Yes. Sun-ho closed his eyes, sighed, and spoke with a mixed tone of frustration. KL Entertainment also has this information. Whatever the reason Kang had for hitting the other students, KL Entertainment will somehow turn Kang Jinzoke into a villain. Reporters won't fact-check and will write articles about it. Well, that might happen. So, is that why you've been so serious lately? Yes. If you have any good ideas, I'd like to hear them. You, being a former reporter, might be more of an expert in this kind of media play than I am. Sun-ho spoke with a serious tone throughout. After listening to Sun-ho's words for a while, Go Soyoung, with her chin in her hand, asked hesitantly, But, team leader, isn't this a bit strange? What do you mean by strange? These days, any bit of celebrity gossip gets dug up, especially their past. Since social media is so active. That's true. Why is this kind of story coming up now? Jang Sun-ho momentarily paused at Go Soyoung's words. Come to think of it, you're right. Kang Jinzoke has been a star for quite some time now. If it were a negative story about him, it would have surfaced earlier. While Jang Sun-ho was lost in his thoughts, Go Soyoung continued speaking. What's even strange is that KL Entertainment has this information but hasn't taken any action yet. We're currently shooting our company's original work, so it would be an opportune time to expose Kang's school violence scandal. That is true. By any chance, do you know why Kang Jin-seok hit other students? No, the orphanage director doesn't know either. Apparently, at that time, there was a sudden increase in the number of children at the orphanage, and they were quite busy. I went to the school Kang Jin-seok attended, but the school had merged with another, and the teachers had scattered everywhere. Something seems off. Go Soyoung bit her nails, a habit she had when deeply contemplating something. After thinking for a while, she spoke. Team leader, I'll look into this. You're going to investigate. Why not? Don't you trust me? It's not that, but honestly, I've searched diligently, and there was no one who knew about this incident. It seems like only the parties involved know about it. I was planning to ask Kang directly later. Is Kang Jin-seok working on another project during this time? Of course, after the shooting is finished. Then, it might take some time. This is a time bomb, we don't know when it will explode. Go Soyoung was right. This was a time bomb set by KL Entertainment. Jang Sun-ho was well aware, and that's why he had been saving every second to find out the whole story. However, he hadn't found any decisive evidence. After pondering, Jang Sun-ho spoke with difficulty. Do you have any good ideas? Yes. I'm Go Soyoung, after all. I used to cover stories like this. Don't worry too much. Trying to uplift the deflated Jang Sun-ho, Go Soyoung intentionally spoke with a cheerful tone. Nevertheless, Jang Sun-ho remained dejected. Undeterred, Go Soyoung continued with a light smile. By the way, team leader, is there a bonus for handling assignments outside of our regular duties? Don't treat it as a joke. It could seriously damage Kang Jin-seok's image. Oh, come on, don't be so serious. And I'm not joking. Anyway, so, there's a bonus, right? After all, I'm helping our team leader Jang Sun-ho with his worries. Jang Sun-ho sighed and nodded vaguely. Yes, sure. I'll provide everything I can. Not just a bonus, but it'll be reflected in your performance evaluations, and of course, you'll get a commendation. Great. That's what I wanted to hear. I'll get started right away. But, you did say you would do anything I asked just now, right? It was just a conventional expression. I meant to say I'll do my best to help in any way I can. At novel bin at. Ignoring Jang Sun-ho's words, Go Soyoung closed her ears and said, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You already made a promise. You promised to help with anything. After swiftly grabbing her bag, she walked out, saying, if I handle this, please make sure to keep that promise. The promise that you will do anything I ask. Now, where should I start? Go Soyoung pondered deeply as she walked out of the company. Then, looking at the still-lit office, she sighed lightly. Jang Sun-ho, that guy. If something like this happened, he should have told me sooner instead of suffering alone. Jang Sun-ho heard about Kang Jin-seok's school violence incident about a month or two ago. It meant that Jang Sun-ho had been wrestling with his thoughts alone for quite a long time. It was regrettable. It stung that there had been no word from him during that time. But still, well, now that he told me, I guess he believes in me, right? Thinking like this, she felt lighter again. As much as Jang Sun-ho trusted her, she also wanted to repay him with good results. After walking for a while, Go Soyoung arrived at her parked car. She got in, kicked off her high heels onto the passenger seat, replaced them with comfortable slippers, and took out her phone to check Kakao Talk. Korea University Department of Journalism and Broadcasting 46th to 50th batch group chat. I've been lurking in the group chat all the time, but it feels a bit awkward to send a Kakao Talk now. But I can trust them, at least they're from my major. After hesitating for a moment, Go Soyoung sent a message. 46th Batch Club President Go Soyoung, looking for someone to work with. 46th Batch Club President Go Soyoung, if you help, I'll provide you with a topic to make OS Entertainment and KL Entertainment fight soon. It's not a difficult task. Promise to do it, and no withdrawal. Additional rewards based on performance. 46th Batch Club President Go Soyoung, however, when writing future articles, you must write favorably towards OS Entertainment. If violated, you will be removed, and the group chat will be reset. 46th Batch Club President Go Soyoung, first come, first served, 150 people. After Go Soyoung sent the Kakao Talk, replies poured in within seconds. 48th Batch Park Dagi, hello, senior. It's been a while. I've reserved my spot. No one. 50th Batch Reporter Lee, I'm also in line. No two. 46th Batch Oja Ewan, hey, Soyoung, count me in too. I've been getting scolded by the editor all the time lately. Seriously, I might get fired at this rate. No 3. 49th Batch Kim Hyun-soo, loyalty, loyalty. I trust senior Go Soyoung's pick. Number 4 reserved. 47th Batch Lee So-hyun, the 150th spot is the jackpot. 47th Batch Park Hyun-woo, the 150th spot is the jackpot. 47th Batch Park Hyun-woo, Lee So-hyun, you jerk. You're unnecessarily fast only at times like this. 47th Batch Lee So-hyun, yup, I was first. Suck it. 47th Batch Park Hyun-woo, senior Go Soyoung, can't you squeeze me in too? I'm getting married next month. Go Soyoung's Kakao Talk message triggered a frenzy of responses from reporters all over the country. After receiving a call from Go Soyoung and agreeing to work together, the junior reporter, Lee Jija, was sitting in the office early in the morning, blinking at the file sent by Go Soyoung. There's definitely something fishy about this. The contents of the file sent by Go Soyoung were straightforward. It detailed Kang Jin-sok's school days, mentioning a brawl that landed several students in the hospital, and the fact that KL Entertainment possessed the related documents. Moreover, the information suggested that, for some reason, KL Entertainment was still keeping quiet about the issue. If there was something wrong between KL Entertainment and Kang Jin-sok, they would have exposed it right away. Why are they keeping silent? In reality, the reason was simple. Revealing this now would cause more damage to KL Entertainment. Of course, it could be strategic, saving it for later when the benefits would be greater, but Lee Jija's intuition didn't lean towards such an idea. Tap, tap. I feel like there's something here. As Lee Jija pondered, tapping the mouse with his finger, the editor-in-chief, with long dark circles under his eyes, entered. What's this? Did this reporter pull an all-nighter? Oh, editor-in-chief, did you come in early today? Yeah, did you sleep well last night or something? Woke up early in the morning. Did you sleep well? The dark circles under your eyes suggest otherwise. You're not in great shape either. So, why did you stay up last night? Well, about that. Lee Jija chuckled and vaguely replied. It's a secret. A secret? What kind of secret? It's a secret because it's a secret. Is this guy joking? Hurry up and spill the beans. Are you trying to bring in another nonsensical report and article? No, it's not like that. This time, I'm really sure. Last time you said it was definite and almost got our company, OS Entertainment, sued for trying to write an article about some square relationship between Kang Jin-sok, Yeo Hyemin, Park Hae-in, and Seo Yun-soo. I still haven't forgotten that. Hurry up and spill it. Do you know how much trouble I got into with the boss because of that? Oh, that was originally not a lawsuit matter, but Senior Go Soyoung set an example. Anyway, this time it's really, really solid, so look forward to it, Editor-in-Chief. I'll go cover it. Hey, you, where are you going? Morning meeting. Ignoring the editor's scolding, Lee Jija rushed out of the office door. Then, he raised his thumb to the editor and said, give me a week. I'll bring back something really, really solid. A few days after shooting the scene where the female lead and male lead met for the first time, I returned to Dongyang University to film the next scene. While waiting for my call time in the classroom, I used it as a waiting room. Wow, actor Nim, have you seen outside? Outside? Yes. There are a lot of Rabbit fans today too. Rabbit fans, you mean my fans? Yes. It seems like there are 1 or 2 times more than last time. Oh, there. That person seems to be selling carrots. Approaching Hajun, I leaned toward the window. Really? Looking outside, there were various fans in rabbit costumes, and occasionally someone even cosplaying with rabbit ears over a hat. Should I go say hello? I thought about it but quickly shook my head. It wouldn't be polite to act solo just before filming. Moreover, without any control, going to greet so many people could lead to trouble. It might cause inconvenience to the staff. But I should greet those who are still here after the shoot. Let me take a picture first. Click, click. After taking pictures from various angles, I returned to my seat. There was still some time until the call time, so I planned to read the script once more. Someday, we'll meet again. Leaving the woman's words behind, the protagonist Shirosaki returns to Tokyo. Back in Tokyo, Shirosaki visits the school again to repay the money he borrowed from the principal. While having a brief conversation with the principal, he realizes a shocking truth. The shocking truth is, I was about to read the next part when, knock, knock. Excuse me, is actor Kang here? A staff member opened the door and entered. Yes, that's me. Oh, there you are. Actor Kang, would it be okay to start the shoot a bit earlier? Sure, I'll go now. As I casually stood up, Ha-jun, who was next to me, seemed surprised. He didn't say anything, but his expression seemed to convey, they're calling the actor when there's still 30 minutes until the call time. Call time is a promise actors must keep, but it's also a commitment the production team has to uphold. So, I understood and appreciated Ha-jun's reaction. It's okay, Ha-jun Nim. It's good to shoot quickly and move on to the next scene. Waiting is the hardest part in filming, after all. I lightly joked, and Ha-jun nodded with a cool smile. A little later, I arrived at the shooting location, the principal's office. As the staff had mentioned, the preparations seemed to be almost complete, with no bustle but the characteristic calm tension of a filming set. Ah, actor Kang. You were in the waiting room. Katahiro spoke with a slightly tired voice. I'm sorry for calling you in so early. The staff worked very efficiently, and everything was ready quickly. That's fine. It's good to take it easy during the shoot. Katahiro responded with a satisfied smile and a nod. Well, as soon as actor Kang is ready, we'll start. Let's do well in one take again this time. Yep. I sat down at the desk in the center of the headmaster's office, where multiple cameras were pointed. The actor playing the role of the headmaster had arrived earlier and greeted me with a slight nod. Since he was usually a man of few words, I also greeted him with a smile without saying much. And a moment later, we're going to start filming right away. The staff member who always announced the start of filming spoke with a strong voice, and, ready, action. Katahiro's careful voice signaled the beginning of the shoot. When the actor playing the headmaster in front of me started speaking, the scene changed. This place is the headmaster's office. In the familiar, slightly musty-smelling headmaster's office that I had visited before, Tadano stared into space with a somewhat vacant gaze, recalling the words of the woman he had met on his journey. If you have to live anyway, it's better to live happily than sadly. Smile and the whole world will smile with you. Cry, and you'll end up crying alone. After parting ways with the woman at the bar, Tadano's mind echoed with her words and voice like an important command. It persisted during the train ride back to Tokyo and even at this moment when he came to repay the principal. It wasn't just the words and the voice that came to mind. The image of the woman smiling brightly like a fool also lingered. Honestly, Tadano couldn't help but envy the way she lived so brightly. However, that didn't mean Tadano decided to live as carefree and bright as she did. Tadano-kun. Sorry for being late. The meeting ran late. As the headmaster opened the door and entered, Tadano stood up and greeted him. No problem, headmaster. I understand you're busy. Thanks for understanding. By the way, the headmaster put his bag down somewhere under the desk and asked with a puzzled voice at them.Every. Have you already finished your trip? Yes. I used the money you gave me back then for the trip. At Tadano's words, the headmaster scratched his chin and said in a perplexed tone. That money shouldn't have been so little that you could spend it so quickly. Don't worry. I brought back the money you lent me. Tadano's words made the principal raise his eyebrows as if something was strange. Well, it's not about the money. I'm just curious. I wondered what you did to spend that much money so quickly. As Tadano was about to hand the wad of money back to the headmaster, his hand stopped. He didn't know how to answer the headmaster's question. With that woman, for a day. No, for a few hours of chatting, I spent all that money. Well, saying it like that doesn't sound right. Regardless of the truth, he couldn't say he had spent such a sum frivolously. After a brief hesitation, Tadano spoke with the calmest voice he could muster. I spent it in a good place. A good place. Yes. It was somewhere I really needed it. The headmaster stared at Tadano with a long gaze. When Tadano didn't avoid his gaze, the headmaster smiled subtly and spoke. I don't know what happened for the past few days, but your face seems to have improved. Your voice, too. You might not notice it yourself, but anyway, what do you mean? I don't understand. I haven't changed anything. People often don't realize the changes in themselves. Anyway, if it's difficult to tell what you did with the money, tell me what else you did. By the way, did you write a diary? It was also an assignment. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to write the diary. It seems like you had quite an enjoyable trip if you forgot your assignments. You're a good student, just like that? As the headmaster spoke with a slightly teasing tone, Tadano chuckled. It wasn't particularly enjoyable. It was just a bit of a busy trip. A busy trip, huh? What happened? Well, that's... Tadano hesitated with his words. Then, as if reminiscing about old memories, he began the story with a vacant look. After parting ways with the headmaster at the station, I went into a restaurant because I was hungry and wanted to eat. I see. And then, I met a woman in that restaurant. We ended up sharing a table by chance. Oh, so you shared a table with a woman? I kind of liked the sound of that. It's not like that. We just ended up sitting together purely by chance. She was quite talkative, and I even got to know her name. Her name was, well, Tadano, who had been speaking casually, suddenly got stuck at the mention of the woman's name. What was her name? Wait a moment. It was quite a common name. Her name was... Wrinkles formed on Tadano's forehead. He struggled to find the woman's name in his memory to the extent that sweat formed on his forehead. However, the name eluded Tadano's lips. After Tadano failed to utter the name for a while, the headmaster spoke as if unconcerned. It's okay about the name. More importantly, what kind of place did you go to? In travel stories, these details are important. Oh, yes. That place was. So, what kind of place was it? It was a shop that sold things that didn't suit Mizuko at all. They sold alcohol, too, and there were a lot of people. It was in an alley behind the station. For some reason, the woman said that people with stories gathered there. Tadano struggled to recall the shop as if trying to memorize answers to an exam he had stayed up all night studying for. However, the crucial shop didn't come to mind, and only miscellaneous details about the shop circulated in his head. The headmaster initially looked at Tadano with a smile, perhaps thinking that Tadano was joking inappropriately. However, as Tadano exerted himself to find the memories to the point where his breathing became labored, the headmaster's expression became a bit more serious. Tadano-kun, is there a problem? Oh, no, no problem. Just, well, the shop where I met that woman, a bar? No, it wasn't. I chased after her the second time we met. The first place we met was... Tadano continued to mumble and fumble. However, instead of obtaining the desired answer from himself, he kept muttering unnecessary information. After a while, as Tadano continued to murmur, he asked the headmaster with a trembling voice. Headmaster, why did I go on that trip? In response to Tadano's question, the headmaster awkwardly asked with a puzzled tone. Why did you go on a trip? What does that mean? No, well, I remember going on a trip, but I can't recall why. I met someone during the trip, but I can't remember who. I met you before the trip, but, why did I go on a trip? The headmaster looked at Tadano with a perplexed, yet serious expression. Then he spoke in a thoughtful tone. Tadano-kun, what's the matter? Oh, no, Nothing's wrong. It's just that, well, why did I go on that trip? The reason doesn't come to mind. It was because my parents passed away, and I told you I would drop out. Did that not come to mind either? At the headmaster's question, Tadano took a short breath. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Yes, that's right. I said I would drop out. I said I wanted a break and would go on a trip. So, the headmaster offered to accompany me. Haha, I remember. I'm sorry for saying something strange out of the blue. Haha. Despite his confident smile and saying he remembered, Tadano's voice carried a slight awkwardness. However, the headmaster did not overlook this subtle discomfort. From the beginning, Tadano's words were incorrect. The headmaster asked Tadano in a serious tone. Tadano-kun, do you really remember? At the headmaster's question, Tadano hesitated again. His calm breath began to tremble, and along with it, his pupils and fingertips shook slightly. After a brief silence, Tadano spoke with a voice filled with uncertainty. I don't remember well. After my parents passed away, meeting you here. I remember that, but after that, I don't remember well. Even as he spoke, Tadano continued to make an effort to grasp something vaguely remembered. However, the smoky memories seemed to disperse as if teasing Tadano when he tried to catch them. Why can't I remember? A regular shop. Who was that woman? What was her name? Certainly, it started with Yo, didn't it? Was it Yona? Yoki? No, it wasn't such a name. Did it even start with Yo? Why did I go on a trip? It was something important. Or was it important? He felt as if his stomach were filled with stones, a suffocating sensation. Suddenly overwhelmed, Tadano clenched his fist and pressed it hard against his stomach. Cold sweat broke out. Observing Tadano intently, the headmaster didn't seem to be merely assessing Tadano's condition. Instead, it appeared he was contemplating what assistance Tadano might need at this moment. After watching Tadano for a while, just as he seemed about to make a call somewhere, Tadano abruptly stood up. Headmaster, I've returned the money, so I'll take my leave now. I'll contact you later. I'm feeling a bit tired, that's all. Excuse me? No, wait. Let me contact a doctor who might help you. It's okay. I'm really fine. It's just that I feel a bit exhausted. I'll take my leave then. Wait, Tadano-kun? Just a moment. Avoiding the headmaster's urgent plea, Tadano hastily left the headmaster's office. Then, like fleeing, he rushed outside the building, taking deep breaths. What's going on? Everything else seemed normal, but there were gradually parts where he couldn't remember. Woeful, oppressive. He took calm deep breaths and reflected on his memories. I clearly came to drop out after my parents' funeral, and talked to the headmaster about it. Then, I went on a trip and met a girl, somewhere. He couldn't recall the conversation with the headmaster or the girl he met during the trip. No matter how hard he tried to remember, only vague scenes surfaced, like waking up right after a dream. If it were something unimportant, he would have ignored it and moved on. However, Tadano felt an odd concern that the part he couldn't remember was significant. But he couldn't remember why it was important. What the heck is this? The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Should I go to the hospital? Except for occasional morning headaches as a child, Tadano had never seriously considered going to the hospital. He hadn't even caught the common cold, let alone the flu that everyone seemed to get. But this time was different. Tadano could sense, intuitively, that something significant was happening to him. The hospital is nearby. I should go right away. Tadano headed straight for the Dongyang University Hospital building, which appeared quite visible from a distance. Despite its distance, it didn't take long to arrive, given it was within the university campus. After a short while, he arrived at the hospital. Luckily, not many people around. It was unclear whether there were usually so few people or if it was just today. Regardless, it was a good thing for Tadano, so he headed to the reception. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? No, it's my first visit. If it's your first visit, please show your ID, and where have you been uncomfortable today? At novel been at. Tadano was tongue-tied at the receptionist's question. He didn't know what to say. Should I say I don't remember? To be precise, it wasn't that he didn't remember at all. He just couldn't recall some things, especially those related to the woman. Are you the patient? Oh, yes. Sorry. Well, suddenly, I can't remember well. I've had headaches sometimes. Memory and headaches. Then I'll arrange for you to see the neurologist. You can go to the neurology department on the 7th floor. There should be a receptionist there too, so let them know. Oh, yes. Thank you. Whether many people visit the hospital because they don't remember or not, the receptionist's voice sounded too casual. Perhaps it was just an ordinary illness. 7th floor, neurology. Neurology. Is it there? Although it was his first time at a university hospital, fortunately, Tadano quickly found the neurology department. He approached the neurology receptionist, who was wearing the same uniform as the one on the first floor and asked, "Hello, I'm Tadano Kenji. I just registered on the first floor." Wait a moment. Tadano Kenji. Oh, yes. You're scheduled to see Dr. Yamanaka. You're lucky. Lucky. Yes. Dr. Yamanaka is usually very busy. It's rare to get an appointment on the same day, but today, strangely, there are no other patients, so you can see him. Oh, okay. Just have a seat. I'll call you Yamanaka. It was the first time he heard the doctor's name, but judging by what the receptionist said, he seemed to be a quite skilled doctor. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind amid the hospital's heavy atmosphere, Tadano sighed. She told me to wait, but it's taking so long. In reality, it didn't take that long. At most, 5 minutes. But for the impatient Tadano, 5 minutes felt like an eternity. Then, Tadano Kenji, please enter examination room 1. Upon hearing the receptionist's words, Tadano quickly walked into the examination room. Inside, there was a middle-aged doctor with a friendly smile. The doctor gestured for Tadano to take a seat. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Tadano. What brings you in today? What seems to be bothering you? The same question Tadano heard from the receptionist on the first floor. Although it might sound strange to say that he couldn't remember, Tadano decided to speak directly this time. Today, my memory is suddenly not working well. Memory? You mean you can't remember things that happened today? The doctor, who had been smiling kindly, suddenly lost that smile. Tadano's worry deepened as the doctor's reaction differed greatly from the receptionist's on the first floor. Yes. Suddenly, my memories have become unclear. Your memories are unclear. The doctor looked puzzled at Tadano's words. It didn't seem like he doubted Tadano's words. Yes. Suddenly, I can't remember certain things, especially those related to a person. At Tadano's words, the doctor's face showed a perplexed expression. Touching his chin with his fingers, he spoke with a solemn voice. Suddenly not remembering things related to a person, that's not a common symptom. I can't think of any cases off the top of my head. Yes. Have you consumed excessive alcohol or something similar? I haven't drunk to the extent of excessive drinking. Besides not remembering, do you have any other symptoms? Well, not really. I've had frequent headaches, especially at night or in the morning. The doctor continued his series of questions, asking about recent significant events, whether Tadano completely forgot certain things, when the headache started, and how it manifested. After more than 20 minutes of questioning, the doctor, with his forefinger resting on his chin, spoke in a serious tone. Based on what you've told me, it's difficult for me to pinpoint exactly what disease or symptom this is. We might need to take some pictures. Pictures? Yes, an MRI. I don't know what that is, but can it accurately diagnose my symptoms? To be honest, I can't guarantee that. It's the best option we have. The doctor's words were the typical response in such situations. Although frustrating as a patient, Tadano couldn't complain to the doctor. As Tadano nodded in understanding, the doctor cautiously continued. However, the cost is quite high. The MRI machine is relatively expensive since it's a newly introduced device in the country. Money is not an issue, if you say so. All right. Once the decision was made, Tadano changed into a patient gown and underwent the MRI. The scene of the MRI itself wasn't significant, quickly transitioning like fast-forwarding through a video. 4 days after the MRI, Tadano returned to the hospital. Throughout the past few days, he struggled to recall that woman's face, but instead, his memories became even more blurred. Despite reassuring himself that it was probably nothing significant, Tadano couldn't find solace. Tadano Kenji, please go into examination room 1. With the receptionist's words, Tadano entered the examination room. It looked the same as when he came 4 days ago. However, the only thing that had changed was the expression on the doctor's face as he looked at Tadano. Mr. Tadano, please take a seat for now. The serious tone of the doctor seemed to imply that there was much to discuss. Feeling an unexplainable sense of pressure in the doctor's voice, Tadano awkwardly took a seat. Just as he was about to ask, is there any problem? The doctor, perhaps showing films resembling brain images, spoke. Why did you come to the hospital so late? While Jinsook was deeply engrossed in the filming, one of the reporters commissioned by Go Soyoung, a certain Lee Jija, sighed as he spoke. Something decisive isn't coming out, is it? Collaborating with other reporters, Lee Jija identified people who had encountered Jinsook during his school days, as well as those who had conflicts with him. Until that moment, he had thought that, given the reasons Jinsook fought more easily than one might think and YKL Entertainment still hadn't disclosed anything about Kang Jinsook's school violence, he could easily find out. However, they all refuse interviews. As if they had made a pact, those associated with Kang Jinsook's school violence did not utter a single word. Not even the teachers from that time. Even for the seasoned reporter, it was an unprecedented situation. Not 1 or 2 but nearly 10 people not saying a single word. Sigh. The more you dig, the more futile it seems. Though not as much as Go Soyoung, Lee Gaiji had experienced various exclusive reports on his own. Based on that experience, when something was deeply hidden like this, there was often something sinister behind it. The problem is, there's no way to find out what it is. Lee Gaiji had already handed out his business card to the people he had found until now, along with a request to contact him anytime if they felt like talking. Nevertheless, Lee Gaiji didn't hold high expectations. People who hadn't spoken once tended not to say anything until the end. This is annoying. As Lee Gaiji sighed, pondering the situation. Hey, you, this reporter. The editor-in-chief called him. Why, are you not working? While everyone else is burning their keyboards writing articles, you're here idly twiddling your thumbs. Twiddling my thumbs? I'm deep in thought right now. Deep in thought? If you're wandering around claiming to be on assignment for days and haven't brought back a single story, you, my friend, who bragged about questioning the CEO about a few exclusive reports before, if you keep this up. As the editor-in-chief began his lecture, the reporter turned his gaze towards the monitor. Thanks to years of enduring such lectures, the reporter had reached a point where he listened with one ear and let it flow out the other. If only something decisive would come out, it would come together like unraveling a skein of yarn. At that moment, the journalist's work phone rang. Checking, it was an unfamiliar number. Since calls to his work phone from unknown numbers usually meant a tip, Lee Gaiji promptly answered. Yes, I've answered the phone. Hello. Is this reporter Lee Gaiji's phone? Am I right? The voice on the other end was that of a man, with the distinctive worries and concerns typical of a tipster. Could it be that I'm one of the people who you asked for a call? In anticipation, the journalist corrected his mobile phone and responded immediately. Yes, this is me. How can I help you? Yes, I'm Park Ji-hoon. I heard you've been looking into matters related to the actor Kang Jin-seok lately. If he's saying he's been approached here and there about Kang Jin-seok the actor. Listening to his words, it didn't seem like the person the journalist had met so far. Where did he hear that I'm covering Kang Jin-seok the actor? Curious, the journalist didn't ask Park Ji-hoon. Instead, he skillfully continued the conversation to allow Park Ji-hoon to keep talking. Oh, I see. So, did you call because of that? Yes, that's right. I've been really worried, and it seems like I shouldn't remain silent about what happened with Jin-seok. Shouldn't remain silent as much as you, Ji-hoon? What do you mean by that? There was a brief silence in response to Lee Gaiji's question. Then, a firm voice came through from the other end of the mobile phone. When Jin-seok was in high school, he got into a fight while helping my younger brother. It ended up causing trouble with others. As soon as Lee Gaiji heard this, his eyes widened. It was the answer to the questions he had been searching for in the past few sleepless nights. But then, what followed surprised Lee Gaiji even more. And about a month ago, someone started looking for me. A person who said they would pay me if I said that Jin-seok, during his school days, randomly bullied other students. And they threatened that if I didn't comply, it would become difficult for me to work in the future. I've been pressured at work as well. The once bright expression on Lee Gaiji's face instantly turned serious. Thinking that this wasn't a conversation suitable for a phone call, Lee Gaiji spoke with a composed voice. Mr. Ji-hoon, may I inquire about your current residence? Would it be permissible for me to meet you in person and hear your story? Late at night, in the OS Entertainment Kang Jin-seok team office. With most employees having left for the day, Jang Sun-ho, Go Soyoung, and Lee Gaiji sat facing each other, listening to a recorded interview. The recording was an interview conducted by Lee Gaiji with Park Ji-hoon. Reporter, this story might take a while. Are you okay with that? Of course. Then, let me start with the story of my younger sister. She is my twin, and she has a congenital disability. It's not severe enough for her to attend a special school, but since she went to a regular school, she didn't have many friends until middle school. Yes. However, when she entered high school, she finally made a somewhat close friend. It was a friend assigned to the seat next to her in the first semester, and that friend happened to be Jin-seok. Jin-seok was very popular, so he was friendly with everyone, including my sister. But because of that popularity, there were also kids who didn't like Jin-seok and picked on him, especially some nasty ones. I don't know what they call them these days, but back then, they were known as the Iljin, and they disliked Jin-seok. He excelled in academics and sports and even looked good, so he rubbed them the wrong way in many aspects. Did Jin-seok, the actor, fight with those students? Yes, that's correct. However, it wasn't just a simple fight. If it wasn't just a fight, then, at novel bin at. Well, to be honest, the Iljin kids had been bothering Jin-seok for a while. They deliberately bumped shoulders with him whenever they passed by, and picked fights for no reason. But Jin-seok just laughed it off. Looking back, it seems like Jin-seok was mature. So why did they end up fighting? Because Jin-seok didn't react, those guys started bothering Jin-seok's friends. As far as I remember, Jin-seok was the class president back then, so he talked to the teacher about it. But among the Iljin kids, there were some who even the teacher couldn't touch. Kids from well-off families, and there was even one whose father was a member of the parliament. I see. They were nasty. They went as far as gaslighting the kids who were being bullied, saying, "We're doing this to you because of Kang Jin-seok." In the end, they even targeted my younger sister. But you know, my sister has a disability. She couldn't judge situations like other kids, and she was fearless. So, she stood up to them. If she stood up to them, did she fight back? Yes. But, you know, a girl with a disability standing up to them, especially at that time when high school students can be quite intimidating. It was harsh. Slapped in the face, hair set on fire with a cigarette, and all of this during lunchtime. Jin-seok couldn't stand it anymore. I heard from other students because we were in different classes. Our school didn't have a cafeteria, so students ate in their classrooms. One day, while they were eating, Jin-seok flipped the tables and fought those guys. Then there was a massive fight with other Iljin kids, and even the ones who had been victimized by them joined in. It turned into a brawl. I went to see it around that time when I heard that Jin-seok was fighting. It was fierce. I vividly remember that Jin-seok had no hesitation in beating those guys. So what happened next? The PE teachers rushed in to break it up. One of the kids was the son of a member of parliament, so they didn't want the fight video to spread. Teachers confiscated all the students' phones to erase the videos. The police came in large numbers. The official announcement to the whole school was something like there was a dispute and a fight involving Kang Jin-seok and some students. They left out all the details of what those guys had done before. After that, Not long after, Jinsook withdrew from school, and then rumors started spreading that Jinsook was the one in the wrong. Why did the rumors turn out that way? There must have been students who were victimized by the Iljin kids. The students who were victimized back then all kept quiet once Jinsook withdrew. After that incident, the Iljin kids didn't bother other students, and bringing up that story wouldn't have been beneficial for anyone. It might have been embarrassing for the victims. Many students also transferred to other schools. The students who were bullied at that time and the Iljin kids know exactly what happened. My sister knows it too. But, as I mentioned during the call, threats and persuasion are circulating among the victims now. They are being pressured to provide unfavorable testimony regarding Jinsook. It happened to my sister and me. I felt that it was not right, so I contacted you. Thank you for your courage. So, is this the first time you've shared this story? Yes. Actually, there was a time when the team leader from Jinsook's agency came to see me, but at that time, I was going through some internal conflicts, so I couldn't speak up. Beep. As the recording flowed up to this point, Lee Gaiji turned off the mobile recording device. First of all, this is the interview content. And I've also received a business card from the person Park Ji-hoon mentioned, the one involved in threats. Lee Gaiji calmly spoke and placed a business card on the table. The card read Hyunmil Unemployment, Manager Kim Hyung-jong. When Jang Sun-ho received the business card, he murmured in a subdued voice, Hyunmil Unemployment. I've never heard of that company before. I briefly looked into it before coming here, and it seems like it's similar to paper company. There's almost no information available. It doesn't matter, since it's likely a company related to KL Entertainment or its affiliates. Jang Sun-ho continued to speak in a calm tone. However, considering the time he had spent working together with Go Soyoung, she could sense that Jang Sun-ho was quite angry. Tap, tap. Jang Sun-ho held the business card with one hand and, with the other, tapped it while contemplating. Then, he sighed and spoke. First of all, if KL Entertainment is bringing out such a phantom company, it's clear that this matter will eventually explode. And once it does, it will undoubtedly cause significant damage to actor Kang Jin-sook. Regardless of the full story of the incident, the fact remains that he was involved in a physical altercation, doesn't it, Manager Go Soyoung? Well, yes. And I've prepared quite thoroughly to expose it. Exactly. So, in my style, I would press them with various means to silence them before they can expose this, but doing that wouldn't be fun. The word fun made Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji raise their eyebrows. It wasn't the appropriate term for the situation. However, Jang Sun-ho's expression was more serious than ever, and they could sense that he had something on his mind. As Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji stared at Jang Sun-ho, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Then, with a familiar gesture, he started making a call somewhere. After a moment, the call connected. President, I'm sorry for calling at this late hour. I contacted you because there's an urgent matter. At the word president, both Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji flinched again. The only person Jang Sun-ho would refer to as president was Oh Hae-nyul. Ignoring their reactions, Jang Sun-ho continued the call with a serious tone. After a while, the call connected. President, last week, I mentioned that if KL Entertainment kept bothering us, they should properly deal with it. It seems like that time has come. May I proceed? I need to take care of KL Entertainment. Upon Jang Sun-ho's words, Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji swallowed hard, staring at Jang Sun-ho with widened eyes. This guy, Jang Sun-ho, was he waiting for this moment all along? This is breaking news. However, both of them kept their thoughts to themselves, refraining from saying anything out loud. At that moment, beyond the mobile phone, Jang Sun-ho's expression hardened as he listened to something from Oh Hae-nyul. That should be fine. Yes, it could be burdensome if there's too much. Understood. I'll head there right away. After a brief response, Jang Sun-ho stood up. Go Soyoung looked at him and asked, Team leader, you're going to give KL Entertainment a hard time. What did the president say? It seems we need to discuss the details. Is that all? Yes. When Jang Sun-ho replied calmly, Go Soyoung tilted her head and asked, Then why did you have such a long conversation if that's it? I took a while to choose from the options they offered for my late-night meal. Suddenly, a late-night meal? Go Soyoung's face showed a puzzled expression at the unexpected mention of late-night meal. However, it was only for a moment. After the initial surprise, Go Soyoung blinked and said, if it's a late-night meal, are you saying we should meet now? At this hour? Yes. The president asked me to come right away. While Jang Sun-ho spoke calmly, Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji, bewildered by the situation, blinked their eyes in confusion. Seeing them, Jang Sun-ho gestured for them to get up. Get your clothes and come. We need to leave now. Jang Sun-ho, Go Soyoung, and Lee Gaiji arrived at Oh Hae-nyul's house. Looking at the lavishly prepared food, Jang Sun-ho inwardly sighed. I'm pretty sure I told him not to prepare too much. However, he couldn't blame the president. While Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji refrained from touching the food, sitting still, Oh Hae-nyul spoke. Eat before the dishes get cold. It's my homemade dishes. Go Soyoung and Lee Gaiji cautiously picked up their food, glancing at each other. Observing them, Jang Sun-ho hesitated a bit. Oh Hae-nyul smiled and said, Eat, team leader Jang. I purposely ordered pizza because I heard you like it. Yes. Thank you. By the way, Mr. Oh, before we eat, may I discuss the plans we couldn't talk about during our call? As Jang Sun-ho spoke with a serious tone, Oh Hae-nyul, while munching on a chicken leg, casually replied, "You don't have to talk about the plans if you don't want to. Just do whatever you want as the team leader. I'm sure you'll do better than my expectations. When we were talking earlier, I thought it might be good for the team leader to hear the story, but while cooking, I realized that it might not be my place to speak. With 3 professionals like you here, it seems even more absurd for me to step forward, don't you think?" With a subtle smile, Oh Hae-nyul spoke in a trusting tone. While appreciating Oh Hae-nyul's generous evaluation, a thought crossed Jang Sun-ho's mind. But still, I have to share this story. After a moment of contemplation, Jang Sun-ho spoke to Oh Hae-nyul, who had just finished devouring chicken. "Nevertheless, given the circumstances, I think I need to explain." "Well, if you insist on explaining, I can't help it. Please go ahead." "Thank you." Oh Hae-nyul put down his chopsticks and looked at Jang Sun-ho. Jang Sun-ho nodded slightly in gratitude and began his explanation. "First, let me explain the current situation." "Oh, no need to explain the situation. I already know. KL Entertainment keeps causing trouble, right? Just tell me about your plan, Team Leader Jang." "Alright. I plan to do a broadcast." "A broadcast? What kind of broadcast?" I want to know that. Do you happen to know it?" "I want to know that." "A program hosted by the famous mid-level actor Kim Sang-jun, mainly addressing social issues and exposés. With Kim Sang-jun's engaging hosting and the production team's excellent skills, the program has been receiving steady support and love from the public." "Of course, I know. I'm a fan of the actor Kim Sang-jun. Yes. I intend to expose the wrongdoings committed by KL Entertainment through that program." Jang Sun-ho spoke calmly as usual, but internally, he was somewhat tense, because he didn't know if the president would allow such a significant move. "Once we expose all of KL Entertainment's wrongdoings through the broadcast, it'll turn into a mud fight. What I'm going to reveal also includes information about the member of parliament who received favors from KL Entertainment, so I expect pressure from that side as well." In reality, whatever KL Entertainment did, it didn't pose any problem for Jang Sun-ho. He had a plan. However, this time, given the scale of the operation, he needed the president's approval. "I understand. This seems to align well with Dot. If you proceed with your plan, Team Leader Jang, I believe it will work out." "Are you sure about this? It might harm the company." "It's possible. Still, you seem to have everything figured out, Team Leader Jang. If there's a problem, I'll handle it when the time comes. If you need my help, let me know." Oh Hae-nyul spoke lightly, picking up a chicken leg. He didn't seem like the decisive president one might expect. Perhaps, having built the company through various struggles, he was now in a more relaxed position. "Thank you, President. I won't disappoint you. Don't push yourself too hard. Just do what you've been doing." "Oh, but Team Leader Jang, even if we provide our materials to, will the producers air them as they are? It could cause legal issues, and the production team might hesitate. KL Entertainment might have some connections in the legal field as well." Oh Hae-nyul had a point. No matter how solid the evidence was, it couldn't be broadcast without careful consideration. It could potentially lead to significant legal problems. "Don't worry about that. I'll prepare everything thoroughly and present it to them." However, Jang Sun-ho seemed confident that there wouldn't be any issues. 2 days later, BDD Broadcasting Station. Young Won-cheol, the CP of, and Jang Sun-ho were in a serious meeting. To summarize, OS Entertainment will provide evidence of various wrongdoings by KL Entertainment, so they're requesting us to plan a broadcast. Is that correct? Yes, and to be more precise, it includes the wrongdoings that KL Entertainment is planning as well. Young Won-cheol sighed with deep contemplation, rubbing his chin. It's a tough situation. A highly sensitive issue. The materials provided by Jang Sun-ho included not only a current member of parliament but also issues related to a top star. Just exposing information about one of them could create significant waves in the media. But if they expose all of it at once, it could shake the entire nation. Don't worry about it too much. Whether it's for the better or the worse, the landscape within the company could change. The information Jang Sun-ho provided was a Pandora's box. Similar to Jang Sun-ho's concerns, Young Won-cheol had similar worries. After pondering for a while, he asked Jang Sun-ho, "But where did you get this information?" "I obtained some of it, and there are materials collected by reporters." Also, Jang Sun-ho hesitated to mention, there is a collaborator within KL Entertainment. "I see. Well, first of all, this is my personal opinion, but I want to do this. KL Entertainment might appear clean on the surface, but people in this industry know they are quite messy. I didn't know it was to this extent, though." "Yes. But honestly, it's a bit intimidating. This is a very sensitive issue. Since politicians are involved, even if we focus on factual information and maintain a neutral approach, we might face criticism for being political. So, I'm a bit worried." "I fully understand your concerns, CP. Thank you for understanding. But, is OS Entertainment okay with this? If we expose this, it will lead to a full-scale confrontation with KL Entertainment." "It's fine. If you produce a broadcast with this content, KL Entertainment will become unsalvageable in no time." Young Won-cheol nodded. "Well, that makes sense. It seems like there are many journalists sailing on the same boat as OS Entertainment. But supporting reporters could be serious business." "Yes, everything is prepared. You just need to make the decision, CP." After circling, it all came down to this. The decision was difficult, even though he was the one who had to make it. What to do? Young Woncheol thought for a while. I'm sorry, team leader. I can't do this. He sighed, then continued, what KL Entertainment is doing, especially to rookie actors or idol groups from small satellite agencies, I want to take a stand against it for justice. However, the risk is too high. Is it a legal risk you're concerned about? Yes. In our country, even if there is evidence, unilaterally exposing it could be a problem. You know about factual defamation, right? If we get involved in that, it'll be a real headache. Young Woncheol seemed genuinely sorry, but Jang Sunho smiled subtly as if he had been waiting for this moment. You don't need to worry about that. The law is on our side. The law is on our side. What do you mean? At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It seems she's here now. A bit late. Jang Sunho mentioned as if he had been waiting. However, Young Woncheol, not knowing who had arrived, expressed confusion. The door opened, and a woman entered the conference room. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit at them.Every. Sorry for being late, team leader. I took a day off, but something urgent came up. No problem. Thank you for taking the time to come. Jang Sunho stood up and greeted the woman. However, Young Woncheol, still unaware of who she was, raised a questioning look. As the door closed behind her, Jang Sunho introduced her. Let me introduce you. Jang Sunho gestured toward the woman and said, this is Deputy Prosecutor Lee Minyoung from the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. She will be assisting us. Young Woncheol was left in silent astonishment. While in Korea, Lee Minyoung, Young Woncheol, and Jang Sunho were having an important meeting. Meanwhile in Japan, the filming of the most painful predestined relationship in the world was in full swing. Since the staff had already worked together several times, everyone knew their tasks without explicit instructions. The director, Katahiro, delegated minor tasks to the staff and only exchanged crucial matters based on their roles. Jinsook was a bit away from the shooting location, going through the script. This project is almost over. The thick script now had only a few pages left. There was anticipation for how the project would turn out, and the joy of reaching the final stages of shooting. Yet, there was also a sense of regret. As he prepared for the acting, reviewing the notes he had written in the script for about 20 minutes, a staff member shouted, "It's 5 minutes before shooting." With the announcement that there were 5 minutes left until shooting, he put down the script and headed toward the center of the camera. Though he had become accustomed to the filming process, standing in front of the camera and lights still made his heart pound. As time passed, the surroundings gradually became quieter. The unique tension of the filming location, felt just before the shooting started, enveloped him. We will begin shooting. When the staff member, who had shouted a while ago, shouted again, the surroundings fell completely silent. Then, the director Katahiro's characteristic calm cue signaled. Ready. Action. Is this Sapporo Station? In the late afternoon, Sapporo Station bustled with numerous people coming and going. Among them was Tadano, who had come from Tokyo to Sapporo to meet Yomi. However, Tadano's behavior was a bit peculiar. Like a person in a trance, Tadano stood still, staring into the void. Although he had come to Sapporo, longing to meet Yomi right away, he remained motionless. After a while, Tadano, still gazing into the space, asked himself, why did I come to Sapporo Station? Once again, he couldn't remember. There was undoubtedly an important reason for coming from Tokyo when he departed, but upon arrival, the memory eluded him. Tadano furrowed his brow, covering his face with both hands. Despite his efforts, he couldn't recall why he had come to this place. Passers-by cast fleeting glances at Tadano, but no one approached him. After contemplating for a while, with a small sigh, Tadano formed a bitter smile. Right. The headmaster told me to go on a trip. Although he had come to Sapporo to see Yomi, Tadano couldn't remember that. Instead, his memory had reverted to the time when he traveled to Sapporo at the headmaster's suggestion. I should go back to Tokyo. Just like before meeting Yomi, as soon as Tadano arrived in Sapporo, he wanted to return to Tokyo. Approaching the ticket counter, Tadano asked the staff, please give me the fastest train to Tokyo. As soon as he said that, Tadano felt an odd sensation at novel.A. What's this? It feels like I've been in a similar situation before. He was puzzled by vaguely felt memories from the past. However, no matter how hard he tried to recall, the memories wouldn't surface, leaving Tadano in confusion. Concerned, the ticket counter staff spoke to Tadano with a worried tone. Sir, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. If you have a headache or anything, our station clinic dash. It's fine. Just book me the fastest train ticket to Tokyo. Despite the ticket counter staff's kind concern, Tadano responded coldly. He had returned to the version of himself before meeting Yomi, avoiding mixing with people as much as possible. Yes. Please check for the train to Tokyo. With a somewhat hesitant voice, the ticket counter staff began to check the train tickets to Tokyo. Then, apologetically, as if scratching his cheek, he spoke to Tadano. I'm sorry. All the trains to Tokyo are fully booked today, including the standing seats. The last train has just left. I feel like I've heard this before. Faced with consecutive strange sensations, Tadano put on a composed expression. It's probably just fatigue. After deciding not to think much about it, Tadano asked the ticket counter staff. So, when is the next train? It should be in the afternoon tomorrow. That's too late. Is there a way to go back by bus? I'm not sure about that. Tadano bit his lip. The reason he was getting irritated wasn't that there was no train to Tokyo right now, it was because his head had been hurting continuously since earlier. Sir, are you okay? I'm fine. Then, please book me the fastest train ticket to Tokyo for tomorrow. Understood. Oh, and since it's almost closing time, you should head out soon. Yes. After receiving the train ticket for tomorrow's ride to Tokyo, Tadano left the station. Unlike inside the station, there weren't many people outside. While absent-mindedly looking around, a sound came from Tadano's stomach. I should eat something. I also need to find accommodation. Despite the late hour, the restaurant in front of the station was crowded. Tadano, who preferred not to bump into people if possible, didn't want to enter such a noisy restaurant. Even if it's not delicious, I want to go to a quiet place. That's when it happened. The food cart I went to last time was decent. Should I go there again? The place I went last time? Ah, that quiet one inside the alley. Yeah, it was decent there. The owner is polite, and the place has a certain dignity. Dignity in a food cart. Men in suits, appearing to be office workers, were heading into the alley. A quiet pub. Should I follow those guys? Tadano followed the men from a reasonable distance. After about 5 minutes of following, he saw a food cart and a rundown store side by side in the dark alley. The men ahead entered the food cart on the far right. I shouldn't go to the same place as them, it might raise suspicion. I'll go to the store next to it. It looks less crowded. With his hand in his pocket, Tadano headed towards the store. As he opened the door, ding-dong. Welcome, it's Rockhill. The energetic voice of the waiter echoed. The inside of the store was very lively. For Tadano, who wanted to go to a quiet place, it was the worst choice. But what bothered Tadano more was what the waiter said. Rockhill? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. As Tadano stood outside in a daze, the waiter laughed and said, it's cold out there, come on in. Please take a seat over here. The waiter guided Tadano to a seat. As Tadano sat down, the waiter pointed to the menu on the wall and asked, what would you like? Just give me the top menu. At Tadano's words, the waiter chuckled and said, haha, you said the same thing the first time you came. Alright, I'll prepare the Rockhill set for you. By the way, today, we only have smile ramen for ramen. Is that okay? Yes. That's fine. Did I say the same thing when I first came? Tadano tilted his head as the waiter spoke as if he had been there before. However, Tadano decided not to pay much attention, thinking it was a mistake. Then it happened. Look at this, look at this. Didn't I say? We're bound to run into each other again, right? While waiting quietly for the food to arrive, a woman came to the table, throwing her bag on it. At the rude behavior of the woman he had never seen before, Tadano frowned. I don't know who you are, but behaving like this on our first meeting seems impolite. In response to Tadano's cold voice, the woman grinned. What are you talking about? Being like this on our first meeting is impolite? We've seen each other before, remember? Do you know who I am? As the woman spoke as if it were ridiculous, Tadano scrutinized her face. Despite hearing her speak, she looked like a stranger. Tadano spoke with a hint of irritation. Nice to meet you for the first time. Huh? Are you doing this? Spending money to meet me at the store, waiting until dawn? I thought you liked me. Seriously ridiculous. Well, fine. If you keep this up, I'll make sure you can't pretend not to remember. The woman strutted and sat across from Tadano. Tadano didn't permit her to join him at the same table, but she wasn't the type to listen to such conventional manners. When Tadano, not bothering to hide his displeasure, looked at her, the woman spoke with a voice full of resentment. Will you keep doing this? After not seeing each other for so long, her voice carried not only a sense of being hurt but also frustration. Tadano, being observant, could sense it, but he saw no reason to console a woman he had just met. So, Tadano continued with a dry tone. If you're pretending to know me for some reason, I'm not in the mood to play along. I came in here, already annoyed by the noisy place. It would be better if you just left quietly. Well, why would I pretend to know you? Is that what you think? Yes. If you continue, I'll ask the waiter to kick you out. If that doesn't work, I'll call the police. Upon Tadano's words, Yomi fell silent. She looked at Tadano with resentful eyes. After a while, she spoke with difficulty. Fine. I don't know why you suddenly appeared and did this, but I get the vague intention. Let's pretend we don't know each other from now on. No, I mean we didn't know each other dash. Yes. Let's say we didn't know each other now. Wait, I mean dash. Today, since you seem to have ordered first, I'll leave. But starting tomorrow, don't come here. This place is precious to me, and I have to eat ramen here at this time every day. Got it. After sharply declaring this, Yomi stood up from her seat. She grabbed her bag, which was on the table, and said to Tadano, I thought we could be friends, though. You're a bad person. I really. How long I've waited. Leaving such words behind, Yomi went straight out of the store. Watching her leave, Tadano sighed as if he couldn't understand. Who is that woman? Why is she acting like this? Even if Tadano hated people and usually didn't care about others, in this situation, he couldn't help but be concerned about the woman. But he only cared, he didn't actively pursue the woman. Your meal is ready. But where did Miss Yomi go? The waiter said as he placed Tadano's dish on the table. That woman just left. Why? Did she not eat anything? Did you two fight? No fighting. I was the only one who got attacked. She suddenly started accusing me and burst into tears. Tadano spoke with an irritated voice, quickly ate the ramen, placed the money on the table, and left the noisy and unpleasant place. I want to return to Tokyo. Tadano walked towards Sapporo Station with his head down. He considered getting accommodation, but there were no familiar places nearby, so he decided to spend the night outdoors in front of the station. Even if it's a bit cold, as long as I avoid the wind, I should be able to stay for just a day. Arriving at Sapporo Station, Tadano found a corner and sat down haphazardly. Leaning against the wall, he looked up at the sky. Unlike Tokyo, the night sky in Sapporo had quite a few stars. While gazing at the stars, Tadano suddenly thought of Yomi. But why did that woman act like that? Although he usually tried not to care about others, the situation seemed to have forced him to be concerned. Anyway, why did she do that? Despite trying not to think about it, Tadano found himself continuing to be bothered by the situation. As if she had been waiting for me for a long time. But Tadano didn't know anyone in Sapporo. It was true. So, her words bothered him even more. Tadano sighed deeply. The more he tried not to think about it, the more the woman's words lingered in his ears, making it hard for him to sleep. This won't do. I should go meet her again tomorrow. If I return to Tokyo like this, I'll keep worrying, and it'll be irritating. Tadano crumpled the Tokyo-bound train ticket in his pocket and tossed it away. Then he wrapped himself tighter in his clothes and forced himself to sleep. The next day. Beep beep. Hey, watch where you're going up ahead. Hey, it's almost departure time. Let's go quickly. Tadano woke up to the noisy sounds of people and cars passing by the station. But for some reason, he felt groggy, and his eyes wouldn't open easily. Moreover, there was a severe headache inside his head, perhaps from catching a cold while sleeping outside. Ugh. Gradually coming to his senses, Tadano struggled to open his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. When he realized he was sitting on the ground, he was incredibly surprised. What am I doing here? Tadano sat on the ground, staring blankly into the sky for a few minutes. His mind was filled with only one question: why was he here? Yeah, right. I was trying to go back to Tokyo yesterday, but there were no tickets, so I decided to take the train this morning. But it feels like I've forgotten something important. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, Tadano couldn't recall the memory. However, no matter how much he contemplated, the memory eluded him. Well, if it was important, I would remember. Let's just take the train and get going. Since I bought the ticket yesterday, we can head straight to the train. Tadano rummaged through his pockets to retrieve the ticket he bought yesterday. However, to his surprise, the ticket was nowhere to be found. He checked every pocket, even patting down his innermost one, but it was futile. Did someone steal it? It doesn't seem likely, considering I still have all my cash. After fruitlessly searching his pockets, Tadano decided to buy a new ticket. The cost of a train ticket was a trivial matter for him. He headed to the ticket counter where the same station attendant from yesterday was selling tickets. Welcome. Where are you heading? Weren't you the one who bought the Tokyo-bound train ticket yesterday? Yes, that's me. I lost the ticket. How did you manage to lose the ticket? No need to explain. Just give me the fastest one to Tokyo, please. Avoiding unnecessary conversation with the station attendant, Tadano spoke coldly, just like yesterday. The station attendant nodded approvingly and handed him a new ticket. Here you go. It departs in 3 hours. Isn't there a faster one? No. There aren't many trains from Sapporo to Tokyo, and this is the fastest one. Sighing lightly, Tadano reluctantly accepted the ticket. Without any further acknowledgement, he walked to the central area of Sapporo Station, where a few passengers were waiting for their trains, and a janitor was sweeping between them. Tadano surveyed the seats and placed his luggage in the least crowded spot. There's nothing to do, might as well get some sleep. It was still early in the morning, and combined with the fatigue from sleeping on the ground the previous night, Tadano quickly felt drowsy. Clenching his fist and settling into the chair, he soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep. That's when it happened. Tap, tap. Excuse me. I need to clean this area. Could you please move your feet for a moment? Somewhere, a voice, vaguely familiar, reached Tadano's ears. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a woman he had never seen before. More precisely, she was the cleaning staff he had seen before he fell asleep. Awakening from a short nap, Tadano frowned slightly and spoke to the woman. Why here, exactly, in this vast space? People are sleeping here. Yes, sir. I need to clean this area. For some reason, the woman's voice had a peculiar charm. The more he heard it, the more familiar it seemed. Curious if he knew her, Tadano scrutinized her face again, but she was entirely unfamiliar. As Tadano stared at his face, the woman spoke with the same calm voice as before. Why are you looking at me like that, sir? Well, I thought I might know you by your voice. It sounded familiar. I apologize if it made you uncomfortable. Huh. In response to Tadano's words, the woman chuckled as if finding it amusing. You looked at me because you thought you knew me. Yes. I mentioned the voice felt familiar. If it made you uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable. It's refreshing? What? Please move your legs. I need to clean. Puzzled by the woman's words, Tadano awkwardly moved aside. However, the woman continued sweeping around him as if she didn't care whether he looked or not. But there was a distinct annoyance in her sweeping, more than when she cleaned elsewhere. After a while, the woman spoke to Tadano. Are you going today? Going where? To Tokyo. Are you going to Tokyo today? Yes, but how do you know I'm going to Tokyo? How do I know? You told me yourself that you're going to Tokyo. Well, if it turns out that way until the end, there's nothing to be done. For Tadano, it made no sense at all. The woman spoke as if she knew him well, but he didn't know her at all. At novel bin at. Can I ask one last thing? If I say you can't, will you still ask? No, I'll ask. As expected, the woman was straightforward and true to expectations. She immediately spoke to Tadano. I didn't know I would meet you here today, but did you know? Did I know I would meet you here? What does that even mean? I'll take that as a no. So, we coincidentally met 3 times today. First at the ramen shop, the second time also at the ramen shop, and the last here at Sapporo Station. Ramen shop. Tadano was confused, but he didn't bother to inquire further. He sensed that if he said anything, the woman would start talking more than necessary. As he silently looked at her, the woman continued. They say if you meet once, it's a coincidence, twice, it's fate, and 3 times, it's destiny. Tadano stared at the woman with a surprised expression. This saying was something his mother used to say a long time ago, and he wondered where the woman had heard it. But before he could ask, the woman spoke faster than him. But meeting 3 times and it's still coming out like this, destiny doesn't seem as impressive as we think. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. I won't say anything more. Goodbye, Mr. Tadano. I don't know why you're acting like this, but still, thanks for being a short-time friend. Tadano looked at the woman in amazement. The fact that this stranger knew his name left him baffled. Ignoring Tadano, the woman quickly walked away, and eventually, he shouted at her. Hey, how do you know my name? Who are you? Tadano's wary shout echoed in Sapporo Station. The woman must have heard it, but she only quickened her pace and moved farther away. Watching her disappear, Tadano shook his head in disbelief. Enough. Let's not dwell on it. Tadano tried to sleep again. There was still quite some time until the train departure, and sleeping seemed like a good way to pass the time. Gradually, Tadano drifted off to sleep. And after some time, tap, tap. Excuse me, sir. Someone woke Tadano from his deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a man in station staff attire, someone he hadn't seen before, smiling pleasantly at him. You didn't go to Tokyo? Did you miss your train because you were sleeping? The station staff's words brought Tadano back to his senses, but he was still not fully awake, and the situation wasn't clear yet. Or perhaps, there might be another reason. Tadano, still groggy from sleep, couldn't fully open his eyes, and the station staff continued speaking. Sir, please wake up. Sir, we're closing the station now, and you need to leave. What, did you say? Station. Yes, sir. Have you had some drinks by any chance? Drinks? No, I didn't drink any alcohol. Not drinking, huh? Seems like you had quite a bit. Anyway, please leave quickly. The station staff grabbed Tadano's arm and helped him up, leading him outside the station. Until then, Tadano was not fully aware, so he just followed the station staff's lead. When they arrived outside the station, a chilly wind brushed against his cheeks, and only then did Tadano fully regain his senses. As Tadano opened his eyes wide, the station staff smiled and said, if you plan to take the train to Tokyo, come early tomorrow morning. Don't try to catch the next one like today. Train to Tokyo. Hearing that, Tadano remembered. Oh, right. I came to Sapporo because the headmaster told me to go on a trip. I was going to go back right away, but there was no train, so I decided to take the morning train tomorrow. Yes. Thank you. Yes, then I'll go back in. The station staff went back inside, and Tadano observed the surroundings outside the station. There were not many people inside the station, but there were quite a few outside. I'm hungry. Should I grab a meal? But the restaurants seem crowded. I don't like noisy places. While contemplating, he glanced at a nearby establishment. Then, he heard the voices of passing revelers. Otani-kun, how about just one more drink somewhere quiet? Oh, Lieutenant, are you sure? You came in late yesterday. Wouldn't Mrs. feel upset? It's okay, it's okay. I'd rather have another sake with you, Otani-kun. Haha. Alright. Let's go to a quiet street vendor nearby. The subordinate led the manager toward the inner alley. A quiet street vendor in the alley. It should be decent for a quick meal. Tadano, keeping a suitable distance, followed the man. As they entered the inner alley, the crowd diminished, and near the gathering of street vendors, there was hardly anyone. Any place would be fine, but I shouldn't go where those men are heading. That manager, drunk as he is, will be extremely noisy. Tadano entered the shabbiest place right next to the small eatery where the 2 men had gone. Once inside, he realized he had walked into the wrong place. Ha ha ha, so when I said I'd take responsibility, you know what the boss said? Suddenly praising me for being manly, saying if he liked it, he would take care of it himself. Who? Hyuhak. I miss Sasaki. Owner? 3 regulars here? And 5 for Mizuku. Yes, sir. The inside of the place was noisy. Tadano, who had come inside seeking a quiet spot, didn't want to eat here. I should leave. Tadano turned to leave immediately. But then, why are you here again? A woman questioned him, staring directly at him. Why shouldn't I come here? You're not supposed to. We agreed on that from today. Me. Tadano pointed at himself, asking. His expression was filled with confusion and bewilderment, not understanding what the woman was saying. In response to Tadano's reaction, the woman sighed heavily and spoke. Why on earth are you doing this? Didn't we agree to keep our distance? In the morning at the station, we acted like we didn't know each other. But why are you wandering around here again? Taken aback by the sudden accusation from the unfamiliar woman, Tadano couldn't say anything. As she looked at him in silence, the woman sighed again and passed by Tadano. While passing by, she deliberately bumped into Tadano's shoulder. Whether it was intentional or unavoidable in the narrow shop, Tadano naturally didn't feel good about it. Entering the store suddenly and yelling at him with unknown words, and even bumping shoulders, it was no wonder he felt uneasy. Tadano gave the woman a slightly disapproving look. But then, sniff. The woman, sitting at a small table in the corner, was barely holding back tears and trembling shoulders. Why is she suddenly crying? It was filled with incomprehensibility. Suddenly, she confronted him, expressing anger. Did she intentionally bump into his shoulder while passing by? And then, unexpectedly, she went to a corner and started crying. It was a series of inexplicable events. What did I do wrong? No matter how much he thought about it, there was nothing that could make the woman angry with him. There was no reason for her to cry so sorrowfully. Since he hadn't done anything wrong, Tadano tried to leave the store. Sniff. However, when he saw the woman crying alone in the corner, his steps involuntarily slowed down. Even though Tadano had come to resent and despise people, he wasn't so callous as to leave a woman crying alone, possibly because of him. Tadano approached the woman and spoke. Hey. Tadano called twice, but the woman remained silent. Irritated by her response, Tadano scratched the back of his head and called her again. Sigh. Hey, you. I don't know why you're acting like this, but consider my feelings. Suddenly getting mad at someone, crying alone in a corner, how do you think that makes me feel? I haven't done anything wrong. Nothing wrong. Yes, I haven't done anything wrong. We just met today, right here, right now. What did I do wrong? If there's a mistake, you made it. Getting annoyed at someone you just met out of the blue. The woman, hearing Tadano's words, raised her head. In a short time, her eyes had swollen, and tear stains were vivid on her cheeks. Using her sleeve, she wiped her eyes, and with slightly clearer eyes, she looked directly at Tadano. We met for the first time today. Yes. Don't you remember meeting at the train station this morning? What morning at the train station? I came here from Tokyo tonight. With Tadano's repeated words, the woman seemed to have finally sensed something strange, and she asked with a softer voice than before. About a week ago, didn't we eat ramen here until late at night? Don't you remember that? I came to this shop for the first time, and no, it's the first time I've ever been to Sapporo. Isn't it possible that you're confusing me with someone else? As the woman listened until this point, her gaze at Tadano noticeably changed. Now, her eyes held confusion, concern, and bewilderment. At novel bin at. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that? However, the woman couldn't answer. Instead, she posed one question to him. I'll just ask you one more thing. What else do you want to ask? Do you know what day it is today? The date? Why are you asking dash? Just tell me. What day is it today? Even though Tadano thought it was a pointless question, he answered willingly. October 23 RD. October 23 RD. Yeah, Tadano stated confidently, and the woman's expression became peculiar. When he tried to ask why she reacted that way, she took something out of her bag. It was a thick diary. Flipping through the pages quickly, she muttered. October 23rd, October 23 RD. The woman's hand, flipping through the diary, stopped. After looking at the diary for a moment, she closed her mouth. She alternated between the diary and Tadano for a while. Then, slowly, she opened her mouth. You said you came for the first time today. Yes. So, why did you end up here? Why did I come? I just happened to come. Upon Tadano's words, Yomi sighed deeply and nodded her head. Right. It must be just a coincidence. Like that time. Yes. No, it's just. Do you perhaps plan to come back here tomorrow? Not at all. I'll take the first train back to Tokyo tomorrow morning. I see. After speaking in a trembling voice, the woman stood up. If you're taking the first train to Tokyo tomorrow morning, where will you stay until then? Nowhere. What does that have to do with you? If you don't have a place, I can let you stay at the place where I work for a day. Fine. I'll find accommodation after eating. If I can't find one, I'll just sleep at the station for a day. Sleeping at the station might be a bit cold, don't you think? This is Sapporo, after all. I'll manage. Don't worry about it. Despite Tadano's annoyed tone, the woman nodded reluctantly. Then, she conveyed words that were difficult for Tadano to understand. If we happen to meet here again tomorrow, I'll try to do the same as last time. With that statement and no more words to say, Yomi promptly left the shop. Tadano, once again, found himself puzzled by the woman's mysterious words. Don't bother. It seems like she's a bit mentally unstable. It's better to keep a distance from people like that. Deciding not to dwell on thoughts about the woman, Tadano placed his order. Here, the Rock Hill set. Please. And for the ramen. Miso ramen. Not long after placing the order, the dishes arrived. Tadano, looking at the dish he ordered, inwardly let out a small sigh. Ramen with rice, fried egg, and mizuku. I don't know why mizuku comes with ramen, but it's quite a simple composition for a set. Although he wasn't pleased, Tadano didn't call the waiter to complain. After all, he didn't come to this restaurant to savor a meal, he just wanted to fill his stomach quickly. Having finished a quick meal, Tadano left the payment on the table and stepped outside the shop. It was quite cold outside for October, must be because it's in the north. It's colder than Tokyo. Luckily, Tadano was wearing thick clothing. He left the alley and headed towards the station. He planned to find any accommodation near the station to spend the day. Entering a place with lights on, Tadano inquired, "Do you have any rooms available?" "Oh, sorry. All rooms are taken." Since the rooms were full, Tadano, without saying anything, headed to another lodging. However, we don't have any vacant rooms. Every place he went to was fully booked. Even though it was near the station, it seemed improbable for all the rooms to be occupied. However, there was no reason for the innkeepers to lie. In the end, unable to secure accommodation, Tadano headed back to the station. Sleeping rough for a day won't hurt. As long as I avoid the wind, it should be fine. Tying his clothes tightly in a corner, Tadano tried to get some sleep. The wind wasn't too strong, and it seemed suitable for sleeping outdoors. However, Tadano couldn't easily fall asleep. The words the woman from the ramen shop spoke kept echoing in his ears. "If we happen to meet here again tomorrow, I'll try to do the same as last time." What could those words mean? Despite trying not to dwell on it, he couldn't easily dismiss them. The more he tried not to care, the clearer the woman's voice became in his mind. It was as if something in his head was insisting that he shouldn't forget those words. It was a headache. Not in the metaphorical sense of being annoying or troublesome, but a genuine headache. Whether it was because of the woman's words or sitting in the cold for a while, the headache intensified. Trying to alleviate the pain, Tadano vigorously massaged his forehead, the back of his neck, and his temples. It didn't have much effect, but at least the pain eased a bit. I should sleep soon. Hopefully, it'll get better if I rest. After properly adjusting his slightly loosened clothes, Tadano tried to sleep. His head continued to ache, and the woman's words lingered, but somehow, he felt like he could manage to get some sleep. And the next day, "Excuse me?" Someone tapped Tadano's foot. Still groggy from sleep, Tadano struggled to open his eyes, and there stood a woman holding a broom. Tadano, with a faint groan, massaged his forehead. For some reason, he had a headache this morning. Seeing Tadano like that, the woman spoke with a slightly worried tone. "You said you'd sleep rough, and you slept here." "Did I sleep here? What are you talking about? Don't you remember what you said yesterday?" Just waking up and with his mind still foggy, it was challenging for Tadano to comprehend the incomprehensible words from a woman he was seeing for the first time. Tadano lightly brushed his forehead to alleviate the headache and said to the woman, "Is it a problem that I slept here? Is there a rule against sleeping rough at Sapporo Station or something?" "No, it's not like that." "Then don't worry about it and go about your business. I have to catch the first train to Tokyo." His body ached from sleeping on the ground. Tadano, struggling to get up, told the woman, "The first train to Tokyo has already left." What time is it now? Has the first train left?" "It's 11. 11? Did I sleep until then?" As if he couldn't believe he made such a mistake, Tadano covered his face with his hands for a moment, then headed towards the station. Chasing after him, the woman asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to catch the next train to Tokyo." "But why do you keep talking to me?" I. The woman tried to introduce herself, but Tadano didn't listen. Right now, he didn't care about some unremarkable woman. Approaching the ticket counter, Tadano said, "To Tokyo, please give me the fastest one." "Hello? You're here again today? Did you miss the first train again?" "What? Missed the first train again? What are you talking about? What am I saying? You missed it yesterday too." Tadano couldn't make sense of what the station attendant was saying. As Tadano expressed his confusion with his expression, the station attendant, still smiling, looked at him. After a moment, the station attendant shrugged and said, "Well, let me issue a ticket for the Tokyo train. It departs in 3 hours, so don't miss it this time." "Sure, well, okay." After Tadano responded vaguely, he received his ticket. Then, he turned around and headed to the central area of the station where several chairs were gathered. There were already many passengers occupying seats. Wanting to avoid contact with others as much as possible, Tadano chose a spot where there were fewer people. Sitting down, Tadano checked his ticket. 3 hours later. Until then, there's nothing to do. Might as well get some sleep. My head hurts anyway. Tadano rested his head on his fist and settled into the chair. Despite the familiar position, his head still ached, but sleep quickly overtook him. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, tap, tap. Someone tapped Tadano's shoulder. He tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but the repeated interruptions made Tadano reluctantly open his eyes. Looking ahead, he saw a station attendant with a disappointed smile. Did you miss the train again, sir?" "TN, looks like an Alzheimer's than a brain tumor. LOL." Still, with unfocused eyes, Tadano looked at the man speaking to him. Who is this? Is he a station attendant? At that moment, ZZZT, ugh. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his head. Tadano couldn't precisely describe the sensation, but it felt as if needles were piercing through his head. Tadano, wincing in pain, grabbed his head, causing the station attendant to be surprised. "Why, what's happening? Are you okay?" Unable to respond immediately due to the intense pain, Tadano clutched his head. After a while, when the pain subsided to some extent, the station attendant, looking concerned, asked, "Why, what's happening? Are you okay?" Tadano couldn't answer immediately because of the pain. After some time, when he became somewhat accustomed to the ache, he asked the station attendant, "Where is this?" This is Sapporo Station. Sapporo Station? As if not understanding the words, Tadano inquired with the station attendant. Then, he strained his eyes and looked around. As the station attendant had mentioned, there were several signs with a map of Sapporo and the words Sapporo Station in various places. It is Sapporo Station. But why am I here? What reason do I have to come to Sapporo? Oh, deep in thought, Tadano recalled why he came to Sapporo. Yeah, I was on a trip with the headmaster. I planned to return to Tokyo right away, intending to catch the first train tomorrow morning. But why am I sleeping here? As Tadano woke up, memories started to return vaguely. The headache had mostly disappeared by now. Still confused, he felt he could move. Tadano stood up, picking up his belongings. What time is the first train to Tokyo tomorrow morning? At 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning, I see. Nodding slightly, Tadano headed toward the exit of the station. Watching his back, a station employee shouted, "Don't miss the train tomorrow." Hearing the words from behind, Tadano tilted his head, finding it odd. Yet, he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was addressed to someone else. Outside the station, it was considerably cold compared to the inside. Tadano zipped up his jacket, surveying the surroundings. I need to find accommodation until tomorrow morning. But before that I should grab a meal. Being close to the station, there should be plenty of places to stay. Tadano decided to focus on having a meal first. Even though it was quite late, many restaurants near the station were still open. However, they were crowded and noisy. I don't care about the taste, I just need to find a quiet place. Just then, "Excuse me, customer." Someone from inside the station ran towards him, shouting. Wondering if someone was calling him, Tadano turned toward the source of the noise. It was the station employee he had seen earlier, running towards him with a bag in hand. Ha, you run fast. You left this bag. Bag? Oh, only then did Tadano realize that his bag felt empty. He slightly bowed his head in gratitude to the station employee. Thank you, you're welcome. It's my job. Well then, be careful. Don't miss the train tomorrow morning. Yes? Oh, yes. They even worry about me until tomorrow. Quite a kind station employee. Thinking nothing of it, Tadano put the bag on his back. Then he called out to the station employee who was about to go back into the station. Excuse me? Yes. Since you're here, can I ask you something? Is there a quiet restaurant around here? Oh, you want to eat? But a quiet restaurant It might be noisy in front of the station. Instead, I know a place with good food, right in front of this dash dot. I just need to fill my stomach quickly, taste doesn't matter. Anyway, you don't know any quiet restaurants. After thinking for a moment in response to Tadano's question, the station employee said, if you go straight into that alley, there's a place with several food stalls. It's relatively quiet since only locals and acquaintances go there. You mean an alley with food stalls? Thank you. Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, don't go to that ramen shop. It's very noisy there. After a nod in response to the station employee's advice, Tadano headed into the alley he had been told about. The alley didn't have many street lights, making it quite dim. Yet, for some reason, this street felt strangely familiar. A little later, a few food carts appeared at the end of the alley. They seemed to be the food carts the station official had mentioned. Wasn't he telling me not to go to a ramen place? Tadano scrutinized the food carts, but from their appearance alone, it was impossible to tell which one served ramen. After briefly checking each place, Tadano, with a wry smile, headed towards the shabbiest food cart, assuming it had the fewest customers. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Tadano realized he had made a wrong choice. Welcome, it's Rockhill. The lively voice of the waiter at the entrance and the vibrant conversations inside made it clear that this was the ramen shop the station official had talked about. Last night, our dog gave birth. 5 puppies. Ouch, why does my stomach hurt so much? What did I eat wrong? My father-in-law and mother-in-law are coming tomorrow. I don't know what to serve. They came from Tokyo. Ha ha ha, I told you yesterday. That nobleman is not an ordinary person. The noise inside the shop was so overwhelming that Tadano sighed lightly and turned toward the door. Of all places, why did I come in here? I need to get out quickly. As Tadano hurriedly tried to leave. Come this way, we have seats inside. The overly cheerful waiter grabbed Tadano's arm, seemingly under the impression that he was trying to leave because there were no seats available. Shaking off the waiter's grasp, Tadano said, no, thank you. It's too noisy. Oh, don't say that. Since you're here, why not have a meal and enjoy it? And today is our monthly special ramen day. It would be a shame if you left without trying it. You've been coming quite often lately, and I can tell you like our ramen. Lately coming often. While Tadano was puzzled by the waiter's words, the waiter led him to a small table inside. As Tadano awkwardly took his seat, the waiter spoke. Well then, we'll serve it as a full course. You usually enjoyed our miso ramen, right? Yes, well, that's fine. Great. Please wait a moment. As Tadano placed his order hesitantly, the waiter immediately responded and headed toward the kitchen. Tadano looked at the waiter's retreating figure with a somewhat doubtful expression. What's going on? It was natural for such questions to arise. Tadano was seeing this waiter for the first time, yet the waiter treated him as if he were a regular customer who had visited several times before. It seemed a bit strange, but he decided not to dwell on it. It wasn't something particularly important. Tadano closed his eyes tightly and rubbed his temples. His head had been aching strangely today, both at Sapporo Station earlier and now. Am I catching a cold? However, he didn't have a fever, unlike a typical cold. Perhaps recent stress from various events was the cause. I should just take it easy when I get home. As Tadano was contemplating this, the waiter who had made the odd remark spoke awkwardly. Sir. Since all the seats are taken right now, could we ask you to share a table? It's Yomi-san, you've sat together a few times. Yomi, who sat with me a few times. Even now, Tadano couldn't understand what the waiter was saying. Considering the waiter's previous statements, he might be confusing Tadano with another customer. Yes, that's fine. Oh, thank you. As a token of our appreciation, I'll add one more of our house specialties, Mizuko, on the house dash dot. That's enough. As Tadano replied coldly, the waiter, as if expecting such a reaction, shrugged and stepped back. Immediately, a woman sat in front of him and struck up a conversation. Thank you for allowing me to share the table. I usually eat here before going to work. But you're a new face, right? It's interesting. Only regulars come here. Tadano paused at the woman's words. There was something, or precisely, he felt like he had heard the phrase somewhere before. However, he couldn't recall it exactly. It was like a sentence from a textbook he had seen just before an exam. When Tadano looked at himself with a slightly puzzled expression, the woman smiled brightly and said, "What's the matter?" "Well, it's just nothing." "It's not nothing. Tell me, did you fall in love at first sight or something?" At the woman's words, Tadano looked genuinely puzzled, tilting his head. "Me, with you? No, there's no way I'd fall for you." Tadano couldn't help but wonder where she got such confidence with that ordinary face. Such questions filled Tadano's mind. He sighed, thinking that he might only end up hurting his pride by delving into it further. "Let's just eat quietly. I don't feel like talking now." "Why? Did something bad happen?" "Well, you did come to this place for some reason." "Something bad? On what basis are you saying that?" "Well." The woman pondered something for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, she smiled brightly and continued speaking. "This place attracts a lot of people going through tough times, like you and me. Other customers too. It's strange, isn't it? A lot of people going through tough times? What a nonsensical thing to say. When I first heard it, I thought the same. But it's true. Only people with stories come to this place. How do you know whether I have a story or not? How can you make such remarks?" "Oh, you can tell by looking. I had that exact face too." "I had the same face as you?" Tadano expressed a bewildered expression at the woman's words. It was inevitable. A woman he just met was speaking as if she had known him for a long time at them.Every. Whether she knew that Tadano was having such thoughts, or she didn't care, Yomi reached out with a grin. "This meeting is fate, so let's at least exchange names. I'm Yomi, Haruna Yomi." What made her so happy? The woman continued to smile brightly, looking at Tadano. Seeing her, Tadano sighed and gazed at the store's door. Just leave. Having lost his parents, deceived by someone he thought of as a brother, and betrayed by a trusted friend, Tadano felt an instinctive aversion to bright people. Above all, Tadano just wanted to quietly have a meal without engaging in conversation with anyone. So, it would be a wise choice to leave before the food arrived. But leaving wasn't that simple with the woman in front of him. No, she bothered him. Haruna Yomi, who consistently looked at him with joy. "You don't even know me, but pretending to have a story or acting like we're close, I don't like it. And above all, that smile. That's what I dislike the most." Tadano glared at the woman, grinding his teeth. The smile of a person who knows nothing about the ways of the world and possesses only a positive mindset. It was the happy smile he used to have before his parents passed away and before he became disappointed in humanity. A person who can smile like that dare say they have a story. A person with a real story couldn't smile like that. Tadano wanted to correct her expression. He wanted to tell her what a real story was, to change her cheerful face into a dark one. Tadano slowly opened his mouth, staring at the woman. "Earlier, the people coming to this ramen shop, they all said they had a story." "Oh, you finally thought of talking to me? You kept glaring at me, so I thought you wouldn't talk to me. Don't say useless things. Just answer the question." Tadano's words lacked courtesy, but the woman continued to make jokes. "Sure, I'll only answer the question." "Fine. Earlier, everyone here said they had a story. Can I hear your story?" Tadano expected the woman to say something absurd. To say that her story was just that, and he had experienced something much sadder. So, if she had been sad about that until now, she should expect much more sadness in the future. However, the words that came out of the woman's mouth were something Tadano couldn't easily dismiss. "I have two stories. First, it's a family story. My dad was terminally ill. My mom, who worked herself to the bone to save him, was brutally murdered one day. Not just any murder, but the culprit disfigured her face so badly that even I couldn't recognize her. After that, my dad also died. I'm 17. Her story was more profound than his own." Tadano couldn't bring himself to ridicule the woman. When Tadano, without saying anything, looked at her, the woman continued. "After my dad died, suddenly relatives came looking for us. At first, I thought they were there to take care of me and my younger sibling. If you thought that at first, it wasn't the case. No, the relatives came to steal money. They didn't even attend my dad's funeral, they just took everything valuable left in the house. Not a single yen was left. Trashy people. Not all of them are like that. There are worse people than those. There are worse people. Yes. The woman answered with a smile. Tadano wanted to ask who those people were, but the woman's words were faster. But that's not all. Not all. Yes. After my dad's funeral, a little later, one day, my chest started to ache, and I went to the hospital. They told me I had the same illness as my dad. I became terminally ill, just like my dad. That's my first story. Even as she spoke these words, the woman continued to smile, as if she couldn't make any other expression. No matter how much Tadano tried, he couldn't help but feel sympathetic towards this woman. With a much gentler tone than before, Tadano asked the woman, "Well, what's the second story?" "Oh, this one is quite sad. I might cry while talking about it. Sadder than what you said earlier. Incomparable." "Why, are you curious?" Tadano glanced at the woman, tilting his head. In response, the woman took a deep breath and looked at Tadano with a faint gaze. The second story happened because of a guy worse than those relatives I mentioned earlier. This was a story that even Tadano was curious about. Who could be worse than those trashy people? His curiosity was piqued. As Tadano focused on her, the woman blushed a little, seeming a bit embarrassed, and began her story. "Having gone through such experiences from a young age, I couldn't have the ordinary happiness that others have. By the time I went to school, my mom had passed away, and when I finally escaped the sadness, my dad died, and relatives caused trouble. That must have been tough. Yes. Unable to die, I worked tirelessly from the age of 17 to raise my siblings. I had already given up on school. So, I had no peers to be friends with. There was no one I could call a friend." As the woman spoke of her second story, her expression gradually changed. The bright face that was almost unpleasant to look at earlier now became shaded. She sighed and continued. "But one day, I met a man. He was sitting alone in a corner, looking as sad as I did when I was left in the house swept clean by relatives. Maybe because of that, I felt interested in him the moment I saw him. It seemed like he had experienced something similar to be sitting there so sadly. At first, it was just curiosity. But as we talked, I found myself liking him. Perhaps it was the empathy that people who have gone through similar experiences feel. But then what happened with that man? You mentioned he was a bad guy, so it probably didn't end well." In response to Tadano's words, the woman clapped her hands and said, "It didn't end badly. It ended very well. Well, yes. We drank together the first day we met, and the second day, we spent the night together. You slept together after 2 days of meeting. Strictly speaking, it wasn't sleeping together. We just talked all night. Well, we did sleep a bit too. Just talked and slept. Yes." Tadano sighed as if he found it pathetic. Upon which, Yomi burst into laughter, almost spitting on Tadano's face. I am sorry. It's just that your sudden remark was so funny. Forget it. I knew you were an uncouth woman." Tadano wiped his face with a handkerchief. At that moment, the dish Tadano ordered arrived. It wasn't something extraordinary, as the place was a humble eatery, but the dish presented as a set meal seemed rather meager. The woman pointed at the ramen and asked, "Aren't you going to eat? It's delicious here. I'm more curious about your story than eating." At Tadano's words, the woman paused. Though she had merely expressed her inner thoughts, she seemed quite taken aback. "Why is that?" "Oh, no reason. Let's eat while you continue talking. I'm curious about everything, even the fact that you talked all night together." The woman hesitated for a moment at Tadano's words and then continued. "At first, he was a cold and awkward guy, but as we talked, I realized he was an interesting and warm person. So, before parting ways with him, I asked him casually. I asked if he could be friends with me. Just friends, even though you found him interesting enough to tempt you? Not lovers. How could I ask someone I met only twice to be my lover? Besides, as I mentioned earlier, I'm terminally ill. It's a bit much to ask a dying person to be in a relationship, don't you think?" "I guess so. Yes. And I thought being friends was enough. It was a chance to have a presence called friend, something I had never experienced. But..." The woman chuckled, her shoulders shrugged. "He rejected me." "Rejected? But you said let's be friends." "It's hard to become friends after just one accidental meeting. The first meeting was a coincidence, but the second one wasn't. He came to see me intentionally. What a funny guy, right? Funny isn't the word. He seems like an annoying guy who talks too much. Going by what you said earlier, he must be quite a useless guy, going on and on." Tadano poured himself a drink as he spoke. This time, as when Tadano mentioned useless earlier, the woman burst into laughter. Fortunately, Tadano didn't get sprayed with saliva this time. However, the laughter lines on her face didn't easily fade away. Looking at her face, Tadano asked, "Earlier too, I was talking bad about that guy, and you laughed. Is he that funny?" "Yes, he is." "Why? Well, I'll tell you in a bit. My second story isn't finished yet." Tadano nodded, gesturing for her to continue. "Anyway, we didn't become friends, but I got a promise. If we happen to meet somewhere by chance next time, he promised to become friends then. I don't know what he meant by it, but to me, it was a precious promise. It was the first promise in my life to have a friend, something I had never had before." "I see. I understand. Thank you. Thanks for understanding my feelings. It's not strange to understand. So, did you meet that man again?" Tadano asked, but the woman couldn't answer. Whether it was an inability to respond to the question or her speech gradually faltering since she said, "I understand" a while ago, only the woman knew at them.Every. After remaining silent for a while, the woman struggled to open her mouth. We met again. Truly by chance, in a place I never expected. But, that man couldn't remember. Couldn't remember what? The promise. No, me. He couldn't remember you? The woman he spent a night with. Yes. He couldn't remember anything. Not the stories we shared, not my name, not my face. The woman, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly covered her mouth and began to cry. Tadano was momentarily surprised and bewildered by the abrupt change in her demeanor. However, it was only for a moment. Tadano could understand the reason behind the woman's sudden tears. This woman, she must have liked that man. Whether it's a day, 2 days, or a year, falling for someone doesn't always require a special trigger or a long time. The saying that one can fall in love at first sight isn't groundless. Especially if someone thought of the person as their first friend, it's natural to feel heartbroken if that person doesn't remember them. Tadano awkwardly handed a tissue to the woman. She took the tissue with trembling hands and wiped away her tears. Then, with swollen eyes, she looked at him. But you know what's even sadder than that? Something sadder. Yes. The woman smiled sadly. The sadder thing is that the man listening to this doesn't realize that it's his story. The woman claimed that the man speaking was himself. What kind of absurd nonsense is this? Tadano looked at the woman with a bewildered expression, as if he didn't understand Japanese. Wiping the tears flowing down her cheeks, the woman spoke to Tadano. But still, I consider it fortunate that you understand why I'm so sad. And I was worried that I might be mistaken, but you are a good person. Despite appearing rough and unapproachable on the surface, you can tell after a little conversation. Whether before losing your memory or now, you are still yourself. Tadano didn't want to interrupt her because the woman seemed to be speaking earnestly. However, just listening was frustrating. He continued to insist that he wasn't the bad guy, yet he couldn't remember anything at all. But the woman didn't seem like she was lying. Taking a deep breath, Tadano sighed. Am I unable to remember? At novel bin at. There was no way. He knew who he was, the youngest person to pass the judicial exam, the top student at them.Every University, a prestigious school that attracted gifted students from across the nation. There was no way he could forget such an important part of his life. But as he thought earlier, the woman didn't seem like she was lying. Really, can I not remember? Once again, Tadano thought, there's no way. Yet, looking at the woman's sorrowful expression made him consider, perhaps. The two conflicting thoughts tormented Tadano. At that moment, someone pushed open the door of the ramen shop and entered. The man looked around, and then, upon seeing Tadano, rushed over. Tadano-kun, are you okay? Tadano, engrossed in the woman, hadn't noticed the man approaching. He was taken aback by the sudden call. Headmaster? How did you? How, you ask? Harinayomi contacted me. She said she found my business card that you dropped. Harinayomi? Headmaster, do you also know this woman? When Tadano pointed at the woman and asked, the headmaster greeted Yomi. Are you Harinayomi? Yes. I see. I'm Headmaster Inagama Kenta from them.Every University, the one you spoke to this morning. Thank you for contacting me. Not at all. Well then, I'll be going. It's about time for me to start working. After Yomi spoke to the headmaster, she promptly stood up. She didn't even spare a glance at Tadano. Perhaps she couldn't or simply chose not to. Just as Yomi was about to leave with her bag, she looked at Tadano for a moment, as if there was something else to say. About what I said earlier. Can you remember anything at all? Nothing, I guess. I see. Yomi sighed deeply. The sigh, reaching the depths of her belly, vividly portrayed how frustrated she was. Before tears could well up in her eyes again, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Then, with a brighter smile, she spoke to Tadano. So, what if? If that man we talked about today is you, would you have become friends with me? Though her expression was bright and her voice lively, Yomi's eyes were filled with sadness. With those sad eyes, she gazed at Tadano earnestly. Perhaps this question was the real question Yomi wanted to ask Tadano today. Tadano didn't avoid the woman's gaze, nodding his head. I don't like what ifs, but if that bad guy you mentioned is me, I would have gladly become friends with you. Tadano's words were sincere. However, even as he spoke, his emotions remained unmoved, not a hint of sentimentality or wavering. Haha. Nevertheless, Tadano's words seemed to hold significant meaning for Yomi. Her eyes quickly reddened, and tears streamed down her face. Wiping away the tears in haste, the woman spoke. Hehe. Tears keep coming. I wanted to leave with a smiling face. Thank you for saying that. Well then, I'll be going. If we meet again later, I'll make sure not to cry. With those words, Yomi left the ramen shop. Tadano sighed silently while watching her receding figure. Whew, I have no idea what's going on. Tadano shook his head. As he did so, the headmaster helped him up, saying, well, Tadano-kun, shall we get up now? Yes? Oh, yes. But how did you get here, headmaster? There shouldn't be a train from Tokyo. There's a regular train from Tokyo to Sapporo. It's just that there's no return trip. I've booked a nearby accommodation, so take the first train back to Tokyo tomorrow. The scene began to pass by quickly. Tadano, with a slightly uneasy feeling, followed the headmaster towards the lodging. After spending the night there, the next morning, the headmaster and Tadano took the train back to Tokyo. Inside the train, Tadano gazed out the window absent-mindedly. But today, I remember what happened yesterday. Is that woman okay? Since last night, Tadano had been constantly thinking about Yomi. It wasn't that he had fallen for her or anything like that. It was just that the woman who spoke affectionately and happily to him had left an impression. Clunk, clunk. Though the train jolted roughly, Tadano, lost in deep thought, hardly felt it. Suddenly, Tokyo appeared in the distance. Tadano stood up, preparing to disembark as soon as they arrived. After a while, the train arrived at the station. Tadano and the headmaster got off the train. Then, like other passengers, they passed through the platform and headed toward the station exit. The moment Tadano set foot outside Tokyo Station, as if a spark had ignited in his mind, memories flooded back. From the first meeting with Yomi to the recent memories of treating her coldly, every moment returned. Among them, the most vivid memory was the disappointment and sadness on Yomi's face when she realized he didn't recognize himself and was saying hurtful things. As the image of Yomi's face flashed in his mind, tears rolled down Tadano's cheeks. I have to go back. The moment Tadano thought he needed to go back to Yomi. Ugh. As if something was devouring his brain from the inside, a horrifying pain surged. It was so intense that Tadano wanted to smash his head to extract that part. Tadano suddenly grabbed his head, knelt on the ground, and suffered in agony. Seeing this, the headmaster urgently spoke to Tadano. Tadano-kun, why are you doing this? Tadano, with one hand clutching his head and the other holding on to the principal's hand, managed to speak through the pain. Headmaster, I need to go to Sapporo, right now. Oh, no. I'm not a doctor, but it seems like you should go to the hospital instead of Sapporo. Your eyes are extremely bloodshot, and you're sweating a lot. Your condition doesn't look good. The headmaster's words were accurate. Tadano was indeed sweating, and his eyes were so bloodshot that the whites were hardly visible. Naturally, Tadano himself felt that his physical condition was serious. However, there was something more urgent and important than his well-being. No, headmaster, I can't. I need to go to Sapporo right now. That person, I don't know when she might die. I have to go and apologize quickly. Apologize? What are you talking about? More importantly, the one who seems like they might die right now is you. Get a hold of yourself. No, I'm fine. I need to go to Sapporo dash. As Tadano tried to shout again that he needed to go to Sapporo, suddenly, all strength left his body, and his vision darkened. It was as if everything around him had been muted, with no sound and no sight. He had fainted. Time passed, though it was hard to gauge how much time had passed. In reality, it wasn't clear how long it had been, but it felt like a considerable amount of time had passed. Gradually, his darkened vision began to brighten. At the same time, he heard some words in his ears. Tada, are you awake? Tadano-san, are you awake? In response to the voice calling his name, Tadano struggled to open his eyes. As he did, the voice calling him became clearer. As he regained consciousness, the surroundings began to come into view. Seeing doctors and nurses bustling around a white hospital bed, it seemed he was in a hospital. The doctor looked down at Tadano and said, Tadano-san, can you hear me? Yes. Oh, you can speak. That's a relief. Being able to speak, what does that mean? Still unable to fully open his eyes, Tadano asked with a groggy voice. Tadano-san, you lost consciousness at Tokyo Station. Do you remember? I lost consciousness. Yes. According to Headmaster Inagama, who was with you, you said you needed to return to Sapporo and then lost your memory. Did I go to Sapporo? Yes. Do you not remember at all? Tadano shook his head as if indicating he didn't understand the doctor. I have no memory whatsoever. The doctor sighed with complex emotions. Then, cautiously, he asked Tadano. Tadano-san, then do you recall the most recent event? The most recent thing I remember. It's my parents' funeral. And I had a meeting scheduled with the headmaster for withdrawal. Do you happen to know the date of that day, the day of the meeting with the headmaster? Tadano responded promptly. It was October 23 RD. October 23 RD. Upon Tadano's words, the doctor pointed to the calendar hanging on the wall. Tadano-san, today is November 4th. November 4th. Yes. The doctor spoke in a solemn voice and then showed Tadano several pictures. They were MRI images of the brain. This is an MRI image taken when you visited last time. I showed you this to assure you that your condition was significantly serious. Do you remember? I have no memory. I came to this hospital and had an MRI, by myself. Yes. That can't be. Tadano rubbed his forehead, trying hard to recall the past. However, no matter how much he tried, he had no memory of coming to this hospital. The doctor waited for Tadano for a moment before continuing. For now, it would be best for you to stay in the hospital and undergo more detailed tests. Although you've stabilized somewhat now, we can't predict when another seizure might occur. A seizure? Yes. When you first arrived in the ambulance, your condition was quite serious. I understand that this must be very confusing for you. Please rest for now. We'll start the tests tomorrow. After a slight bow, the doctor left the room. The doctor's explanation was calm and kind, but Tadano still couldn't grasp what had happened. Did I go to Sapporo? And then, I fainted. The doctor wouldn't be joking about something like this, so it must be true. And the fact that it was true made it even more confusing. Tadano stared blankly at the ceiling. Before long, drowsiness gradually overwhelmed him. Whether it was due to extreme mental fatigue or something injected into his arm through the floor, he felt incredibly sleepy. He fell asleep. The next day, ugh. As soon as Tadano woke up, he clutched his head. Today, he felt a headache upon awakening. Perhaps it was due to recent stress, compounded by the passing of his parents and the consecutive difficult events. But, where is this? Upon waking up, it wasn't his home but an unfamiliar hospital room. Sunlight was streaming in warmly through the window. And the next day, ugh. Once again, Tadano woke up, clutching his head. Today, he had a headache upon awakening. Perhaps it was due to recent stress, compounded by the passing of his parents and the consecutive difficult events. But, where is this? Upon waking up, it wasn't his home but an unfamiliar hospital room. Rain has been pouring outside since the morning. And so, day after day, Tadano woke up on the same day, but the weather was different each time. One day, on an unusually warm and pleasant morning, Tadano woke up from his sleep. Regardless of the weather, Tadano felt a headache today. No, he thought, it's more accurate to say it's a headache now. But where is this? Even today, when he struggled to open his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, not at home. It felt strangely familiar as if it were his house, but it was a hospital he had never seen before. In a daze, he sat up on the bed. Then, from across the room, a certain woman spoke in a gentle voice. You woke up early today, Tadano. As the unfamiliar woman greeted him warmly, Tadano looked at her with curiosity. Who is she to talk to me so amicably? At that moment, he saw the name of the woman lying in the hospital bed. Haranayomi. 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 The name sounds familiar, but where have I heard it before? However, he couldn't recall exactly where he had heard it. Tadano looked at himself with a slightly puzzled expression, and the woman smiled lightly, speaking. How's your condition today? You know me. I do. You might not remember me. With a wistful look in her eyes, the woman gazed at Tadano. Then, she picked up her diary and approached Tadano. Today marks our 100th encounter. And every single day is recorded in my diary. If you have time later, please read it. It's a bit embarrassing, so don't show it to anyone else. To the woman who spoke to him so frankly, Tadano looked at her strangely. It might have been an uncomfortable gaze, but the woman continued to smile without losing it. Placing a thick diary next to Tadano, the woman said, Can I ask you for one favor? You're asking me for a favor? Why? Tadano replied coldly to the woman's words. Waking up in an unfamiliar hospital for the first time and having a random woman talk to him had already left him confused and irritated. But even then, the woman seemed unperturbed, maintaining her smile. Lowering herself a bit, the woman sat on the edge of the bed, locking eyes with Tadano. I'm having surgery today. It's a very difficult procedure with a high chance of failure. That's why I'm scared. Not of dying, but of not being able to see you again. So, just as a bit of encouragement, could you say something like, let's meet again tomorrow? If I hear that, it feels like I might see you again tomorrow. The woman smiled, but her lips trembled slightly. It was a phenomenon that occurred as she tried to hold back her smile. For some reason, the woman seemed sad. If it were someone else, they might have offered words of encouragement to a woman saying such things. The current Tadano was not someone who would care enough to console someone like her. Tadano continued to treat the woman as if she were a strange person. Are you perhaps having a headache? Or maybe confusing me with someone else? I don't understand what you're saying, and I'm not interested in whatever it is. After quickly saying this, Tadano pushed the woman aside. Then he went outside the room, grabbing a passing nurse and asking, Hey, where am I? Why am I here? Oh, Mr. Isagani, the patient is up. Please wait a moment in bed. The doctor will come to see you. Despite Tadano's forceful attitude, the nurse responded casually, as if Tadano's attitude was familiar. The nurse's response was so natural that Tadano was taken aback. Since he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, Tadano followed the nurse's advice and returned to the bed where he woke up in the morning. On the bed was the woman's diary. This wasn't taken. Tadano briefly considered placing it on the opposite bed, but the current Tadano wasn't as emotionally soft as to offer such kindness. Tadano, much like brushing away dust, swept the diary from the bed underneath, treating it almost like throwing away garbage. The woman across the bed watched him. Though she could have been angry at the act of discarding her diary like trash, she simply smiled. That was when it happened. Drip, drip. The hospital room door opened, and a group of doctors and nurses entered. It was quite a large group, and most of them turned towards the woman, while only a few approached Tadano. One of the doctors who approached Tadano spoke in a friendly tone. Hello, I'm Inashida Honda's attending physician, Tadano Kenji. My attending physician. Yes. I understand you may be very surprised, but please listen calmly while I explain. The doctor explained various things. It was said that there was currently an issue with Tadano's brain, leading to memory loss. Though Tadano couldn't easily accept this, the doctor showed a recorded interview scene and then fell silent. Confirming the records of the past 100 days and that today was January 31st, Tadano gradually became aware of reality. I have amnesia. Becoming aware of reality didn't mean he felt relieved. Instead, his chest became more congested, and his breathing grew heavier. However, being a rational person, Tadano didn't act out or express anger. What he needed now was time to accept reality. As Tadano grappled with reality, the doctors began to leave the room. Their reflections shimmered in Tadano's hollow eyes. Following them, the woman in the bed opposite Tadano, supported by the nurses, also left. During the time Tadano absent-mindedly stared at the woman. Tadano, who was staring blankly, met eyes with the woman. As his unfocused eyes sharpened, the woman approached him and spoke. Let's meet tomorrow. I heard the weather will be nice tomorrow. Tadano couldn't respond to the woman's words. He hadn't fully accepted the situation he found himself in, and more than anything, he didn't understand why this woman was treating him so kindly. As Tadano remained tight-lipped, looking at her, the woman gave a faint bitter smile. Then she picked up her diary from the floor, placed it beside him, and spoke. You don't have to read this, but please don't throw it away. It's a request. Again, Tadano said nothing. In response, the woman, just like before, smiled wryly at his lack of reaction. The nurse who had been observing them from behind spoke. Miss Yomi, it's time to go. Yes. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say goodbye. The woman followed the nurse and, for the last time, spoke to Tadano. See you tomorrow, Mr. Tadano. With those words, the scene quickly transitioned. Tadano alternated between sitting and lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly out the window. He didn't engage with anyone. The only interaction he had was the mundane conversation with the doctor in front of a camera. A day passed, and the night grew deeper. But today, Tadano experienced too much. Was it because of that? As time passed, sleep refused to come, and instead, his mind became clearer. He tried closing his eyes, counting sheep, and even taking deep breaths, but sleep eluded him. Sighing, Tadano changed his position in another attempt to sleep. Then, thud, something snagged Tadano's foot. A book. Is it the diary that woman left behind? Initially, he thought about kicking it away, but then he recalled the woman's words. She said he didn't have to read it but asked not to throw it away. Tadano casually tossed the diary onto the small table next to the bed. However, at that moment, thud, splash, because he forgot that he had placed a water bottle on the table, Tadano accidentally knocked it over with the diary. The water spilled over the diary, and although he quickly lifted it from the water, the diary had already been soaked for a while. Oh, no. He didn't care much about the woman, but damaging someone else's belongings was not something he intended to do. Hurriedly, he wiped away the water, but nearly half of the front side of the diary was already soaked. Tadano opened the diary, intending to dry the paper before the moisture spread. Why would she unnecessarily give her diary to someone else? After scolding the innocent woman once, Tadano assessed the condition of the diary. Unfortunately, the pages were wet due to the clumsily placed water bottle, and the ink from the pen used for writing seemed to be water-soluble, making the text illegible. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to find pages where the writing was still somewhat readable. He didn't intend to read it, he just wanted to preserve whatever was left in decent condition. However, in doing so, he naturally started reading the diary. At novel bin at. January 31st, clear weather. Today, I write in my diary while looking at Mr. Tadano, who is sleeping across from me. The weather is clear again today. Yesterday, it rained as if the sky had a hole, but today seems to be sunny again. I don't believe in superstitions or jinxes, but seeing the good weather on the day of the surgery, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation. I wonder how Mr. Tadano's condition is today. He has always been gentle when the weather is nice, so I expect him to be the same today. Today marks the 100th day of seeing that man sleeping across from me, and it might be the last day. The man I happened to meet at the ramen shop has become quite significant in my life. Today is not only the day of my surgery but also a meaningful day. That's because, before my surgery, I will give the diary to that man. Whether he reads this diary and regains his memory or simply ignores it and throws it away, I don't know, but giving him the diary makes me excited. As I write this, Mr. Tadano seems to be waking up. As always, let's ask him about his condition today. Oh, and today, I want to ask a question that I've always wanted to ask. Which is sadder, not being remembered by the person you love or not being able to remember the person you love? A somewhat melancholic question, but I'm really curious. As if it were a twist of fate, Tadano could only read the last page of the diary. However, even that last page had some spots soaked with water. Tadano's attention kept returning to the woman's question that was near the end. Which is sadder, not being remembered by the person you love or not being able to remember the person you love? He couldn't understand why his gaze kept focusing on this sentence. But Tadano continued to read this sentence repeatedly, and each time, an indescribable emotion surged within him. Why is this happening? Tears rolled down his cheeks. Tears for reasons even he couldn't comprehend. Tadano wiped away the tears with his hand. However, the tears wouldn't easily stop. It took a while for the tears to finally cease. Only when Tadano managed to calm down did sleep start to overtake him. Both his body and mind were exhausted from the intense crying. With the diary by his side, Tadano fell into a deep sleep, and that became his last memory. The film was released simultaneously in Korea and Japan, and controversy erupted immediately upon its release. Controversy surrounding the ending of Kim Danny, a film critic. It was perfect that the two protagonists died. If they had lived, it wouldn't have been different from any other romance. Actor Kang Jin-seok, director Yeo Jae-yoon, as a fellow filmmaker, I respect director Katahiro's choice of ending. However, as an audience member, I want to ask, did they have to all die for it to be satisfying? Column, this movie of this film. While reading internet articles, Jang Sun-ho muttered, it seems controversies arise when the work is successful. His words were somewhat sarcastic, but a small smile adorned Jang Sun-ho's face. The current controversies were not due to the artistic quality or the actors' performances but rather because the work was exceptionally well made. At the center of this pleasant controversy was Jin-seok's acting. Director Katahiro on. When actor Kang Jin-seok acted, I truly thought he had lost his memory. He repeated the best performance every time. K Entertainment President, if you felt sorry, frustrated, and annoyed by the protagonist, isn't that proof that you fell into Kang Jin-seok's acting? The leading actress of her debut film turned Korean-Japanese top star Inu Masaki, talking about the acting prowess of her co-star. Whenever he read such articles, Jang Sun-ho felt a mix of joy and a slight anger. He hadn't seen Jin-seok acting on set because he was busy preparing to counter KL Entertainment's scheming. Because of that, Jang Sun-ho's animosity towards the villain, KL Entertainment, was piercing the sky. But I've prepared thoroughly for it. I'll have to repay them properly soon. Jang Sun-ho sighed and opened the small refrigerator next to his desk. It was filled with unidentified medicinal herbs, all gifts from Jin-seok. Since it's something the actor gave me, I should take good care of it. Originally, Jang Sun-ho was meticulous about every ingredient when it came to food. However, he wasn't too particular about the medicinal herbs Jin-seok had gifted him, especially since they came recommended by the staff at the herbal medicine store. He could trust recommendations from those knowledgeable people. After downing the medicinal herbs in one go, Jang Sun-ho grimaced. No matter how good it is for the body, it's a bit too tasteless even for medicine. After taking a brief break to ingest the herbal medicine, Jang Sun-ho returned to his desk. Despite Jin-seok's recent film having just been released, numerous advertising offers and program invitations were already flooding in for Jin-seok. This one's a rejection. No matter how much they're offering, the concept and image don't suit the actor. This brand looks good, it's even a luxury brand. Next, Jang Sun-ho smoothly evaluated various proposals. As he adeptly reviewed the offers, a loud ringtone emanated from the mobile phone placed on the table. 010XXXXXXXX. It was an unfamiliar number. Contemplating whether to ignore it, Jang Sun-ho decided to answer it for now. If it turned out to be unnecessary, he could end the call promptly. Hello. May I speak with manager Jang Sun-ho, the manager of actor Kang Jin-seok? Yes, that's me. May I ask who's calling? I'm manager Kim Hyun, representing director James Won. Jang Sun-ho didn't respond immediately. He took a moment to ponder. If it's James Won, could it be the Hollywood director James Won? Jang Sun-ho didn't memorize the names of every director, but someone of James Won's caliber was a director even ordinary people might have heard of. It would be strange if Jang Sun-ho didn't know him. Moreover, most importantly, James Won and Jin-seok had some interaction. He came to our dinner in Japan suddenly and said hello. He mentioned being a fan of actor Kang. As Jang Sun-ho thought, he didn't say anything. Kim Hyun spoke up when there was no response. Hello. I apologize. I was briefly attending to something else. You're manager for director James Won. Yes, that's correct. I wanted to reach out and say hello before formally sending an official letter. I see. About the official letter, what is it about? Kim Hyun replied with a smile, it's regarding an audition request for our director's next project. KL Entertainment Conference Room. Once again, this room was filled with various heavy topics for discussion. Oddly enough, most of the agenda items were somehow linked to Jin-seok. Why did the Apple advertisement that Kim Jun-hyun was supposed to shoot suddenly fall through? President Lee Young-kyung calmly spoke but with a clear hint of displeasure asked the fourth-floor director. Swallowing dry saliva, the fourth-floor director cautiously replied, well, the advertiser wanted to change the model suddenly, before sealing the deal. To whom did they change it? To Kang Jin-seok. As soon as the fourth-floor director mentioned Jin-seok's name, an even colder atmosphere filled the meeting room. The source of this coldness was Lee Young-kyung. Again, Kang Jin-seok? He already snatched the Hermes advertisement from us. Well, stop with the vague explanations. Get straight to the point. And why was it taken away? Originally, Seo Haiji was supposed to do it. Why is a female model's advertisement being snatched away? Hermes seems to be changing their marketing strategy for Q2, moving towards a gender-neutral, unisex feel. They seem to be leaning towards hiring a male model rather than a female one. So, this time, they're hiring only a male model. They are also using a female model, but according to internal data, they're considering using actress Yeo Hye-min, who previously worked on, and she fits well with Kang Jin-seok's image. Lee Young-kyung, annoyed at the fourth-floor director's hesitant attitude, cut him off. Enough. Fourth-floor director, if the marketing strategy is shifting towards a neutral tone, can't we use our male actors as models? I apologize. Come to think of it, it was Pizza King last time, right? That was snatched by Kang Jin-seok too, wasn't it? Yes. Why does that guy keep snatching everything? As Lee Young-kyung criticized, the fourth-floor director silently thought to himself. Because Kang Jin-seok is doing well. However, that response remained confined to his thoughts. The fourth-floor director wasn't foolish enough to say aloud in front of the CEO that Kang Jin-seok was doing well. As the fourth-floor director stared silently between his desk and the empty air, Lee Young-kyung spoke to the third-floor director this time. Third-floor director. Yes. Third-floor director, there were complaints about Kang Jin-seok interfering by having all our actors cast in the auditions for the upcoming project he's auditioning for. Yes. How's that going? When Lee Young-kyung asked, the third-floor director hesitated as he fumbled through some papers. It wasn't really a search for documents, it was an attempt to stall, even if just a little, to calm Lee Young-kyung's anger. However, Lee Young-kyung wasn't one to tolerate such evasive actions. Haven't you prepared for the meeting properly? Oh, no. According to my findings, Kang Jin-seok is auditioning for James Wan's next project. James Wan? The Hollywood director. Yes. Lee Young-kyung continued with an impressed expression. Kang Jin-seok auditioning for James Wan's work? Are you sure? It's almost certain. And although it's just a rumor, it's said that the director personally proposed the audition to Kang Jin-seok. It wasn't Kang Jin-seok applying for the audition himself. While it might seem obvious, there's a vast difference between an actor applying to audition because they want to be part of a project and a director proposing an audition because they want that actor in their project. Moreover, the director who proposed an audition to Jin-seok, James Wan, wasn't just any director. He was one of the most successful Asian directors building a prominent career in Hollywood at them.At. Given that such a director had personally proposed an audition to Jin-seok, it was natural for Lee Young-kyung's expression to distort. Lee Young-kyung no longer concealed his annoyance and said, "So, are you just going to stand by and watch?" "Oh, no. We were also preparing for the audition on the third floor." "Preparation? What kind of preparation?" "Thoroughly analyzing actors suitable for director James Wan's next project, not only from our third floor but also from actors in other companies." Interrupting the third floor director's explanation, Lee Young-kyung asked sharply, "Tell me briefly, whom are you planning to cast?" "Currently, we are compiling a list of actors to consider. It hasn't been organized enough to report to the president yet, but we will provide updates as it gets finalized." Lee Young-kyung scowled at the third floor director's words, rubbing his forehead harshly. "Hey, James Wan offered an audition to Kang Jin-seok, right? But when did that happen that you still haven't finalized the cast?" "I apologize. Apologies won't cut it. Working this slowly, what excuses will you come up with when the casting is finally confirmed?" The tone of Lee Young-kyung's sharp voice seemed to pierce the third floor director's ears. Yet, as the third floor director, he had something to say. The news of James Wan proposing an audition to Jin-seok had just arrived today, and considering that, the third floor director's response had been quite swift. However, even so, the third floor director couldn't say anything. Just as the fourth floor director mentioned earlier, in this atmosphere, any words spoken would only further enrage the president. Still, he had to respond, so the third floor director bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry. Don't just apologize. Do it properly." Lee Young-kyung, expressing his displeasure at the third and fourth floor managers in succession, then turned to the second floor director. "Second floor director, is the preparation for Kang Jin-seok's past revelation going well?" "Yes? Oh, yes. Of course. We can expose it anytime." Though she tried to sound nonchalant, there was a certain awkwardness in the second floor director's voice. Chewing on her lips, she thought, "There's something that's bothering me, but I shouldn't unnecessarily provoke the president by saying it out loud." While she hesitated, Lee Young-kyung continued, "Well, do it properly." Looking at the second floor director and the atmosphere, it was clear that the recent rumors about the frequent meetings between the CP and Jang Sun-ho were the source of her concern. Meeting other programs or variety show PDS wouldn't have bothered her much. However, it was inevitable that she would be concerned, especially when she happened to meet the CP while manipulating rumors about Kang Jin-seok. It was like a thief getting caught red-handed. After a moment of contemplation, the second floor director raised her head. "Don't worry too much. Only the president and high-ranking directors know about this matter. There's no way the information leaked." At that moment, Lee Young-kyung asked the second floor director, regarding Kang Jin-seok's school violence, "You said the preparations were complete earlier, right?" "Yes, that's correct." "Then, can you brief me on what you've prepared?" "I trust the second floor director, but considering the gravity of the situation, I'd like to check it myself." Caught off guard by the sudden request from the president, the second floor director felt flustered. However, the atmosphere didn't allow her to refuse outright. Nothing can be done about it. The second floor director rose slowly from her seat and began explaining the Kang Jin-seok revelation that she and the other directors had prepared. "First, we simultaneously posted articles on anonymous internet communities, and our gathered 50 or so journalists published articles simultaneously." Lee Young-kyung listened intently to the second floor director's explanation with his eyes closed for a while. "That's enough." When the briefing by the second floor director concluded, Lee Young-kyung expressed a satisfied smile and said, "Proceed with it." "Wow, CP Nim, is this for real?" KL Entertainment manipulated everything to bring down Kang Jin-seok's reputation just so that KL Entertainment's name could come up. BDD Broadcasting Station Editing Room. A member of the I Want to Know That team exclaimed while looking at the monitor. What he was watching was a video edited by CP Young Won-cheol, summarizing the entire story of KL Entertainment creating and spreading rumors about Kang Jin-seok. Young Won-cheol paused the video at intervals and said, "I found out while making this that KL Entertainment doesn't just dislike Kang Jin-seok casually. Rumor has it that there's even a Kang Jin-seok curse doll in President Lee Young-kyung's office." Really? But seeing them go to this extent makes me think it might be true. But CP Nim, are you going to release this as it is? If we release this, we'll never be able to work with KL Entertainment or any entertainment industry professionals. Variety show PDS and drama PDS might never make a sound with us. When the team member spoke, Young Won-cheol glanced at him. His expression toward the team members was full of contempt. "Hey, it's been a long time since our station worked with KL Entertainment. What nonsense is this now? Is that so? Is that so? What nonsense?" Since KL Entertainment messed with our drama department after their stunt with director Kim's work, we haven't used a single KL Entertainment actor in our dramas. Oh, right. I remember that. But what about the variety show side? It's the same there. Oh, the news department will make some noise. They couldn't release the first exclusive report, so they'll make sure to make a fuss. As the team members spoke under Young Woncheol's not-so-subtle criticism, they were engrossed in a conversation for a while. During their discussion, Young Woncheol's mobile phone rang. Oops. As soon as Young Woncheol checked the caller ID on the screen, he straightened up and politely answered the phone. Yes, prosecutor. It's Young Woncheol speaking. What? Verification, right? There shouldn't be a problem, but we're still in the middle of the operation. Oh, really? You've arrived? I'll come down right away. The team member looked at Young Woncheol with a puzzled expression. It was the first time he had seen Young Woncheol answer a call with such formality. After a while, when Young Woncheol finished the call, the team member asked, Hyung Neem, why did you answer the phone so cautiously? Prosecutor Lee Min-young. Hyung Neem, what crime did you commit? Committing a crime? No such thing. She's someone helping us. What is Prosecutor Lee helping with? When the team member asked with a curious expression, Young Woncheol stood up and vaguely replied, there's something like that, kid. Don't ask too much. It's dangerous. After the release of the most painful predestined relationship in the world, I was leading a busier life than ever. Mostly due to appearances on variety shows and shooting commercials. The ad I was shooting today was for Hermes. As expected. Actor Kang Jin-seok has a unique feeling. Even if you just take a shot, it turns out well. Just like that feeling. I'll shoot the next product as well. Photographer Yang Shi-hun spoke with his characteristic slow tone. I had felt this before, but it was hard to tell whether he was genuinely pleased with the calm tone or not. When Yang Shi-hun took the pose he had informed me of, flashes went off incessantly. Unlike before, I had become quite familiar with such flashes now. 10 minutes. No, well, take a 15-minute break, and then do it again. After a while of continuous shooting, Yang Shi-hun set the camera down on the desk and said. Upon which, the staff members who were quietly assisting in the shoot shouted. We'll take a break. How many more products do we have to shoot? 6 left. It was a break, but Yang Shi-hun's gaze did not leave the screen. Next to him was a foreign employee from the Hermes headquarters, and she, too, carefully examined the footage with Yang Shi-hun. I should sit down for a moment. Although I had done several ad shoots, this was my first time with luxury goods. Perhaps that's why, strangely, I felt more nervous than shooting other ads. I was worried that I might accidentally damage these bags and clothes, even though I didn't know their prices. As I took my seat, Jang Sun-ho handed me a drink and said, You seem to be in great condition today. You seem to shine even more than usual. Haha. Well, that's a relief. Honestly, I've been so nervous, wondering if it shows. What if I mess up? There was no sign of nervousness at all. Thank you. Feeling somewhat relieved after Jang Sun-ho's words, I took a sip of the drink he gave me. It was a green juice that was both bitter and good for the body, similar to one I had tried before. But today, it seems a bit more bitter. It almost tastes like traditional medicine. Nevertheless, since he made it for me, I couldn't complain, so I managed to finish it somehow. At that moment, Jang Sun-ho asked me, Actor, do you happen to have a favorite among the products you shot today? A favorite? After glancing at the stacked bags, wallets, and other products, I replied, I'm not familiar with luxury items. They all look pretty, though. Why do you ask? Oh, the advertiser was so satisfied after seeing the shoot that they wanted to give gifts. They said they would give everything, but it felt a bit much, so I suggested just picking 2 or 3 items you like. Giving away those luxury items just like that. In a surprised tone, I asked, then quickly added, those things are over 1 million won, aren't they? I checked online before the shoot, and many products cost 3 to 4 million won. A million won. Jang Sun-ho looked at me with a puzzled expression, then lightly laughed and said, Actor, well, the cheapest among the products we're shooting today is $8,900. With the current exchange rate, that's over 10 million won. What? I thought I had misheard. I had looked into it a bit when they said we were shooting an ad today, and it didn't seem like they were that expensive back then. Oh, wallets are a bit cheaper. Still, they usually cost around 8 to 9 million won. And they're just giving that as a gift? Why? As I mentioned earlier, they might be satisfied after seeing the footage, but the advertising effect is much greater when the model uses the product. Just like they gave Maserati as a gift before. Oh, I see. Listening to Jang Sun-ho's explanation, I somewhat understood the advertiser's intention. However, I still couldn't get over the shock that a single bag cost over 10 million won. As I nodded my head in bewilderment, Jang Sun-ho said, if you don't particularly like any of the products, we could prepare something else. Is there no option to just not accept them? Don't you like them that much? When I explained the ad before, you seemed quite enthusiastic, and I thought you liked it. Well, it's a well-known brand, so I was excited about that, but it's a bit burdensome to receive such expensive products as gifts. In the case of Maserati, I heard it was included in the advertising fee, so I accepted it, but, amid my hesitant words, I suddenly remembered what the leader of the warehouse, Mr. Bang, had said a while ago. Come to think of it, the leader mentioned wanting to give a luxury gift to the madam at some point. At novel bin at. Thinking carefully, I asked Jang Sun-ho cautiously, Manager Nim, it wouldn't be right to give away the gifts to someone else, would it? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Why do you ask? Well, the leader of the warehouse mentioned wanting to give a luxury bag to the madam a while ago. So I thought, what if I don't accept it and give it to him? It doesn't have to be such an expensive product, but maybe it's a bit too much. At my words, Jang Sun-ho made a hesitant expression with a soft sound. Then he nodded and said with a careful voice, I'll talk to the coordinator about it. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. Before I could finish speaking, Jang Sun-ho was already discussing something with the employee next to Yang Shihun. It was hard to hear because of the distance. Besides, they were speaking in English or French, some foreign language, so even if I could hear, I wouldn't understand. I continued to feel uneasy, wondering if I had brought up unnecessary complications. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, Jang Sun-ho quickly came up to me. What happened? If you agree not to use other brands for the next 4 years and use our new products for free, we'll gift as many as you want. His unexpected proposal left me looking somewhat foolish. Seeing my confused expression, Jang Sun-ho calmly continued to explain. It's a suggestion considering that you're likely to become much more famous in the future. Since you might enter Hollywood soon, it could be a good investment for them. Hollywood? Me. Surprised, I asked, and Jang Sun-ho paused for a moment, then casually said, it was a saying that with your talent, you could enter Hollywood anytime. Although Jang Sun-ho spoke casually as usual, there was an awkwardness in his words, as if he was hiding something from me. Just as I was about to inquire about it, he quickly approached me. We're starting the shoot again? Kang Jin-sok, please get ready. KL Entertainment, Actor 2's office. All the directors' heads, except for Director 1, were gathered for a meeting. Do you all know that Kang Jin-sok shot a Hermes ad? When Director 2 asked, Director 3, as if asking why she was asking the obvious, replied somewhat sarcastically. Is there anyone who doesn't know? It's all over social media that the luxury actor wearing luxury is causing a sensation. But why? I think it's a good opportunity for us. A good opportunity. Yeah, it's a hot topic on social media, and we can write articles about it. Before the start of exposing Kang Jin-sok, we could tactfully release a few articles, maybe stir up the reporters to move in our favor. The Director 4, sitting next to the Director 3, asked, what kind of tactful articles are you talking about? You know those types. Articles criticizing celebrities who shoot luxury ads or wear expensive clothes, raise the prices of those brands. How about something like, Kang Jin-sok, the modest youth, turns out to be addicted to luxury. I see. Director 4 nodded. However, with a somewhat hesitant attitude, he spoke in a skeptical tone. But do we really need to do that? Anyway, once Kang Jin-sok's exposure begins, he's likely to fall. I told you, it's a kind of practice for our journalists before the real Kang Jin-sok's exposure. We have nothing to lose, so why not try it once? The directors generally nodded in agreement with the words of the Director 2. Seeing this, she added one more reason. Also, we need to see how OS Entertainment responds to negative articles about their actors. We should see in advance. Once the Kang Jin-sok's exposure starts in earnest, we'll be fighting Gene and OS Entertainment like crazy. We need to analyze their strength in advance. Why bother with an analysis of strength? We have around 50 reporters on our side. Will they even stand a chance against us? Well, being thorough won't hurt. Yeah, that's true. As Director 3 spoke in agreement, Director 2 shook her phone and said, shall we start the preliminary skirmish lightly? I once saw an article where a famous actor posted pictures of themselves going to the supermarket in front of their house. There was nothing particularly special about it. The article simply listed the clothes the actor was wearing. At first, I wondered why such an article was written, but to be honest, I felt a bit envious. I, too, wanted to become someone whose daily life could be a topic of interest. However, when it happened, it was a bit bewildering. Kang Jin-sok becomes the model for Hermes, adorned with luxury. How much did he earn for all of them? Targeting the Asian market, Hermes, first model Kang Jin-sok, second model Yeo Hyemin. From Maserati to Hermes. How much did Kang Jin-sok earn exactly? So this is why celebrities don't worry. Kang Jin-sok's one room where he lived. It wasn't necessarily bad news for me, but depending on the viewer, the headlines could be somewhat off-putting. Well, there were intentionally provocative articles too. As I read the online article with a slightly puzzled expression, Jang Sun-ho, who was sitting across from me, asked, is there a problem? Oh, no, it's nothing. Afraid of unnecessarily bothering Jang Sun-ho, I quickly put my phone in my pocket. However, Jang Sun-ho, whether he already knew I was reading the article or not, brought up the topic. It seems like you're bothered by the flies buzzing around due to the Hermes ad shoot this time. Flies. Haha, it's not that big of a deal. Now you have to get used to it. Fans come, and with them, anti-fans also appear as much as a celebrity gains popularity. Jang Sun-ho said as if comforting me. Nodding in understanding, I put my phone away, but Jang Sun-ho spoke once again. Still, we can't just stand by. We'll release some articles to address these rumors. It's also a practice for dealing with these kinds of sensational articles. At novel bin at. Go Soyoung, taking advantage of a rare day off, was sleeping in at home. At that moment, a vibration interrupted her short nap. Woo woo wung. At the first vibration, Go Soyoung showed no signs of movement. Because she had been working overtime for the past few months, preparing to respond to KL Entertainment's moves, she had vowed to sleep in until the afternoon today. However, woo-woo wung, woo-woo wung, woo-woo wung. As if testing her patience, the mobile phone continued to ring. Ugh, who, Checking the mobile phone with an annoyed voice, Go Soyoung's attitude changed when she saw the name displayed on the screen. Team Leader Jang. Why is this person contacting me first? Oh, could it be because of the promise to treat me to a meal on the weekend? Go Soyoung cleared her throat with a fake cough. She couldn't afford to speak with an irritated tone while talking to Jang Sun-ho. Hello. Oh, Assistant Manager Go. Are you busy today? Upon hearing these words, Go Soyoung thought it was what she had been expecting. However, she couldn't show too much excitement. So, Go Soyoung casually bounced back. I do have some work. Why? You remember last time I said I'd buy you a meal because Assistant Manager Go was working overtime a lot? I thought today might be a good day for that. Go Soyoung clenched her fist and silently mouthed, yes, in excitement. Assistant Manager Go. When Jang Sun-ho called her again, Go Soyoung, managing her expression, spoke calmly as before. Oh, you want to have lunch today? I did have a prior commitment, but if the team leader calls, I can't refuse. I guess I'll have to reschedule. Of course, there was no prior commitment whatsoever. At what time and where should we go? Go Soyoung asked casually as she headed quickly to the bathroom. However, at that moment, a message came that shattered her expectations. Right now, I'm at the filming location of Kong Actors. Come to the beef soup restaurant in front of the company by 7, no, 8. You know the one we used to go to when working late, right? Oh, and bring your laptop. There's something urgent that needs handling. Is it okay? Go Soyoung sighed and replied, sure. OS Entertainment, Kong Jinseok team office. Go Soyoung was typing on the keyboard so quickly that she seemed almost invisible. At a glance, it seemed like she was completely focused on her work, but all her attention was directed towards Jang Sun-ho sitting across from her. Tap tap tap. Assistant Manager Go. Jang Sun-ho called Go Soyoung. Yes, yes. Why are you so startled? I just called you. Oh, I was so focused on work that I got startled. Why? I was wondering if you've finished the draft I asked for. Nodding, Go Soyoung handed a file to Jang Sun-ho through Kakao Talk. I sent the file. I wrote a brief article focusing on Kong actor gifting presents to those who helped him when he was struggling in the past, related to the recent Hermes Ed shoot. Jang Sun-ho nodded as he looked over the draft. Despite Go Soyoung's downplaying it, the article was well written. Good. Then, Assistant Manager Go, please ask your acquaintances to proceed with articles in a similar tone. Yes. With a short reply, Go Soyoung posted the article in the reporters group chat. Immediately, junior reporters who were still looking for weekend news stories rushed in like hungry baby birds, tweaking her article bit by bit before reposting it. Everyone seems quite proactive about Kong Jinseok's article. Well, it's natural since there aren't many keywords that generate as many views as Kong actors. It's fortunate. It seems like we're united. If we have about 30 articles, it should be enough. Why? Wouldn't more be better? I just have a feeling that if it's KL Entertainment, they might be closely watching this situation. We don't need to let them know that we can mobilize over 100 reporters. This case isn't big enough to warrant that. Well, I understand. Since it's the team leader's suggestion, we should follow. Thank you. Jang Sun-ho spoke without taking his eyes off the monitor. Go Soyoung glanced at Jang Sun-ho for a moment. Additional work on a weekend. If it were with someone else, it would undoubtedly be irritating and challenging, but working on additional tasks with Jang Sun-ho wasn't so bad. The work was somewhat enjoyable. Sorry for calling you on the weekend again. When Go Soyoung didn't say anything, Jang Sun-ho cautiously spoke. Once again, his gaze was fixed on the monitor. I thought Assistant Manager Go could handle it or that working together would be good, so I didn't consider what Assistant Manager thought at all. So, I mentioned it to the CEO earlier. I told him that I might be giving Assistant Manager Go too much work, and it seemed tough for her. Then the CEO suggested, what if we move the team? Move the team? Yes. Anyway, even if we move the team, we can still work together. And if we're separated, the workload will decrease significantly. Upon hearing Jang Sun-ho's words, Go Soyoung was surprised, her eyes widening. She was startled by Jang Sun-ho's statement that sounded like sending her to another team. As Go Soyoung remained silent, Jang Sun-ho coughed lightly and continued, I don't know how Assistant Manager Go feels, but I felt that we worked well together in many ways. I don't know if it's just me. Even if you go, it would be better to wait until the KL Entertainment matter is resolved. Jang Sun-ho continued speaking without looking at Go Soyoung. It was a bit strange for him to act this way, considering he usually looked at the person he was instructing or talking to. Go Soyoung paused for a moment, then asked, how would you like it, Team Leader Jang? What? What are you talking about? The CEO mentioned promoting me and sending me to another team. What if you were in my position? What would you prefer? Well, it's indeed a good opportunity. As long as I'm holding the fort from above in our team, there's no exceptional chance for you to stand out or get promoted. So, if we think about your career dash. Interrupting him mid-sentence, Go Soyoung said, no, not that. I mean, what would you want, Team Leader Jang? If I were to go to another team, would that be better for you? In response to the repeated question, Jang Sun-ho nodded without much hesitation. It's true that it's a good opportunity. As long as I'm holding the fort from above in our team, there's no exceptional chance for you to stand out or get promoted. So, if we think about your career dash. During his explanation, Go Soyoung cut in, saying, no, not that. Apart from that, how would you feel if I went to another team? Do you want me to go to another team? With this follow-up question, Jang Sun-ho raised his head without much hesitation. Honestly, I would prefer if you didn't go to another team. I've chosen you, and while it might not be apparent, we've become quite close through working together. After quickly finishing his words, Jang Sun-ho stood up from his seat. Then, he approached Go Soyoung and spoke with a serious tone. Please stay in our team. I'll compensate for the insufficient salary due to not getting a promotion, even if it means deducting it from my salary. Upon hearing Jang Sun-ho's words, Go Soyoung turned her head slightly to the side. Hearing such words made her cheeks warm, and they flushed slightly. With her head turned, Go Soyoung said, just tell me to stay. Why do you have to make it sound so difficult? At that moment, a ringing sound echoed. Woo 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 woong. Suddenly, both Jang Sun-ho and Go Soyoung's phones rang simultaneously. Startled, they each checked their mobile phones. After checking, they looked at each other and said, the group chat is going crazy right now. It seems KL Entertainment has started posting articles. Yes, I'm checking the portal sites right now. It's better this way. It was always difficult waiting for when it would start. That's true. Nodding, Go Soyoung smiled slightly and concluded. Shall we take out the things we prepared one by one? Exclusive, I am Kang Jin-sok's school violence victim. Victim reveals Kang Jin-sok's school life. Hoo. In KL Entertainment's president's office, Lee Young-kyung smirked sinisterly as he read an online article at them.Every. The article came out well. Though he had already read it several times, it became more amusing with each read. After thoroughly rereading the article from start to finish, Lee Young-kyung checked another one. At that time, Kang Jin-sok was a teacher's favorite, acting recklessly. Kang Jin-sok high school friend interview. Every time Kang Jin-sok appears on TV, that day comes to mind. It's the day he got hit with a tray during lunch. Resurfacing celebrity school violence. This time it's Kang Jin-sok. School violence shock for Kang Jin-sok fans. Fans leaving fan cafes in droves. There were articles planted by KL Entertainment from the beginning, and many late-joining journalists had fabricated articles as well. Good. It's catching fire. Spreading articles across multiple newspapers at once and having other reporters share them all according to KL Entertainment's plan. The next step was for the pre-arranged social media influencers to upload videos about Kang Jin-sok's school violence. KL Entertainment aimed to turn Jin-sok's school violence into a fact through internet articles and social media. Hoo. It had been a while since Lee Young-kyung had laughed so much. With a smile on his face, Lee Young-kyung typed Kang Jin-sok's school violence into the YouTube search bar. Now, what kind of videos will be up? Filled with anticipation, Lee Young-kyung searched for Kang Jin-sok's school violence. However, an unexpected video was at the top. BDD YouTube special episode. Kang Jin-sok's school violence, I wanna know that. 5-language subtitles. A special episode of. The video thumbnail also had the designation live. It seemed like they were broadcasting it on YouTube in addition to airing it on TV. With a vague sense of unease, Lee Young-kyung clicked on the live broadcast of. Soon, a familiar catchphrase was heard. However, our team's investigation has revealed that the allegations of Kang Jin-sok's school violence are entirely manipulated rumors. Lee Young-kyung wore a bewildered expression at the host's words. The broadcast continued. Even more shocking is that this manipulation was led by none other than a celebrity planning agency within the same industry. What we are about to show you is an interview that our team obtained exclusively from someone who attended the same high school as Kang Jin-sok. Let's take a closer look. At that moment, while Lee Young-kyung was watching with a stern expression, at home, Lee Min-young was also watching the broadcast on TV. Mr. Park, Kang Jin-sok's high school classmate, one day, someone came to me offering money to testify that Jin-sok had randomly hit another student during his school days. They also threatened that if I didn't comply, it would be difficult for me to find work in the future. PD, threats. Yes. And in reality, I started facing pressure at work as well. Watching the broadcast, Lee Min-young bit her lip forcefully. It was content she had already seen several times in the BDD broadcasting station's editing room, but it was still astonishing each time. So, are you saying that Kang Jin-sok didn't engage in violence at school to harass or bother anyone? Yes, it's true that Jin-sok was involved in a lot of fights. However, he wasn't the one causing trouble, rather, he was the one protecting weaker friends. What was the reaction at school back then when Kang Jin-sok, the actor, got into fights? The kids were thankful, but they didn't show it overtly. Showing gratitude could attract unnecessary attention from the bullies. How about the teachers back then? What was their reaction when Mr. Kang Jin-sok got into fights? From what I remember, the teachers didn't approve of it. The PD, whose face couldn't be seen, seemed curious at this response. Why? While fighting might be wrong, if he did it for a reason, shouldn't that be commendable? Some parents went crazy, claiming their sons came home beaten up because of Jin-sok. Among them were some high-profile figures. When you say high-profile figures, a member of parliament. I also recall there being a CEO of a small company. As a result, Jin-sok was the one who got severely punished at school. He even got hit so hard that his school uniform pants burst. After the brief interview, the screen returned to the studio of I Wanna Know That. The host, Kim Sang-jun, who had been watching the video with a serious expression, spoke with his characteristic sophisticated and mature voice. Based on this interview alone, it seems that Kang Jin-sok's school days, recently highlighted, involve various complicated circumstances. Therefore, we've decided to delve a bit deeper into the details. Who, after all, and why is trying to portray Kang Jin-sok as the perpetrator? To find out, we've met the person who orchestrated the manipulation. Kim Sang-jun, with a serious expression, delivered the statement, clasping his fingers and gazing somewhere. Then, the screen transitioned back to the informational display. It's my turn now. Penthouse in a luxury office. There, KL Entertainment's director Won Ryu Song-ho set down his wine glass and focused on the TV. He, too, was watching. PD, first, could you briefly introduce yourself, please? I'm Ryu Song-ho, Director 1 at KL Entertainment. I'm the one involved in manipulating and spreading the rumors about actor Kang Jin-sok. That's quite a bold introduction. Can you say that? Yes, because I'm going to be exposed by KL Entertainment anyway. I don't mind if they sue me. After all, there's nowhere left for me and KL Entertainment to go. Unlike other interviews, Ryu Song-ho's face was fully visible in this one. It was exactly what Ryu Song-ho wanted. You mentioned that KL Entertainment manipulated the rumors about actor Kang Jin-sok. Could we hear the details? Yes. First, let me explain why KL Entertainment targeted Kang Jin-sok and why we engaged in such actions. To do that, I'll have to start with why Kang Jin-sok ended up out of KL Entertainment's, specifically Lee Young-kyung's, favor. Afterward, Ryu Song-ho calmly continued. Kang Jin-sok gained recognition with the project. He rose through auditions. Like most auditions, there were several competitors for the role of Nakamura that Kang Jin-sok auditioned for. Among them was Lee Ho-min, an actor and the son of Lee Young-kyung. Yes. Before the audition, there was a small issue between Lee Ho-min and Kang Jin-sok. It wasn't a big deal unless you consider pride battles. Lee Ho-min seemed to take it to heart. After losing the role to Kang Jin-sok in the audition, Lee Ho-min developed a significant dislike for him. Furthermore, after being compared to Kang Jin-sok in acting abilities in which he appeared in instead of, he not only disliked but also grew to hate Kang Jin-sok. Eventually, Lee Ho-min suffered a significant blow to his pride, and that became the starting point for KL Entertainment's animosity towards Kang Jin-sok. Lee Young-kyung, the president, was someone pathologically fond of his son Lee Ho-min. He couldn't forgive the rookie actor who tarnished his son's face. So, director, are you saying KL Entertainment manipulated these rumors because of that pride issue? What I just mentioned is indeed the cause, but it's not the only reason. After that, KL Entertainment and actor Kang Jin-sok clashed unknowingly quite a bit. The incident with Park Hae-in's fans swearing, the public criticism of KL Entertainment by director Yeo Jae-yoon, all of that had connections to Kang Jin-sok. Also, the subsequent transfer of actor Kwon So-kun to OS Entertainment was deeply linked to Kang Jin-sok's involvement. The pride-filled Lee Young-kyung, the president, was annoyed by the constant irritation from this rookie actor. So, he instructed the directors to somehow suppress Kang Jin-sok. The result was the creation of these rumors about Kang Jin-sok. After hearing that, Ryu Song-ho turned off the TV. All the information he wanted to hear had been revealed. Staring blankly out the window, Ryu Song-ho turned on the lights. The once dark house began to reveal itself. I've lived here for quite a long time. Despite having lived here for a long time, the house felt empty, as if it had been prepared to be vacated at any time. Ryu Song-ho went into his study. A worn-out desk and stacks of documents greeted him. All the materials I've collected over the 20 years working at KL Entertainment. The time to use them has finally come. These documents were all evidence related to numerous illegal activities KL Entertainment had carried out until now. From actions he executed those performed by other employees under the president's orders, everything was documented. I've worked like a dog just to bring down Lee Young-kyung. It took 20 years. These contents, when exposed, would not only create a stir in the entertainment industry but also in politics and business. Tap, tap. Ryu Song-ho lightly tapped the documents with his hand. While perusing the documents, Ryu Song-ho took out his mobile phone and made a call to someone. Hello. Yes, Prosecutor Lee Min-young, it's Ryu Song-ho. I've gathered all the KL Entertainment documents I mentioned last time. You can pick them up anytime. My role ends here. Please keep what I asked for in mind when the time comes. Click. Ryu Song-ho finished speaking and hung up. Then, he immediately called Lee Young-kyung. Ryu Song-ho, what are you up to? A voice full of anger and a dark tone echoed through the mobile phone from the other side. It was a voice that would intimidate anyone from KL Entertainment, but Ryu Song-ho wanted to hear this kind of voice from Lee Young-kyung. A voice struggling with anger, not knowing what to do. With a light chuckle, Ryu Song-ho said, Ho, what are you doing there? I'm just doing my job. I don't know why you're doing this, but I won't let this slide. Don't just let it slide. I'm going all the way anyway. What? I'm going to expose all the misdeeds and crimes you've committed so far in the media. Expose what I've done? If you do that, you too will dash. Yes, I won't get away unscathed either. But you know what? That's exactly what I wanted. I'll go to prison with you, and I'll watch you suffer until the day you die. To Ryu Song-ho's words, Lee Young-kyung remained silent. Facing this silence, Ryu Song-ho continued. Do you wonder why I'm doing this? I wonder. Why? Why are you, who was most devoted and loyal to me, trying to betray me? Even though Lee Young-kyung's face wasn't visible, Ryu Song-ho could imagine that he was angrily shouting with a flushed face. Just the thought of it brought a smile to Ryu Song-ho's face. President, do you happen to remember an actress named Lee Jeongmin? Lee Jeongmin. Yes. Ryu Song-ho spoke calmly and then looked at the wall of his study. There was a framed picture hanging on the wall. In the frame, there was a picture of a woman and a freshly discharged Ryu Song-ho, both smiling brightly. While looking at the photo, Ryu Song-ho said to Lee Young-kyung, in your ambition to grow the company, you lost a life. Lee Jeongmin. That woman was my sister. Now, do you understand why I'm doing this? So, you're Lee Jeongmin's brother. Different last name, how is that possible? My original name is Lee Jeong-ho. I discarded both my last name and my name to go under you. I will destroy you. Right now, at this very moment, when you are at the peak of your success. Just like my sister died because of you when she was at her most beautiful moment. Ryu Song-ho, who had been smiling lightly throughout his speech, adjusted his cell phone. Then, in a voice that sank as if commanding to listen carefully, he spoke. I've waited for revenge for 20 years. Now it finally begins. Please struggle with all your might to make revenge as happy and enjoyable as my expectations. This guy, I'll end it here. After finishing the call, Ryu Song-ho stared blankly at the photo taken with his sister. Sister, it's going to be fun from now on. Watch closely. The day after the special episode of I Want to Know That was aired, I was at home, discussing various things with Jang Sun-ho in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. A lot happened overnight. As I spoke somewhat absent-mindedly, Jang Sun-ho bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. I intended to tell you in advance, but you were shooting, and I couldn't find the opportunity to speak. After that, I thought it might interfere with advertising shoots and variety shows. That's okay. But, is there any problem? I only saw the article that KL Entertainment spread and I want to know that. I haven't checked the internet at all, worried about what might be said. Don't worry at all. Public opinion is leaning towards sympathizing with actor Kang Jin-seok and blaming KL Entertainment. Although KL Entertainment reporters are still making a fuss, once they receive the summons, they'll shut up. At novel bin at. Summons. Yes. We've sued all the KL Entertainment media outlets. We prepared in advance, so there's no escape for them. Planning for I Want to Know That or preparing for a lawsuit. It seemed that Jang Sun-ho had prepared a lot behind my back. I feel a bit sorry. It seems like I was the only one in peace. Still, it seemed more appropriate to express gratitude than to apologize. Thank you, manager. If it weren't for you, I would have just sat there and taken it. No need to thank me. It's my job. After a slight smile, Jang Sun-ho checked the time. Then, he stood up and said, Actor Nim, we should start heading. We shouldn't be late for the press conference. Right. The press conference, The press conference Jang Sun-ho mentioned was a gathering organized by the Department of Theater at Soguk University where I was enrolled. It was an opportunity for senior actors to come and interact with new students and current students at the beginning of the new semester. I planned to attend as a current student from the perspective of a senior actor. I'll get to see the faces of old university friends and also catch up with colleagues I haven't seen due to being busy. After all this happened, it feels a bit awkward to go. Jang Sun-ho said everything should be fine, but I couldn't help but be cautious. It had been a mentally taxing night. As I hesitated, Jang Sun-ho spoke. Actor Nim, if you're reluctant to attend because of yesterday's incident, you don't have to come. No one will criticize actor Kang Jin-seok for skipping a university gathering. But I hope you will still go. It would help resolve this controversy quickly if you could engage in external activities naturally and calmly, as you usually do. Helpful. Yes. Whether the rumors are true or false, when a celebrity hides, people tend to think, there must be something he's guilty of hiding. On the contrary, if you confidently step forward, people will think, he must be innocent. So, even if it's a bit difficult, I think showing your usual self would be beneficial. As always, I could feel the sincerity in Jang Sun-ho's advice. After contemplating his words for a moment, I smiled slightly and said, got it. I'll do as you say, manager. If it gets too tough, you can take a break. I'll talk to the school on your behalf. No, it's okay. Listening to Manager Nim, I feel like it's more appropriate to stay strong at times like this. After speaking energetically, I picked up my outerwear and stood up. Besides, I can't not go today. I've already sent snacks. Soguk University's large seminar room. Not only were the 200 seats filled, but even the stairs were crowded with people. All of them were students from the Department of Theater at Soguk University. Most of the buzz was about Jin-seok. There was a bullying incident yesterday, and Kang Jin-seok, the actor, might come today. It's not like he won't come, right? One female student asked in a hesitant voice. Yeah, that's right. Usually, when celebrities face such issues, they lock themselves up at home. Today is the day I came to school just to catch a glimpse of actor Kang, even though I wasn't planning on coming. If I can't see him, I'm going to protest at KL Entertainment. As the confident female student spoke, her friend nodded in agreement. Her friend shared the same sentiment. To them, a student behind them said, they're already protesting. They brought 10 trucks to KL Entertainment, saying it's for Kang Jin-seok's fan club. 10 trucks. Yeah, didn't you know? They're live streaming the protest on YouTube right now. The student showed their mobile phone. On the screen was a YouTube channel, Leftover Tuna Can. CEO Lee Young-kyung, come out right now. If you don't come out, we're going in. Come out, come out. It wasn't a protest with flying rocks or brandished spears, but it was a demonstration that showed more intensity than that. The student who was showing the protest scene turned off the screen and said, "But that's not the important thing right now. The crucial thing is whether Kang Jin-seok, the actor, comes or not." That's true. Most people here probably came to see actor Kang. I came to see the professors. What's the point for someone like you who never attends class? While students were engaging in casual conversations, behind the stage curtain, a female student was fidgeting with her cell phone, unseen by others. It was Seo Yinsu. Jin-seok Appa. Should I contact him and ask if he can come today? It had been a repeated dilemma for her, but Yinsu couldn't bring herself to contact him easily. If Jin-seok hadn't come today, the atmosphere of the gathering would significantly dampened. As the student sitting in front mentioned earlier, most students came to see Jin-seok. Even other senior actors and professors attending the gathering seemed to have high expectations of seeing Jin-seok. Now, there were less than 20 minutes left until the start of the gathering. It won't work. I should try contacting him. Just as Yinsu gathered the courage to send a message to Jin-seok. Wow, there are so many people. Suddenly hearing a voice from behind, Yinsu was startled. Then, someone behind her laughed casually and said, "Haha, sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you." Yinsu turned around with wide eyes. "Appa? Why are you here, Appa?" Stunned by the unexpected question, Yinsu blurted out something strange. To her, Jin-seok chuckled and said, "Why am I here? Because it's a gathering." "Oh, right. No, not that. Appa, are you okay?" "Am I okay? Because of the article yesterday," Jin-seok said with a light laugh. "Of course, I'm fine. It's just a gossip, no big deal. Just a gossip." The manager said there's no problem at all, so I'm not worried. Yinsu was dumbfounded by Jin-seok's nonchalant tone. Seeing Yinsu's expression, Jin-seok smiled and said, "Have everyone else arrived? I'd like to greet them before the gathering starts." "Oh, yes. Everyone is here. But, Appa, with so many people, how did you manage to sneak in without being noticed?" "I just parked in the underground parking lot and took the elevator up. Through the back door." "What if someone caught you doing that?" "Well, no one did, so it's fine. Plus, since I came with the manager, even if I ran into someone, it probably wouldn't be a big deal." Yinsu stared at Jin-seok, who spoke and acted as usual, with a dumbfounded expression. Is he really okay after what happened yesterday? As a fan of Jin-seok and a friend, she felt relieved. Smiling brightly, Yinsu gently pulled Jin-seok's arm. "Then let's go meet the professors. They're in the classroom next to the seminar room." CEO Lee Young-kyung, come out right now. If you don't come out, we're going in. Come out, come out. Hearing the angry voices from outside, Lee Young-kyung rubbed his forehead roughly. Ugh, damn it. What are the police doing? Why aren't they dealing with those bastards quickly? Lee Young-kyung shouted in frustration. However, there was no one to answer him in such a state. Most of the secretaries and even the department heads were on vacation or hadn't come to work. Even the directors, who used to fawn over Lee Young-kyung like minions, were nowhere to be found. Ugh. Sighing deeply, Lee Young-kyung started smoking a cigarette. After smoking 3 in a row, he seemed to calm down a bit. However, it didn't last long. "You son of a b, Ryu Song-ho, how dare you betray me?" Bang! Lee Young-kyung slammed his desk forcefully, muttering angrily. "No, whatever you're preparing, it won't work." Lee Young-kyung had maintained connections with people from various social strata, expecting that one day, in the dirty business world, he might face such a situation and would need help from these people. Among them were directors from a famous law firm, a member of the National Assembly, and even a former minister. "I won't die. Absolutely not. How did I crawl up to this point?" Lee Young-kyung took a deep breath, calming his mind. He knew very well that he had to respond calmly in times like these. If I go down, there will be more than a few people in trouble. Just catching one of those bastards will be nothing. After checking his contacts for a moment, Lee Young-kyung's eyes sparkled as he pressed the call button. "Hello. Oh, President Oh Sung-chan. This is Lee Young-kyung. Call me Director. I'm not a member of the National Assembly anymore." "Haha, yes, Director. So, why did you bother calling me?" "Oh, is it about I want to know that?" "Haha, yes, that's right. Because of that, I have some things to discuss with you. How about I arrange a meal for us?" Lee Young-kyung hoped that Oh Sung-chan would respond with the same enthusiasm as he presented himself. But then, "President Lee Young-kyung, I think this time might be a bit difficult for me." "What?" "I heard something, and soon there will be a raid on KL Entertainment. And the prosecutor in charge is Lee Min-young. I might have to step forward. I'm sorry." Through the phone, words that were far from his usual optimistic tone flowed. Perplexed, Lee Young-kyung asked in a trembling voice. "No, Director. Just who is this Lee Min-young to make you sound so anxious?" "Dawn, Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office." Lee Min-young quickly scanned through the thick documents. As someone accustomed to swift work, she was working later than usual, handling not only routine tasks but also overseeing Jin-seok's case. A subordinate cautiously asked Min-young, "Prosecutor, aren't you leaving for the day?" "Yes. I need to look through this a bit more." "You go home first." Even though she didn't look at him while speaking, the detective didn't feel offended at all. Having worked with Min Young for a long time, he knew her style well. The subordinate glanced at his watch. It was 3:30 in the morning. The quitting time had long passed. I'd like to stay and help prosecutor as much as possible, but today, he had to leave on time. For several days now, he hadn't been able to go home, and his wife was probably getting anxious. Although it was already late, if he didn't go home today, he wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath. Well then, I'll head home first. Yes. Good work. Once again, she didn't look at him, but the detective didn't mind. After respectfully bowing, he left the office. 6 hours later. Good morning. The detective, dragging his tired body, returned to the office. Welcome. As always, Lee Min Young was the first to arrive at the office. The detective looked at Min Young, who greeted him with surprised eyes. Could it be that she's pulling an all-nighter again? Min Young's appearance hadn't changed since 6 hours ago. The only difference was that the pile of documents on the right had shifted to the left. Prosecutor, didn't you leave work again today? I went to the sauna for a moment. Just as the detective was about to say more, Min Young, without taking her eyes off the documents, looked at him. Oh, I found quite a few connections with gangsters in the KL entertainment materials. Some of the people we know are involved. Yes, it seems like clean business is hard to come by. I'll give you the list of names now. We've already obtained a warrant from Judge Seo. As Min Young casually spoke, the detective glanced at his wristwatch. It's not even 10 yet, and she's got a warrant from the judge. That meant she had contacted the judge early in the morning. Seeing the detective standing still, Min Young asked, "Is there a problem?" "Oh, no. Should we leave now?" "Yes. But there are some rough characters, so make sure you're well prepared before you go." When Min Young expressed concern for him, the detective chuckled lightly and said, "With Prosecutor Lee's warrant, who would dare to mess up?" "Hyung, did you see the news yesterday? It won't affect us much, right? We had some dealings with KL Entertainment, remember?" Early in the morning, Park Hung-woo, a gangster, was grilling pork belly and glancing at his subordinate sitting across from him while taking a big bite of chili. "It's okay, man. It's completely unrelated to us. But still, enough. Stop worrying about useless things and eat the meat. It's Hanwoo beef." "Yes." When Park Hung-woo spoke calmly, his subordinates refrained from bringing up anything related to KL Entertainment. That's when it happened. Bam! "Come on, everyone, wake up. A friendly and affectionate letter, an arrest warrant, has arrived." The police, breaking in as if smashing the door, quickly occupied the office. "What is this? What warrant? We've been quiet lately, haven't we?" When Park Hung-woo, with a stern expression, spoke, the detective at the forefront smiled broadly. "Hung-woo, just because it's been quiet lately doesn't mean your past crimes are getting sorted out." "Hung-woo? Who are you?" "Oh no." As Park Hung-woo confirmed the detective's face, he let out a heavy sigh. "Why are you here again? Don't tell me Min Young sent you again." "Min Young? Is she a close friend of yours, a chief prosecutor in South Korea? Anyway, listen up. Park Hung-woo, assault, aggravated fraud, procuring prostitution, extortion, and embezzlement. Oh, if you go in this time, you probably won't see the light of day again. Let's cooperate nicely, shall we?" After hearing his charges, Park Hung-woo looked at the detective in disbelief. "No, seriously, when did I commit those crimes? I've been in and out for 15 years, and there's more left." "Yeah, right. But why ask me when it happened? It's your wrongdoing. Are you kidding me right now?" Park Hung-woo covered his face with his hands. If it were any other prosecutor, they might not have unearthed the hidden criminal activities as Min Young would. For a few seconds, Park Hung-woo, who had been scowling, extended both hands. "Hurry up and put on the handcuffs since they have a search warrant. If we're late again and Prosecutor Lee gets angry like last time, I'm scared." "Wow, you're being incredibly calm. Just say the right things. Say you came quietly. But don't worry too much. When I saw the prosecutor's face this morning, it didn't seem like she was trying to scold you." Park Hung-woo's expression brightened at those words. "Oh, she came to catch the big boss. Probably." Click. With handcuffs on, Park Hung-woo turned to his subordinates. For someone being arrested, he seemed rather cheerful, thanks to what the detective had said last. "Let's go." "Yes." Following the detective obediently, Park Hung-woo spoke to his subordinates. "I'll be back soon. Eat some hanwoo while I'm gone." "So, according to Prosecutor Lee, if I testify that I did these things under the request of KL Entertainment, will she consider my other crimes non-existent? Is that right?" Park Hung-woo spoke steadily in the interrogation room. In front of him, Min Young seemed tired, massaging her neck and turning it from side to side. "So, the sins will disappear? You're saying instead of 13 years of beating, it'll be reduced to only 8 years. 8 years? Prosecutor, you're being too harsh. I'm cooperating so well." "Well, didn't we call Mr. Park Hung-woo here first? Do you think the gangsters involved with KL Entertainment are only Mr. Park Hung-woo? If you keep talking nonsense while I'm busy, I'll call in the next guys. Hurry up and wrap this up. What's your plan?" Park Hung-woo sighed at Min Young's uncompromising attitude. "Ugh, Min Young is disgusting. What kind of connection did we have in our past lives for this to keep happening? If it were any other prosecutor, Min Young would be truly formidable, even in such circumstances." Thinking that prolonging the time unnecessarily might lead to a longer sentence, Park Hung-woo nodded. "All right. I understand. I'll do as you say, so please be lenient. I've been living decently since I got married. Considering your actions, I'll include parole conditions and various other things. I'll try to make the visitations as free as possible. Thank you. Can I stamp here? Yes. Park Hung-woo dipped his thumb in ink and stamped his fingerprint on the confession statement he had written. After confirming the stamp, Min-young spoke to the detective beside her. Thank you for your hard work. Officer, please prepare a meal for Mr. Park Hung-woo and bring in the next person. Yes, prosecutor. The detective escorted Park Hung-woo out. At that moment, Furring. A mobile phone in Min-young's pocket rang. Who could it be? Min-young checked the caller ID. Oh Sung-chan. Why is this person? Oh Sung-chan was Min-young's senior, a former chief prosecutor when Min-young was a rookie prosecutor. He had entered politics after leaving the prosecutor's office, serving 3 terms as a member of the National Assembly. Currently, he works as a director at a prestigious law firm, wielding significant power. Back when he was a prosecutor, their relationship wasn't bad. They were seniors and juniors, so they took care of each other in various ways. However, that didn't mean they were close enough for him to contact her out of the blue. Yes, senior. Min-young speaking. After a brief hesitation, Min-young answered the call. Oh, it's you, prosecutor. Long time no see. How have you been? Yes, senior. I've been well. I hope you've been doing well too. Sure. After exchanging casual greetings, Min-young spoke. I'm sorry, senior, but I'm currently in the middle of work. If it's not urgent, could I call you back later? Or I can contact you separately after I finish my work. Oh, you were working. Sorry for bothering you while you're busy. Oh Sung-chan, with a light chuckle in his voice, then dropped an uncomfortable question on Min-young. Is it about the KL Entertainment case, by any chance? Yes. How did you know about that? I just happened to hear. Anyway, cut to the chase. Can you spare some time today? Let's grab a meal. Today, I'm a bit busy. I know you're a busy prosecutor. That's why I called you myself. I have someone I want to introduce to you. Someone you want me to meet. Yes. It's about time you start looking around, isn't it? It might be a useful opportunity for you. Don't avoid it, okay? Upon hearing Sung-chan's words, Min-young felt a sense of discomfort. More precisely, it wasn't discomfort but rather an unwelcome feeling. I don't want to go. However, refusing a direct call from a senior, especially one with significant influence, was not an easy task. It wasn't because Min-young was the type to be influenced by her senior or to be cautious of his reactions. It was solely because of the power that Oh Sung-chan held. If I casually refuse Oh Sung-chan, it might strain my relationship with judges, and it might interfere with handling this case. Even though Sung-chan was someone she would eventually deal with, for now, Min-young needed to keep her intentions hidden. After a moment of contemplation, Min-young responded. I understand. Where should I go? As expected? This prosecutor. I'll send you the address. Come as soon as possible. I'll be waiting. Yes. After ending the call, another detective, accompanied by another gangster, entered the interrogation room. Unlike Park Hung-woo, the man seemed quite tense. Min-young, looking at the documents, spoke to the gangster. You're Ju Hyun-chul, right? Yes, that's me. You don't have to be so nervous. Depending on your cooperation, Ju Hyun-chul, you might avoid prison time. Of course, it could go the other way. Min-young looked directly into Ju Hyun-chul's eyes as she spoke. 4 years ago, you were in charge of the campaign funds when Oh Sung-chan ran for his 4th term, right? Yes. At that time, you received election funds from KL Entertainment. We have evidence, but we need a clear statement for the trial. So, please tell the truth during the trial. Min-young showed Ju Hyun-chul a thick bundle of documents as she continued. Also, there's something else. You're aware that Oh Sung-chan covered up the drug use and overseas gambling of KL Entertainment celebrities, right? Considering you continued working under Oh Sung-chan even after the election, you must be aware. At them.Every. We have all the evidence for this too. If you cooperate, I'll make sure Ju Hyun-chul doesn't go to prison. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Min-young had effectively sealed off all escape routes for Oh Sung-chan. After all, he was the subject of this investigation. Seoul, Gangnam, an upscale Korean restaurant. As Min-young stepped out of her car, she surveyed the surroundings outside the restaurant. It looks like this is the place. It was a building with high walls, lanterns, and a tiled roof, clearly suggesting an expensive establishment. Being invited to such places wasn't new for Min-young, especially as she climbed the ranks and dealt with sensitive cases. However, this was the first time she had accepted an invitation. That spoke to how meticulous Min-young was. I didn't want to come this time either, but well. As Min-young entered the restaurant, a staff member stopped her and inquired, Excuse me, have you made a reservation? I'm here to meet Senior Oh Sung-chan. I'm Min-young. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression softened, and they smiled warmly. Oh, you're here. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Please follow me. Whether it was because she was Oh Sung-chan's guest or for some other reason, the treatment was noticeably different. The staff member led Min-young to the deepest part of the restaurant, saying, Here you go. Please come in. Yes. After a slight nod to the staff member, she knocked on the door. It's Min-young. May I come in? Oh, you're here. Come in, prosecutor. Yes. Min-young opened the door and stepped inside. The first thing that caught her eye was a large dining table, about 4 to 5 meters long, covered with an abundance of food that could break a leg if someone accidentally stumbled into it. Whether they had just started the meal or had been waiting until Minyoung arrived, there were no signs of anyone touching the food. But what intrigued Minyoung more than the extravagant feast was the presence of 2 men. Somehow I didn't want to come, and there he is. One of them was Oh Sung-chan, who greeted her warmly, and the other was a man Minyoung recognized as Lee Young-kyung, the head of KL Entertainment. As Minyoung stood still, Oh Sung-chan laughed heartily and spoke to her. Haha, long time no see, prosecutor. How have you been? Minyoung, with a stern expression, replied to Oh Sung-chan. It's been a while, senior. I apologize for not being able to visit you sooner. However, it seems I don't belong here. I'll make my way later. Upon hearing Minyoung's words, Oh Sung-chan's expression stiffened for a moment. Soon after, he relaxed his expression and spoke to Minyoung again. You're still as stern as ever. Come on, don't be like that. Sit here. Senior, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the person sitting there, Lee Young-kyung, is someone I'm planning to prosecute soon. I say soon, but it could be as early as tomorrow. Prosecutor, I know. Do you think I would have called you without knowing that? Well, Minyoung fell silent as Oh Sung-chan intended to lecture her, but he quickly moved on to the main point. Lee Young-kyung, the president over there. He knows a lot of people and could be of great help for your future success. We're not close, but we have some connection. But if you fight and bicker with someone like him, how awkward would it be for me? I'm not saying you shouldn't prosecute him at all. You have your pride as a prosecutor, and you've investigated so far. How should I put it? Just handle it appropriately. Right, Mr. President? Oh, yes. That's correct. Unlike his usual self, Lee Young-kyung seemed quite subdued. It was understandable, considering that the outcome of Oh Sung-chan and Minyoung's conversation could significantly impact his future. Contrary to Lee Young-kyung's wish, Minyoung had no intention of cutting her some slack. I apologize, senior. I'll just leave now. Having said that, Minyoung turned around without hesitation and left. Hey, Minyoung. Oh Sung-chan shouted at Minyoung's back. You, seriously, do you have to trample on the senior's dignity like that? And you, are you so pristine? In life, people inevitably make mistakes and do various things, right? I've looked into it briefly, but if we're talking about President Lee Young-kyung, he's relatively clean. The atmosphere quickly became tense due to Oh Sung-chan's stern words. Lee Young-kyung remained silent, observing Minyoung and Oh Sung-chan. At that moment, Minyoung turned around slowly and spoke. Senior, you taught me that if someone commits a crime, they should face the consequences. I don't know how much you've looked into it, but Mr. Lee Young-kyung must face the consequences. Minyoung, you'll keep doing this. If you keep going like this, I also have ways. How about receiving gratitude once and letting your soul be exposed? Do you think you've climbed up there without making a mistake or taking any kickbacks? Minyoung didn't respond to Oh Sung-chan's words. Thinking that his threat or persuasion had worked, Oh Sung-chan smirked slightly and said, Prosecutor, I apologize for what I just said. You know my style, right? I tend to blurt things out when I'm excited. Sorry, okay. Senior, I appreciate your offer to expose me as much as you want. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Well then, I'll take my leave. With those words, Minyoung exited the room. Despite hearing Oh Sung-chan's intense curses directed at her from behind, she paid no attention. Minyoung headed back to her car and took out her mobile phone to make a call. Judge Seo, this is Minyoung. I apologize for the late call. Regarding the arrest warrant for director Oh Sung-chan that I mentioned earlier, it seems we need to expedite the process. Also, the warrant for Mr. Lee Young-kyung. Something seems to be going wrong. After the meal with Oh Sung-chan, Young-kyung leaned back in the rear seat, sighing inwardly at them.Every. Oh Sung-chan told me not to worry, but still, it's concerning. Thanks to Minyoung causing a scene and leaving, the reception area was in chaos. However, since the preparations were already made, Young-kyung did his best to entertain Oh Sung-chan sincerely. He called in rookie actors and celebrities that Oh Sung-chan liked. I should probably look into other aspects as well. Young-kyung had connections with various people, not just Oh Sung-chan, in many different ways. While Oh Sung-chan was the first person he contacted due to his significant influence in the legal community, he was not the only one. Young-kyung took out his mobile phone and started going through his contacts. However, he couldn't find anyone who could neatly resolve this crisis. Tisk. Young-kyung clicked his tongue and decided to check the online portal sites to gauge public opinion. But then, what's this now? A news article that furrowed his brows was featured on the main page of the portal site. Kang Jin-seok receives Hollywood audition proposal. Will he take it? The title wasn't particularly provocative or long, but it was enough to attract Young-kyung's click. Young-kyung clicked on the article. Kang Jin-seok receives Hollywood audition proposal. Will he take it? Reporter Lee Han-young. Director James Won, well known to Korean movie fans for films like Saw, The Conjuring, and Insidious, has been making headlines for extending an audition offer to actor Kang Jin-seok. OS Entertainment, Kang Jin-seok's agency, released an official statement via social media, stating, "We cannot provide precise details at the moment." While it's true that Kang Jin-seok received an audition proposal from a renowned Hollywood director, amidst recent baseless rumors, Kang Jin-seok has politely declined, planning to take a break from his acting activities for the time being. Fans expressed disappointment about Kang Jin-seok taking a break, yet did not hide their resentment towards KL Entertainment in the comments. As soon as Young Kyung read the article, he kicked the front seat with his foot. What the hell? Are they blaming us for not going to see the Hollywood audition? Whether it was true or not, Young Kyung was not in a good mood. With KL Entertainment and himself already facing unfavorable public opinion, such an article would only worsen the situation. I need to act quickly. If the situation doesn't improve from here, it might become irreparable. Young Kyung hurriedly checked his contacts. Then, he sent a group message to influential people who could potentially help him. Help me, manager. Is it true that director James Won offered an audition? During a long-awaited dinner with Jang Sun-ho, a memory of something he had said before crossed my mind. Jang Sun-ho nodded calmly when I asked about it. Yes. However, I declined because I felt the script and role wouldn't suit actor Kang Jin-seok's image. Also, considering the situation with KL Entertainment that I posted on social media, I thought it might be good for you to take a break. I was truly grateful for his concern, but it still left me feeling a bit disappointed. After all, it was an opportunity for Hollywood. I wished I had at least tried the audition. What was the role? A serial killer with dissociative identity disorder named Harry Sung. The story is based on a memoir written by a former FBI agent about his experiences. It sounds like a quite heavy role. Hearing about the role, I somewhat understood why Jang Sun-ho had declined. Probably due to his emphasis on image management, he always preferred roles that portrayed a positive character. It's a bit regrettable. I must have revealed my feelings on my face because Jang Sun-ho cautiously asked, if you're disappointed, I can contact them again and express your willingness to audition. Even though you've already declined. Yes. I intended you to take a break because of KL Entertainment, but if it's a project by director James Won, I'd like you to be a part of it for sure. Manager, isn't this too much trouble for you? It's not much trouble at all. Just writing an email and making a phone call. However, Jang Sun-ho hesitated, his words trailing off as he spoke. I am concerned about you. Because of my image. No, it's your acting that I worry. I tilted my head in confusion, not quite understanding. Jang Sun-ho calmly added an explanation. From what I've observed, you have a style of completely immersing yourself in the role when you act. It's not just about being a good actor, it's about embodying the character. Haha, suddenly such praise. That's why I'm worried. Interrupting me, Jang Sun-ho continued. If it were a different role, I wouldn't mind. But playing a murderer, especially a multiple personality murderer, seems like a significant burden for you. I hope it's just my excessive concern. I initially thought I'd like you to take on such a role. However, the more I read the script and synopsis, the more I felt that it might not be suitable. It's a very brutal story, fitting for a director like James Won. Jang Sun-ho took a document bundle from his bag and handed it to me. This is the synopsis that director James Won sent. Would you like to take a look? Why on earth are you so concerned about the content of the work? Curious about the synopsis, I was grateful for Jang Sun-ho's concern. He worried that the role I was playing might be emotionally burdensome. Would there be another manager like this one? I need to treat the manager well. Resolving once again, I carefully took the synopsis that Jang Sun-ho handed over. I'll take a look. Yes. I unfolded the synopsis. Title, Long Time No See, Andy. Andy is an infant adopted from Korea to a rural American village. He endured various abuses from his foster parents since childhood. In addition to the abuse from his parents, Andy, unable to make real friends due to racial discrimination, found his only companion in the self in the mirror. Every day, Andy sought comfort from and shared friendship with his reflection in the mirror. One day, by chance, Andy escapes from his foster parents with the help of a pastor. Receiving proper love for the first time since birth, Andy finally gains a normal life. In no time, Andy excels in academics, entering a prestigious university and eventually becoming a young doctor. One day, in the attic of the church, Andy, who fell asleep, wakes up in shock. Holding a bloodied knife, he finds himself in the pastor's room, and the pastor, covered in blood as if stabbed multiple times, lies beside him. Unable to recall anything, fearing being falsely accused as a murderer, Andy hides the pastor's body behind the church in a communal cemetery. After dealing with the pastor's body, Andy goes to the shower room to wipe off the blood covering his body. It was the moment he absent-mindedly looked into the mirror. Andy encounters the self in the mirror, sporting a bizarre smile. The reaction that escaped my lips as I read the synopsis. And along with that reaction, I recalled what Jang Sun-ho had said earlier. So that's why he mentioned it's intense. I sighed lightly as I covered the synopsis. Certainly, this kind of work is a bit intimidating to act in. If it were an ordinary performance, it might be different, but my acting involves possession. It's the expression of living through and embracing the protagonist's life, a form of possession. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I could handle the life of Andy, the protagonist of this work. After covering the synopsis, I sat silently for a while, and Jang Sun-ho spoke. How do you feel? Would it be okay to proceed? Oh, I think I understand the meaning manager Nim conveyed. It's not for nothing that it's a James Won director's work. The work was truly tempting, not just because it was from the renowned director James Won, but simply because of its outstanding artistic merit. So much so that I couldn't easily return the synopsis to Jang Sun-ho. Manager Nim, can I have a bit more time to think? Of course. I'll contact James Wan's side again during that time. We might be able to buy some time until the week after next. Thank you. As I nodded slightly in gratitude, Jang Sun-ho spoke as if he had forgotten something. Oh, by the way, how is your English, actor Nim? On the way back home after finishing dinner with Jin-seok, Jang Sun-ho couldn't shake off the image of Jin-seok reading the synopsis of Long Time No See, Andy. If he's an actor, he'll eventually audition. If Jin-seok decides to audition, Jang Sun-ho will support him to complete the audition. However, Jang Sun-ho hoped that Jin-seok wouldn't choose this particular work. It was because of the reason he mentioned to Jin-seok earlier. Actor Kang has always shown an extraordinary immersion in his performances. If someone like him plays a psychopathic murderer like the protagonist, Jang Sun-ho, like Jin-seok, was intrigued by the work itself. But on a practical level, considering everything, it seemed better not to do this particular work. Speaking of which, Jin-seok's answer was a bit strange earlier. When Jang Sun-ho asked, "Do you speak English well?" Jin-seok replied, "I think so." It was a somewhat ambiguous answer. Maybe he just modestly answered. Honestly, Jang Sun-ho hoped that Jin-seok couldn't speak English. Because then, whether he wanted to do the work or not, there would be a practical issue preventing him from doing it. Lost in various complicated thoughts, Jang Sun-ho shook his head. Let's wait for actor Nim's decision first. Anyway, no matter what you choose, I need to be prepared so that there's no regret. Jang Sun-ho changed direction and headed towards the company. It was late at night, but Jang Sun-ho still had a lot of work to do. Who eats cup ramen to fill their dinner until this hour and is working overtime, and the team leader comes back after eating at a hotel buffet. Upon entering the office, Go Soyoung's nagging reached Jang Sun-ho. Ignoring her nagging with one ear, Jang Sun-ho said, "I suggested going for a meal together, but manager Go said you wouldn't come. If you said it was a hotel buffet, I would have gone. I thought you were going to a beef soup restaurant near here again. Where were you planning to go and not go with the actor?" Jang Sun-ho's comment was casual, but it had a significant impact on Go Soyoung. Well, it's not like that. When Go Soyoung spoke with a slightly broken voice, Jang Sun-ho laughed lightly and said, "All right. Once things are settled with KL Entertainment, let's go eat together. I went there for the first time today, and it was delicious." "Ah, really?" "Yes. But manager Go, please treat me. I heard your salary has increased a lot." "Even so, it's not even half of the team leader's salary." She grumbled, but Go Soyoung's mood seemed to improve as her face relaxed. Handing a file to Jang Sun-ho, Go Soyoung said, "I wrote down the contents of the conversation with prosecutor Lee Min-young earlier. She said they plan to arrest everyone related to President Lee Young-kyung tomorrow morning. Faster than expected. Did the warrant already come out?" Jang Sun-ho nodded. "If the warrant is out, I probably don't need to worry more about the KL Entertainment case. Now, all that remained was the legal battle. If necessary, he could attend as a witness, but with sufficient evidence and public opinion already turned against KL Entertainment, it didn't seem necessary." Manager Go played a significant role. Jang Sun-ho glanced at Go Soyoung. She responded with a somewhat awkward voice. "Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? It makes me uncomfortable." "Just grateful." Manager Go played a significant role in resolving the trouble caused by KL Entertainment. "I wouldn't have been able to handle it smoothly if it weren't for you. Don't praise me so awkwardly." Go Soyoung avoided Jang Sun-ho's gaze as if it tickled her. "Oh, and James Wan's manager called earlier. He really won't audition?" He even asked if the reason for not auditioning was because of KL Entertainment. "When did that call come?" "About 10 minutes ago." Go Soyoung pointed to the office phone on Jang Sun-ho's desk. "They asked for a prompt response. Director James Wan is eagerly waiting." Jang Sun-ho fell into deep thought for a moment. "It's still difficult to answer. But I can't keep someone like Director James Wan waiting indefinitely either. It's awkward." It was gratifying and pleasant that James Wan was showing such interest in Jin-seok. Jang Sun-ho lifted his work phone as if resigned to the situation. "But I should at least give a response. I can't make him wait indefinitely." At novel bin at. Jang Sun-ho started sending a text message to Kim Hyun. The content of the message was a request for a response by the end of the day. The next morning, in a standalone house in Hanam-dong, Seoul, Oh Sung-chan, who had spent the night with Lee Young-kyung until dawn, rubbed his neck as if tired. "Ugh, my stomach." Perhaps because they had played intensely after a long time, his back hurt, and his whole body was sore. Oh Sung-chan, drinking cold water in the kitchen, regained his composure. "By the way, that Lee Min-young, how dare she ignore my words?" Lee Min-young, who was still arrogantly talking yesterday, seemed to appear before his eyes. Thinking that he would someday give her a big scolding for daring to defy him, he drank more cold water. "But why is it so noisy outside again?" It was always quiet in the house, but today, the noise from some event outside was audible even inside the house. Oh Sung-chan, looking annoyed, glanced out the window. Outside, a group of reporters had gathered like a swarm of bees. "What's going on?" Just as Oh Sung-chan was taken aback by the unexpected situation, someone rang the front doorbell. Feeling a sense of unease, Oh Sung-chan checked the intercom. "Who is it?" "This is the police. We have a warrant, please open the door." At the mention of a warrant, Oh Sung-chan frowned. But more than the fact that a warrant had been issued, what irritated Oh Sung-chan was the attitude of the police. "What? Oh Sung-chan, who the hell is this guy going to?" He wanted to open the door right away and give him a good slap, but Oh Sung-chan held back for now. With so many reporters outside, he couldn't afford to show such behavior. But a warrant. Who is it from? One face came to Oh Sung-chan's mind. Could it be Lee Min-young? Besides Lee Min-young, who has been investigating various irregularities at KL Entertainment recently, there was no one else who would come after him. This bitch was talking nonsense yesterday, and now she's sticking her nose out even further. While thinking about this internally, Oh Sung-chan felt uneasy. He knew Lee Min-young's capabilities better than anyone. Then, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. Senior, it's me, Lee Min-young. I had to come too because the police can't go alone to arrest you. At the same time, a familiar voice flowed through the intercom. Please open the door quickly. We have a lot to do today. Kang Jin-sok rumor manipulation suspicions, president and directors of KL Entertainment detained. Prosecution raiding former minister and current member of parliament. What's the story with KL Entertainment? Lead prosecutor Lee Min-young, we will handle it according to law and principles. There is nothing more to say. Unprecedented joint statement from both opposition and ruling parties. Let the people prevent the high-handedness of the prosecution and prosecutor Lee Min-young. Prosecution, this prosecutor is the principled one gangsters fear the most. Most people who call her high-handed are usually criminals. Looks like things are gradually settling down. Once again, while sipping his morning coffee, Oh Hae-nyul mumbled to himself as he watched the news. By the way, I wonder if prosecutor Lee Min-young is okay. No matter how much they claim to follow law and principles, ultimately, prosecutors are also members of an organization. Members of the vast organization called the prosecution. As such, making enemies so boldly all at once would make life within the organization very difficult. Whether what they're doing is right or wrong, human relationships are what they are. Being a deputy prosecutor at such a young age, I don't have to worry, but still, it must be nerve-wracking. Oh Hae-nyul didn't know why Lee Min-young was pressuring KL Entertainment so much and assisting OS Entertainment. But regardless of the reason, it was a fact that he received help. Oh Hae-nyul was someone with a clear relationship with Yoon-won. He immediately called Secretary General Kang Kyung-sik. Kang Kyung-sik, I have a call for you. Yes, Secretary General. Good morning. There's a lot of interesting news this morning. That's correct. While Secretary Kang must have handled it well, there shouldn't be any issues we need to worry about, right? I've already checked, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Oh Hae-nyul nodded at Kang Kyung-sik's words. As expected of President. You're doing well. However, the reason I called isn't about that. Then why did you call? I was wondering if our legal and audit teams could create a position for prosecutor Lee Min-young. Although Oh Hae-nyul casually mentioned it as if it were nothing, Kang Kyung-sik was visibly flustered and couldn't respond immediately. President. Oh, I'm sorry. So, are you suggesting that we hire prosecutor Lee Min-young? Yes. As you know, President, if it becomes too noticeable like this, she might not last long in the prosecution. Yes. Regardless of the intention, we received assistance in the end. So, I want to return the favor a bit. As a legal advisor or something similar. What do you think? Oh Hae-nyul was asking for Kang Kyung-sik's opinion, but Kang Kyung-sik could tell that Oh Hae-nyul had already made up his mind. Understood, President. I'll discuss it with the relevant departments and prepare for the possibility of hiring. Yes. Just check if there's a position available. She might not want it, after all. Got it. Oh Hae-nyul hung up the phone calmly. Then, with a satisfied expression, he continued watching the news. Jin-sok lay on the living room sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. A synopsis of was placed on his stomach. It's a tempting piece the more you look at it. But it's troubling. He continued to ponder without even sighing. Should he take on this project or not? Of course, expressing the intention to do so didn't mean he would get the role. He had to go through auditions first. The auditions wouldn't be easy either. Considering the quality of the work and the director's status, many outstanding Hollywood actors would probably apply. However, the reason for his hesitation was that just participating in the audition would mean encountering the killer ghost, and honestly, meeting a killer ghost was scary. A serial killer with multiple personalities. It can't be normal. After much contemplation, Jin-sok got up from the sofa and headed to the kitchen. He took out the green juice that Jang Sun-ho had made from the refrigerator, poured it into a glass, and stared at it with a tense expression. Ah, I should drink it today as well. As Jin-sok tasted the bitter flavor, which he couldn't get used to even after drinking it every day, he slightly wrinkled his face. Then, in a hurry, he put a grape-flavored candy in his mouth. Instead of pondering alone, should I meet the ghost in my dreams first? Jin-sok felt like he could encounter the ghost whenever he fell asleep. Encountering the ghost of a serial killer was indeed a bit frightening. After pondering for a while twirling the candy, Jin-sok made a decision. Yes, let's meet him for now. It might be a bit scary, but it can't be that bad. Feeling the candy slowly diminishing in his mouth, Jin-sok lay down on the bed at novel bin-A. After a night of contemplation, he fell asleep quickly. I found myself in the dreamlike white space after a long time. It was the usual dream space, but I was much more nervous than usual. It was because this time, I was going to meet a ghost, a murderous one at that. And then, it happened. Hello. Someone behind me greeted me with a weak voice. It was an ordinary greeting, but because of my heightened tension, I turned around in surprise. When I turned around, I saw the ghost who greeted me. The first impression looked pitiful. Although the face was quite handsome, and the height was tall, everything was overshadowed by a sense of misery. As I stared at the ghost, trying to make sense of it, the ghost lowered its head again in greeting. Hello, I'm Andy Miller. Oh, yes. Andy extended his hand to me. I cautiously shook his hand. Cold. It felt much colder than when I shook hands with other ghosts. Seeing my slight surprise at the sensation, Andy gave a wry smile. I see you were surprised by the coldness. It's a characteristic of ghosts who took their own lives. After asking, I realized it might be a somewhat impolite question to ask a deceased person. That was the only way to stop Andy Miller. Fortunately, Andy nodded as if not caring at all. You'll learn more about these things gradually, so I won't say more. I sense you're still debating whether you should play the role of a murderer or not. I nodded slightly. Yes. I might make you feel uncomfortable saying this, but honestly, experiencing your life scares me. I understand. Waking up every morning scared me too. I fully understand what you're saying. So, that's why I came here. It's at a time when you haven't even decided if you'll take on the role yet. Andy said, looking at my reaction with a distant gaze. Come to think of it, he hadn't made eye contact with me since our first meeting. While it's known to the public that I killed 30 people, the actual number is 39. You killed 39 people. Yes. 39 was already an unimaginable number, and yet he said 39. In response to my shock, Andy gave a wry smile and took a step back. It seemed like he was distancing himself for my sake, knowing that I was afraid of him. Continuing his confession, Andy spoke with a sense of penance. Out of the 39 people I killed, the families of the 9 whose bodies were never found are still searching for them. I don't want to see the families of victims suffer in agony, clinging to a painful hope. Even after decades, the police are still looking for the bodies, but as time passes, traces of me fade, making it difficult to find the bodies. If this continues, they might eventually give up. So, is what you're saying that I should reveal the locations of the victims' bodies? Yes. It shouldn't be too difficult. Director James Wan analyzed my movements and chose the shooting location nearby. He's a truly remarkable director. Throughout the conversation, Andy, who had shown a desolate atmosphere, seemed as if he might burst into tears at any moment. He appeared genuinely saddened and disgusted by his actions. However, I still couldn't fully trust him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a murderer. It's natural for you to doubt me. I have no intention to blame or resent someone like you. I'm just asking for a favor. If you're hesitant, how about just auditioning once? At that time, I'll show you my life. Afterward, you can decide whether to grant my request or not. Do I need to offer anything in return? No. Upon hearing Andy's words, I could sense that he truly regretted his life. All right. I'll audition first then. As I gave my answer after contemplating, Andy deeply bowed in gratitude for my trust. Thank you. But, actor, it seemed like Andy was slowly transforming into mist and dust, starting to disappear. Yes. To prepare for the audition for this project, you'll need to memorize the English script. However, I understand that your proficiency in delivering English lines naturally is not at that level. Am I right? Well, yes. In that case, I'll give you a boost in your English proficiency when you wake up from your sleep. As I felt earlier, seeing how much Andy cared for me, he genuinely seemed to hope that I would grant his request. Actor, I'm counting on you. Late dawn in front of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office. Min-young led her tired body towards the parking lot. Today, she has arrested a total of 32 people. Each one of them held a significant career, a powerful figure whose arrest could potentially overturn the entire country. Beep. As Min-young pressed the button on her car key, the sound of the car door opening echoed. Just as she was about to get in her car, Prosecutor Lee Min-young. Someone called her in the darkness. Min-young, on guard, turned her head toward the source of the voice. Who is it? In the voice that seemed to linger in the air, a man smiled, reassuring Min-young. The man handed her a business card. I'm Kang Kyung-sik, Secretary General of OS International. I have something to discuss with you. Could you spare me a moment? OS International Secretary. As Lee Min-young received the business card extended by Kang Kyung-sik, she examined it carefully. It was indeed an OS International business card. Why did OS contact me? Baffled, Lee Min-young questioned, and Kang Kyung-sik chuckled in response. Well, we should at least share a meal or some tea, but time being what it is, let me get straight to the point. Our president expressed a desire to bring you on board with OS International. Me? Yes. I've heard that you've been of significant assistance to the actor Kang Jin-seok, who is under our agency. We are truly grateful for your help. Lee Min-young responded as if it were nothing extraordinary, dismissing Kang Kyung-sik's words. I didn't do anything particularly for Kang Jin-seok. I just stumbled upon something while investigating another case. In reality, it was to help Jin-seok, but that couldn't be openly admitted. And I have no intention of quitting my job as a prosecutor yet. There's still much to do. This, too, was a lie. After concluding this case, Lee Min-young had plans to resign as a prosecutor. Knowing that she had made too many enemies within the prosecution due to this case, she was well aware that continuing organizational life would be difficult. Is that so? Nonetheless, before you decline, would you be willing to hear the terms? It's not about the terms, it's about my personality. If you take me, OS International will find it quite exhausting. Why? I only know law and principles. My nature doesn't fit well with corporate life. As if concluding her words, Lee Min-young moved to get back into her car. However, at that moment, it's a good thing. That's exactly what our president is hoping for from Deputy Chief Prosecutor Nim. Kang Kyung-sik unexpectedly made this remark. In response, Lee Min-young, who was about to get into her car, turned to look at Kang Kyung-sik. If that's what the president wants, what does that mean? What are you trying to say? I mean sticking steadfastly to principles in the face of any external temptations. Our president, Oh Hae-nyul, desires that strength in Deputy Chief Prosecutor Nim. He wants you to play the role of candidly sharing uncomfortable truths. Oh, and just to be frank, we're not looking to bring you in to expand connections in the legal field. Lee Min-young had thought that OS International had sought her out for legal advice rather than ethical reasons. It seemed like a crafty maneuver to acquire favorable connections. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As Lee Min-young stared at him blankly, Kang Kyung-sik chuckled lightly and continued, the president suggested placing you in the audit or legal team, but personally, if you were to join our company, I'd like to have you in the secretary's office. If it's OS International's secretary, the strategic planning office sets the company's operational policies, isn't it? It's just called a secretary's office in name. You certainly know your way around. Originally, there was an employee in the secretary's office, like you, who had been marked as my successor, but they left for another place. I hope you can take on that friend's role. Lee Min-young was genuinely surprised by his words. Someone left the OS International secretary's office for another place. It was an unusual occurrence unless it was a less than desirable workplace. Perhaps sensing Lee Min-young's curiosity, Kang Kyung-sik smiled and said, you also know this person well. Someone I know? An employee who left the OS International secretary's office. Yes. Currently, he is Jang Sun-ho, the team leader in charge of actor Kang Jin-sok. I hope you can take on the role that he used to fulfill. Ever since Sun-ho left for Kang Jin-sok, the secretary's office has been a bit disorganized. It could use some restructuring. After finishing his statement, Kang Kyung-sik checked his watch. It's already 5 in the morning. I might have detained you for too long. I've given you my business card, so please think about it carefully and contact me. You're welcome anytime. Yes. Lee Min-young nodded hesitantly. After Kang Kyung-sik replied with a bow, he drove away. Watching the gradually disappearing car, Lee Min-young recalled his words from earlier. So, Kang Jin-sok's manager was originally a staff member in the OS International Secretary's office. At novel bin at. Come to think of it, she vaguely remembered hearing something about it somewhere before. The managers at OS Entertainment were known for being exceptionally high-spec. It seemed that the rumors were true. Was he originally the deputy head of the secretary's office? Thinking of Jang Sun-ho, Lee Min-young chuckled. Deputy head of the secretary's office. Considering her encounters with him while planning to confront KL Entertainment, it seemed like a role that suited him exceptionally well. While thinking about it, Lee Min-young glanced at Kang Kyung-sik's business card. Accepting might not be a bad idea. It could be interesting. Although she thought positively, it wasn't the time to consider a job change just yet. With the prosecutions of dozens of influential figures just beginning, she would be busy day and night. Nevertheless, Lee Min-young carefully tucked Kang Kyung-sik's business card into her wallet. You said you'd like to audition for the Hollywood project. In response to the early morning call from Jin-sok, Jang Sun-ho spoke with a bit of surprise. Yes. Even though it's a Hollywood project, I'd like to audition. It seems like it could be a good experience. Oh, yes. If the actor wishes, understood. After Jang Sun-ho awkwardly responded, he immediately asked again. But, sir, I've translated the synopsis into Korean for you, but the actual script is likely in English. Are you comfortable acting in English? This was an obvious concern and a crucial point to confirm. No matter how good an actor is, if they struggle with the language, it could be a deal-breaker. Despite Jang Sun-ho's concerns, Jin-sok confidently replied, yes, no problem. All right then, sir. Before I inform Director James Wan's team about your intention to audition, can I test your English skills once? Confirming Jin-sok's English proficiency, Jang Sun-ho couldn't help but be amazed. He's good at it. It wasn't just being good at it. Jin-sok's pronunciation and accent were so fluent that one could believe he was a native speaker. Why did he speak vaguely back then when he's this good? With that question in mind, Jang Sun-ho found another curiosity. Come to think of it, he's good at Japanese too. Is he studying languages separately? Perhaps Jin-sok had been striving for international success for a long time. Admiring Jin-sok's efforts once again, Jang Sun-ho said to him, you're really good. It seems like you're even better than me. I feel embarrassed for saying I'd test you. Haha. No, not at all. After Jin-sok replied modestly, he asked Jang Sun-ho, is this good enough to tell Director James Wan that I want to audition? Of course. If I had known you were this good at English, I would have encouraged you to actively appeal to international projects a bit more. After praising Jin-sok once again, Jang Sun-ho continued, since you expressed your interest in auditioning, I'll contact Director James Wan today. Now that we've decided, the sooner, the better. Jin-sok is going to U.S. Once again, in the busy warehouse, Park Shun-sum asked while unloading heavy cargo. The person standing beside him, carrying a similar load, answered. Jin-sok sent a Kakao Talk message in the group chat a while ago. Didn't you see? I rarely pay attention to the group chat because you guys always talk nonsense. So, is he going? Yeah. Well, Jin-seok, that son of a gun, is going to the US and making it big. Although said playfully, Park Chun-seom's voice was filled with pride. Knowing how hard Jin-seok had worked in acting, there was a deep sense of satisfaction in his success. So when is he leaving? He said he'll leave as soon as his visa or whatever is sorted out. Normally, it takes a while, but the company is trying to expedite the process. He might leave by next week at the latest. Next week, huh? Then shouldn't we meet up and show some support before he goes? Upon hearing this, the employees who were eavesdropping around them fell silent. They exchanged glances and uttered a few words. Well, it might be nice to show support before Jin-seok goes. We're busy, so going to his place might be a bit much. How about we go to the airport? Going to his house might be a hassle. It's probably better to go to the airport. That's fine. We could each bring a flower bouquet. And since American food might not suit him, we should also bring some food. While they usually took over an hour to decide on a menu for meals, showing a lack of unity, the warehouse employees demonstrated a surprising level of determination when it came to matters related to Jin-seok. Once some consensus was reached, the team leader, Park Dupal, spoke up. All right, then let's all go together to support Jin-seok on the day of his departure. Dress neatly, no casual attire since it might bother Jin-seok. Okay. Unbeknownst to Jin-seok, a grand farewell ceremony was being planned. A very grand departure ceremony, indeed. I somehow knew I was departing because a group of reporters was waiting for me at the airport. Actor Kang Jin-seok? Hollywood director has extended a love call this time. Could you please share your thoughts on the outcome? Journalists' questions were always ambiguous, as I always felt. What should I say? In the past, I might have been flustered and asked for help from Jang Sun-ho, who was standing next to me. But now, I could respond appropriately. I consider it a truly overwhelming opportunity and will do my best. It was a bit strange to have reporters waiting just for an audition. It was something I couldn't have imagined in the past. Among them, there was a noticeable group of people. They were middle-aged men in suits. Unfortunately, the suits seemed to be tightly stretched over their muscles, ready to burst at any moment. The airport police seemed to consider these men as potential troublemakers and were desperately trying to prevent them from approaching. Hey, Jin-seok. Fight on. If you don't like the taste, eat the gochujang and ramen I packed in your bag. Don't forget to buy liquor at the duty-free shop on your way back. And bring some wrapped-up McDonald's. Seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others, the middle-aged men each waved and shouted words of encouragement, not showing the slightest concern for onlookers. I smiled alternately in both directions. When one reporter opened the floodgates with a question, others raised their hands as if they had been waiting. We are curious about your intention to go to the United States when the school violence rumors have not been completely resolved. With the trial, sparked by these rumors, currently underway, could you please share your thoughts on that? I hadn't anticipated such a question here. Although it was a somewhat uncomfortable question to answer, I had no reason to hide, so I decided to speak confidently from the heart. Jang Sun-ho had advised me before, act with confidence. Just as I was about to respond, Jang Sun-ho took a step forward to speak. However, some reacted even faster than him. The middle-aged man is right next to the reporter. Park Chun-seom, with a grim expression, created an intimidating atmosphere. The other men stared at the reporter with a similar intensity. Although they didn't say much, it seemed like their expressions conveyed a clear message. Hey, Mr. Reporter, is that something you say to an actor going to the United States? Wow, this guy has no clue about reading the atmosphere. Maybe we should teach him how to do it. Hey, Mr. Kim, stop eating cotton candy and handle this reporter. In the mysteriously charged atmosphere, a problem solver emerged. It was an airport staff member. Excuse me, but Kang Jin-seok, your flight is about to depart soon. You should start wrapping up, the employee said with an awkward smile, addressing Jang Sun-ho. After giving the reporter a cold look, Jang Sun-ho guided me inside. Please come in, actor. Oh, sure. Amidst the questions from reporters and farewells from the middle-aged men, Jang Sun-ho spoke. Oh, yes. Well then, I'll go. I'll do my best and come back. As I spoke, reporters shouted something like actor Kang Jin-seok, one last question, and the men yelled, do well and come back, Kang Jin-seok. While I wanted to continue responding to both the reporters and the men, Jang Sun-ho subtly guided me inside, and I found myself partly obliged to enter the airport. As an aside, for some reason, Jang Sun-ho seemed to have etched the face of the reporter who asked the last question into his memory. After a while, Jang Sun-ho escorted me to the airplane. The first time I went to Japan, everything felt awkward, but having flown a couple of times, it was somewhat comfortable. Shortly after taking my seat, the plane took off, and almost simultaneously, the flight attendants brought snacks and drinks. Snacks. Reflexively, I reached for the snacks they offered. Since the audition date was confirmed, not only meals but also snacks had been controlled. Actor, you're not thinking of having snacks, are you? At Jang Sun-ho's weighty question, I could only sit back down with a dejected expression. The flight attendant, initially taken aback by my actions, listened to Jang Sun-ho's explanation, chuckled lightly, and left with the snacks. It was a casual explanation that I was on a diet. As I couldn't tear my eyes away from the snacks, Jang Sun-ho spoke in a solemn voice. Not only snacks but also please refrain from eating the in-flight meals for now. The in-flight meals have a tremendous amount of calories. Today, I only had green juice. Am I supposed to endure 12 hours on an empty stomach? Oh, I requested a special meal. A special meal. Yes, it's not the typical in-flight meal, but if you eat that, you'll feel reasonably satisfied. Also, there should be a lunchbox prepared by the OS International US branch employee at the destination. You can eat that. It should be sufficient for the audition, right? That was more than enough. All right. Casually responding, I took out the audition script and the original book that Jang Sun-ho had prepared from my bag. Where's the audition script section? Is it here? The reason for wanting to read the original book was simple. Before the audition, I wanted to check small details not included in the script by referring to the original work. Since I hadn't had the chance to read the book while memorizing the script, I planned to read it during the flight to the United States. There isn't much time, so let's just read the audition script part. The audition script I received was titled The Night Andy Miller Killed the Pastor, reference to Chapter 2 of the original. I began reading the second chapter of the book as per the script. The movie was titled Long Time No See, Andy, while the original title was Who is Andy? The most challenging aspect to understand when investigating Andy Miller was the people he had murdered. Usually, the targets of murderers are those who have caused them harm, such as men who have taken away their wives or people who have tormented them. Except for those who murder for money, this pattern holds for most cases. However, all the people Andy Miller killed were those who had helped him. The first victim was the pastor who had rescued Andy Miller from his foster parents. Then came Andy's first girlfriend, a guiding professor, club friends, and even the owner and waiter of the restaurant he frequented. Andy seemed to repay their kindness with vengeance by killing them. I felt a bit awkward as soon as I started reading the book. The original feels like a memoir. Andy Miller wasn't the protagonist. What was even more unusual was his method of murder. Although Andy Miller was right-handed, he always used his left hand to commit crimes. The forensic examiner said so at the time, and even analyzing the autopsy photos again confirmed that fact. This confused the FBI at them.Every. Confused, we excluded Andy Miller from the list of suspects. At that time, he was dedicated to the local community, and there was no resentment between him and the victims. If they had known about the illness called multiple personality disorder at that time, maybe they could have arrested Andy Miller sooner, before he left a shocking suicide note and took his own life. In Andy Miller's suicide note, he claimed responsibility for killing over 30 people, stating that it wasn't him but Andy Rammel or his reflection in the mirror. It certainly provides a more detailed description of Andy than what's in the script. But something was odd. No matter how I look at it, the audition script doesn't seem to match well. The audition script I received was titled The Night Andy Miller Killed the Pastor, reference to Chapter 2 of the original. However, no matter how much I looked, there was no description in Chapter 2 of the book about how Andy Miller killed the pastor. Is it mentioned in another chapter? I quickly checked the other chapters of the book, but such content was nowhere to be found. The original focused mainly on solving the case from the perspective of FBI agents. It just got more complicated. It felt like looking at the answer key to a math problem, only to find written there, you can know the answer by solving the problem. I wondered if I had missed something, so I went through the book again from the beginning. However, the information I was looking for wasn't there. That's when it happened. Actor Jang Sun-ho called me. You've been reading the script and the book for 6 hours already. How about taking a little break? The audition is in 4 days, resting now will help with adjusting to the time difference. Oh, sure. I hadn't realized so much time had passed. Following Jang Sun-ho's suggestion, I closed the script and the book, leaned back in my chair, and closed my eyes. However, my mind was still filled with questions. How did Andy Miller kill the victims? Why isn't the script providing clear directions? Even if I could deliver perfect acting by embodying the character, these lingering questions weren't easily dismissed. Amidst this curiosity lingering in my mind, suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. The content of Chapter 2 described a person named Andy Miller. Then, could it be that what the director wants is to imagine and portray how Andy Miller from the book, based on the content, would have killed the pastor? In James Wan's office in Los Angeles, evaluations for the actors who auditioned today were being conducted without reservation. Louis Chang seemed to lack acting skills more than I expected. He had a sharp edge in the previous work, but there was none of that in today's audition. I agree. Now, how about Nakamoto Jack? That actor held the knife in his right hand. Regardless of his acting skills, he didn't even make basic preparations. We wrote in the script reference to Chapter 2 of the original. Was it a mistake? Mistake or not, it's a matter of skill. Despite a lengthy discussion, it seemed no actor perfectly captured the hearts of the production team. At that moment, one of the production team members asked director James Wan, "How about you, director? Were there any actors you particularly want to see again?" "Nothing in particular. I haven't found an actor that stood out." James Wan expressed his disappointment and continued, "We need an actor who can accurately analyze and portray the Andy Miller depicted in the original. To do that, they need to understand the life of the person Andy Miller, based on the contents of Chapter 2. That's correct. I don't know if such an actor exists among the remaining audionees, but we'll continue the auditions. We still have time." After arriving at Los Angeles airport and retrieving my luggage, Jang Sun-ho guided me to the exit. "Over here, actor," he said. Unlike me, Jang Sun-ho moved without hesitation, as if he had been here several times before. When I went to Japan, there were quite a few reporters. I wonder if it'll be the same this time, I thought. I wasn't particularly expecting it, but still, it would have been nice if people had been waiting for me since I had come to the United States. However, outside the exit, there was no one. To be precise, there were many people, but they were all waiting for their acquaintances, not me. A situation quite different from what I had experienced in Korea and Japan. Faced with the temperature difference, I was momentarily bewildered, but I faced reality. Here, I was a complete rookie. While and other works on Netflix had achieved considerable success, I, in the end, was a newcomer who had achieved nothing here. It didn't make me feel bad or uncomfortable. Instead, it stimulated me. It feels like I've returned to being a rookie actor, I thought. Even now, if I were to be honest, I was still a rookie. Actor Kong? Team leader Jang. While I was looking around with various thoughts, a man approached, calling out to me and Jang Sun-ho. Jang Sun-ho lightly raised his hand in response to the man who called him, then moved in that direction. Hello, I'm Lee Ja-hyun, the manager who will be assisting actor Kong Jin-seok during his US schedule this time. The man greeted me with a cheerful voice and handed over a plastic bag. Team leader Jang asked me to prepare a lunchbox for you. A lunchbox? It was truly a welcome phrase to hear. Of course, I had eaten the special meal that Jang Sun-ho had prepared for me on the plane. However, it was a somewhat bland porridge, and to be honest, it didn't taste good. It lacked the savory flavor of regular porridge, it was just like tasting water. Thank you. As I graciously accepted the lunchbox, Jang Sun-ho, as if it wasn't the right time yet, took the lunchbox away, saying, let's move by car first. Mr. Lee, did you happen to park the car openly somewhere? I parked it right in front. The car Lee Ja-hyun came in was outside the airport. It was the same type of van I used to ride in Korea. Ah, more than that, it's truly an honor to meet you in person like this. I'm a big fan of actor Kong Jin-seok. Lee Ja-hyun said to me as he started the engine. Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, I should be the one thanking you. Well then, let's get going. Our destination was the OS Hotel LA. It was a hotel with the same style where I had stayed even in Japan, and the room was truly luxurious. As soon as we arrived, I sat down at the table and hastily started eating the lunchbox. I was curious about the menu since it was a lunchbox in the United States, but it turned out to be the same as what I would eat in Korea. During that time, Jang Sun-ho checked the schedule with Lee Ja-hyun. According to the schedule I received, today is a day off. You will finish acting rehearsals by the day after tomorrow and then attend auditions, is that correct? Yes, that's right. After the audition, will you return immediately? Yes. I can't wait endlessly for the audition results. Since you're here, you might as well do some sightseeing. Anyway, I understand. Oh, and didn't team leader Jang mention that you have a meeting to attend? After glancing at me, Jang Sun-ho spoke to Lee Ja-hyun. Yes. I have to meet the head of OSUSA. I'll provide you with the details separately. Understood. Well then, you must be tired from coming here. I'll take my leave now. Rest well. As Lee Ja-hyun cheerfully said goodbye and left the room, Jang Sun-ho also stood up. Actor, I'll be in the next room, so if you need anything, please don't hesitate to call. Sure. And I'll take the snacks the warehouse man gave you from your bag. It's called Jaein Mulsangsim. Since it's visible, you might want to try it. I pretended not to know, but as expected, Jang Sun-ho was thorough. Then I'll go out. Yes. That's how Jang Sun-ho left the room, carrying ramen, beef jerky, pickled fish, and gochujang foods the middle-aged men had prepared in both hands. Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. There, Prosecutor Lee Min-young and Ryu Sung-ho, the director of KL Entertainment 1, were having a serious conversation. Firstly, thanks to you, Ryu Sung-ho, the case is being handled smoothly. The evidence is so clear that at this rate, we might be able to finish all the trials by next year. I'm glad I could help. Unlike when dealing with other suspects, Lee Min-young treated Ryu Sung-ho with courtesy. Although he was involved in criminal activities, he had made efforts to rectify all wrongs, and Lee Min-young respected his choice. And regarding the investigation into Lee Jongmin that you asked for earlier, we've decided to restart it. However, the case has been a long time, and there isn't much remaining data. Also, honestly, I'm too busy to handle it all. I understand, prosecutor. Thank you. I entrusted the investigation of Lee Jongmin to a reliable junior. She's a friend who is very interested in the KL Entertainment case and is such a responsible person that she will take full responsibility and reveal the truth to the end. At Ryu Sung-ho's words, Lee Min-young bowed deeply. But the problem is, Lee Min-young continued with difficult and vague words. The actions you've taken during your 20 years at KL Entertainment are the issue. My actions? Are you talking about the things I did assisting President Lee Young-kyung? Yes. Other directors and employees we are currently investigating are stating that Ryu Sung-ho, Lee Young-kyung's right-hand man, led most of the activities. This is evident in the evidence you provided as well. Of course, considering that you actively cooperated, making the handling of this case easier, we intend to take that into account and adjust the possible sentence accordingly. However, it seems difficult to avoid imprisonment. Even with the mention of imprisonment, Ryu Sung-ho's expression remained unchanged. I understand, prosecutor. Because that's the truth. Regardless of my intentions, I did all the dirty deeds under Lee Young-kyung's orders. He even showed a faint smile, as if feeling relieved. I will accept the consequences of my sins. Lee Min-young had a complex expression. She had prosecuted and judged numerous criminals until now, but this was the first time someone readily admitted guilt and expressed willingness to face punishment. However, the law and principles had to be fair to everyone. I understand. Still, I will try to accommodate as much as possible. With a sigh, Lee Min-young spoke to Ryu Sung-ho. Thank you. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Ryu Sung-ho responded as if he had been waiting for that question. Prosecutor, would it be possible for you to place Lee Young-kyung and me in the same prison? It would be perfect if we could share a cell. Lee Min-young was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected request. After quickly regaining her composure, she asked Ryu Sung-ho, you want to be in the same prison and even the same cell? Yes. I want to see him rotting away in prison, suffering just like my sister did until she died, in pain and agony. Can you do that for me? Lee Min-young chuckled uncomfortably at novel bin at. After a moment, she responded with a somewhat uncertain voice, I can't definitively say which prison you'll go to or how the cell assignments will be made. And, fundamentally, it's discouraged to place convicts involved in the same case in the same space. I'll look into it, but don't get your hopes up too much. Just that alone is appreciated. Ryu Sung-ho, seeming to have no more to say, leaned back on the chair's armrest. As if almost forgetting, he asked Lee Min-young, oh, prosecutor, how is the public opinion regarding actor Kang Jin-seok? It seemed fine before I went to prison. The public opinion is really good. He even went to the United States for an audition yesterday. If it's an audition in the U.S., it must be director James Won. You knew? Yes. I've had various interactions with actor Kang Jin-seok and even caused him some difficulties. I've been interested in him. Ryu Sung-ho gave a faint bitter smile. I hope things go well for him. It might be a long time before I get to see that work. Actor Kang Jin-seok's audition is coming up soon. Late at night, James Won sipped strong coffee, thinking about Jin-seok. Drinking coffee at this hour would likely make it difficult to sleep. But James Won didn't have much thought for sleep anyway. Strictly speaking, he was too busy to have time for a good night's sleep. Among the actors that auditioned so far, Steve-O is the one I liked the most. We've worked together on a project before, so it would be convenient to cast him. But James Won didn't find Steve-O particularly agreeable. It wasn't because of Steve-O's acting abilities. His acting was considered top-notch not only by other Hollywood directors but also by fellow actors. The reason James Won wasn't satisfied with Steve-O was because of Jin-seok. When I saw his acting in Japan, it felt like my eyes were opening anew. There was a divine quality to his performance. James Won recalled Jin-seok's acting that he had secretly observed among the staff in Japan. It was difficult to express in words, but Jin-seok's acting was on a different level from other actors. His acting not only immersed himself but also drew other actors into the scene. James Won wanted that kind of performance. Maybe my standards have become too high. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Director, it's Kim Hyun. Yes, come in. Kim Hyun entered the room and handed James Won a thick stack of documents. They were all actor profiles. This is the list of actors for the fourth callback. It includes both lead and supporting roles. A callback generally referred to re-inviting actors who had already been interviewed or auditioned and were deemed suitable for the project. So, a fourth callback meant they had gone through this process 4 times. Yet, there were still so many actors remaining. It indicated the considerable interest among actors in James Won's upcoming project. Even if it takes up to the 6th callback. James Won chuckled and spoke as he looked at the profiles, then pushed them aside on the desk. While these roles were important, the most crucial one now was the protagonist, so he had little concern for the others. Kim Hyun, looking at Jin-seok's profile on James Won's desk, asked, it seems like you have great expectations for Mr. Kang Jin-seok. Yes. After a brief response, James Won tapped Jin-seok's profile with his hand and concluded, I've seen thousands of auditions, but an actor awaited with such anticipation as Kang Jin-seok is a first. How's your condition? Time flowed swiftly, and before I knew it, the day of the audition had arrived. Just before heading to the audition venue, Jang Sun-ho asked for confirmation. I'm good. I adapted to the time difference faster than I thought. Good to hear. With a brief reply, Jang Sun-ho didn't say anything more. It seemed like he didn't want to disturb me, especially since the audition was imminent. Although Kang Jin-seok claimed to be in good condition, the truth was that it wasn't as great as he made it sound. Now, if I start acting, I'll be embodying Andy Miller, and honestly, watching his life still scares me. Nevertheless, I can't stop here. I'll have to give it a try until it works out. Surprisingly, there weren't many people in James Won's office, which served as the audition venue. Unlike the audition venues I had been to before, which were always bustling with actors. As I was carefully looking around, a woman who seemed to be part of the production staff came out of the office. After checking my face, she called me, Actor Kang Jin-seok. You can come in. Oh, sure. As I stood up, Jang Sun-ho, without saying anything, lightly clenched his fist and gave me a fighting sign. After nodding slightly in response to Jang Sun-ho, I followed the woman into the office. James Won greeted me with an expectant voice. Finally, we meet again. Hello, director. Thank you for waiting. Haha, no, not at all. I can wait as long as needed. I've been eagerly anticipating how you'll portray Andy Miller. And James Won started to say something but chuckled lightly, deciding to cut his words short. I got too excited, and my words got too long. Well, let's get right to the performance then. Yes. I took a slow breath, recalling the script's instructions and lines. Slowly, the familiar sensation of embodiment began to set in. I closed my eyes lightly and then opened them. It begins. The perspective shifted. It was a filthy room. Clothes and empty bottles were scattered everywhere, and leftover food clung to the dishes. In that room, a 10-year-old Andy Miller was sitting. Andy Miller held a small hand mirror. He was conversing with his reflection in the mirror. I got beaten by mom again today. Again today? Yeah. Where? My throat and buttocks. Still better than yesterday. Yesterday, she tied me up and slapped me, but it still hurts the same. That's true. But did you make a friend today? No. Dad won't let me go to school. It doesn't matter. Nobody plays with me at school anyway. Don't you feel lonely without friends? Well, yeah, but it's okay because you're here, Ramel. It was such a natural conversation that it would be hard to believe it was a monologue while looking at the mirror. Moreover, when the reflection in the mirror spoke, changing its voice, if one were to listen without watching the scene, it would sound like two kids talking. The Andy Miller in the mirror, or perhaps the boy who wasn't Andy Miller, smiled and spoke. There was a sinister undertone in that smile. I hate your mom and dad for hitting you, but still, I'm thankful to them. My mom and dad? Why, thanks to them, I could meet you. I was always so lonely because I was alone. The reflection of Andy Miller in the mirror, about to respond to Andy Ramel, was interrupted. Andy, a menacing voice echoed. It was Andy Miller's stepfather. Are you muttering to yourself again? With those words, the sound of footsteps running up the stairs was heard. Andy Miller hastily hid the mirror under the bed. The bed was poorly made, old, and light, but it was his only refuge. However, his stepfather, in his intoxicated state, couldn't remain oblivious to Andy hiding under the shabby bed. With rough language, the heavily drunk stepfather yelled at Andy. You can't hide in there forever? What's this mess in the room again? Adopting an Asian like him was a mistake, as expected. Not coming out, huh? When Andy didn't come out from under the bed, the stepfather, as usual, prodded Andy's bed. Then, Andy Miller, who had been hiding under the bed, came out. Terrified, Andy Miller. The stepfather used his belt as a makeshift whip and lashed it at Andy. Snap! In the pain akin to being struck by the whip, Andy Miller screamed and fled to a corner. But there was nowhere to escape the stepfather's whipping. Eventually, Andy Miller lost consciousness. A while later, the dimmed vision brightened. It was still Andy Miller's messy room, but before him was not his stepfather but another man. A pastor with a kind smile. Andy, from now on, you'll be living with pastor at our church. You don't need to worry about anything. Your mom and dad won't be able to touch you anymore. The pastor warmly embraced Andy, whose body was full of scars from his step-parents' beatings. In the warmth of the newfound love, Andy, fearful at first, gradually opened his heart. Having escaped from his step-parents, Andy sorted out everything in that place and came out. The only thing he took with him was the mirror, his friend. And the scene quickly transitioned. Rescued from his step-parents, Andy Miller lived with the pastor at the church and attended school. Initially, there were difficulties in school life. However, Andy Miller quickly made friends like any other child and enjoyed a happy life. Having a life as good as anyone else, Andy no longer needed to alleviate loneliness by talking to the mirror alone. Living those happy days, one day. Pastor, I'm back. Returning to the church from the dormitory during the vacation, Andy Miller greeted the pastor with a bright voice. The pastor welcomed Andy Miller as if a proud son had returned home after a long time. Oh, Andy? I got a call from the school principal. You're getting a scholarship again next semester, right? Yes? I have to study hard to repay the grace I received from you, Pastor. Honestly, I was worried this time because my grades were slightly lower than last semester, but I was lucky. Haha, I see. But I hope you live for your life rather than for my grace. You deserve to live for yourself. After exchanging affectionate greetings, Andy Miller and the pastor had dinner together after a long time at them.Every. They talked about college experiences and stories about people Andy encountered while working part-time. After listening to Andy Miller's stories to the end, the pastor rose from his seat as the night deepened. Let's continue the remaining stories tomorrow. I need to get some rest if I'm going to attend the dawn service. Understood. I'll take care of the cleanup. Thank you. Sending the pastor back to his room first, Andy cleaned up the dishes. Although there were only 2 of them, the amount of dishes for washing was quite considerable, so he felt quite tired. As soon as Andy returned to his room, he threw himself onto the bed. Enjoying the comforting sway of the worn-out but familiar mattress, Andy drifted off to sleep. It feels damp. There's a smell. What is this? From the quilt, Andy felt a damp and warm sensation. Not only that, but there was also a pungent smell of iron coming from somewhere, piercing his nose. With half-opened eyes, Andy struggled to lift his quilt. It was bright red. No, it was deep crimson. The color had changed due to the blood that had been spilled for a long time, that kind of deep crimson color. And there was so much blood that it seemed to have soaked the entire quilt and bed. In his left hand, there was also a blood-stained knife. What is this? Startled, Andy jumped out of bed. In his haste, he fell under the bed. Underneath the bed, Andy discovered the owner of the blood-soaked bed. Pastor. The pastor lay dead, beaten all over his body. The only untouched part was his face. For some reason, his face had not a single scratch. Andy looked at the knife he was holding, trembling. No way. Did I do this? There was no way. Why would he kill the pastor, the benefactor who had saved his soul? But all the evidence pointed to him as the culprit. No, it's not me. It's not me. Panic struck Andy's mind. What should he do? That was the only thought running through his mind. After trembling for a while, Andy looked at the knife in his left hand. I didn't commit murder. I can't be framed as a murderer. And not just any murder, but the murderer who killed a father-like pastor. It was impossible. He needed to buy time somehow to find the real culprit. The problem was that if the church members came for worship tomorrow morning, the pastor's body would be discovered quickly. In that case, he would undoubtedly be the first suspect. What should he do? To avoid suspicion, he had no choice but to hide the body. I'm sorry, Pastor. I'm sorry. Even though he didn't commit the murder, Andy felt immense guilt about burying the pastor. While burying the pastor, he thought it wasn't right, but once he had come this far, there was no turning back. Since the moment he started digging to bury the body, there was the possibility of suspicion that he killed the pastor. If he wasn't the murderer, there would be no need to secretly dispose of the body. I'm truly sorry. Pastor, I'll catch the one who killed you, and I'll kneel here to repent. After burying the pastor in one of the least frequented sections of the cemetery, Andy returned to the pastor's room. The room was completely covered in blood. There's no time to clean all of this up. Now, there wasn't much time left until the morning service. Since realistically it was impossible to tidy up the room, Andy just locked the door. When people come for worship, I'll just say that the pastor went somewhere urgently last night and asked them to leave. That's the right thing to do. After coming up with a plausible excuse, Andy threw the blood-stained clothes into the furnace in one corner of the church to dispose of them. Then, Andy headed to the shower. He needed to wash off the blood on his body. Blood. I need to wash it off. SHHH. Unlike the showers at the university, the church's shower facilities were modest. The water flow was minimal, and there was no hot water, but Andy vigorously washed his body until it was nearly peeled. After finishing the shower, with trembling hands, Andy wiped his body and happened to glance at the mirror. Long time no see, Andy. How have you been? In the mirror, his reflection was grinning strangely and sinisterly. It was his longtime friend, Andy Rammel. Staring at the eerie smile reflected in the mirror, Andy's lips quivered. Andy Rammel. Yeah, it's me. How have you been? You must have been doing well. I've been watching you closely. Watching me closely? What does that mean? Exactly as it sounds. I've witnessed every moment of happiness you had after following that pastor guy. You looked happy, Andy. I was lonely. In the mirror, Andy Rammel blinked and continued speaking. One day, you stopped calling for me. How could you do that to me? I was there for you when you needed it the most. So, I prepared for a long time to be able to come out, regardless of your will. Though reflected in the mirror, the presence of Andy Miller was strangely alien. I was so lonely. You know that, right? You know how hard it is to be lonely. I emerged from the unbearable pain and sorrow. Andy Rammel. I don't understand what you're saying. Suddenly coming out. Suddenly? How can you say I suddenly came out to you? We're friends. Each other's only friends. As Andy Miller intensely expressed anger in the mirror, he startled, taking a step back. Andy found himself frightened in the mirror. At novel bin at. Oh, Andy. This isn't right. Why are you scared of me? We're friends. Now, I won't leave you anymore. And now, you can't push me away either. I can use your body whenever I want. Use my body? Wait, did you kill the pastor? If it wasn't me, then who else? But this is just the beginning. Now that I've taken care of the devil who stole you from me, I'll kill other bastards, those who claim to be your friend without even knowing your past or your girlfriend. Well then, see you next time, Andy. With that statement, the eerie-faced Andy in the mirror disappeared. Suddenly, memories flooded into his mind. The mirror self, Andy Rammel, remembered brutally killing the pastor. During those few seconds as James I awaited Jinsook's performance, he suppressed his excitement. As mentioned earlier, no matter how much he was anticipating a talented actor, he had to view him with the same perspective as other audition candidates. However, the excitement from expectations didn't easily subside. James Wan's legs were trembling slightly with excitement. Pastor, I'm back. That was the moment. Jinsook began acting in front of the camera set up to his right. It was the performance of Andy Miller returning to the church. It's not as special as I expected. Perhaps because the expectations were too high, Jinsook's acting was not significantly different from other actors. It was good, but not impressive enough to applaud. James I decided to continue observing. Wow, Pastor, the omelette is probably the most delicious thing in the world. Scholarship? Hehe, I was worried because my grades were lower this semester than last. It was a scene of a dinner with a pastor who was more like a father than his father. This acting, too, was too natural. It wasn't extraordinary. Is it because he's acting in English? The acting James I had hoped for from Jinsook was not like this. He wanted the kind of acting ability and impact that could turn even simple lines into memorable ones. But now, Jinsook's acting was no different from any other actor. While James I looked at Jinsook with a somewhat disappointed feeling, Jinsook continued the acting. After solving the puzzle with the pastor and enjoying a delicious dinner, he finished the cleanup and entered the room. Jinsook collapsed on the audition room floor as if he had fallen. It was as if he was lying on the familiar bed he had used for a long time. With half-closed eyes, Jinsook murmured, Let's just sleep today since I'm tired. We can wake up early and shower in the morning. As Jin-seok continued his performance, not only James Won but also the other production staff responsible for judging gradually felt a disappointment in the atmosphere. It was because the actor they had most anticipated kept delivering a subtly unsatisfying performance. However, at that moment, Jin-seok slowly stood up from the floor. Without paying attention to the judges, he walked slowly towards a prop, a kitchen knife, prepared on the side. His steps were somewhat different from Jin-seok's usual ones. At a glance, there was a sinister smile on the side of his face that could not be attributed to Kang Jin-seok. Strictly speaking, it was a sinister smile that could be associated with Andy Miller, the character Jin-seok had been portraying. Hehe. Jin-seok let out a laugh audible enough. There was wickedness in that laughter. Jin-seok grabbed the kitchen knife with his left hand as if it were a precious treasure. While holding the knife, he continued to laugh wickedly without erasing the smile. Without removing the smile, Jin-seok walked slowly to the other side of the audition room, holding the knife. There lay a mannequin, set up as the sleeping pastor. Jin-seok quietly sat beside the mannequin and looked straight at its face. Hehehehe. Something unusual seemed about to happen. The once quiet audition room had now fallen into a silence so deep that not even a breath could be heard. Just a while ago, James Won and the judges, who had been disappointed in Jin-seok, had forgotten to evaluate him at some point. Hehehehehe. Jin-seok slowly brought his right hand to the mannequin's neck. Then, as if to say he was going to break the mannequin's neck, he grabbed it forcefully. Jin-seok pressed down on the mannequin as if it were resisting violently. However, unsatisfied, he hesitated for a moment and then ruthlessly stabbed the knife he was holding. The order was the neck, the chest near the heart, the armpit, the upper abdomen, the lower abdomen near the kidneys, the groin, and the thigh. Hehehehe. After suppressing the opponent so that it couldn't resist, he went on with this gruesome act. Though it was an action with props, it was so horrifying that it was difficult to watch with open eyes. It was truly a demonic sight. The judges widened their eyes and covered their mouths. James Won was no exception. But what surprised him wasn't just Jin-seok's demonic appearance. James Won recalled his interview with the original author. That's the same murder method the author described. While preparing for this project, James Won heard various stories from the former FBI agent who was the author of Long Time No See, Andy. The stories included unrevealed actions of Andy Miller, his habits, and details about his methods of murder, all of which were not written in the book. The reason the FBI agent didn't include Andy Miller's modus operandi and murder methods in the book was to prevent copycat crimes. But is he just doing it exactly as described? It was a behavior pattern only someone like an FBI agent would know. However, it was a bit strange. Such a behavior pattern wasn't in the script. But he followed it perfectly? Should I think of this as a coincidence? Regardless, it was a good thing for James Won. Jin-seok's acting was flawless. Hehehe. After decisively killing that pastor mannequin, Jin-seok casually lay down next to it. Lying down and looking satisfied, he closed his eyes. After killing the pastor, he portrayed Andy Miller sleeping beside him. For a while, Jin-seok didn't move. If any other auditionee had stayed motionless like that, the judges would have exchanged glances, signaling to each other, should we end it now? But Jin-seok's acting prevented them from even considering such thoughts. Silence filled the room. After a moment, the eerie laughter that had filled the audition room gradually returned to its original atmosphere. Soon after, Jin-seok twitched. As if feeling uncomfortable on the bed, Jin-seok slowly opened his eyes with a vague impression, not fully awake yet. Then, still somewhat drowsy, he looked around. What is this? Startled, Jin-seok swiftly threw off the blanket, displaying agile movements as if removing a disgusting and frightening insect. To the judges, it seemed like he was revealing a blanket covered in the blood of the pastor he had just killed. Soon, Jin-seok noticed the lifeless pastor mannequin lying beside him, and also the kitchen knife clutched in his left hand. Pastor. As if unsure and overwhelmed, Jin-seok tentatively touched the pastor's mannequin, seeming lost. His hand trembled, and he didn't know where to look. After thoroughly examining the mannequin, Jin-seok bit his lip tightly and lifted the pastor's mannequin. Then, taking a few steps, he mimicked burying the mannequin in the ground. Even in an audition, there was no need to go to such lengths. However, no judge tried to stop Jin-seok, who was sobbing while pretending to bury the mannequin. Ugh. I'm sorry, Pastor. I'm sorry. Jin-seok apologized to the mannequin, shedding tears and mucus. It was a sight that couldn't be associated with the person who had cruelly and ruthlessly killed the pastor just moments ago. For 10 minutes, whether short or long, the judges watching Jin-seok's acting were unaware of the passing time. I have to wipe away the blood. Jin-seok mumbled, his lips trembling. It was a scene where Andy Miller washed away the blood after killing the pastor. Reaching into the air, he turned on the shower and used his hands to vigorously wipe his body. The force he applied was so strong that the visible veins on his skin turned red. For a while, Jin-seok continued wiping his body. After presumably cleaning off the blood, he reached into the air again and turned off the shower. With natural movements, he wiped away the remaining water on his body. At that moment, by chance, Jin-seok's eyes met with James Won's. Upon this, Jin-seok raised the corners of his mouth to his ears, forming a peculiar and sinister smile as he spoke. Long time no see, Andy. How have you been? Although it was a short line, James Won felt a chill. Terrifying. Even the voice seemed somehow different from Jin-seok's usual voice. Moreover, even Kang Jin-seok saying those words seemed not to be the Kang Jin-seok James Won knew. In that moment of doubt, a statement from the FBI agent, the original author, flashed through James Won's mind. Person identity disorder, or in other words, someone with multiple personalities, should be considered an entirely different person. They may share the same body, but their tastes and preferences differ. Naturally, their voices, speech patterns, and behavior are also distinct. This is why the FBI faced significant challenges in proving Andy Miller's guilt. Anyway, the Andy Miller I investigated was such a person. I hope the director has cast an actor who can portray such an Andy Miller. And now, the actor the FBI agent had mentioned was right in front of them. 2 years after the audition. Finally, the release of the film was just a day away. Director James Won, starring Kang Jin-seok premieres tomorrow. Delayed by a whopping 6 months. Why? Delayed release. Was there a problem with the movie production? Distributor OS Movies team leader Jang Sun-ho, there's no problem with the movie. Don't worry and enjoy. Like most film projects, which had become endlessly prolonged compared to its original production period, had many twists and turns even before its release. The prolonged production period implied issues during the production process. Actors' escapades, friction among the production team, cooperation issues with shooting locations, and the like. Apart from these concerns laid in articles, there were plenty of others. Props and remains of a victim discovered during the filming of returned to the victims' families through DNA analysis. The bereaved family expresses gratitude to the actors and production team who ended 50 years of hopeless hope. Simultaneous global box office release. Kang Jin-seok shines in CGB nationwide. The press poured out articles about, billed as the first Hollywood film with a Korean lead as if reflecting the public's interest in the work of the top star returning after a whopping 2 years. Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. Yongsan CGB 1 theater was filled with Jin-seok's acquaintances from start to finish, ranging from warehouse employees to university juniors and seniors. Among them were celebrities like Seo Yun-soo, Yeo Hye-min, and Park Hae-in. They all had different outfits and various ways of getting here, but they shared the same thoughts. I thought I was the only one given a ticket. However, upon arrival, the cinema seemed to be almost a gathering of Kang Jin-seok's acquaintances. While the warehouse employees and other directors and producers were happily waiting for the movie, those three couldn't laugh or make noise as much. There was a subtle and awkward atmosphere circulating among them. After a while, the movie began. Got beaten by mom again today. Again. Yeah. Where? My neck and butt. Still better than yesterday, though. Yesterday, she tied me up and slapped me. Yeah, but the pain is the same. That's true. But did you make any friends today? No. My dad won't let me go to school. It doesn't matter since no one plays with me at school anyway. But it's okay because you're here. The movie begins with a monologue from a child facing a mirror. The child's face was full of scars, and bruises on parts exposed beyond the clothes seemed even more severe. It was undoubtedly a depiction of a child suffering from domestic violence. Soon, the culprit who had ruined the child appeared. Andy Miller? Are you talking to yourself again? A man, with his face flushed, either from alcohol or anger, rushed into Andy Miller's room. Trying to evade him, Andy Miller fled under the bed, but there was no escape from the man's belt whip. It continued with the repeated lashes. Andy, from now on, you're going to live with me at our church. You don't have to worry about anything. Your stepmom and dad can't touch you anymore. With the help of the pastor, Andy Miller escaped from his abusive foster parents. He left everything behind to erase the horrifying memories of his foster parents, except for one thing: his friend, hand mirror. Seeing Andy holding the hand mirror, the pastor asked with a warm smile, "Are you taking that with you?" "Yes. This is my friend." "Friend?" "Yes. Andy Rammel. I'll introduce you later." Looking at Andy saying such words, the pastor seemed a bit concerned. However, he couldn't make Andy discard the only thing he had clung to. Eventually, the pastor allowed Andy Miller to take the hand mirror. The movie then portrayed Andy Miller's happy life for a while. Going to school like everyone else, engaging in sports, and making friends a normal life. Having overcome the pain of his childhood, Andy grew into a popular young man at school, excelling in his studies and gaining admission to a prestigious university. After spending such joyful times, Andy returned to his home and the church for the summer vacation. "Pastor, I'm back." Up until he spoke so cheerfully, everything seemed fine. But, on that night, Andy Rammel brutally murdered the pastor. Sob. Sob. "I'm sorry, Pastor. I'm truly sorry." Jin-seok choked up as he buried the pastor's body. After that, he headed to the shower room to wash away the blood and dirt on his body. While showering, Jin-seok happened to see a mirror. The screen, which showed Jin-seok's torso with lingering shower water, gradually shifted towards the mirror. Soon, the back of Jin-seok's head was visible, and reflected in the mirror was Jin-seok. There, Andy in the mirror, Andy Rammel, was present. "Long time no see, Andy. How have you been?" The Jin-seok in the mirror spoke eerily with a strange smile. Upon hearing those words, Seo Yun-soo gripped her arm tightly, chilling. Although she had already seen this scene multiple times in the trailer, it felt entirely different when experienced in the movie. Seo Yun-soo wasn't the only one feeling this way. The sounds of tense breaths from other audience members echoed throughout the theater. From that point on, the movie passed in the blink of an eye. Scenes of Andy Rammel killing Andy Miller's acquaintances and Andy Miller agonizing over his deeds unfolded. It was a simple scene transition, yet the audience couldn't take their eyes off for even a moment. Whether it was due to excellent direction, Jin-suk's acting, or both, the immersion was remarkable. And the movie reached its climax towards the end. Now, please, stop. Please stop. How many more do you need to kill to be satisfied? Through Jin-suk's fingers covering his face in his room, red liquid trickled down. The blood on his face melted into tears, creating bloody tears. On the bedroom floor where Jin-suk looked down, there was the hand mirror. The hand mirror that created Andy Ramel, who protected and became a friend during his childhood. Oh, Andy, what do you mean by stop? It's just the beginning. There are still many more people to kill. You crazy bastard? When the hell are you going to stop? How many more do you need to kill to be satisfied? I'm going to kill everyone who took you away from me. So, when there's no one else around you except me again, let's have fun together. For fuck's sake, stop. Andy, do you finally understand now? The pain and sadness of becoming alone. The presence of Jin-suk's back and the hand mirror filled the screen. Jin-suk's face was reflected in the hand mirror, and he continued to change his voice and expression while talking to himself. It was as if the two were having a conversation, so natural and chilling. The movie theater was filled with the sound of the movie, and even the slightest rustling, the sound of popcorn scraping the floor, and even the sound of breathing were unheard. Shut up. At novel bin at. Jin-suk threw the hand mirror against the wall. The mirror shattered, fragments flying everywhere, and some shards embedded themselves in Jin-suk's face. Phew, phew. Jin-suk breathed heavily. With the disappearance of the hand mirror, Andy Ramel did not appear anymore. The perspective shifted again. Now, instead of Jin-suk's face, the back of his head was visible on the screen. But then, Andy, breaking that precious hand mirror filled with our memories, isn't that a bit too much? Even though the hand mirror was gone, the voice of Andy Ramel could be heard. Jin-suk grabbed his head, covering his ears. He hit his ears repeatedly with fists and palms to avoid hearing Andy Ramel's voice, causing blood to flow. Whether it was Jin-suk's real blood or a prop, only the production team would know. We'll be together until we die. If there's a mirror, you can see my face, but even without it, it doesn't matter. Why are you like this, Andy? We're friends. And don't worry. Soon, my revenge will be over. Before that, whether you get caught by the police and end up in jail or a mental hospital, it doesn't matter. You'll be alone again, and then we'll be together forever. He. Now unable to bear it any longer, Jin-suk began to throw everything in the room like a madman. He. Jin-suk violently tore at his messy hair. Inside his head, the ominous laughter of Andy in the mirror continued. That is. At that moment, something twinkled in Jin-suk's eyes. A gun. The same gun Andy Ramel used to kill his girlfriend. Jin-suk picked up the gun as if possessed by something. Then Jin-suk's monologue was heard. To stop Andy Ramel, there's no other way. I have to die. Jin-suk loaded bullets into the gun, trembling hands dropping more bullets than he loaded. But somehow, he managed to load the gun. Jin-suk pressed the gun to his mouth. If he pulled the trigger, with that single action, everything would be over. Thunk. Jin-suk's left hand blocked his right hand holding the trigger. With the barrel in his mouth, Jin-suk, with an eerie smile, said, "Oh, Andy, what are you doing? No, this can't be. It's not right. We still have so many days to spend together. Let go. Let me go. I'm going to die. Do you think I'll let you do that? Absolutely not. Let's have fun like we used to. We were happy back then." Jin-suk's right hand trying to pull the trigger and his left hand trying to stop it fiercely clashed. For over 30 seconds, the one scene illuminated only Jin-suk's face, the gun, and both fingers caught on the trigger. Then, suddenly, the screen went black. Bang! And breaking the silent atmosphere, the sound of a gunshot was heard. Original author, after watching the movie, it felt like I saw an Andy Miller I didn't know. Is the Kang Jin-suk in the mirror the real Kang Jin-suk, or is the Kang Jin-suk outside the mirror the real one? The voice of Kang Jin-suk in the mirror is not a special effect. Why does it take so long for the movie to be released? It's because it takes a long time to capture Kang Jin-suk's acting with my limited abilities. That's the only reason. Director James Wan's previous statement is highlighted. It wasn't just lip service to Korean fans. However, like any well-received work, also faced criticism. Even if you only watch the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes, you understand the movie. The middle 100 minutes were unnecessary. Most of the criticism was unreasonable, but the article's title was provocative enough to attract a lot of readers. Of course, it didn't receive much applause. This was because the scenes of Jin-suk portraying a gruesome murderer had an immersive quality that couldn't be ignored for a moment. So, riding on its popularity, achieved the top spot at the domestic box office. Another big news broke out. Kang Jin-suk to produce a movie titled depicting his life story. In the conference room of OS Entertainment's Kang Jin-suk team, Jin-suk, Jang Sun-ho, the PD, and the writers were in the midst of a meeting. Author Jo So-kwon sighed briefly as he set down the bundle of papers on the desk. It was Jin-suk's synopsis. So, this is the synopsis for that you wrote, right? Yes. How was it, by any chance? As Jin-suk spoke, checking for Jo So-kwon's reaction like a student inspecting his homework, Jo So-kwon chuckled lightly and said, "It's a bit lacking in the structural aspects compared to synopses written by professional writers. I suppose it's because you haven't written many synopses." Oh. With somewhat negative feedback, a sigh of disappointment escaped Jin-suk's lips. However, the content itself is very good. The idea of embodying characters who lived lives similar to the roles and acting is fresh. Although there is a fantasy-like feel that needs refining, overall, it's a synopsis with plenty of potential. Following Jo So-kwon's positive words, Jin-sok's face brightened. Next, director Yeo Jae-yoon said, "So, does this mean our Hyemin will also be cast if the production is confirmed? I haven't even thought about who to cast yet. It's not even confirmed, and it feels like jumping the gun to think about it. Even if it's not confirmed, all we need is money in the end. I'll invest." "You, director?" "Yes. I think it'll be fun if I make this." Yeo Jae-yoon's generous proposal left Jin-sok surprised, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Finding Jin-sok's reaction amusing, Yeo Jae-yoon chuckled and asked, "But there's a character named Yeo Jae-yoon here. Should I act on it?" "I can't act, though." In response, the PD and writers who were with Jin-sok threw in their comments. "Right. For actors, we should probably use real actors, but what about the production team? What about the warehouse employees? Oh, they might be a problem too. It's not easy to find people with those kinds of montages. I have acting ambitions. Can't I just appear in it?" Kim PD, trying to ruin the project. Even though the production wasn't confirmed yet, the atmosphere in the conference room had shifted towards the direction of making a movie. At that moment, while others were discussing, N.A. Jinho, the chief, who had been continuously scrutinizing the synopsis, spoke. "But Kang Jin-sok, in the production intent written at the end of the synopsis, you mentioned wanting to find your parents. What's that about?" "Oh, that's..." With a slight wry smile, Jin-sok explained, "As you all know, I am an adopted orphan. The reason I decided to become an actor was also because I wanted to find my parents. I had this vague idea that if I became famous, my parents might appear. But I still haven't found my parents." Despite becoming somewhat famous, Jin-sok's words cast a solemn atmosphere in the conference room. To be precise, it had become serious. Jin-sok continued in a calm voice, "Recently, I started thinking, what if my parents don't recognize me? I was abandoned when I was very young, so my parents might have forgotten who I am. So, is the intention behind this movie to widely publicize your life in the hopes of finding your parents?" "Yes." Jin-sok nodded heavily. A quiet stillness lingered in the conference room for a while. "Is it good because there's a story?" PD Hasarang broke the silence. "Rather than just feeling like a movie about a successful actor who was once an orphan, it carries more weight as a movie made by an orphaned actor to find his parents. It's a bit different from the typical production intent, but it has a unique angle." In agreement with H.A. Sarang's words, others nodded their heads. Feeling a more positive response than expected, Jin-sok inwardly sighed with relief. "Thank goodness." Hasarang, who had been reviewing the synopsis, asked as if curious, "But, actor Nim, just in case I'm asking." "Yes. Is this real? Meeting ghosts in dreams and possessing and all that?" When Hasarang asked, everyone in the conference room looked at Jin-sok. They were all curious, but they hadn't dared to voice their thoughts, thinking, "No way, right?" Seeing them, Jin-sok gave a vague smile and said, "Well, actor Nim, here are the audition applicants' profiles." Jang Sun-ho handed him a tablet. When he turned it on, it displayed a familiar format that I often saw. "You're busy, you don't have to make each one a PDF like this. You can just give them to us on paper. There are too many to give on paper, so I gave it to you on a tablet. It might take ages to choose otherwise." "Is there that many?" Curious about how many applicants there were, I checked the tablet. 635. 635 isn't that many, is it? That's just the file for those who applied for the role of director Yeo Jae-yoon. If you press below, you will see another file for actors who applied for other roles. 635 applicants just for the role of director Yeo Jae-yoon? So, how many people applied in total? As of this morning, it was around 83,000 applicants in total. There might be some duplicate applications for various roles, so the actual number will likely be lower. But since there's still a lot of time left for audition applications, it could increase. It's truly grateful that so many people are interested in the project I'm creating. However, this level of attention was becoming a burden. Can I see them all? As I made a hesitant expression, Jang Sun-ho lightly smiled and said, "If you work hard, eventually, you'll be able to check them all. And even though there are many document applicants, the actual number of applicants for the acting tests won't be that high, so it won't take too much time. Probably. If you run out of time, you can work overtime. This is a good chance for you to experience office life as an actor. It will be a great help when you later play the role of an office worker." With that, Jang Sun-ho rolled up his shirt sleeves and finished speaking. "Shall we start working in earnest then?" After finishing the first overtime with Jang Sun-ho and the rest of the production team, I returned home and threw myself onto the bed. I should wash up, but I just didn't have the energy to do it. Perhaps the company employees aren't just revering manager Jang Sun-ho for no reason. I found myself referring to Jang Sun-ho as team leader instead of manager. Of course, it's not like I haven't worked until this late before. It had been only a few years ago when I worked part-time until late in the evening and went out again for another part-time job in the early morning. However, working overtime with Jang Sun-ho was not only more challenging than other jobs but also equally, if not more, exhausting. He worked tirelessly, like a machine equipped with AI. While I had experienced judging auditions on an audition variety show before, evaluating profiles side by side with Jang Sun-ho was entirely different from that time. But I should at least wash up. them.Every. Dragging myself to the bathroom like a seaweed, I hurriedly finished a shower. Afterwards, I collapsed onto the bed once again. The familiar scent of the pillow and blanket, the ones I always used, felt unusually comforting today. Let's sleep quickly. Manager Jang Sun-ho said he'll pick me up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Even though I was tired of thinking about creating my project, it wasn't unpleasant or burdensome. As I lay in bed with my eyes closed, I drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Why did I end up here? It's a dream, a white space. The place I would come to when I needed to act in a different role. But now wasn't the right situation. Who called me here? I looked around. Usually, around this time, some ghost or spirit would approach me and start a conversation, but this time, no one appeared. Then, it happened. Long time no see, young one. You've worked hard. I turned toward the direction of the voice. There, an old lady I had helped long ago at the subway stairs was standing. Seeing her, I felt surprisingly calm. I walked briskly toward her and greeted her warmly. Hello, Grandma. What brings you here? I thought I'd never see you again. How did you come? I came to express my gratitude for helping my son and to grant your wish. The son she mentioned was probably referring to Park Jin-soo, the head of the Maserati Korea branch. I feel like I received more help, but anyway, my wish? I asked, and Grandma nodded with a kind smile. The reason you've been living so diligently until now, wasn't it to find your parents? Ah, yes. I will grant that wish for you. After Grandma finished speaking, she gestured behind me. She didn't say anything specific, but it seemed like she wanted me to look in that direction. I turned around slowly. There stood a man and a woman in their early 30s, strangers I had never seen before. However, upon seeing them, I instinctively knew. They were my parents. Every May in a small town in the southeast of France, superstars from around the world gathered. This was because the world-renowned Cannes Film Festival, one of the top 3 film festivals globally, was taking place. In line with this, in front of the festival venue, numerous reporters were sending breaking news to their respective countries. This year marks the 83rd Cannes Film Festival, already reaching its closing ceremony. On this closing day, the attention of filmmakers and fans worldwide is converging. Who will be the protagonist of this year's Cannes Film Festival? Oh, Rachel, what a splendid dress. After a long break, you're back on the red carpet. Can you briefly share your feelings about being invited to Cannes for your comeback film? It was a place where the festival of filmmakers unfolded, and where the pride of films from various countries clashed. That place was none other than Cannes. At that moment, a reporter pointed to a car that appeared in the distance and exclaimed, "They're here." Upon hearing this, people around turned their gaze to where the reporter was pointing. There, a luxurious SUV from Maserati was slowly approaching. Though not remarkably expensive, the journalist's hands were busier than ever, capturing the moment. That Maserati SUV had been a long-time companion of a particular actor. The SUV came to a halt in front of the red carpet. As the door opened slowly, camera flashes erupted in succession. Hello. Good afternoon. The man who stepped out of the car lightly raised his hand, greeting the cameras and capturing his image. It was Jin-seok. Now accustomed to such camera flash rituals, Jin-seok appeared at ease. In response, journalists immediately began crafting articles. The hands of Korean reporters, in particular, were busier than ever. Kang Jin-seok, good afternoon. Jin-seok elegantly stepping out of the car. Actor Kang Jin-seok personally driving. Jin-seok wearing a suit, once again from Hermes. The suit's price is astonishingly. Although the articles didn't contain any groundbreaking information, journalists wrote them down as best as they could. Jin-seok slowly walked on the red carpet. As if determined not to miss a single step, cameras followed Jin-seok's every move. As Jin-seok walked past the red carpet and ascended the stairs, the host approached for an interview. Actor Kang Jin-seok, welcome to Cannes. The interview can be conducted in English, French, or Korean. What would you prefer? I'll go with French. If you come to Cannes, you should speak the language of Cannes. I wanted to do it in French this year, so I worked hard on studying French. Haha, understood. When the staff relayed Jin-seok's words to the reporters, they eagerly extended microphones to him. Last year, you were invited to Cannes as an actor, but this year, you're here as a director. It must feel different. Please share your feelings briefly. Just being invited to an event like this is truly an honor and a joy. I'm grateful for the positive reception of Possessed 10 Million Actors. It took quite a while to produce, and I want to express my gratitude to everyone who stuck with it till the end. @novel.bin@. With a light smile, Jin-seok replied, and another reporter asked, Actor Kang Jin-seok, 2 years ago, you won the Best Actor award for Long Time No See, Andy. If you win again this year, it will be a consecutive honor. What do you think? Do you think you can win? If I say I have no ambitions, it would be a lie, but there are so many talented individuals that it won't be easy. The questions continued. The Possessed 10 Million Actors team went in ahead. Is there a specific reason for your separate arrival? To be honest, should I tell the truth? That would be great. Min Jae-young-soo insisted on going separately, saying he didn't want to have the spotlight stolen. Haha, is that true? Yes. I thought it was a joke too, but he left me alone at the hotel. You didn't fight. We get along really well. After finishing the interview, Jin-seok entered the ceremony hall. The venue appeared grand, almost to the point of being majestic. It was filled with directors and actors who could be called superstars anywhere in the world. At first glance, everyone seemed to be enjoying the event with laughter, but a closer look revealed that they were subtly competing with each other. The silent eye battles between actors and directors known to have a high chance of winning in their respective categories were a quiet war in itself. While this was happening, when Jinsook passed by, the attention of the actors shifted towards him. No matter how remarkable these superstars were, in the end, there was only one person, naturally drawing attention to Jinsook. Mr. Kang Jinsook. It's been a while. It was director Katahiro from The Most Painful Predestined Relationship in the World. Jinsook warmly shook his hand. Oh, director. It's been a while. How have you been? I'm good. If it weren't for The Most Painful Predestined Relationship in the World that I shared with Kang Jinsook, I wouldn't be here today. Haha. No, it's what you accomplished, director. In response to Jinsook's humble words, Katahiro shrugged his shoulders as if to say he couldn't deny it. When Katahiro engaged in a very friendly conversation with Jinsook, other directors and actors sent envious glances their way. Although everyone seemed eager to talk to Jinsook, no one stepped forward. It was a challenging task for a director hailed as a master in their own country to initiate a greeting with an actor from another country without any formalities. Well then, I'll be on my way. As Jinsook politely said this, Katahiro seemed disappointed. Is that so? Are you going back to Korea right after the award ceremony today? It seems necessary. I have a schedule. Ah, I see. If you have time, I would have liked to have a meal together. All right then. After expressing his regret, Katahiro returned to his seat. I should head back to my seat too. Jinsook slowly looked around before heading back to his place. Inside the press center within the award ceremony venue, reporters anxiously watched the live broadcast of the award ceremony while checking the articles they had prepared in advance. Some seemed more nervous than the directors or actors who were actual nominees. Who will take home the Golden Palm? Best Actor. There's a Korean actor nominated for Best Actress. It's probably challenging for them to both win, right? Among the journalists contemplating this, there was Kang Soo-yeon, a deputy editor who used to be Go So-young's subordinate. Thanks to her past mentor Go So-young, she found herself in this bustling environment. Kang Soo-yeon glanced at the window open on her laptop. Like the other reporters, her screen displayed various pre-written article contents. Best Actor Kang Jinsook, the first Korean to win twice. Possessed 10 million actors director Yeo Jae-yoon, wins the Golden Palm. It might seem like excitement, but Kang Soo-yeon had completed all the preparations faster than anyone else to publish articles. She had written articles for various scenarios, but none of them mentioned Jinsook not winning or his film receiving no awards. It was a precaution, as words can become seeds of reality. Phew, I hope Kang Jinsook wins. Thanks to Go So-young, Kang Soo-yeon had already secured an exclusive interview with Jinsook. However, if Jinsook didn't win, the interview would undoubtedly be awkward, and there wouldn't be much material to work with. Even if it wasn't for that reason, as a fan of Jinsook, Kang Soo-yeon sincerely wished for his victory. I heard it was chaos when he won the Best Actor award last year. As Kang Soo-yeon was lost in various thoughts. Best Actor, we will announce it. The voice of the host echoed from the TV installed in the press center. The somewhat murmuring crowd fell silent. Everyone was waiting and anticipating the names the host would call. A moment later, the host smiled joyfully and announced, Best Actor, Kang Jinsook. As those words echoed, wow, he won again. Again? The press center erupted in cheers. Even though everyone was surely prepared to publish articles, few were doing so. Click. Unlike other journalists, Kang Soo-yeon uploaded the article she had prepared in advance as planned. The article reported that Jinsook won the Best Actor award, and both the jury and the audience gave him a standing ovation. Meanwhile, as Jinsook walked to the stage and received the trophy, he began his acceptance speech. Haha. First of all, what should I say? Thank you so much. I didn't expect to receive this award again. While admiring the trophy, Jinsook continued speaking into the microphone. Last year, I think I said something similar in this very place. I prepared an acceptance speech. It's not that I was confident I would win again, but if I come up here and say something lame, I would feel sorry to those who gave me this award, my colleagues, and the fans. After a brief pause, Jinsook smiled sheepishly and added, maybe I'm still a bit nervous. I'm an actor known for not making mistakes during filming, but this live situation makes me nervous in various ways. Other seniors and colleagues seem to handle it effortlessly, but I wonder if it's because I'm still a lacking actor. Kang Jinsook saying he's still a lacking actor brought a burst of light laughter to the venue. Encouraged by the good atmosphere, Jinsook gathered his courage and continued, I don't exactly remember the words I intended to say, but it was something along these lines. Last year, I expressed my gratitude to many who helped me be in this position. So, if I have the opportunity to be in a place like this again, I want to say something different for others. After glancing around for a moment, Jinsook calmly spoke, looking at me in this position now, I believe many juniors who are nurturing their dreams might be here. Those who sweat to appear on the screen for even a second. Although it's not my place to speak, unexpectedly finding myself here due to various twists of fate, I hope you all don't give up. You may want to give up each time you hit the wall of reality, but at those moments, I hope you envision yourselves in this position dreaming, just like I did with a script in hand. After speaking for a while, Jinsook approached the microphone even closer. Every time you feel like giving up, consider that as another starting point, and I sincerely hope a protagonist is smiling at the end of your life's film. Thank you. With Jinzok's final words, the venue erupted in more fervent applause than ever before. After attending the Cannes Film Festival, Jang Sun-ho, who had dropped me off at home, spoke calmly at the doorstep. Well then, actor, please rest well. You've worked hard. Yes, Manager Nim, you've worked hard too. So, there won't be any specific schedules for a while. For now, that's correct. If any schedules come up, I'll contact you. Thank you. Yes, then I'll be going. Jang Sun-ho nodded slightly, greeted me, and closed the door. I immediately went into the living room and carefully placed the trophy I received at Cannes on the trophy shelf. When Manager Nim gave this as a gift, it seemed like it would never fill up in my lifetime. But now, it's quite a collection. Every time I look at it, I feel proud. The coveted Golden Palm at the Cannes Film Festival was not received for, but instead, director Yeo Jae-yoon received the jury prize. That, too, was a tremendous honor, and the media was in a frenzy. The fact that a Korean filmmaker brought home 2 awards from Cannes was truly a miraculous event. The next morning at Novel Bin at. After a long time, sleeping in my bed felt refreshing. The hotel in Cannes was undoubtedly a world-class establishment, but the home was still the best. I should have breakfast. What should I order for delivery after such a long time? Due to my recent trips to Cannes, for the past few weeks, I have been maintaining Jang Sun-ho's special green juice and an extremely healthy diet. According to Jang Sun-ho, it was for showcasing the best beauty. Even in Cannes, I had food restrictions under Jang Sun-ho's strict supervision, so I craved the delivery of food. Pizza, burgers, chicken, black bean noodles, pig's feet, those kinds of things. Oh, and ramen too. I found my hidden phone under the bed and opened the delivery app. Unknowingly, I started humming. I wondered why ordering food through a delivery app made me so happy. I'll get a burger, some chicken, and I should order tteokbokki too. I'll put the leftovers in the freezer and eat them later. As I added drinks and side dishes to the cart, just when I was about to press payment. Jang Sun-ho, Manager Nim. A discreet notification popped up at the top of my phone. It felt as if someone was quietly opening the door and scrutinizing me while I secretly snacked in the car, monitoring whether I indulged or not. Feeling a bit embarrassed for no reason, my finger, about to press payment, paused. I should probably answer the call first. Hello. I apologize for bothering you, actor. There's something I'd like to discuss. Oh, sure. But is everything okay? Your voice seems a bit shaky. No, I'm perfectly fine. After a moment of silence from Jang Sun-ho, he continued in a composed voice. Understood. The reason for contacting you in the morning is regarding your upcoming project, endorsements, and potential variety show appearances. I mentioned yesterday that there wouldn't be any schedules for a while, and we intended to delay these discussions to regulate your condition. However, some opportunities are a bit regrettable to miss. If they're regrettable to miss. Yes. First, the next project is a film directed by Kang Chan-wook. He contacted us last night, saying it's a piece too valuable to let pass. There won't be a separate audition, and if you agree to do it, you will be cast immediately. Well, that's somewhat expected, isn't it? Although Jang Sun-ho said it was expected for me to be cast in a project without an audition, it still didn't feel quite real. Having appeared in numerous works, received awards, and even attended Cannes with a film based on my script, I have grown into a respectable actor. However, my heart still resembled the Kang Jin-seok of the early 20s, struggling to land even a minor role. If it's a film by director Kang Chan-wook, I want to do it. I'm a huge fan of old men. Understood. Still, you need to review the script first. We'll bring it to you later today. Yes. Now, regarding the endorsement offer. Jang Sun-ho continued his explanation. We've received an exclusive contract proposal from LVHM. It came in shortly after you received the award at Cannes. However, we declined it because we had been advertising with Hermes, and LVHM and Hermes are essentially rival companies. Ah, I see. But they contacted us again last night. I'd like to know your opinion on it. Well, let me think. While answering, I glanced at the wardrobe. Inside the closed wardrobe were numerous luxury items received when shooting the Hermes ad, clothes, bags, and more. I don't wear them often, though. For some reason, I felt a bit reluctant to wear luxury brands. Unless it was a formal occasion, sportswear felt more comfortable. Manager Nim. Yes. Where is LVHM located? I haven't heard of it. Jang Sun-ho hesitated for a moment and then began to explain in an awkward tone. It seemed he was taken aback by my unfamiliarity with the brand. LVHM is the world's largest luxury goods company, ranking first in market capitalization on the European stock market. Is it such an impressive company? Yes. LV in Louis Vuitton represents the company. It's an impressive company that deals not only with clothing but also with beverages, cosmetics, and more. In my experience, there was nothing Jang Sun-ho called impressive other than when he commented on my acting. However, saying it like this made it clear that it was indeed an extraordinary company. But why would such an impressive company want to use me? I asked that to myself. Jang Sun-ho asked with a subtle tone. Actor, are you curious about why such an impressive company would want to use you? Seems like I hit the mark. Whether it was my mood or not, I could faintly hear Jang Sun-ho sigh through the phone. As I've mentioned before, you need to more firmly recognize your value. Your mobile phone, the car you drive, the food you eat, everything becomes an issue. Thanks to that, this time, even President Oh Hae-nyul recognized you as the representative of the entire OS group. Anyway, you understand, right? Yes. I understand. While your answer is somewhat uncertain, it bothers me a bit, but if I guide you consistently, it should get better. Returning to the main point, your opinion is crucial for this advertisement. The contract with Hermes is about to expire, so partnering with LVHM poses no problem. However, your decision is important in terms of advertising shooting or schedule adjustments. And keeping loyalty to Hermes by rejecting LVHM is also. I see. After a brief response, I asked Jang Sun-ho, Manager Nim, in your opinion, which one do you think I should go with? My opinion is less important than yours. Still, since you asked, financially, LVHM would be more advantageous. Of course, Hermes is also a giant company, but it's weaker than LVHM in terms of finance. However, in terms of advertising shoots or schedule adjustments, Hermes would be better. Also, to maintain loyalty with Hermes, rejecting LVHM is. In response to my short question, Jang Sun-ho explained the pros and cons of the two companies for almost 10 minutes. Honestly, I understood the first few sentences, but as it went on, the specialized terms became difficult for me to comprehend. However, I could understand the essence. Despite the elaborate explanations, it somehow felt like I had come back to square one, but it might be due to my mood. After explaining for a while, Jang Sun-ho asked me, now, actor, which one will you choose? I found myself in a position to choose between two of the world's top fashion brands. After discussing the upcoming project and endorsement, Jang Sun-ho proceeded to talk about an opportunity for a variety show. Although variety show participation felt somewhat less weighty compared to the previous two matters, it was still important enough for Jang Sun-ho to personally inform me. This variety show was something I genuinely wanted to participate in. Hello. I'm PDCO Hyun-wook. It's truly an honor that actor Kang Jin-seok responded to our program's invitation and even came here personally. In the meeting room of BDD Broadcasting Station, PDCO Hyun-wook introduced himself as such, bowing at a 90-degree angle and extending his hands to hand me his business card. I reciprocated by bowing similarly to receive the business card. Not to mock CO Hyun-wook or anything, but he was being so polite that I felt I should reciprocate in the same manner. Haha. No, thank you for the offer. I enjoy watching. As far as I know, this is your first program, and it's truly impressive. Why you enjoy watching my show? Yes. Upon my response, the writers and production staff, who had been watching the situation from behind, started playfully hitting each other, saying, he's watching ours. As they made a commotion, CO Hyun-wook looked back at them and restrained his subordinates. At that moment, Jang Sun-ho, who was sitting beside me, cleared his throat and ventilated the situation. Ahem. PD Nim, as you may know, actor Kang Jin-seok just returned from Cannes the day before yesterday. So, he's still in a state of considerable fatigue, and I'd appreciate it if we could conclude the meeting quickly. I intended to come alone, but actor Kang insisted on meeting you in person, so I brought him along. Alright, I understand. First, what we are planning with Kang Jin-seok is, CO Hyun-wook continued his explanation, showing me his tablet, is a variety show where actors and idols travel to observe local reactions. While the main item is local reactions, as it is a travel variety show, they carefully select places to introduce not only well-known tourist attractions but also lesser-known ones. Well, I am looking forward to that. While I was having various thoughts, Jang Sun-ho and CO Hyun-wook quickly adjusted the schedule. Since I had expressed my willingness to participate before coming to the meeting, Jang Sun-ho was efficiently managing the schedule. So, let's proceed like this. CO Hyun-wook, who had been chatting with Jang Sun-ho for a while, spoke in a cheerful voice. Judging by his expression, it seemed like he hadn't expected me to be so proactive. And thus, my appearance on was decided. Songguk-gu, director Yeo Jae-yoon's house. Jae-yoon and his daughter, Hye-min, were casually watching TV and snacking. Jae-yoon took a bite of an apple and discreetly observed his daughter's expression. Though her expression seemed somewhat dry, as usual, Jae-yoon could discern a subtle difference in it. It seems like she's upset about not being able to travel with Kang Jin-seok. Originally, Hye-min was supposed to appear together with Jin-seok in the travel variety show, Recognizable Abroad. They had worked on 2 projects together, even attended Cannes together, and filmed advertisements for famous overseas brands together, creating an image of them being quite close. The assigned PD, CO Hyun-wook, also welcomed it with open arms. Just having Jin-seok appear was a big deal, but with Hye-min joining as well, it was beyond sensational. Hye-min, surprisingly, expressed her willingness to appear actively, and it seemed like the appearance was confirmed. An unmarried man and woman traveling alone? Absolutely not. However, Hye-min's appearance was thwarted, all because of director Yeo Jae-yoon. Of course, it wasn't truly alone as there were plenty of staff and a manager accompanying them. Yet, as a father with a daughter, Yeo Jae-yoon couldn't accept it. Moreover, Yeo Jae-yoon was well aware that his daughter harbored subtle feelings for Jin-seok, making him even more reluctant to let her go on the trip. Even if he thought of himself as a troublesome father interfering with his daughter's romantic affairs, it didn't matter. To Yeo Jae-yoon, Hye-min was always the top priority. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-seok. Jin-seok greeted cheerfully on TV. Watching Jin-seok like that, Yeo Jae-yoon clenched his fist and pondered. Well, if it's Kang Jin-seok, he's an acceptable person. Charismatic, friendly, polite, lively, reasonably well off, clean in relationships with women. Somehow, he felt like he had similar thoughts in the past, but Yeo Jae-yeon attributed it to his mood. But it's still not acceptable. He didn't know how long he could continue to interfere with his daughter, but Yeo Jae-yeon was determined to do it as long as he had the strength. At that moment, another participant appeared on the screen. Hello, I'm Park Hae-in. I arrived in Japan before Jinseok Appa. Park Hae-in, an entertainer who would be appearing instead of Hae-in this time. She recently finished a concert in Japan, and her schedule conveniently overlapped with Jinseok's shoot. Besides, her recognition as a Korean idol in Japan and her proactive attitude toward her appearance bonus points, not to mention her past appearance on the entertainment show Entertainment Diary together with Hae-in. Crunch. It was just an ordinary act of eating an apple, not much different from usual, but for some reason, Yeo Jae-yeon sensed his daughter's mood. Clearing his throat, Yeo Jae-yeon asked Hae-in, Hae-in, are you still upset about not going there? Instead of answering, Hae-in increased the volume of the TV. It was admirable and appreciated by Yeo Jae-yeon that she expressed her feelings like that, but being her father, he felt somewhat uneasy. For now, it's probably better to stay quiet. He had a nagging feeling that if he pried too much, Hae-in might retreat to her room. Meanwhile, on the TV screen, Jinseok was heading to Japan from Incheon International Airport. At the airport, he shared anecdotes like, I was lost a lot when I first came here and a young fan wearing a rabbit hat gave it to me when I entered Japan. I still have it, while occasionally putting on the hat. A grown man wearing such a hat. As a somewhat conservative Yeo Jae-yeon, it was a bit uncomfortable to see, but strangely, it suited him well, perhaps because he had a good sense of style. Then, it happened. Jae-yeon couldn't help but notice that Hae-in, who couldn't take her eyes off the TV, was caught in his gaze. At that sight, Jae-yeon let out a faint sigh, and so, the uncomfortable TV viewing for the two continued. At the same time, at Park Chun-sum's house. Celebrating a rare holiday, Park Chun-sum was leisurely watching TV in the living room. His sparkling-eyed wife and daughter were with him. On the screen was an episode of Recognizable Abroad, featuring Jinseok. Park Chun-sum's wife and daughter were avid fans of Jinseok. However, it wasn't just because of Jinseok's work. It was also because whenever Jinseok traveled abroad or on special occasions, he would send gifts through Park Chun-sum. Park Chun-sum recalled the gifts from Jinseok inside the refrigerator at them.Every. Last time, he sent wine and expensive beef. Honestly, Park Chun-sum's preference was soju and pork belly. Jinseok was well aware of this but had sent wine and beef, saying, I can't just give you soju and pork belly since it's for both Mrs. and Ms. You can enjoy these with them. Well, thanks to that, my wife and daughter liked it. As Park Chun-sum was lost in various thoughts, Jinseok's video continued on TV. Wow, when I first came here, there were hardly any customers. Now, there are so many customers waiting. Jinseok licked his lips, observing the long line filling the alley. Subtitles on the screen read, Kong Jinseok's recommended Japanese ramen restaurant. It's a place recommended by Jinseok. Someday, he thought he should go there. While Park Chun-sum was having such thoughts, ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. Since it wasn't common for visitors to come at this hour, Park Chun-sum grinned and went to the front door. Who is it? As Park Chun-sum opened the door, there was no one outside. Instead, a large package was placed on the floor. What's this? It looks like an icebox. Even at a glance, it seemed like a substantial box. Most people would groan while lifting it, but Park Chun-sum effortlessly brought it inside. Hey, do you have something you ordered? No? Did it come to me? Let me see. Oh, is it for me? The sender is Kong Jinseok. As Park Chun-sum spoke, the attention of his daughter and wife, who had been focused on the TV, turned abruptly towards him. Sent by actor Kong Jinseok. Jinseok Appa. Well, it seems so. But why do you call Jinseok Appa? He's younger than you. Because he's handsome. As if questioning why she was asked such an obvious question, the daughter approached Park Chun-sum. Then, she inspected the package. It's an international delivery. Let's open it, Dad. Sure. What did he send this time? Park Chun-sum placed the box on the living room table and began to open it with familiar movements. Although the box was tightly sealed with tape and strings, it was futile against Park Chun-sum's strength. After a while, Park Chun-sum opened the box. As he expected, it was an icebox. Inside were bottles of sake and a letter. During my recent filming in Japan, I discovered a truly delicious drink, so I'm sending it for you to try. I might have to go back to the United States after this shooting, so I might not be able to enter Korea for a while. I'll occasionally share pictures on the group chat to say hello. Kong Jinseok. It was Jinseok's gift. Well. Park Chun-sum smiled with satisfaction. Truly, this guy hadn't changed much even after achieving significant success. After the variety show filming in Japan, he immediately headed to the United States. Steven Spielberg calling me. Steven Spielberg, a renowned Hollywood director. He had reached out to cast me as the lead actor in his upcoming project. When I heard those words, my heart pounded as if it would burst. The directors who had called me so far were all top artists, but Steven Spielberg was in a different league. It seems the schedule is not going as planned for me. However, unlike me, Jang Sun-ho seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Even if you are said to have good stamina, having a meeting in Hollywood right after overseas filming. This is all my oversight. Haha, you don't need to think that much. And if Spielberg calls, of course, you go. The casting isn't confirmed yet since the meeting hasn't happened. I practically see it as a confirmed casting. But, more importantly, are you really in good health? I'm fine. As I smiled and emphasized twice, Jang Sunho nodded as if understanding. I understand. Still, if you feel tired or anything, please let me know. Yes. Oh, by the way, Manager Nim, wasn't I supposed to be in director Kang Chan-wook's project originally? But now with Spielberg's project, won't the filming schedules overlap? You don't need to worry about that. As you know, in Hollywood, it takes several months to over a year to start shooting after the casting. When Spielberg briefly spoke, he mentioned that the actual shooting would be in the second half of next year, so it won't overlap with director Kang Chan-wook's project. I see. It was Jang Sunho, as always. I felt like I could just follow his schedule, as I had done until now. Then suddenly, an important fact crossed my mind. But Manager Nim, how about your wedding preparations? There's less than 2 weeks left now. I was concerned about Jang Sunho's wedding, which was just around the corner. I wondered if he was handling the preparations well and if there would be any disruptions to my schedule due to both my shooting and his wedding preparations. However, I've already finished all the preparations. To the second. Yes. Contrary to my worries, Jang Sunho calmly replied, seemingly without any concerns. As expected, my concern for Jang Sunho turned out to be the most useless thing in the world. But, honestly, Manager Nim, I never thought you'd get married to her. From my memory, when you two worked together, you always seemed to be bickering. I also think the same. In fact, marriage wasn't in my life plans, but somehow, it happened. Jang Sunho spoke with a slight complaint, but there was a subtle smile on his face. It was rare to see him smile like this. During our various conversations, an announcement came over the airplane's speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be arriving at Los Angeles International Airport. With that announcement, I glanced out the window. Outside the window, I could see Los Angeles International Airport, the closest airport to Hollywood. Whenever I go abroad, I tie my stay to the OS Hotel. In the suite room of that hotel in Los Angeles, I enjoyed the night view outside the window. Director Spielberg's work might fit in here. Recalling the meeting with Director Spielberg a little while ago, I leaned closer to the window. The faint chill felt on the tip of my nose from the glass. The cityscape looked even clearer. I never knew I could live like this. When I was younger, or more precisely when I hadn't yet landed the right role, I couldn't even imagine living this kind of life. But since winning the role, my life has started to change rapidly and decisively. I wonder how the others are doing. Thinking about it, I decided to get in touch. Considering the time difference, it should be afternoon in Korea now, so it should be okay to contact them. Let's start by contacting manager Park Jin-soo. Now, the next agenda is about strengthening the differentiation of our brand image from competing companies. Currently, our Maserati at Novel Bin at Maserati Korea branch meeting room. The meeting, which had started early in the morning, continued even after lunchtime. Manager Park Jin-soo, sipping water, received a call on his mobile phone while watching the employee's presentation. Although the principle during meetings was to keep phones on silent, he occasionally set his to vibrate because important calls could come through to him as the branch manager. I'm sorry, please continue. Yes. When the presenter hesitated upon feeling the vibration of his mobile phone, Park Jin-soo gestured for him to continue and check his phone. Actor Kang Jin-seok. Hello, Manager Park Jin-soo. It's been a while since we last talked. How have you been? The reason for reaching out like this is simply to ask how you're doing. In case you're busy and wondering why I contacted you. Reading the message, Park Jin-soo let out a light chuckle. This friend truly has a unique personality. He and Jin-seok had known each other for quite some time. They had a rough start when they first met, but they quickly reconciled. His life had changed since meeting Jin-seok. Of course, there had been efforts on his part before, to make this transformation possible. However, if he hadn't met Jin-seok, he might still be regretting his past alone in a crumbling rooftop room. It's been a while, maybe I should give him a call. Since he sent a text. With a light smile, Park Jin-soo said, hold on. It's getting late, and we've all been working hard. Let's grab some lunch. Assistant Manager Woo, your presentation was excellent. We'll continue after the meal. Oh, yes. Thank you. Assistant Manager Woo, unexpectedly praised by the branch manager, nodded deeply. Then, Park Jin-soo stood up from his seat and spoke in a pleasant tone. I have some personal matters to attend to today, so I'll have my meal separately. Please enjoy your lunch, and let's reconvene at 3. Yes. As Park Jin-soo heard the employees' responses, he headed out of the meeting room. After that, he began dialing Jin-seok's number. Hello. Manager Park Jin-soo seems to be doing well. Not long after I sent the text, Park Jin-soo called. I felt a bit surprised that he contacted me so quickly, but it was still nice to hear his voice after a while. Now, who's next? Should I contact Professor? It's not a boast, but I know a few professors. While most of them teach acting, there's also Professor Kim Min-han from the medical school. Deciding to contact Kim Min-han later, I first decided to reach out to the acting professor and Yomi's father, Professor Kim Seung-hyun. Kim Seung-hyun, professor at Soguk University's research lab. The next lecture is, it seems to be in room 301 of the arts building. Kim Seung-hyun, who was having a light snack before the lecture, stood up from his seat with a tablet containing lecture materials. Although there was still some time before the lecture, he had the habit of arriving 20 minutes early to prepare for the class, not to burden the students but to take a moment to catch his breath and get ready. Having been standing at the lectern for over 20 years, Kim Seung-hyun still felt excited and nervous before every lecture. No, it's not that. Ever since meeting that student, I've been feeling excited and nervous again. After his daughter's death, it had been challenging for Kim Seung-hyun to teach, as he would see glimpses of his daughter in every student. However, meeting Jin-seok had alleviated much of that burden. The vanished burden was replaced with anticipation, interest, and joy. Come to think of it, Kang Jin-seok, it seems like he's auditioning for a new production these days. Though not currently appearing in productions or directing, Kim Seung-hyun, having spent a long time in the acting world, has a broad network. According to the stories circulating, Jin-seok seemed to have auditioned for a work by Kang Chan-wook, one of Korea's leading directors. He's the most successful case among my taught students. Strictly speaking, Kim Seung-hyun hadn't directly taught him anything. With these thoughts in mind, Kim Seung-hyun entered the classroom. Several students were already seated, and they greeted him as he entered. Hello, Professor. Hello. Have you all had your meals? Yes. As they exchanged light greetings, Kim Seung-hyun connected his tablet to the screen. His tablet started to appear on the screen. But at that moment, ding! A Kakao Talk notification popped up on the screen. Actor Kang Jin-seok. Hello, Professor. It's been a while since we last talked. The reason for reaching out like this is... One student, who had been absent-mindedly staring at the screen, exclaimed, huh. A nearby student, curious about the sound, looked at the screen and uttered a similar word. Huh. Huh. And the confusion wasn't limited to just the students. Kim Seung-hyun, who received a message from Jin-seok, was also quite surprised. Actor Kang Jin-seok contacting me. Of course, it wasn't the first time Jin-seok had reached out. Whenever there was a significant event or an award ceremony, he would always get in touch. Considering how busy he must be receiving calls from other acquaintances, it was both appreciative and fascinating for him to contact a seemingly uneventful professor like himself. What could be the matter? However, it wasn't common for him to contact me just to ask how things were. Kim Seung-hyun quickly checked the Kakao Talk. For a moment, he forgot that his screen was visible to the students. Actor Kang Jin-seok. Hello, Professor. It's been a while since we last talked. The reason for reaching out like this is, I had a meeting with Director Spielberg in the US today. I'll get in touch again when I return to Korea. Best regards, Kang Jin-seok. It was just a contact to ask how he was doing. Kim Seung-hyun, after quickly checking the Kakao Talk, let out a sigh of relief. He had a meeting with Director Spielberg. As expected, he's on a different level as an actor. Indeed, a talent like Jin-seok was more than qualified to meet such a renowned director. Well, he's doing well, and I appreciate him reaching out. A simple reply should suffice. As Kim Seung-hyun was about to casually reply to the message, he felt an intense gaze directed straight at him. When he looked ahead, he noticed that the students were looking at him with more sparkling eyes than ever before. Although no one said anything, the meaning behind their gazes was clear. It was admiration. The students were sending infinite respect to Kim Seung-hyun, who was being asked about Jin-seok's well-being. With an awkward smile, feeling the fervent admiration that was usually hard to perceive, Kim Seung-hyun asked, "Do you all like actor Kang Jin-seok?" In response to his question, the students nodded in unison, as if to say, "Isn't that an obvious question?" "Yes. I want his autograph." "Professor, can't you just make one call for us?" Facing the students' pouring questions, Kim Seung-hyun nodded. "Yes, it seems to be Spielberg, and as for the call, well, I'm not sure. It looks like Kang Jin-seok is currently in the US, so it might be late at night there." Kim Seung-hyun raised his head. No matter how well he was treated as a professor, calling late at night was not only impolite but considering Jin-seok's status, it felt inappropriate. It seems that a call might be difficult. He's probably busy, and it's getting close to the time for the lecture. Kim Seung-hyun continued, "Well, should we give it a try?" It seemed that Kim Seung-hyun also wanted to have a conversation with Jin-seok, as he changed his statement. "Professor Kim Seung-hyun. Not long after I sent the Kakao Talk message, a call came in. He's calling." After a few fake coughs to clear my voice, I picked up the call. "Yes, Professor. I answered your call. If you're busy and I bothered you, I apologize." "No, not at all. Thank you for getting in touch. You're in the US right now?" "Yes, I just finished a meeting." "You must be tired. But more importantly..." Kim Seung-hyun trailed off, then cautiously asked, "We're currently in the lecture hall, and the students would like to hear actor Kang's voice. Would that be okay?" "In the lecture hall? Were you in the middle of a class by any chance?" "Oh, no. We haven't started the lecture yet. Thankfully, I hadn't interrupted a class." "Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I'll switch to speakerphone then." After Kim Seung-hyun spoke, he added, "It's on speakerphone now." "Ah, yes. Hello, this is Kang Jin-seok. Are you all my juniors?" "Wow, insane." He picked up. "Amazing. Sen, senior? Hello, I'm Sung-hoon. I'm the guy with yellow hair who drank with you at the pub before." I was taken aback by the sudden voices of the students. Then, I heard Professor Kim Seung-hyun's composed voice from the other side of the phone. "Oh, Kang Jin-seok, sorry. They're all just excited right now. Haha, no problem." I awkwardly chuckled, assuring them it was okay. What should I say now? Just as I was pondering my next words, a student asked, as if to answer my unspoken question. Senior, I have a question. Oh, sure. Go ahead. Unintentionally, it seemed like I was now in a spontaneous Q&A session. He gradually slowed down the car as he observed the traffic light changing to orange. Then, looking at Jang Sun-ho sitting next to him, he spoke with a voice mixed with laughter. Manager Nim, it's finally the wedding day. Indeed. How did this day come so quickly? Jang Sun-ho murmured as he looked at the quiet street early in the morning. It was unfamiliar to see a weak side of him who always presented a confident demeanor. Perhaps the excitement and tension of marriage were common to everyone, and that might explain it. But Manager Nim, how was the experience of dieting for the past month? You tried the same diet and menu as when we filmed before. 3 meals of green juice a day. Through this experience, I realized that you, actor Nim, are truly a strict person. You've been doing it for 5 years already. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Let's try to take it a bit more leisurely from now on. Pfft. I couldn't help but laugh at Jang Sun-ho's voice mixed with self-mockery. Oh, and Manager Nim. Yes. Thank you for personally driving me to the wedding venue today. You must have been tired from the shoot yesterday. Even if I'm tired, I have to do what needs to be done. Besides, the shoot ended quickly yesterday. Director Ha Sarung and the other staff members are coming today, so they wrapped up the shoot early for you. Well, that's fortunate, but please don't let your condition deteriorate because of me. On his wedding day, Jang Sun-ho was still concerned about me. Oh, by the way, Manager Nim. Yes. Is it okay if I don't go in with the bride? Usually, don't you enter the venue with the bride? I'm not sure about that either. It's my first time getting married. Well, that's true. The wedding planner told me to do as I please, so I'm doing it the way they suggested, casually. Amidst such conversation, we arrived at the wedding venue without realizing it. Perhaps because the wedding was still a long way from starting, the parking lot didn't have many cars. All right, we've arrived. Yes, thank you. Wait a moment, Manager Nim. I said today I'll be the manager. Please wait. I'll open the door for you. I don't remember asking you to go that far. You used to do it for me occasionally when I was tired before. Saying that, I quickly got out of the car and opened Jang Sun-ho's door. Jang Sun-ho, seemingly unaware that I would go this far, awkwardly stepped out of the car without responding. He seemed quite nervous. His expression was never particularly warm, but today it seemed even more rigid than usual. Well, I'll go prepare first. If you want to rest in the car or come in at the right time, I'd appreciate it. At novel bin at. Hey, we should go together. After all, I'm your manager for the day. You're going to help with the wedding preparations too. Yes. Isn't it obvious for a manager? Unable to refute my words, Jang Sun-ho nodded reluctantly. Ah, I understand. Then, let's go. That line is my line. Let's go, Mr. Jang Sun-ho. As I used to do during shoots. This time, I playfully said it to ease his tension somehow. Well, it didn't seem to have much effect. His movements were as robotic as his expression, jerking awkwardly. Are you okay? You seem like you might stumble during the wedding. Though it was amusing to see Jang Sun-ho, usually composed and meticulous, in such a state, I couldn't help but worry. With that thought in mind, I hurriedly went to Jang Sun-ho's side. I intended to escort him, just as he always did. Oh, Manager Nim, your makeup is done, and you look completely different. And with your hair down, you look much softer. I watched Jang Sun-ho getting his makeup done while holding a green juice. It was the same appearance he had shown during his intense dieting days. Although I didn't mean to, I felt a strange sense of satisfaction, almost like getting revenge. It's my first time wearing makeup, so it feels awkward. I'm a bit embarrassed because it doesn't seem to suit me. Jang Sun-ho said with a charming smile. Oh no, it suits you. Right, miss? When I casually asked the makeup artist, she was startled and replied, yes, it suits him well. See, even the makeup artist agrees. We should do this more often. Woo 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 dash. Jang Sun-ho's phone rang. I intercepted his reaching hand to answer it in a dignified voice. From Oh Hae-nyul, the president. I couldn't bring myself to take this call, so I handed the phone back to Jang Sun-ho. 1 hour before the wedding. Gradually, guests began to enter the wedding venue. I watched Jang Sun-ho greet the guests, take pictures with them, and even received occasional requests for photos with me. Hyung, could you also take a picture with actor Kang Jin-seok? Once in a while, I received requests for photos like this. Since everyone came to congratulate Jang Sun-ho on his marriage, I happily took pictures. It's not easy being an assistant. Manager Nim did it so effortlessly. At that moment, I keenly felt Jang Sun-ho's greatness. Hey, our manager Nim? Maybe it's because he's a newlywed, but he looks so handsome. A familiar voice reached my ears. Looking in that direction, I saw the employees from the warehouse entering the venue. However, there was a problem. He said he would come as the representative for a few minutes. Why did everyone come? Ready to burst suits, hair shining as if coated with oil, and a face that could stop a crying child in its tracks. When a dozen or so of these gentlemen entered the venue simultaneously, the atmosphere quickly became awkward. I felt the need to quickly lighten the mood, so I approached the gentleman with a warm smile. Have you all arrived? As I spoke, Mr. Park Chun-sum, who was behind the foreman, extended his head and greeted me. Oh, Jin-seok, it's been a while. What do you mean it's been a while? I saw you the day before yesterday. Jinseok had a shoot near our warehouse the day before yesterday. Don't you remember? This guy drank and passed out, and it seems he lost his memory after that. As the foreman scolded Mr. Park grinned and scratched the back of his head. As I chatted amicably with the gentleman, the atmosphere somewhat improved. There were casual remarks like, the men from Kang Jinseok's YouTube, oh, those guys worked together before Kang Jinseok became famous, and he also appeared in, circulating among them. I led the gentleman to the photo zone where Jang Sunho was. There were still many guests waiting to take pictures with Jang Sunho at the photo zone. After a while, hey, Mr. Kim, get closer. Oh, Park Chunsum, lower yourself a bit. Don't push. Since there were too many people to take individual photos, we decided to take a group photo with Jang Sunho. The photo with about a dozen men in black suits looked somewhat problematic, but since everyone was smiling brightly, the picture didn't turn out too bad. After the gentleman's photo session, there was a brief lull in the guests. Since Jang Sunho seemed quite tired, I handed him a cup of coffee. Haha, Manager Nim, you must be very tired. It's okay. It didn't look okay at all. More importantly, Actor Nim. Yes. Is it okay if I take a photo with you? We haven't taken a picture together, just the two of us. Oh, come to think of it, until now, I had been taking pictures with other guests, but I hadn't taken a photo alone with Jang Sunho. Now that I thought about it, we hadn't taken a picture together all this time while working. Yes, let's take one together. Thank you. No, thank you. I took out my phone and stood next to Jang Sunho. Click. Jinseok, aren't you getting married? A few minutes before the wedding ceremony, Min Kyung-soo spoke to me from behind as I sat in the front row of the venue. Yes, aren't you getting married? Married? I don't even have a girlfriend. In response to my words, Min Kyung-soo looked at me silently. Then, he chuckled and asked Park Woo-hyun next to him. Hey, is Jinseok lying? That's right. Jinseok, if you lie to your seniors, you're in trouble. Is it true that you don't have a girlfriend? Well, yeah. You have a lot of actor friends you're close to. Why don't you mention that, like director Yeo Jae-yoon's daughter, and even Yinsu? And who was that? Someone you worked at a cafe with from your unknown days. Are you talking about actress Yeo Hye-min? Oh, right. Those two. You even leave comments on each other's social media. I lightly smiled and shook my head. I'm not in that kind of relationship with those two. First of all, Yeo Hye-min is busy with a photo shoot in Europe, and Yinsu is busy with her recent projects. Hey, can't actors date because they're busy shooting? It's part of being an actor, isn't it? Anyway, I'm not in that kind of relationship with those two. As I waved my hand to emphasize, Min Kyung-soo and Park Woo-hyun looked at me with suspicious glances. At that moment, oh, Park Woo-hyun, as if realizing something, clapped his hands and said, that friend who's an idol. Right. Yes, an idol. Oh, right. You're close with that friend. Are you talking about Park Hae-in? That's it. Park Hae-in. Min Kyung-soo shouted as if he had just exclaimed Eureka, like Archimedes. I tilted my head again. No, it's not like that. We occasionally keep in touch, but Park Hae-in is also extremely busy, so there's no time for that. As I casually spoke, Min Kyung-soo and Park Woo-hyun scrutinized my expression and said, something's odd. Your expression seems like you're telling the truth even though you're lying. That's right. He acts so well that it's hard to distinguish whether he's telling the truth or lying. Haha. Shortly, the wedding ceremony will begin. Guests, please take your seats to congratulate the bride and groom. Laughing and chatting with Min Kyung-soo and Park Woo-hyun, the MC announced that the wedding would proceed. The one in charge of the socializing was said to be the head of the secretary's office at OS Entertainment. It was the first time I saw her in action. I originally wanted to do this. Seeing her handle the socializing, I thought it was a good decision to concede. Perhaps because she was the head of the secretary's office, the atmosphere she exuded was stable and dignified, fitting well with the wedding venue. A while later, today is a special day to celebrate the new beginning of the bride and groom's life together. Despite your busy schedules, I thank everyone for gathering here. With the MC's announcement, the wedding ceremony began. Groom, Jang Sunho's entrance. Jang Sunho entered with confident steps. However, I could tell that he was truly nervous. Others might not have noticed, but having known him for a long time, I could sense it. As Jang Sunho stood in front of the officiant, the MC spoke again. Bride, Go Soyoung's entrance. Jang Sunho and Go Soyoung's wedding proceeded grandly. Alright, let's end today's class here. There will be a brief exam tomorrow, so please prepare accordingly. Oh, Professor Kim Min-han at Hanyang University. At his words, students made various groaning sounds. Although Kim Min-han said it would be a brief exam, the exams he gave were never easy. However, since the students were medical students used to tough exams, they all quickly accepted it and began to leave the classroom. Seeing the students, Kim Min-han gave a faint smile. Suddenly, Kim Min-han thought of Jinseok. I wonder how that friend is doing. There was a movie released last week. Until recently, Kim Min-han had no interest in movies or dramas. He had focused solely on his work, criticizing himself every day. But after meeting Jinseok, Kim Min-han's life changed. He forgave himself. All thanks to that friend. It had been 7 years since Kim Min-han got to know Jinseok. Since then, Jinseok occasionally inquired about his well-being through personal contacts, but they had never met separately. Kim Min-han considered it fortunate not to have seen Jin-seok. This was because meeting him, a top star, was an impossible task unless Jin-seok was unwell. As a doctor, Kim Min-han hoped never to meet Jin-seok. But still, I'd like to see him at least once. Whenever I get the chance, I should go to a preview or something. It's a bit embarrassing to follow a drama set at this age. Kim Min-han briefly thought about Jin-seok and faintly smiled, organizing his lecture materials. There were a few lectures left after lunch, so he had to move a bit busily. Late at night, Kim Min-han returned home. He was so tired that he wanted to collapse into bed right away, but he couldn't. Today was his counseling day, and it was the last day. Kim Min-han pressed a random key on his laptop keyboard and turned on the laptop screen. Then, with familiar gestures, he connected to a video call. After a short while, the screen showed the gentle face of an elderly doctor. Kim Min-han greeted him with a light smile and a nod. "Hello, doctor." "Yes, Professor Kim Min-han. It's been a month since we last contacted. How have you been?" "Yes, thanks to your concern, I've been well." Kim Min-han smiled again. The elderly doctor across the screen nodded his head and spoke. "It seems like you don't need my help anymore. You don't resemble Professor Kim Min-han from the past. It's all thanks to you, doctor. Without you, I would still be that helpless person, knowing nothing but my work. Haha, saying that makes me grateful. However, it's not because of me. It's because Professor Kim Min-han overcame it on his own." Kim Min-han gave a meaningful smile at the doctor's words. "The decisive reason I could change like this was thanks to actor Kang Jin-seok. But that doesn't mean the doctor who counseled him for over a decade played no role. If the doctor hadn't been there, he might have fallen apart long before meeting Jin-seok." Having such various conversations for a while, the doctor asked, "By the way, Professor Kim, how about that woman you met at Kang Jin-seok's fan club last time?" "Doctor, it's not a fan club, it's the Kang Jin-seok fan club." "Oh, I see. Sorry. I'm quite old-fashioned." "No problem. And about that woman?" Kim Min-han blurred out the details but finished with a light laugh. "She works in a different field than I do, but surprisingly, we found some common ground. Thanks to that, we decided to have dinner together tomorrow. The OS Hotel Gangnam." In the luxurious restaurant on the top floor, Kim Min-han was waiting for someone. It's about time she arrives. The woman Kim Min-han was waiting for was someone he had met at a fan cafe called Kang Jin-seok Fan Club, which was a community with a slightly older age group. "You've never been late for an appointment before. Is something wrong?" As Kim Min-han checked his watch with such minor concerns, a moment later, a woman behind him spoke, breathing heavily. Sorry. Something came up suddenly, so I'm a little late." At novel bin at. Kim Min-han stood up and looked at the woman. "No problem, I just got here too." "Inspector. Calling me that again. Should I call you doctor then? Also, I'm not an inspector anymore." "Haha, right." Kim Min-han gave a charming smile and scratched the back of his head, and then the woman sat across from him. Afterward, she took out a business card from her pocket and handed it to him. "I'm officially an employee at OS International starting today. Congratulations. Your salary must have increased significantly. In exchange, my pension has decreased. That's the only thing I had while working in public service." Kim Min-han chuckled lightly at the woman's playful complaint. Kim Min-han examined the business card the woman handed him. "Executive Director of Legal Affairs, OS International, Lee Min-young. Executive Director of OS International. I'm not sure if I can address you informally. Shouldn't we be recruiting someone like actor Kang Jin-seok? If Kang Jin-seok comes, shouldn't the CEO come instead of me? I had a meeting with the CEO earlier, and it seems even the CEO finds it hard to see Kang Jin-seok's face these days. The CEO is feeling down? That oh so high and mighty CEO. Yes. I didn't know either, but when I saw him, he seemed like a very down-to-earth person." While the two were chatting, the waiter came to take their orders. Despite the already expensive restaurant, the menu they ordered was quite high-end, considering. "Please wait a moment." After the waiter left with a respectful greeting, Kim Min-han awkwardly smiled and said, "Min-young, aren't you pushing it too much? It's several times more expensive than what I bought last time. I earn several times more than a professor, so I should buy something several times more expensive. And here, OS International employees get a discount. Even with a discount, it must still be quite expensive. Well, then, next time, Min-han, you can treat me. When are you free?" Even though they had just met, Lee Min-young was already casually planning their next appointment. As someone experiencing the subtle beginnings of romance for the first time in his life, Kim Min-han felt grateful. After exchanging light greetings and casual conversation, Kim Min-han asked, Min-young, it's not that I want to nitpick, but I'm just a bit curious. Why were you late today? You always used to come at least 20 minutes early." "Oh, that." Lee Min-young set down her utensils, took a moment to think, and then spoke with a faint smile. "I received a call from Director 1. If you mean Director 1 from KL Entertainment, the former Director 1, right? Yes. He was released from prison today. Time has already come to that. The incident where KL Entertainment, under the direction of Director 1, attempted to sabotage Jin-seok systematically under the orders of Lee Young-kyung was not just a simple entertainment industry issue. It involved numerous figures in politics and business, making it a matter of great interest even to those not interested in the entertainment world. The trial of Lee Young-kyung and Director 1 was unusually broadcast live. And during that live broadcast, Lee Young-kyung not only swore at Director 1, who appeared as a witness but also physically attacked him. Fortunately, if there was any fortune in this situation, it was that compared to Lee Young-kyung, Director 1 received a relatively lenient punishment. Of course, having served a prison sentence, it wasn't entirely lenient. It feels like that incident happened just yesterday, time flies. Afterward, the two shared various stories. They talked about their respective jobs, but inevitably, the main topic was Jinseok. As time quickly passed, it was time for the restaurant to close. They left the restaurant and headed towards the parking lot. So, I understand that you'll decide on the location for our next appointment. Oh, about that? Yes. Would you be interested in a short trip to Japan next weekend? Our full-fledged member of the Kang Jinseok fan club, Ms. Haranayomi, has invited us. She recently got discharged and mentioned wanting to try the ramen place where actor Kang Jinseok used to go. It might be nice if we all go together. The ramen place that Jinseok used to visit. Yes. It was a popular ramen shop during the peak of the most painful predestined relationship in the world. It's still maintaining its popularity. As a fan of Jinseok, it was an iconic ramen spot in Japan, drawing crowds during the show's heyday. It continues to be popular even now. Since it was a place Lee Min-young also wanted to visit, there was no reason to refuse. Moreover, now that she had transitioned from being a busy prosecutor who worked even on weekends to a director with guaranteed personal time on weekends, she had the flexibility. Lee Min-young smiled brightly and said, "Sure. Oh, while we're at it, should we ask Ms. Yeo Hyemin, another club member, if she wants to join? It's been a while since all our club members went together." Honestly, Kim Min-han wanted to go with Lee Min-young alone. However, upon reflection, he realized that he wouldn't be able to entertain her. So, going with other members seemed like a good idea. After a moment of thought, Kim Min-han nodded. "Sure. I'll bring it up in the group chat. It would be great if everyone could go together." Those who had received help from Jinseok continued to lead ordinary lives, sharing a common thread that went beyond the ordinary. The end.